According to military regulations, since you came to the campsite to ask for protection, then you will automatically be enlisted as a soldier in our base under this Divine Lieutenant's jurisdiction. I have total authority to stop the two of you from leaving. The middle-aged Divine Lieutenant gave a cold snort and spoke harshly. Moreover, even if I allow you to leave, you can't leave at all. The campsite is surrounded by the demon tribe. You just happened to have good luck when you came. Do you want to go out and try now? In under 3 miles, you'd probably be torn into pieces by them. Huang Yueli could tell that the Divine Lieutenant wasn't just bluffing them. So she started to hesitate. But, this. The middle-aged Divine Lieutenant waved his hand. I will give you 1 night to think through this. If you are willing to stay, I can calculate your military merits and also assign you to become a team leader, to take command of 1 team. If you insist on leaving, no matter what danger you meet with, whether it's life or death, it has nothing to do with us. Huang Yueli and Xianxia said their thanks and walked out of the big tent. In the middle of the night when no one was around, Xianxia pulled Huang Yueli to one side and whispered, Yueli, I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for a while. Huang Yueli was stunned. Why do you say that? Could it be that even you also have no way to get past the demon tribe's encirclement and bring us back to Blessed City safely? Xianxia squinted her eyes and said thoughtfully, I don't know how to explain clearly. It's just a premonition. I feel that it's more suitable for us to stay here. There should be a lot more devils around here than what we can imagine, and I don't have the confidence that we will be able to break through successfully. Huang Yueli went silent upon hearing that. Along the journey, she had acknowledged Xianxia's ability as the chosen one. She was also well aware that the latter's judgment was much more accurate than herself. Since Xianxia suggested staying in camp, then Huang Yueli thought it would be best to listen to her opinion. But Huang Yueli's feelings were inappeasable. Her thoughts were on Li Moying right now. The two of them had been separated for such a long time, and she couldn't wait to appear in front of him right now. But somehow, things weren't going according to her wishes. There would always be something to obstruct them. Xianxia stared to persuade her. Yueli, I know you're in a hurry to look for your husband. But you can't be too rash and disregard your own safety, right? Moreover, didn't you wish to accumulate more military merits? Doesn't joining the army's battle suit your intentions? She had just finished her sentence when a drum roll was heard inside the camp. Immediately following that, messengers in the camp started to run about and shout. Bad news! Bad news! The demon tribe is sneaking an attack on us in the middle of the night. Everyone! Quickly gather! Quickly get in line and position yourself into your team to fight the enemy. The campsite was in a fluster as numerous soldiers put on their armor as they ran. Apparently, they had just awoken from the shock. Huang Yueli and Xianxia didn't have any team that they belonged to yet. Under this disorderly scenario, no one noticed them at all. But the two of them exchanged a glance, followed behind a soldier, and ran out together. The middle-aged Divine Lieutenant was apparently very strict. His soldiers gathered quickly and shortly after, they lined up in their formation and started to walk out of the campsite. Huang Yueli and Xianxia secretly snuck into a corner. When they lifted their head, they had a shock. Because the number of devils in front of them was simply too many. When they came to this campsite previously, all they saw were just a few members of the small team. In front of a genuine top exponent, they couldn't put up a fight at all. But it was different now. All they could see on the enemy's end was a sea of pitch-black color. There were so many devils that they couldn't count at all. Moreover, when these devils brandished their weapons and executed their devil skills, a sliver of demonic chi emanated from their bodies, and many small drops make up an ocean. It actually formed into a large piece of black smoky demonic chi in the sky. This black smoke looked the same as what they saw in the light sphere. Moreover, it was even darker and thicker than before. Anyone who stayed in the black smoke for too long would feel suffocated, even if they were at Huangyueli or Xiaoyun's cultivation level. It was even more needless to say for those ordinary human soldiers. Those soldiers at the front line weren't able to ward them off at all. Although they had already taken the medicinal pill to resist demonic qi earlier, under the invasion of such thick black smoke, the effect of the pill was indeed extremely limited. Many soldiers couldn't take it and their actions were beginning to slow down. In the end, the devils managed to chase up to them and chop them into halves. For a moment in time, the allied armies were on the losing end. Numerous soldiers were defeated by the demon tribe and blood splattered everywhere. Some devils were also picking up those human soldiers' body parts along the way, keeping them into their realm rings. It was obvious that they were intending to bring it back, to refine into pills. These devils, they're simply too brutal. Huangyueli couldn't help but frown. Xiaoyunqi was also disgusted by their actions. This is also my first time seeing the army engaged in a battle. I didn't expect it to be like this. There are simply too many devils. Moreover, their demonic qi's destructive power is too large. Do you think that with this amount of manpower in this campsite, can they really ward the enemy off? Huangyueli frowned and she could deeply comprehend the worries that the middle-aged divine lieutenant had told them earlier. It was not a bluff. This campsite was indeed on the verge of destruction. Why don't we go and help them out? Yes, I had the same idea in mind too. The two of them were just about to move when 2 rays of strong light shone from both sides of the camp. These 2 electric currents sliced past the sky and landed right in the middle of the demon tribe's formation. Rumble. After a loud explosion, 2 deep pits appeared at the place where the devil soldiers had gathered. Many devils were blown up instantly. Moreover, the demon tribe's formation was torn apart because of this. Those devils which had gathered were all dispersed into several teams because of the explosion, and their numbers were greatly reduced. On the other hand, due to the separation of the demon tribe, the amount of demonic qi in the sky lessened. The black smoke also gradually turned lighter. Huangyueli also heaved a sigh of relief. The allied army's campsite seemed to be set up with several mechanisms and arrays. It was obvious that 2 huge mechanisms were detonated. Moreover, the spiritual armament master who refined this large-sized mechanism apparently understood the demon tribe's weak points. The mechanism itself wasn't complicated, but the destructive power towards the demon tribe was so tremendous. That proved that he was a veteran. Charge. Following the commander's commands, the human soldiers seemed to have grabbed a chance as they charged at the demon tribe once again. This time, the allied army's troops had the absolute advantage. After the devils engaged in the battle for a short moment, they started to retreat. After another hour or so, the demon tribe had completely driven off. Huangyueli and Xiaoyunqi took the opportunity to join in the battle, killing many devils who were scattered from their teams. The majority of the devil army was just at devil soldiers' rank and they won in numbers, so the rewards that both of them reaped were fairly decent. When they returned to the campsite, the atmosphere there was unexpectedly serene. The human soldiers seemed to be used to this kind of midnight sneak attack. All of them silently cleaned up the battlefield and returned to their tents to rest, leaving only those soldiers who were patrolling. Huangyueli heaved a deep sigh when she saw that. Looks like we really can't leave this place. From tonight's battle, she finally understood that Xiaoyunqi and they ran into great luck over the past few days. Now, if she wanted to leave this campsite and return to Blessed City safely, that was practically impossible. Unless the demon tribe were thoroughly smashed. Early next morning, the 2 of them had an audience with the divine lieutenant who was in control of this campsite. They expressed their intention to stay and fight with the allied armies against the demon tribe. The middle-aged divine lieutenant seemed to have expected this earlier as he nodded and said, "Very good. Then from now on, you will be Team 3 and Team 4's team leaders under Commander Hu. I hope the two of you can show your true powers." When he said the word true, his sharp gaze swept past the both of them. Huang Yueli and Xianxia were rather shocked. This divine lieutenant's foresight was rather accurate, and he seemed to have seen through something. Commander Hu was the bearded man who brought them to meet the divine lieutenant yesterday. After he received the order, he personally came to bring them back. Huang Yueli secretly asked, "Commander Hu, what status does the divine lieutenant hold?" "He's definitely an important figure within the army, right?" Commander Hu snorted, "You don't even know who our divine commander is. Divine Lieutenant Li Yuquan is already a 7-star divine lieutenant. Moreover, he's not holding the position just based on his individual battle power. He's also proficient in directing battles, and that's why he was posted here to defend such a critical stronghold." "Wow, he's a 7-star divine lieutenant." No wonder, Xianxia couldn't help but gasp in surprise. One would need 100,000 military merits to become a divine lieutenant, and that was extremely difficult for young practitioners. However, for those practitioners who had been serving the army for many years, it wasn't a difficult feat. But the disparity between divine lieutenants in terms of power or standard of directing battles was still very huge. 100,000 military merits and 99,000 military merits were a world of difference. Even if it was a divine lieutenant, the allied armies would also dispatch them to different strongholds based on their actual military merits and differentiate them according to the star's ranking. Li Yuquan was already a 7-star divine lieutenant. That meant that he had already accumulated a total of 700,000 military merits and above. Based on his strength in the heart-profound realm end phase, it was obviously impossible to get so many military merits. That would only mean that his ability in terms of directing battles should be rather outstanding. Whereas what Huang Yueli paid attention to was another aspect. Li Yuquan, his surname is also Li. Is divine lieutenant from the Cloudy Qilin clan? Commander Hu nodded and said, "That's right. Most of the important high-ranking military officers come from Cloudy Qilin clan. It's exactly because the Cloudy Qilin clan has outstanding merits in fighting the demon tribe, so that's why they hold such esteemed positions in God Realm. The highest military positions are held by Cloudy Qilin clan and Voracious Wyvern clan." "So it's like this," Huang Yueli said thoughtfully. Commander Hu suddenly stopped in his tracks and swept a glance at Huang Yueli and Xianxia. "To tell the truth, I really can't understand what divine lieutenant has got in his mind. He actually let the two of you assume the position of team leader. Just one look and I can tell that both of you are freshmen on the battlefield. Although your abilities aren't too bad, you don't have much experience in fighting the demon tribe, so how can you direct a team on your own?" Huang Yueli frowned in displeasure when she heard that. She didn't explain herself, but said instead, "Since Divine Lieutenant trusts us so much, we should give our greatest effort to not disappoint him." She was well aware that there was no point in just talking about these things. The only way is to use her actions to prove herself. Xianxia's lips tugged slightly, and she didn't say too much as well. "Very good. I hope you guys really have that kind of ability like what you say. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold on to your position of team leader for long." Commander Hu brought them to a training ground and stopped. "Everyone, stop for a moment and gather." Commander Hu clapped his hands. All the practitioners who were practicing on the training grounds gathered and bowed to Commander Hu. Then they looked curiously at the two young men standing behind him. Commander Hu pointed to Huang Yueli and Xianxia and introduced, "These two practitioners arrived at our campsite yesterday and Divine Lieutenant personally assigned them as Team 3 and Team 4's team leaders. From now on, you will be under their command. This is Team Leader Li Yuehuang and Team Leader Xianxia." Please welcome them. However, there was only a sparse amount of applause after Commander Hu's introduction. All the practitioners looked at Huang Yueli and Xianxia as though they were sizing them up. Their eyes were filled with questioning, apparently not welcoming them at all. Commander Hu gave them a good luck gaze and left them there as he walked off alone. Huang Yueli and Xianxia brought their teams to one corner. Huang Yueli's team was Team 3, and there were a total of 50 practitioners. All of them are humans. The number of ancient god clan practitioners was very scarce, so when they joined the army, they would instantly become Grade 1 team leaders. So there were no god clan practitioners that Huang Yueli was allocated to. From today onwards, I am your team leader. I hope you can coordinate with me properly. Rest assured, as long as you listen to my orders, you will gain large amounts of military merits. I will absolutely not let you be disadvantaged. Huang Yueli knew that she had just arrived and it would be hard to convince the masses. Hence she put her words across bluntly. Alas, those human soldiers totally didn't trust her ability. So after they heard her introduction, they remained indifferent and did not bother about what she said. Huang Yueli's gaze turned cold, but she didn't immediately act up. Instead, she continued to say, "Next, introduce yourselves to me one by one. Report on your cultivation, military merits, your most proficient, profound skill. If you have any other specialties, you can also talk about it." The soldiers exchanged a glance, looking rather unwilling to comply. But they didn't know why their heads started to dizzy after they met with her deep, cold eyes. Unknowingly, they complied with her order. "This subordinate is from Empyrean Fox continent, and I am 31 years old this year. My cultivation is in the 9th stage realm. This subordinate is from Ice Serpent continent, and I am 27 years old this year. My cultivation is the 8th stage realm, and my military merits are." This subordinate. One after another, the soldiers stood up to report their names and did a basic introduction of themselves. As Huang Yueli listened to them silently, she started to compute in her mind. These human soldiers were basically around 30 years old and their cultivations ranged between the 7th to the 9th stage realm. This ability among the younger human practitioners was considered not bad. No wonder they were able to become vanguards and followed Li Yuquan to go to the front lines and stations in the campsite. Not long after, the majority of the soldiers were done with their self-introduction. At this moment, a tall and burly practitioner standing at the end of the team slowly walked over and said, "This subordinate is Jingyichuan from the White Tiger continent. I am 29 years old this year. My cultivation is Dream Profound Realm early phase." Hearing that, Huang Yueli's brows rose in surprise. A 29 years old Dream Profound Realm early phase practitioner was relatively not bad in God Realm. She didn't expect a human to have such high innate talent within the soldiers. Before Huang Yueli had time to feel happy, she realized that Jing Yichuan was staring at her arrogantly, as though he despised her as their team leader. Huang Yueli's lips curled slightly and immediately understood what he was thinking about. This human practitioner had rather outstanding ability, so he was rather unconvinced by this team leader who came out of nowhere. As expected, after Jing Yichuan's self-introduction, he didn't return to the group. Instead, he immediately asked, "Team leader, we are done with our self-introductions. Shouldn't you introduce yourself as well?" Huang Yueli swept a cold glance at him. "Outrageous. When did I permit you to ask any questions? Since you're done with your self-introduction, why aren't you returning to the team? As a military officer, don't you even know how to obey military orders?" Jing Yichuan assumed that he had the highest ability among Team 3. Even the previous team leader would show him some respect. He didn't expect Huang Yueli to not give him any face at all. Jing Yichuan was told off by her and his expression instantly grew ugly. But Huang Yueli was his officer after all. He couldn't openly retort her, so he felt extremely aggrieved. However, Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't notice his expression at all and swept her glance around the others. Following that, she said, "All right, I've roughly understood everyone's situation. From now on, I am your team leader. We are one on the battlefield, so everyone must coordinate with me to display our greatest battle power. I don't wish for anyone to defy the military orders. I'm putting my stand across first, so if anyone drags our team down, don't blame me for being merciless." After she finished, she waved her hand and said, "All right, continue with your training." When Commander Hu led her and Xianxia over, he told them that every team would be able to obtain a batch of resources every month, and it was time for them to collect it. The moment Huang Yueli left, Jing Yichuan threw his long sword on the ground and snorted coldly. The other soldiers also swamped up with an indignant look. "Brother Jing, where did that team captainly pop out from?" Jing Yichuan replied disapprovingly, "I heard that he came to our campsite yesterday, and he brought many devil stones along with him. Divine Lieutenant must have assumed that he is some incredible top expert. So that's why he was assigned to be our team leader. How could Divine Lieutenant do this? Brother Jing obviously has the most amount of military merits in our team. Isn't that so? Brother Jing already has more than 3,000 military merits. Moreover, his ability is so strong, so he should have been promoted to team leader long ago. If the person who came is a God clan practitioner, we can just let it go. But he's also a human, so how could Li Yue Huang immediately become a team leader when he just joined us? It's unfair, it's just too unfair." A number of the third team soldiers were on close terms with Jing Yichuan. They also recognized his power very much, so all of them were crying out indignantly on his behalf. Jing Yichuan felt even more upset when he heard them saying that. He believed that he was a rare talent among humans. He had only been enlisted in the campsite for no longer than 5 months and had already accumulated more than 3,000 military merits. This time, due to the demise of Team 3's team leader, he assumed that he would be chosen to fill in that position. However, another team leader just popped out from nowhere. Moreover, Li Yue Huang looked extremely ordinary. Especially from Jing Yichuan's point of view, he had already leveled his cultivation to Dream Profound Realm early phase. If Huang Yueli's cultivation was higher than his, she would definitely tell them. But now, Huang Yueli merely scolded him for disobeying military orders, as though she was intentionally trying to avoid this question. This proved that team leader Li was weaker than him. Jing Yichuan looked at Huang Yueli's departing figure and sneered disdainfully, "He's just a good-for-nothing. I wonder how much fawning did he do to gain Divine Lieutenant's trust. But good-for-nothings will be good-for-nothings. I hope he will not wet his pants when the demon tribe attacks." On the other hand, Huang Yueli didn't think too much of this and directly went to the supply station. She could tell that a lot of people in the team weren't convinced by her, but she didn't take it to heart at all. Only she knew how much ability she had. These humans weren't enough to suppress her, so they would eventually be subdued by her. Huang Yueli took a look at the supply station and felt a little disappointed. There was a great variety of spirit armaments here, but all of it was the most basic standardized spirit armaments. Moreover, the majority of them were just standard-grade spirit armaments. She understood the situation at the campsite. With such high-intensity continuous battles, the spirit armaments would be damaged very easily. So the Allied armies couldn't possibly distribute very good quality spirit armaments to each ordinary soldier. If it was done in that way, the military expenditure would snowball to an astronomical figure that they could not absorb. Huang Yueli told the steward who was in charge of managing the supplies after she was done looking. "Our team will not be claiming any spirit armaments. Please change all the quota for spirit armaments into medicinal pills." The steward couldn't help but frown upon hearing that. "What? Are you certain? Spiritual medicine might be of great use on the battlefield, but you can't do without any spirit armaments. If you don't claim the spirit armaments for this month, and if any team member's spirit armaments are damaged during the battle, what will you use to replenish the weapon? Huang Yueli smiled and said, I know what to do. Please do me this favor. The steward frowned. Apparently, he was not willing to agree to it. But thinking that this was within Huang Yueli's decision and control, the steward didn't have any stand to object. So he could only do as she said, to exchange for a whole pile of spiritual medicine. Huang Yueli returned to the training grounds and distributed the spiritual medicine. After she instructed them to train properly, she returned to her tent. The quality of the spirit armaments at the supply station was terrible and not easy to use. So she decided to refine her own batch of weapons instead. Anyway, she was already very familiar with the refining method of these standardized spirit armaments. Moreover, she need not be too meticulous for batch refining, just raising the efficiency of the refining would do. For the next 2 days, Huang Yueli stayed in her tent and did not leave at all. Other than refining spirit armaments, she also borrowed the map of the battle zone from Commander Hu and studied it in detail. On the 3rd day afternoon, the frontline sentry guards hurriedly rushed back into the campsite. Bad news. Divine Lieutenant, bad news. A large number of devils have gathered in front, and they seem to be prepared to attack our camp. All my comrades who went with me have all been killed. I'm the only one who managed to escape. What? The devils are here again? Didn't we just drive them away 3 days ago? The frequency of the demon tribe's attacks seems to have increased. Li Yuquan's brows were tightly knitted, as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Commander Hu also had a worried look on his face. It looks like the news that those 2 lads told us is true. There's really a top expert from the demon tribe who's trying to advance. I heard that promoting into Sky Devil End phase requires a huge amount of blood pills. No wonder the demon tribe keeps attacking us so frequently. Damn it. The demon tribe has been eyeing our campsite since long ago. Divine Lieutenant, if this carries on, we will not be able to ward off their attacks sooner or later. Please give orders to dispatch our men to the other stronghold and ask for reinforcements. Another commander suggested. Li Yuquan had a grave look on his face. Did you think that I didn't send anyone to ask for reinforcements? I've already sent someone over a week ago, to the surrounding 3 campsites, to ask for reinforcements. But there is no response from them at all. Hearing that, the other commanders revealed a shocked look. Immediately following that, their expressions also turned grave. The 12 strongholds in the front line were 100 over miles away from each other. To a dream-profound realm practitioner, they would only need 1 day to reach the other stronghold. Even if they needed to avoid the demon tribe and had to do on a detour, that would take at most 3 to 5 days. However, more than a week had passed and there were no reinforcements at all. The greatest possibility was that the reinforcements team were likely wiped out. Looks like the Sky Devil, who was leading the demon tribe this time, is a formidable character. There's no time to talk about these now. Li Yuquan sighed, let's get all the team leaders to assemble their teams in preparation to fight against the demon tribe. When Li Yuquan's order was dispatched to Team 3, Huang Yueli was still refining armaments in her tent. But she knew that military orders were pressing, so the minute she received the news, she stopped all the work on hand and immediately rushed to the gathering point. Team 3's team members had mostly arrived. Huang Yueli gathered them and did a roll call, only to discover that there were only 40 people present. 10 people had gone missing. She waited for a moment but still didn't see the remaining 10 people. Huang Yueli frowned and was about to ask when 3 men suddenly came running over from a distance away. We're sorry. Team Leader Li, we're late. Huang Yueli gazed coldly at them. The military asked to gather urgently, and you guys dare to arrive late. On account that this is your first offense, I will let it go. Next time, I won't let you off so easily. Where are the remaining 7 people? The remaining people. The 3 of them looked shifty-eyed and kept hemming and hawing. Speak. Those who don't report what you know are considered as accomplices as well. Huang Yueli barked sharply as she frowned. The 3 soldiers were shocked by her aura and instantly shivered in fear. They didn't dare to hide the truth and could only explain, Report to team leader, the remaining few people, they have already left with Brother Zheng. Brother Zheng? You mean Jing Yichuan? Huang Yueli's brows rose. She was just finding it strange. Jing Yichuan was one of the strongest people among them, so logically, he should have come the fastest. But in the end, there was no sight of him at all. She thought to herself, this fellow actually led the others away? Why? Yes. Brother Jing says that it would be too slow to follow the team and obtain military merits. So. Huang Yueli sneered, since he is so capable, then let him be. As for you 3, return to the team. The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. True be said, the things that Jing Yichuan said were much more terrible than what they conveyed. His original words were these. That Broughtley hasn't even gone on the battlefield. Does he even know what the devils look like? Isn't listening to his command equivalent to digging our own graves? Follow me, and I'll lead you to kill the devils, earn our military merits, and I will also guarantee that the merits that you gain are much more than everyone else on the team. By then, I'll ask Commander Hu to judge who has the qualifications to be the team leader. The 3 of them struggled for a long time before choosing to return to the team. To be honest, they believed in Jing Yichuan's ability more. But they were afraid of being punished for disobeying the military order, so they didn't dare to take the risk. Huang Yueli knew what they were thinking about, and she didn't expose them. She coughed slightly and said, there's still some time before we set off. Everyone line up accordingly and come claim 1 piece of spirit armament from me. Huang Yueli distributed the newly refined spirit armaments to the soldiers. They originally didn't think much of it and assumed that the spirit armament was something that Huang Yueli had received from the supplies station. But one of the soldiers unintentionally lifted the spirit armament, thinking of trying to get accustomed to it. After 1 try, he instantly cried out in shock, This is a spirit armament. What? What? The others were shocked by his scream and looked at him. This spirit armament, why did the degree of attack increase by so much? Team Leader Li, did you distribute the wrong weapons? Just based on the power of the weapons, the cutlass in his hand had already reached the standard of a mid-grade spirit armament. This wasn't something that ordinary practitioners like them could use. In the campsite, only practitioners who were commanders and above were awarded such weapons. So this soldier's first reaction was that Huang Yueli had distributed it wrongly. Whoever knew that Huang Yueli didn't even bat an eyelid upon hearing that. She merely replied calmly, this is for you, and there's no mistake about it. It's not only you. Everyone received the same grade spirit armament. What? Is that true? The soldiers lifted the spirit armaments in their hands and waved it in mid-air, attempting to imbue their profound chi into it. Immediately following that, they started to scream out in surprise. It's true. The attack power of my spirit armament had also increased by 40%. Mine too. Heavens, this is the first time I'm holding such a high-grade spirit armament. This kind of spirit armament would cost at least a few 100,000 crystal jades in the shops, right? Thinking of this, the soldiers looked at Huang Yueli in shock. Any of these spirit armaments could be sold for a lot of money. It was something that ordinary soldiers like them could not afford even if they spent their entire lives saving money. But Huang Yueli casually distributed it to them for use. Evidently, this spirit armament couldn't possibly be claimed from the campsite supply station. but was something that Huang Yueli had been saving up. Their team leader was actually this rich. Hearing their gasps, Huang Yueli's expression remained indifferent. It's just a few pieces of ordinary spirit armaments. There's no need to be so shocked over it. As long as you listen to my orders, when we earn a huge amount of military merits, there will be plenty of advantages. All right, listen to my command. Huang Yueli gave her order and the soldiers instantly went silent. All of them were quietly listening to her, and not becoming disorderly. Although the soldiers originally weren't convinced with Huang Yueli, they weren't a bunch of fools as well. Anyone who could bring out so many spirit armaments was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps their team leader had a strong background and was something that they could not afford to offend. Everyone listened and abided to the few orders that Huang Yueli conveyed, and she nodded her head satisfactorily. She had merely refined standardized spirit armaments. Moreover, to increase its efficiency, she had done some simplifications to all the spirit armaments. The quality of these, as compared with those that she had refined in the sky gem glass chamber, was much inferior. Just using these weapons could make the soldiers listen to her, so Huang Yueli felt that this deal was very reasonable. But she also knew that just based on a few spirit armaments, it was not enough to convince these subordinates. The most important thing was to speak with her ability. Huang Yueli completed the arrangements and left the campsite with her team members. On the other hand, Xianxia led 6 of his teammates out. They were currently hiding behind the tree shade, secretly spying on Huang Yueli and the others. A soldier beside him walked over and whispered, "Brother Zheng, are we really going to leave the team and take action alone? If Team Leader Li were to pursue this issue, how are we going to explain our actions? As long as we establish military merit, are you afraid that he will blame us? Perhaps that Broughtley fellow might not return from the battlefield today. Haven't we already heard about this? That lad had never been on the battlefield, and this time, he accidentally landed in the demon tribe's control area. If we are to follow this kind of fellow, will we be able to survive? Don't you wish to earn military merits?" Xianxia said angrily. The other soldiers also spoke up in agreement, "Isn't that so? My relative is working in the supply station and he told me that Team Leader Li didn't collect a single spirit armament when he went to collect the resources yesterday. He changed everything into medicinal pills. Is he trying to kill all of us or what? Without backup spirit armaments, how are we going to fight against the demon tribe?" "That's right. He's simply taking our lives as a joke. Does he think that this is an arena tournament? If we don't have any backup spirit armaments after it is damaged, we will only be waiting to be slain by the demon tribe on the battlefield." Xianxia said, "Luckily I've already made preparations after I heard of the news. I found ways to get some backup spirit armaments. At least it's enough for the few of us. The others want to follow Li Yuehuang, then let them be. I want to see how are they going to fight against the devils, without any backup spirit armaments." Hearing that, some soldiers, who were a little hesitant initially, made up their minds. From the looks of this, it is much safer to follow Xianxia instead. Huang Yueli led the 43 people in her team and set off towards the campsite in the southeast direction. The mission that her Team 3 received was to guard one of the granaries there. Although the granary was on the rear side of the campsite, Huang Yueli's team did not need to face the demon tribe's major forces. However, she knew clearly that this was a very important mission. The demon tribe would most likely send out a team to sneak an attack on the granary. As long as they cut off their food supplies, no matter how highly Yukuan's commanding skills were, he also wouldn't be able to turn around a hopeless situation. The minute Huang Yueli reached the place, she arranged for all the soldiers to hide in various positions around the granary. As for herself, she didn't hide. Instead, she walked around to inspect the surrounding defense arrays around the granary. This is indeed the defense arrays, which are set up by the Allied Army's array masters. They are so meticulous. Huang Yueli took a brief look and realized that the defense array in God Realm was slightly different from Soaring Heaven's continent. Through the heaven and earth profound qi, it was used much more efficiently, which gave a sharp increase of the array's might. But she was still dissatisfied. She thought for a moment and took out some materials from her interspatial ring. Then she proceeded to make some modifications to the arrays. Just as she had completed the modifications and was just standing up, she heard a shuffle of hurried footsteps. Team Leader Li, the demon tribe has appeared. A soldier hurriedly called out to remind her. Huang Yueli nodded and hid behind a haystack. Everyone, wait for my order. Everyone held their breaths and held tightly to their new weapons as they waited anxiously for the devils to come closer to them. The small team of devils in the forest finally appeared. A majority of the soldiers all sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw them. Because there was a huge number of devils who came to sneak an attack on the granary. From what they could see, there were at least 100 of them. The number of the enemy was more than double of theirs. This was simply out of their expectations, because before this, the demon tribe had never sent anyone to attack their granary. This time, Li Yuquan decided to send Huang Yueli to lead Team 3 over, for precaution's sake. No one expected the demon tribe to bring so many people with them this time. Contrary to the soldiers' anxiety, Huang Yueli was extremely calm. She said sharply in a low voice, "Stay calm. Shut your mouths right now." The soldiers hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to make a single sound. But they were felt extremely frightened. There are so many devils, and we're here with a team leader who hasn't gone on the battlefield. No matter how much we think, I think we're goners for sure. The devils were even nearer to the granary by now. Haha, Lord Ruiz is right. There's indeed no one guarding this granary. Let's hurry up and move these food supplies back. There's quite a lot of food supplies here. Are we able to move it all back? If we can't finish moving it, then let's set it on fire. Alright, let's do that. The few devil soldiers were discussing this softly and were fighting to rush over. But when they were a few steps away from the haystack, a boom sound suddenly rang and explosive energy rose from under their feet. Those devil soldiers who ran in front were caught off guard, and they were sent flying from the explosion. Not only so, but more than 20 devils were also directly injured as they fell to the ground. In an instant, the demon tribe's formation was disrupted. Those human soldiers who hid behind the haystack were totally stunned. The arrays set up around the granary were mainly on defense. There wasn't any attack function at all. No one expected that when those devils triggered the arrays, it exploded and caused so many of them to be injured or killed. What's going on? When the human soldiers recalled the earlier scenario, they turned to look at Huang Yueli in fascination. Surely not? Could it be that Team Leader Li had done something? But how did he manage to set up the array? That profound skill requires a high level of mental power and innate talent. While everyone was in a daze, Huang Yueli pulled out a dagger from her waist. Don't stay in a daze. Charge and kill the enemy. If you miss this chance and can't earn any military merits, don't blame me for it. Yes. The soldiers suddenly woke up from their stupor and all of them drew out their weapons and charged at the devils. The demon tribe had the advantage in terms of numbers, but during the sudden attack earlier, dozens of devil soldiers exploded right on the spot and more than 20 of them were injured. Those remaining devil soldiers who were not injured were shocked by this sudden turn of events and had not come back to their senses. Some of the timid ones had already turned around to flee. Morale was the most important thing when two armies went into a battle. The human soldiers saw the demon tribe taking such a big disadvantage and their fighting spirit instantly ignited. All of them shouted and chased after the devils. Stand there. Don't run. How dare you sneak an attack on our granary? Pay with your lives. With a whoosh, the human soldiers who ran the fastest brandished their broadsword and slashed at the devils. The devils were not to be outdone and immediately counterattacked. Both parties' weapons clashed and a loud crack was heard. Several cracks appeared on the devil soldier's cutlass after just one clash. Moreover, those cracks were continuing to spread towards the sides. It only took a few breaths when it shattered into several parts in front of everyone's shocked gazes. This scene was just too abrupt. No matter if it was the devils or humans, none of them could respond in time at all. All of them looked dully at the broken devil soldier's cutlass. It wasn't uncommon for the enemy swords to be damaged by the other party. But this was just one clash, and it shattered like this. Why are you still in a daze? The devils are about to run away. Get every single one of them and don't let any of them escape. We must annihilate all of them. Huang Yueli's cold and clear voice sounded behind them. The human soldiers came to their senses and hurriedly gave chase. The two-party soldiers fought fiercely at close quarters. Team 3's human soldiers quickly discovered that the damage on the devil soldiers' weapons was not just a coincidence. The reason was because of the extremely solid spirit armament in their hands. On the surface, the batch of weapons that Huang Yueli had given them might seem like ordinary standardized weapons. But after using it, they realized that these weapons' attack power was much higher by 20% if they were to compare it with other lower-grade spirit armaments. Moreover, it was extremely hard. When the same grade spirit armaments clashed, it would only take 2 or 3 strikes to make the other weapon fall apart completely. With such a powerful spirit armament supporting them, each human soldier's battle power had a significant increase. The devil soldiers couldn't hold them back and suffered defeat after defeat. One by one, they fell to the ground. This time, the human soldiers excitedly chased after the devils. Wonderful, it's simply wonderful. This is the first time I'm chasing after the demon tribe on the battlefield. These devil soldiers aren't our match at all. That's right. The spirit armaments that Team Leader League gave us is simply amazing. Did you see how shocked those devils were? Ha ha ha, I've already gotten 3 pieces of devil stones. I can exchange them for more than 100 military merits. What? You've already got 3? I only have 2. No way, that devil is mine. You're not allowed to snatch him from me. The human soldiers were ferocious and aggressive, as they chased and encircled the devil soldiers, leaving them no place to run. In the eyes of the human soldiers, those devil soldiers weren't the enemy on the battlefield. They were moving military merits. Team 3's soldiers were unstoppable and had already driven those devils back into the forest. But just at this moment, a series of miserable cries were heard coming from the forest. A few human soldiers covered in blood fell from the back of a big tree. The soldiers had a shock and subconsciously stopped. What's going on? Don't these soldiers have no way to fight back anymore? How did you guys get injured? The injured soldiers trembled as they pointed to the back of a big tree. Stammering, they said, there's an earth. Before they could finish their sentence, a tall figure jumped out from the depths of the forest. It's a powerful earth devil. When he appeared, he showed a sinister and vicious smile. Ho ho, humans are indeed devious creatures. You actually set up an ambush at the granary. But just based on you, lowly things, I can crush all of you with one hand. Just wait to be turned into blood pills. Ha 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 ha. The Earth Devil sneered maliciously as he walked nearer to them. The human soldiers showed terrified expressions, and all of them started to retreat. Earth Devil, this devil team actually has an Earth Devil. Oh no, oh no. Brother Xing isn't here. None of us is this Earth Devil's match. Could it be that we are destined to die here, the granary, we can't protect it? The human soldiers were stunned and some of them even turned around and planned to escape. The devil soldiers' morale increased dramatically. They started to turn things around and chased right after the humans. All of the human soldiers were devastated because they felt that they were going to die here today. In the past, their previous team leader's ability wasn't too bad, and he could kill a few Earth Devils. But now, after he died in battle, Team 3's only Dream Profound Realm practitioner was Xingyichuan. Now that Xingyichuan wasn't in the team, the other practitioners' abilities were all under the 10th stage realm. Moreover, even if it was Xingyichuan, he couldn't kill an Earth Devil as well. The only thing they could do to survive now was to escape back to the granary and use the defense arrays to ward off the devils for some time. When the other teams passed by, they would be saved. Everyone had the same thinking in mind and fought to run back towards the granary. At this moment, Huang Yueli sat on the haystack as she was twirling a rice straw while feeling bored. Earlier, the allied armies were on the advantage. But she had no intention to charge and kill those devils. These were just ordinary devil soldiers. Moreover, a large majority of them were low-level devil soldiers. They weren't worth many military merits at all. Since this amount of military merit was not of any use to her, she might as well give the chance to those ordinary soldiers. Just as Huang Yueli was waiting heedlessly, she suddenly heard bursts of shocked cries coming from the forest. Immediately following that, those human soldiers whose morale ran high earlier actually came running back in a disheveled state. Huang Yueli frowned slightly. What's going on? Could there be trouble? The soldiers saw Huang Yueli on the haystack from afar and started shouting. Team leader, quickly run. There's an Earth Devil on the demon tribe side. We're done for. We're not his match at all. Help! Huang Yueli looked closely and indeed saw a tall Earth Devil brandishing two broad axes in his hands, chasing right after those human soldiers. From his fierce and sinister look, it seemed that his ability wasn't weak at all. He was probably at the realm of Earth Devil mid-phase. Huang Yueli's figure flickered as she jumped down from the haystack. You guys are so useless. It's just an Earth Devil, is it worth making such a huge commotion? Everyone, hurry up and enter the granary. After she said that, she charged right towards the Earth Devil. The human soldiers didn't expect Huang Yueli to do that. Instead of leading them to escape, she ran right towards the Earth Devil. Her operation left everyone stunned. Team Leader Li, what is he trying to do? Team Leader Li, quickly come back. The disparity between our abilities is too huge. Rushing over like that is akin to digging your own grave. Some slightly experienced soldiers even started to analyze the situation. It's our bad luck to meet with an Earth Devil. But if we activate the array and guard the granary with our lives, there's still hope for us to complete this mission by the time reinforcements arrive. However, Huang Yueli wasn't listening to them at all. She worked up her agility dance steps and her movements were extremely fast. It only took an instant for her to reach the Earth Devil. The Earth Devil raised his broad axes and was about to hit a young human's head. The human soldier cried out in terror, but it was already too late to escape. Just as he shut his eyes to wait for death, a burst of flame suddenly shot out from his back, hitting precisely on the Earth Devil's broad axe. Boom! Sparks splattered. The Earth Devil sensed a huge impact coming from his weapon, which made his arm feel numb and almost lost his grip on the broad axes. He had a rude shock and retreated several steps. Who is that? Huang Yueli quickly grabbed the human soldier's collar and threw him in the granary's direction. Following that, she stepped forward several steps and walked in front of the Earth Devil. Why would you bother about who I am? You only need to know that today will be the day that you will die. The human soldiers had already hidden into the granary and activated the defense array. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. But everyone pricked up their ears as their eyes widened while looking in Huang Yueli's direction. Naturally, all of them heard what Huang Yueli said. For a moment in time, all the human practitioners' jaws almost dropped on the ground. Has our new team leader gone crazy? How does he even dare to say that to an Earth Devil? Even Jingyichuan doesn't dare to fight one-to-one with an Earth Devil. His ability was weaker than Jingyichuan's. Facing off alone would surely result in a defeat. But he even said such provocative things. Does he feel that dying so quickly isn't enough? As expected, when the Earth Devil heard that, he was thoroughly enraged. Damn human, what did you say? Just your petite little body and you want to kill me? I think you must be tired of living. I must capture you and refine you into a blood pill. The Earth Devil hooted and raised the broad axes in his hands, striking towards Huang Yueli's head. His thick legs stepped firmly on the ground and gave off vibrating sounds, which were astonishingly imposing. All the human soldiers sucked in a breath of cold air. The Earth Devil in front of them was much stronger than those they had met in the past. However, Huang Yueli was still rooted to the ground. It seemed as though she was completely shocked and unable to respond at all. Our new team leader is a goner for sure. Some of them even covered their eyes, not daring to continue looking. But the next scene was totally out of everyone's expectations. Just as the broad axe's sharp blade was 3 inches away from Huang Yueli's head, she turned her shoulder slightly and shifted a little to the side. The wind from the broad axe grazed past her shoulder, but it didn't even cut her clothes at all. Immediately following that, Huang Yueli moved lightly. It looked as though she only moved slightly, but she easily shifted to the back of the Earth Devil. Her wrist flipped and a small but sharp dagger appeared in her palm. A cold glint flashed. Before the Earth Devil's sinister sneer disappeared, he immediately roared out in misery. His entire body trembled vigorously. Damn it! Human, come out. I'm going to kill you. The Earth Devil turned around abruptly and brandished his broad axes. The broad axes danced across the sky, giving off bursts of air-splitting sounds. That made the practitioners who were looking at them feel their blood turning cold. The Earth Devil's strength was so powerful and the broad axes were so heavy. As long as one was hit by it, that person would either end up dead or injured. However, no matter how hard the Earth Devil attacked, Huang Yueli was like a lively little bird. She kept hopping to his side, as though she was dancing without any fear or fluster. As for those 2 broad axes, none of it managed to hit her at all. On the contrary, the little dagger in her hand stabbed the Earth Devil's body again and again. Very soon, his blood was spurting out. After a quarter of an hour later, the Earth Devil was losing more and more blood and his consciousness slowly turned hazy. He was also becoming lethargic. In the end, he couldn't control his own body and fell flat on the ground, motionless. Huang Yueli took a look at the Earth Devil's corpse. Phew. I'm so tired. The Earth Devil's defense power is very strong. Just relying on my profound skill, instead of using mechanisms to support, to kill an Earth Devil is really not easy, Huang Yueli mumbled to herself silently, reflecting on her carelessness. There were many different races among the demon tribes, and each race's innate talent were different. Some were better in attacks while others were proficient in speed. The one she encountered today was a race that was outstanding in defense. So killing him, as compared with the other Earth Devils that she had met previously, took slightly more effort. If she had known that it was so troublesome, she should have done some preparations before rushing up. Huang Yueli dug out the Devil Stone from the Earth Devil's eyebrows and kept her dagger before walking back. There were several ordinary Devil soldiers around, but none of them dared to exact revenge for their fallen leader. In reality, just meeting Huang Yueli's gaze made those devils turn cold. They exchanged gazes, and without any hesitation, turned around to run away. Hey, don't run. Huang Yueli raised her hand and threw a few flying daggers, stabbing one of them to death. But when those devil soldiers escaped, they split up into different directions. So she couldn't possibly chase after all of them. Moreover, seeing her killing one devil immediately when she struck, those devil soldiers weren't fools. So they ran with all their might, wishing that they had an extra pair of legs so that they could run even faster. Huang Yueli's lips tugged, as she stared at those human soldiers who were still in a daze. Why are all of you still in a daze? Where are you guys? Aren't you going to chase after them? Those are all military merits. Those are all military merits. Hearing that sentence, the human soldiers instantly jumped up and ran out from the haystacks at the granary. They raised their weapons and chased after the devil soldiers. Huang Yueli shook her head speechlessly. These soldiers are too timid. Moreover, the cultivation methods they train are a little too lousy. They need to spend so much effort to kill same-level devil soldiers. Looks like I have to train them properly. Just as she was silently pondering over this, the human soldiers had annihilated most of the devils. They returned to the granary and crowded around Huang Yueli. Then they studied her carefully, as their eyes were filled with worship. Team Leader Li, you're so incredible. That is an Earth Devil. Moreover, he's already nearing the stage of Earth Devil mid-phase. Yet he's not even your match. Yes, that's right. Team Leader Li, your cultivation should at least be in Dream Profound Realm end phase, right? Or have you already advanced into Heart Profound Realm? A person of your ability taking up the position as our team leader is a waste of your talents. We were wrong for being disrespectful towards you in the past. Please be magnanimous and don't take offense against us. The human soldiers' attitudes towards Huang Yueli were totally different right now. From the start, they might seem as though they were obeying Huang Yueli's orders. But everyone despised the team leader who popped out from nowhere. But now, after witnessing Huang Yueli's true power, who would still dare to despise her? Moreover, after careful deliberation, Huang Yueli was rather good to them. Before the battle, she distributed a piece of high-quality spirit armament to each of them. After she killed the Earth Devil, she didn't fight with them over the military merit. She left the remaining ordinary devil soldiers to each of them. This time, each soldier had obtained at least 2 devil stones. This was considered as an abundant reward. There were so many advantages to following Huang Yueli. So Team 3 soldiers were all convinced by her. Huang Yueli swept them a glance and said indifferently, I've already said this long ago. As long as you listen to me, you will get your well-deserved military merits. Even if you are disrespectful towards me behind my back, I can't be bothered about it as well. But whoever dares to escape when they meet a strong opponent in the future, don't blame me for being tough on you. Let me put this straight. Those who defect will be punishable by the death penalty according to military regulations. When they met the Earth Devil earlier, if the human soldiers could line up into a standard formation to fight against the Earth Devil's attack together, they might not be able to kill the Earth Devil. But they would be able to fight against him for a long time. But these human soldiers chose to turn around and escape. If Huang Yueli wasn't here, they would not be able to defend the granary. Those soldiers under her were so undisciplined that she couldn't stand it. Hearing what Huang Yueli said, the soldiers broke out in cold sweat as they hung their heads in shame, not daring to meet her gaze. Huang Yueli knew that just giving them a few warnings wasn't enough to scare them. But she wasn't in a hurry. She thought about it and said, now, those devil soldiers which attacked the granary have been killed by us. None of them managed to escape to leak out the news. Looks like the granary should be safe. Following this, we'll leave 5 people here to be responsible for activating the defense array. The rest of you will come with me. I'll lead you to earn military merits. Hearing that, Team 3 soldiers were invigorated. As human practitioners, risking their lives on the battlefield was a way to train their profound skills. Besides that, the most important objective was to earn more military merits. Military merits not only could be used to exchange for stronger cultivation methods and profound skills and high-tiered medicinal pills or spirit armaments. More importantly, it was a reflection of one's status. Who wouldn't wish to kill more devils on the battlefield? But the demon tribe was not so easy to provoke. Their battle power was much higher than same-leveled human practitioners. So it wasn't easy for ordinary soldiers to earn military merits at all. Especially during these times when the demon tribe attacks them in full force, it would be great if they could return to the campsite alive. To the majority of them, anyone who hopes to kill a few more devils was simply daydreaming. But now, when Huang Yueli said that, it made Team 3's members see some hope. Everyone had just witnessed how powerful Huang Yueli was. With such a powerful practitioner leading the team, they might be able to kill some devil soldiers who had deviated from their teams. Thinking of this, the human soldiers raised their voices and said in unison, "Team leader, please give your orders." Huang Yueli casually pointed at 5 people and asked them to stay in the granary. After that, she led the remaining soldiers into the forest as those 5 people sent them off in an extremely begrudged look. If it was usual times, Huang Yueli would naturally not be able to compare with Xianxia to look for someone. But at this important moment, where both armies were having a crossfire, then searching for the enemy would be much simpler. If we take a detour from here, we will reach the allied armies and demon tribe's main forces in just around 3 to 4 miles away. If the demon tribe has a team transporting resources or acting as sentry guards, the best hiding spot should be. Huang Yueli observed the surroundings as she slowly calculated. During this kind of moment, everything the devil soldiers did was to aid in the victory on the battlefield. So, there were just these few hiding spots where they could be. Huang Yueli quickly deduced one position. Lifting her hand slightly, she indicated for the soldiers behind her to follow her closely. A team of them approached the depths of the forest sneakily. As expected, they saw a group of over 20 devil soldiers from a distance away, who were transporting carts of resources in the forest. From their numbers, the number of Huang Yueli's team was even greater. But there were 2 earth devils in that group of devil soldiers. Originally, Huang Yueli's soldiers were already prepared to attack. But when they saw the 2 earth devils, they instantly cowered. Team leader, this group of devils is too difficult to deal with. Furthermore, there are 2 earth devils. We'd better retreat. Someone spoke out weakly. That's right. Team leader, we'd better search around again to see if there are any other devils. We also want to earn military merits, but this. The human soldiers all started to turn tail. No matter what, we must be alive to spend the military merits that we earn. No one wants to be killed just to earn a few more military merits. Huang Yueli shot a cold glance at them and sneered coldly, "What did I say earlier? You're as timid as a mouse, are you even fit to be an officer? Stop talking nonsense. Everyone, follow me and charge." Due to Huang Yueli's astonishing performance at the granary earlier, she managed to establish enough prestige among the human practitioners. So when they saw her charging over, the soldiers merely hesitated for a short while, and chose to charge with her. Seeing Huang Yueli's confident look, they wondered, is his ability stronger than what we thought? Can he deal with 2 earth devils alone? This sort of matter might sound ridiculous. But every single thing that Huang Yueli did today was out of everyone's expectations. So many of them subconsciously felt that she might have the ability to do so. In this manner, the human soldiers quickly rushed to the front of the devils. Alert! Alert! Humans have appeared. The demon tribe's senses were extremely acute. They instantly discovered Team 3's practitioners and started to raise their weapons. But when they saw who those people were, they heaved a sigh of relief. Some devils even burst out into laughter. Aren't these humans comical? Are they trying to sneak an attack on us, with these soldiers, with such weak cultivations? Aren't they digging their own graves? Ha 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 ha, it's too funny. But they came just in time. I was still worrying that we won't be able to establish any merits from transporting these items. Quick, let's deal with those silly human practitioners. We can offer their blood essence to Lord Rui's. One of the Earth Devils guffawed. That's right. Guys, attack. The other Earth Devil gave his order. The devils were just waiting for this sentence as they immediately rushed forward while shouting. However, when both parties crossed hands, the devil soldiers realized that something was wrong. These human practitioners looked as though their cultivations were not high, but their attack power was astonishingly strong. The devils had not expected Team 3's practitioners to be holding the standardized spirit armament that Huang Yueli personally refined. On the surface, it looked very normal. But it could drastically raise the practitioner's battle power. The devil soldiers' inferior weapons couldn't be compared with those spirit armaments at all. Due to the weapons that the human soldiers were holding, their attacks were unstoppable. The demon tribe was pushed back under the strong force. Some of them even died on the spot. The two Earth Devils originally were looking listlessly by the side, as they couldn't be bothered to lend a helping hand. But on seeing this scenario, they couldn't sit back any longer. Damn humans, why are they so powerful today? Looks like I have to personally show you some colors today. The Earth Devils drew their weapons and charged into the chaotic crowd. The human soldiers shivered and hastily retreated. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli's athletic figure scuttered out from a corner. The long sword in her hand was already unsheathed, as she pointed straight at the Earth Devils. Seeing that, the human soldiers secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily we have Team Leader Li here. Having a top exponent here is a blessing. Team Leader Li will definitely be able to hold off those Earth Devils. Unfortunately, the human soldiers' beautiful wishes did not materialize. Just as their morale rose once again and was about to chase after those devil soldiers who were escaping, a burst of demonic chi suddenly shot towards the group. What's going on? Heavens! It's an Earth Devil. Team Leader Li only managed to hold one Earth Devil off. Another one is heading towards our side. Hearing this news, the human soldiers' faces flushed white as they were filled with terror. Their team leader didn't manage to hold both Earth Devils off. Now, the Earth Devil that was charging at their team would chop all the neighboring practitioners into minced meat, whereas Huang Yueli was tied up with handling the other Earth Devil. Apparently, she would not be able to save them. What should they do? Escape, or brace themselves to fight? This question popped up on everyone's minds. Although everyone knew that defecting from a battle was an extremely embarrassing thing. But no one would possibly not cherish their lives. The amount of time left for the group to make the decision was very short. It would merely take 4 to 5 seconds before the Earth Devils came to a few hundred meters away from the practitioners. 3 practitioners swiftly decided to save their own lives. They turned around and ran towards the forest. Seeing that someone taking the lead to escape, the remaining people also began to stir. However, before they could take action, 3 flashes of light slid past the sky. Pft! 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 3 continuous dull sounds were heard. Before the group realized what was happening, the leader of the trip who escapes slipped and fell heavily on the ground. A thin but sharp dagger was stabbed into their backs, as blood started to seep onto their clothes. For a moment in time, all the practitioners were stunned. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli's icy cold voice rang. I've already warned everyone earlier. Those who get cold feet and run away during a battle will be punished according to the Allied Army's military regulations, which is the death penalty. I've already given you guys one chance. There will not be a second chance. Hearing that, the human soldiers trembled with fright. It was true that Huang Yueli had forewarned everyone earlier. All of them heard her loud and clear. But no one expected that it was not just a threat. She would take action to kill those people who defect. This swift and decisive method stunned every team member. No one dared to turn around and escape at this point. In reality, it was already too late for them to escape. The Earth Devils who attacked them might be big-sized and heavy, and their speed wasn't as swift as human practitioners. But such a long delay, they had already run to the center of the human soldiers. No matter if the remaining soldiers were coerced to stay because of Huang Yueli's threat, or if they wanted to protect their honor as a military officer, the result was still the same. They only had one choice, so they raised their weapons and tried their best to fight against the Earth Devil's attacks. Indeed, even if it was the powerful Earth Devil, they couldn't withstand the joint siege of more than 30 men. So as long as everyone was united, they would definitely be able to defeat the Earth Devils in the end. But during this process, a large number of humans will be sacrificed. Moreover, no one knew if the person who died would be themselves. But those who stayed behind were prepared to die. Just at this moment, a familiar voice was heard from the human soldiers' backs. Aerial bird formation. Quickly, don't stay in a daze. Everyone, form into the aerial bird formation. Hearing Huang Yueli's cold voice, everyone was rather surprised. But under such an urgent situation, no one had the time to think too much and subconsciously obeyed her command. The aerial bird formation was one of the 7 basic formations formulated by the Allied armies. It was one of the basic training programs soldiers had to train every day. Not only did every practitioner need to master this basic formation, but they also had to familiarize themselves with more than 10 different variations. To the human soldiers, that had practically become their basic instinct. Hearing Huang Yueli's command, the practitioners swiftly adjusted their position and trapped the Earth Devil in the center with the aerial bird formation. The Earth Devil originally thought those humans would escape. They didn't expect those people to surround them instead. He was stunned for a moment. But following that, he gave an ear-piercing sinister laugh. They're people who would offer to die? This really saves my effort. He grabbed the cutlass in his hand and struck it out horizontally. Aerial bird formation, 3rd variation. The first row, defend. Huang Yueli's voice rang once again. All the practitioners instinctively followed her instructions. Crash, 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 crash. Continuous loud noises were heard. The Earth Devil's cutlass struck the human soldier's sword and swept across several men. These human soldiers who were in the front row had no other choice but to clench their teeth and raise their swords to defend. But whoever knew, after the ear-piercing noises and huge burst of impact, the expected pain did not appear. Other than their arms being a little numb, they were unharmed. The soldiers subconsciously looked at the weapons that they were holding and went into a slight daze. What's going on? The Earth Devil's strength was far stronger than the ordinary soldiers, and it wasn't something that they could withstand. If this happened in the past, they would have fallen long ago, sustaining heavy injuries and throwing up blood. Before they could sort things out, the Earth Devil's second strike came crashing down on them. Huang Yueli commanded once again, don't be in a daze, continue to defend. The first row, back down. The second row, take over. The soldiers had no time to hesitate and took action according to Huang Yueli's command. The Earth Devil's second strike was blocked again. Following that was the third and the fourth. After many rounds of attack, the human soldiers finally came back to their senses. It was not a coincidence that they could ward off the Earth Devil's attack. It was because they listened to Huang Yueli's command and executed the different variations of the aerial bird formation. This new recognition made every soldier feel incomparably stunned. It was because every one of them had learned the aerial bird formation, and they knew that it was an important formation to raise the army's battle power in large-scale battles. But not one of them had ever thought that these formations could be used in small-scale battles as well. Furthermore, it allowed young practitioners like them, whose cultivations were only in the 7th or 8th stage realm, to ward off an Earth Devil's attack easily. Wasn't this a little too miraculous? Initially, those human soldiers weren't very familiar with the change in variations. Someone would make a mistake or couldn't keep up with Huang Yueli's command. But as the battle progressed, their tacit cooperation was becoming smoother and smoother. The speed in changing variations was becoming faster and faster. Some soldiers with slightly higher power of comprehension had already carved out some internal pattern. Before Huang Yueli gave her command, they automatically shifted the formation. Huang Yueli saw that and was pretty satisfied with their performance. She silently remembered those few soldiers. The human soldiers' coordination was going smoothly and easily. In comparison, the Earth Devil that was surrounded by them was becoming more and more irritable. He originally thought these human soldiers who were not even in Dream Profound realm couldn't take more than 2 of his strikes. It wouldn't take more than 5 minutes for him to chop all of them into pieces. But whoever knew that the truth was very different from what he thought. The human soldiers trapped him in the center with their formation, and he fought hard for a very long time. Not only did he not manage to kill any human, they even trapped him within tightly. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Damn humans! It's time to show you my power. All of you, die. The Earth Devil growled as his face flushed a deep shade of red. His body shape was originally expanded. But in an instant, he grew even taller by a huge notch, and his muscles bulged outwards. At the same time, his demonic chi was unleashed, as strands of black smoke encircled his body. Even if he didn't make a move, one could tell that he had increased a lot more energy. The aura that he gave out had become exceptionally dangerous. The human soldiers all trembled with fright when they saw him. Huang Yueli had issued a warning and they didn't dare to escape. But facing such a dangerous opponent, everyone couldn't help but turn into cowards. Calm down a little. Isn't he just an Earth Devil? What's there to be afraid of? Huang Yueli's voice was still so cold and undulated, no different from before. But after they witnessed her astonishing power several times today, her voice was like the sound of nature to them. Hearing her calm tone, the terrified soldiers instantly calmed down as well. Those people who assumed that they couldn't block off the Earth Devil's attack just realized that their potential was so great under Huang Yueli's command. Now, perhaps, they might be able to create another miracle. At this moment, the Earth Devil had already accumulated enough power. He lifted his broadsword and slashed it down at the human soldiers again. Before this move even hit anyone, it was already filled with the sinister and evil demonic chi, which attacked the soldiers' soul traces. Huang Yueli unhurriedly gave her next command. Next, change to the hair escape formation. The human soldiers had already formed a tacit understanding, and the speed in the change of formation was much faster than before. It merely took a couple of seconds, and they had also lined up into the new formation. Attack mode, 4th variation. The Earth Devil's attack was already right in front of everyone, and at this moment, their first reaction was to defend. Under such a powerful attack, even if they defended fully, they might not be able to save themselves. But now, Huang Yueli ordered them to give up on defense and attack fully? Is he intentionally fooling with us? The human soldiers were apprehensive and nervous, but their bodies subconsciously obeyed her commands. The soldiers' attacks were gathered through the formation, forming a tremendous amount of profound energy. This burst of profound energy crashed against the Earth Devil's demonic chi. After a near-piercing explosion, the human soldiers couldn't balance themselves and started to retreat. After they managed to steady their footing, they took a look to discover that the Earth Devil had also been pushed back. Moreover, there was a 2-foot-long injury on the Earth Devil's chest. It seemed to be a deep cut as blood kept spurting out. We actually managed to injure the Earth Devil? I'm not dreaming, am I? The human soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. In the past, all that happened was to be chased by the Earth Devils. Even if they had more people on their side, their moves would often be scattered and there was no way to attack effectively. In the end, they would be crushed by the powerful demon tribe. But this time, the result was totally different. They saw how powerful this Earth Devil was with their own eyes. But now, this Earth Devil had been injured by them and was about to fall to the ground. The disparity made them unable to accept this momentarily. Huang Yueli saw their reaction and raised her brows. Then she said, "Don't stop, continue to attack." The third row, prepare to change with the front. When the human soldiers heard Huang Yueli's voice, they instantly reacted and continued to attack the Earth Devil. The Earth Devil was struck heavily again and his injuries were becoming more and more serious. Although he kept struggling unwillingly, the Earth Devil fell to the ground and succumbed to his injuries in the end. Boom! Following the Earth Devil's heavy crash, the forest instantly went silent. But immediately after, the human soldiers couldn't help but cheer jubilantly. Heavens, we did it! We really managed to kill an Earth Devil. Not only did we kill an Earth Devil, but none of us were also injured at all. I simply can't believe that this is true. The crowd was deeply moved, but moments later, they quickly recalled that they were able to achieve today's breakthrough because of their team leader, Huang Yueli. If it wasn't for her who coerced them to face the enemy, and if it wasn't for her splendid commands, all these would never have materialized. Everyone turned around almost at the same time and looked at the place where Huang Yueli was. The current Huang Yueli was leaning against a tall tree, watching them silently with her lips curled upwards. By her feet was an Earth Devil's corpse. Other than that, several devil soldiers lay lifelessly disorderly in the forest. The human soldiers then recalled that other than the 2 Earth Devils who were fighting them, there were also more than 20 ordinary devil soldiers. But ever since they went into a formation to surround that Earth Devil, those devil soldiers seemed to have vanished into thin air. They did not attack or harass them at all. Earlier the situation was pressing and everyone's senses were stretched taut. None of them had the time to notice this abnormality. Now that they were able to relax, they just realized that the reason for those devil soldiers to not appear was because they had been warded off by Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli seemed as though she let an Earth Devil go, ignoring their fate. But actually, she was blocking off all the other pressure alone, giving Team 3 soldiers a chance to cooperate and kill the Earth Devil. Their defense and attack were actually under the protective gaze of Huang Yueli's. She had put in so much effort just to make them realize that this team's real ability was far greater than what they had imagined. The result was exactly as she expected. These human soldiers might not have very high battle power if they were to fight alone. But if they unify their strength, they were able to display powerful abilities. The soldiers slowly realized this point and they were emotionally moved. This was the first time they deeply felt what great power would they derive from a team's unity. Long live, Team Leader Li! Long live Team Leader Li! Team Leader Li, we will follow you for life. If you ask us to go to the east, we will never go to the west. That's right, Team Leader Li, whatever instruction you have for us, just command us, and we will do it accordingly. Earlier when Huang Yueli killed the Earth Devil, it merely made these practitioners convinced of her ability. But now, she could command them to use their power to defeat enemies who were even more powerful than themselves. This raised her prestige among those human soldiers. Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards and said softly, "All right, I understand everyone's intentions. But we're now in the forest where the demon tribe hides. Can everyone lower your volumes? If we were to alert them, how are we going to claim our military merits?" Hearing that, everyone almost shut their mouths instantly. The forest became extremely silent. Now, who would doubt that Huang Yueli lacked the ability to lead them to win the military merits? Everyone stared at Huang Yueli, waiting for her to lead the way. She smiled and said, "Gather the devil stones first." The soldiers scrambled to dig out the devil stones. But none of them placed it into their pockets. Instead, they handed it over to Huang Yueli. Her brows rose, but she didn't reject it. "I'll temporarily keep these devil's stones first. This earth devil was killed by you guys, so the military merits definitely belong to all of you. When Divine Lieutenant tallies the military merits, I will distribute it equally among each of you. Also, those people who stayed back at the granary will get a share." Huang Yueli did not forget those people who stayed behind. Although they didn't directly contribute to killing the Earth Devil, it was because of them protecting and maintaining the defense array's normal operation that the others could have a chance to hunt the devils and earn military merits. By doing this, she had considered every single person's contribution and did not let anyone be disadvantaged. Only in this way would the soldiers under her trust her even more. They would unconditionally accept every single command she gave, and not haggle over their personal gain or loss. As expected, hearing what Huang Yueli said, none of the soldiers expressed any objections. On the contrary, they even showed an elated expression which seemed to show that they had followed the correct person. With a fair team leader like Huang Yueli, every soldier was filled with joy. It seemed that they would never have to worry about not gaining any military merit in the future. After Huang Yueli kept the devil stones away, she led these practitioners towards the next possible location where the demon tribe might appear. The human soldiers followed Huang Yueli confidently. Before long, they heard a commotion inside the forest in front of them. Under Huang Yueli's signal, the soldiers scattered and hid behind the trees to observe the situation secretly. The person in front looks like Xianxia? One of the soldiers gave a low shriek. Huang Yueli's brows creased slightly. Xianxia? As Team 3's member, Xianxia ignored the military order. Not only did he not gather at the meeting point on time, he even urged several team members to act unilaterally. Facing this kind of troublemaker, Huang Yueli didn't want to care about him. She was thinking of how to punish him severely after they returned. But she didn't expect to meet this fellow halfway. Huang Yueli raised her head and looked straight, only to discover that her vision had been blocked by a huge tree. She could only nudge forward, found another hiding spot, and looked forward again. On a small piece of vacant land in the forest, Xianxia and a few human soldiers were fleeing in a fluster. Right behind them was a group of devil soldiers, brandishing their broadswords, pursuing them relentlessly. "Damn humans, stop right there. Run? Still trying to run? Do you think that the few of you can escape? Stay still and prepare to die." The devil soldiers shouted arrogantly and aggressively, totally looking down on Xianxia and the others. Whereas for Xianxia and his group, they seemed as though they were scared out of their wits. They were practically scuttering around everywhere in terror. Huang Yueli was just finding it strange when she heard a soldier beside her shouting out in surprise, "Ah! Team leader, take a look. There's an earth devil is chasing after them." Two earth devils trudged in an unhurried pace from the depths of the forest. They didn't chase after the enemy like the rest of the ordinary soldiers. Instead, they were several steps behind. That was why Huang Yueli didn't see them earlier. Looks like Xianxia and the others are in big trouble. No wonder they're in such a sorry state. Huang Yueli thought meaningfully at them but showed no intention of saving them. Xianxia and the others didn't come forward to gather. So according to military regulations, the punishment was also the death penalty. Not going forward to kill them was already a huge part of her self-restraint. Were they expecting her to save them? She wasn't this kind of goody two-shoes. However, Huang Yueli might not care about Xianxia and the others' life and death, but that didn't mean that she didn't care about the soldiers under her. Xianxia might be a recalcitrant person, but he was extremely loyal. He saved many Team 3 practitioners' lives before this. Now, seeing that he was in grave danger, these people couldn't sit still. All of them wanted to head up and save him. But without Huang Yueli's command, they didn't dare to act rashly. All of them shot an appealing gaze at Huang Yueli. Some practitioners slightly nearer to Huang Yueli even pleaded softly, "Team leader, will you please think of a way to save Brother Zheng?" Yes, team leader, Brother Zheng must have been confused for a moment. He's actually a very good soldier. Please, save him. He definitely knows that he was wrong, team leader. Huang Yueli was originally very indifferent and she didn't care what the others said. But with so many of them talking, her brows started to crease slightly. Everyone had a friend or two, so someone pleading for Xianxia wasn't surprising at all. But so many of them pleading for him made her relatively surprised. One's character could be seen from this. Could it be that this Xianxia's usual performance was not bad? Just as Huang Yueli was pondering over this, a few soldiers who were on best terms with Xianxia got overly agitated and absent-mindedly walked forward, exposing themselves. Although they immediately hid behind the tree again, from Xianxia's shocked expression, he had already discovered their presence. Xianxia's sight shifted between those few big trees where Team 3's members hid. Huang Yueli frowned slightly, but at the same time, made preparations to attack the demon tribe. Since Xianxia discovered their teammates, he would surely ask them for help. Although she didn't want to save them, if Xianxia were to run towards them, the demon tribe would definitely follow suit. To save their skins, she had no other choice but to attack those devils. Everyone, prepare. Huang Yueli gave her order in a low voice. But before she could finish her sentence, Xianxia turned and ran in the other direction. This time, what he did was totally out of everyone's expectations. Those human soldiers who gripped their weapons tightly were all stunned as they stood rooted to the ground. What is Brother Zheng doing? That's right. He obviously saw us earlier. Why did he run away? Could it be that he has bad eyesight and didn't manage to recognize us? The human soldiers were dazed, but Huang Yueli was well aware of his intentions. This is interesting. Huang Yueli's lips curled into a smile. This Xianxia is true as what you guys described. He's indeed very chivalrous. He ran in the opposite direction to make the devil soldiers follow him, because he's afraid that he would implicate us. Everyone was stunned. Huh? Why did this happen? We can deal with this group of devils, isn't it? Why does he need to do this? Huang Yueli swept a glance at the person who spoke up. In the group that is pursuing Xianxia, there are 2 earth devils. He's not aware that we are capable of killing 2 earth devils simultaneously, right? The soldiers were then enlightened. Oh, so this is why. Not too long ago, they had experienced it for themselves. Even they didn't believe that they could kill an earth devil. It was exactly because they killed an earth devil, which was why everyone subconsciously felt that Xianxia didn't need to escape at all. Instead, they had forgotten about the fact that Xianxia's understanding of them was still stuck in the past. From his point of view, even if he sought help from Team 3, they wouldn't be able to kill all the pursuers. Instead of dragging the others down, it was better for him to handle everything on his own instead. After all, he was the one who invited these devils in the first place. This fellow indeed has a good personality. Based on the decision that he just made, he's worthy of me saving him. Huang Yueli had a slightly good impression of Xianxia and immediately came up with a decision. Everyone get prepared. Let's go save them right now. That's wonderful. The soldiers cheered and prepared to dash out from the trees. Huang Yueli hurriedly called out to them, "Wait, what's the hurry? This time, these devils are totally not prepared. This is a great chance." The crowd was stunned. Team leader, why can't we understand what you're saying? What great chance are you talking about? Huang Yueli's lips curled into a smile. The great chance is to test if you can kill 2 Earth Devils simultaneously. Huh? What? Kill 2 Earth Devils simultaneously? How is that possible? Team leader, please stop joking with us. Killing 1 Earth Devil earlier almost killed us. 2, how is that even possible? We're not as incredible as what you think. Although the team members were convinced by Huang Yueli, hearing such a ridiculous command still made them feel apprehensive. Wasn't this team leader of theirs excessively bold? Seeing Huang Yueli slowly increasing the stakes, the human soldiers were very worried when she would fail and cause the entire team to die. Huang Yueli looked at their anxious looks and couldn't help but laugh. Why, don't trust me? Have I ever duped you guys before this? No, the soldiers shook their heads furiously and said, But. Hearing them hemming and hawing, Huang Yueli waved her hand helplessly. Enough, stop nagging. If we continue to drag this, your brother Jing will really be dead. In the forest a distance away, Jingyichuan had already been surrounded by a few devil soldiers. And those 2 Earth Devils were getting closer and closer. The soldiers hurriedly shut their mouths. Huang Yueli calmly arranged, everyone will split into 4 groups. Group 1 will go round the 3rd tree on the right. Group 2. Group 3. In the depths of the forest, Jingyichuan was madly exhibiting his profound skills, putting up a final struggle. Although he had already tried his best and killed 2 of the devil soldiers, there were more than 20 devil soldiers who chased after him. Among the 6 team members that came along with him, one of them had already died in the demon tribe's hands when they were escaping. The remaining few people who were under the encirclement of the demon tribe were slowly losing the strength to ward them off. What was worse was 2 Earth Devils were walking towards him. Jingyichuan was just thinking that there was no possibility of him escaping. Human, enough of the cat and mouse game. I've already lost my patience, so just quietly wait and die. One of the Earth Devil pulled out the long sword hanging around his waist and slashed it down towards Jingyichuan's head. Jingyichuan lost all hope and shut his eyes as he prepared for the moment of death. However, he shut his eyes for some time, but he didn't feel any pain. Not only so, but the devil's angry howl also rang beside his ears. Damn it! Damn it! Where did these humans pop out from? Hearing that, Jingyichuan hurriedly opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. His teammates from Team 3 had unknowingly scuttered out from the forest, and they were fighting with the devils. Before Jingyichuan could see the situation clearly, he shouted, You guys, why have you guys come? I specially ran to this side, you guys, why did you guys come over to dig your graves? Sigh. He was devastated. Originally, Jingyichuan felt that he should do a good deed to lure the demon tribe away from his teammates, before he died. But whoever knew that these people came chasing up to him? If they died because of him, he would never be able to rest in peace. Jingyichuan was so vexed that he really wished that he could kill himself immediately. But just at this moment, one of the soldiers who had defected from the team with him suddenly shouted, Bro! Brother Zheng, look! Quickly look! Am I dreaming? I wish that I am dreaming. I've become the sinner who caused the entire team to die. Jingyichuan was still indulged in his frustrations. Although he heard his comrade speak, he didn't lift his head to look at all. His comrade tugged his sleeve. No, I don't mean that. Brother Zheng, quickly look. Our teammates blocked off the Earth Devil's attacks. Heavens, they're so incredible. What? Jingyichuan abruptly lifted his head and was completely stunned by what he saw. Team 3's team members lined into a neat formation and encircled the 2 Earth Devils in the center. The two Earth Devils kept brandishing their long swords, wanting to struggle free from the human soldiers' encirclement. However, no matter how hard they tried, they weren't able to find an opening. Logically speaking, more than 30 human soldiers weren't two Earth Devils' match. Surrounding them like this was an extremely foolish way of seeking death. But Team 3's practitioners had successfully fended off both Earth Devils' attacks. Xianxia subconsciously rubbed his eyes. He finally understood why his comrades were so stunned. Dreaming. I also feel that I'm in a dream. This isn't possible. How could such a thing have happened? If they were Divine Lieutenant's personal guard regiment, Xianxia would find it easier to understand this situation. But Team 3's ability was something that he was most familiar with. Not to mention the two Earth Devils, even if it was just one Earth Devil, they could not even ward off his attack. Thinking to himself, I must be hallucinating. Xianxia and his comrades looked at the scene unfolding in front of them in a daze, feeling as though they had been struck by lightning. Just at this moment, the two Earth Devils' demonic chi suddenly rose sharply, and their strength also increased by several times. They held angrily and charged at those two human soldiers, as though they were going to risk everything that they'd got. Under such an attack, some individual soldiers were at a loss, and an opening suddenly appeared. Oh no! Xianxia and the others trembled in fear and wanted to rush forward to save them. But they were too far away, and couldn't make it in time. Moreover, based on their ability, they weren't able to ward off the Earth Devils' attacks as well. Why are you in a daze? Group 2, quickly fill up the gap. Group 1, change the formation. At this moment, a cold voice was heard coming from Xianxia's right rear. Hearing this command, the human soldiers were all inspired and their spirits were roused immediately. They swiftly followed the command, and after a round of hard work, they finally managed to secure the battle, forcing the two Earth Devils back into their encirclement. Xianxia and the others were stunned and subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the voice. Under a tall tree stood a slightly slim figure, leaning against the tree trunk. The other humans were soaked in blood. But in comparison, he stood upright with his arms wrapped around his chest. He looked extremely leisurely, as though he was sunbathing in his own rear courtyard. Detecting Xianxia's gaze, Huang Yueli turned around to take a look. Xianxia then caught sight of that face that was in the tree shade, and he instantly shrieked out in surprise. Why? Why? You are Li Yue Huang. Huang Yueli's brows rose in displeasure and said, I'm your superior, and I even saved your life. Why are you so disrespectful? But. Xianxia stammered, feeling not very well at all. Although the young man was Team 3's team leader and it was very normal for him to appear at this place. But he somehow felt that something was amiss. Right. Xianxia finally sobered up and couldn't help but say, all the soldiers are fighting against the demon tribe. As their team leader, how can you hide behind alone? Huang Yueli swept him a glance and said, aren't you also hiding behind to watch the show? Where do you find the cheek to say that about me? Xianxia's face flushed into a deep shade of red. It's only because I can't join. Xianxia explained while looking embarrassed. In reality, what he said was indeed the truth. Team 3's practitioners had lined up into a formation, and that was why they could fight against the Earth Devils. Any other people by the side wanting to help couldn't get involved at all. If they were to forcibly join in, it would disrupt the human soldiers' rhythm instead. Huang Yueli nodded upon hearing that. I knew you were useless, so what are you waiting for? Move to one side. Oh, yes. Xianxia nodded his head and bowed, as he nudged towards the side. After he stood straight, he suddenly realized something and thought, why am I acting so obediently? That team leaderly asked me to move and I just listened to him? On what basis should I listen to that good-for-nothing? However, he had already nudged to the side, so wouldn't it seem weird if he were to walk back to his original position? Xianxia was vexed, and could only lift his head to look at the human soldier's battle situation in the forest. This time, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with the situation. Many ordinary devil soldiers' corpses lay disorderly in the middle of the forest unknowingly, and those corpses belonged to the same team that pursued after them. When did they die? How did they die? Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment, as he looked at his comrade and asked, "Did you kill those devils?" "We killed them? How is that possible?" His comrade instantly shook his head. Xianxia frowned. He was also thinking that those devils shouldn't have been eliminated by his comrades. If they really had this kind of ability, they wouldn't be pursued like street rats by them earlier. Another comrade spoke up meekly, Brother Zheng, I saw it. I saw the person who killed those devils." "Who is it? Who killed them?" Before he could finish his sentence, Xianxia dashed over excitedly and interrogated, "Who is that top expert who did that?" That person sneaked a glance at Huang Yueli and said, It's Team Leader Li who killed them." "Team Leader Li?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment but instantly frowned. How can it possibly be Team Leader Li? Did you see it wrongly? How could he possibly have such powerful ability? Earlier, Xianxia and the others were stunned by Team 3's orderly attack in fighting the Earth Devils, so they didn't notice the situation around them. But that merely took 10 seconds, or slightly more. Continuously killing the group of more than 20 devils in such a short duration. Even if they were the most ordinary devil soldiers, it was an extremely difficult feat. That person would need to be in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase, at the least. Wasn't that Li Huang just a good-for-nothing? How could he possibly have such capability? His comrade was being doubted and instantly became anxious. "Brother Zheng, would I lie to you about this? I saw it with my own eyes earlier. We have all mistook Team Leader Li. His ability is very strong. Earlier when he struck, his speed was astonishingly swift. It was so fast that I didn't even manage to see his moves, and the devils just fell to the ground one after another." Recalling the scenario earlier, that person was still unable to recollect his senses. The flame that followed the sharp blade seemed like a flame from the netherworld that took away one's soul and spirit. It instantly claimed so many devils' lives. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, he wouldn't believe that there was such a ridiculous thing in this world. Hearing him say that, Xianxia looked at Huang Yueli once again. He couldn't sense a lot of profound energy fluctuations from Huang Yueli at all. Arms around her chest, she leaned against the tree with a calm and tranquil expression. Huang Yueli would occasionally shout out some commands for Team 3's practitioners. But her tone was always that calming from the start to the end. Even though the two Earth Devils' attacks were becoming fiercer and fiercer, or the situation was getting direr, there wasn't any undulation in her emotions at all. Xianxia originally couldn't understand this. But after he listened to her commands for a while, he couldn't conceal the shock in his heart. Lesser than 30 human soldiers trying to kill 2 Earth Devils was originally an impossible thing to achieve. But Team 3's team members were attacking skillfully with ease on her commands. Every time an accident happened, she would be able to save the situation with the ever-charging formations. The Earth Devils struggled long and hard, but the result was fruitless. Their injuries were getting more and more serious. Now that things had come to this, Xianxia surely could tell that this was all because of Huang Yueli's incisive foresight and accurate commands. Even though he didn't witness her killing the devils personally, based on her level of commands, she was absolutely a top exponent who did not show her true ability. Xianxia thought, seems that I've really misjudged him. Time flew past swiftly and around 1 hour later, one of the Earth Devils finally couldn't withstand the human practitioner's continuous attacks and fell to the ground. The other devil might have lasted a little longer than the first, but the result, in the end, was still the same. After the two devils were killed, reality still hadn't sunk in for Team 3's, and they subconsciously took their positions based on the formations. After a while later, they stopped and realized that they had completed this amazing feat. Heavens, we've really killed two Earth devils simultaneously. We did it, we did it. Yay! Long live Team 3, long live Team Leader Lee. The soldiers couldn't help but cheer loudly. Some of them were so emotional that they cried. A powerful enemy which they originally couldn't fight against was successfully killed by them. Moreover, none of their teammates had been injured. This huge disparity could only be felt by those who had genuinely experienced it. The human soldiers fell into ecstasy. Huang Yueli clapped and smiled. All of you have done well. Great job. Hearing Huang Yueli's voice, the soldiers all turned towards her. Huang Yueli suddenly had a bad premonition. Before she had a clear understanding of what was going on, the soldiers were already running towards her. Without any warning, they lifted her and threw her into the sky. Long live Team Leader Lee. What the, cough cough, cough cough. Let me down. Huang Yueli didn't expect such a thing to happen and was caught off guard, hence those soldiers managed to grab her. She hurriedly tried to stop them, but had choked on her saliva. That was why she couldn't speak out momentarily. In this way, the soldiers threw her in the air a few times before she landed on the ground dizzily. The human soldiers crowded around her and looked at her with reverence. Team Leader Lee, you're too awesome. With you around, our battle power has increased by several notches. That's right, Team Leader Lee. We didn't know that when the original standard formation is used to mount a joint attack, it could display such powerful force. This really is, too miraculous. The soldiers were extremely agitated and Huang Yueli's lips kept twitching. I'm really happy that all of you are willing to listen to my commands, but you're not allowed to throw me into the air in the future. Do you hear me? This. Team Leader, we were wrong. We're just a little overly excited. You can't do that even if you're overly excited. After Huang Yueli gave them a lecture, she turned around and walked towards Xingyichuan, who was sitting dully on the ground. Seeing Huang Yueli coming close, Xingyichuan and his comrades immediately knelt on the ground. Xingyichuan's forehead touched the ground, not daring to look up at Huang Yueli. Li. Team Leader Li, this subordinate did not fulfill the military order and left the team on my own accord. This subordinate deserved to die. Will Team Leader please punish? The other comrades who left with him all knelt as well, not daring to move. Huang Yueli lowered her head and took a look at them. Then she slowly said, Today when I set off, I've already decided that after the battle ends, I will punish all of you according to military regulations, as a warning to others. Hearing that, Xingyichuan and the others trembled. But none of them pleaded for mercy. If they were to be punished according to military regulations, that would mean the death penalty. Even if Huang Yueli were to kill them with her sword right now, they had nothing to explain. Because this was something that they deserved. Xingyichuan might be a chivalrous person, but he made use of his outstanding cultivation and was arrogant and obstinate. In the team, he had always stood out as a pain in the ass. The previous team leader had a big headache trying to deal with him. But the old team leader valued his ability. So usually, even if he did something against the military regulation, the former simply closed an eye to it. This gave Xingyichuan a disillusion that he had special authority because of his cultivation, which was slightly more outstanding than ordinary soldiers. He might even be promoted faster than the others. Hence, after the previous team leader passed away and his promotion to team leader failed, anger got to him, causing him to commit such a serious mistake. Now, after experiencing near death and upon seeing Huang Yueli's high-leveled commanding standard, he had no choice but to admit that he was totally wrong. Alas, it was already too late to understand this now. Standing behind Huang Yueli, a soldier opened his mouth and wanted to plead for Jingyichuan. Team leader. A tall soldier hurriedly grabbed him and said, "Shut up. The more you speak, the angrier team leader will get. Don't worry, team leader won't kill brother Zheng." He suppressed his voice to a minimum, practically whispering in his teammate's ear. But then, Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't hear anything and turned to look at him. That tall soldier was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat and almost knelt on the ground. But Huang Yueli merely took a look at him and shifted her glance away. That tall soldier shut his mouth quickly, not daring to say anything. No matter if he had seen it wrongly or not, it was just too scary. Huang Yueli looked at Jingyichuan and the others who knelt on the ground. "Let me ask you this. Earlier when you were being pursued by the devils and ran into the forest, did you already see us?" Jingyichuan was stunned. But following that, he nodded his head. "Yes. I'm familiar with a few teammates' profound energy fluctuations, so before I came near to your hiding spot, I've already detected." Hearing Jingyichuan's answer, Huang Yueli was rather surprised. Her brows rose and said, "Oh? In this case, your senses are rather acute. There's such a huge distance between us, and you can judge the different practitioners' profound energy fluctuations. Your innate talent is indeed not bad. No wonder you're so conceited." Before today, Jingyichuan had always felt that it was reasonable for him to be conceited. But hearing Huang Yueli say this now, really made him feel so guilty that he wished he could disappear from the faces of this earth. This subordinate is ashamed. If my senses are really acute enough, I wouldn't have provoked those devils. In the beginning, he only saw 7 or 8 devils gathering in the forest. Hence, he intended to sneak an attack on them to earn some military merits. But whoever knew that so many devils were hiding in the surroundings, and there were even 2 earth devils. Recalling the situation back then, he had always followed the previous team leader to hunt for devils, but never once led a team on his own. Only now did he realize that searching for devils in the forest was such a dangerous and difficult task. Thinking of this, Jingyichuan blushed with shame. "Team leader, it's all the subordinate's fault. This subordinate will accept the punishment that you have decided on. But these brothers who came along with me originally had no intention to violate the military regulations. I was the one who kept persuading them, and they followed me out of respect. Will you please let them off?" When Huang Yueli heard that, the smile on her lips grew deeper. "Your teammates say you are a chivalrous person, and they're indeed right about it. All right, get up." Jingyichuan was dazed and almost didn't come back to his senses. Huang Yueli cast an indifferent look at him. "Why? You're too lazy to climb up from the ground? Don't tell me you insist that I must kill you right here?" Hearing that, Jingyichuan was suddenly inspired and hurriedly stood up. "Team leader, you're really not going to blame us?" His eyes widened like full moon, as though he couldn't believe that he was so lucky. Huang Yueli killed so many devil soldiers earlier in such a short time, so that meant that her moves were decisive and vicious. She was absolutely not a lenient and merciful person. Jingyichuan originally thought that today, he would be dead for sure. So he only thought of helping his brothers out of the predicament, and not for himself. Huang Yueli said, "On account that you didn't want to implicate your teammates when you were being pursued by the demon tribe, and even automatically lured them away, I'll not mete out the death penalty this time. But after you return to the campsite, go to the disciplinary hall to receive your punishment. Same for the others who followed you." Jingyichuan was simply overjoyed. He was really lucky to have his life saved. Initially, he managed to escape the pursuit of 2 earth devils and more than a dozen devil soldiers. Next, he even received Huang Yueli's amnesty. Going to the punishment hall meant that he would definitely be hit by the army stick, but he was healthy and strong. so he was able to accept this punishment. As long as he stayed alive, everything would be alright. Many thanks to team leader for your leniency. This subordinate will absolutely not commit the offense again. Xingyichuan and his comrades were extremely thankful and kowtowed to Huang Yueli before standing up. Huang Yueli said, since you and those few comrades have such strong ties, you will be Group 5 then. You've seen for yourself how the others killed the Earth Devils earlier. Later on, just listen to my command. This group of people under Xingyichuan had been observing them for a very long time. They were long influenced by their teammates hunting the devils. All of them were full of vigor and long wanted to have a go at it. Hearing Huang Yueli's instruction, everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement and obediently lined up at the back of the line. Huang Yueli instructed the soldiers to collect all the devil stones. Just as everyone thought that she was about to lead them away, Huang Yueli suddenly stopped in her tracks and pointed at a tall soldier in the group. She said, "You, fall out. What's your name?" The tall practitioner said a word of gossip earlier and was caught by Huang Yueli red-handed. Later on, he didn't dare to speak casually and had been hiding within the group, working diligently. Now that he heard Huang Yueli pointing him out, he was extremely nervous. Team leader, this subordinate's name is Wang Yusin. Huang Yueli nodded and said, earlier, the person who said I won't kill Xingyichuan is you, right? The tall practitioner jolted in fear. He felt that Huang Yueli should have heard him, but as she didn't scold him earlier, he was hanging around with an ostrich mentality, hoping that Huang Yueli didn't notice what he said earlier. Unfortunately, a false vision was still a false vision. It was still exposed by Huang Yueli in the end. Wang Yusin hurriedly tried to explain, team leader, this subordinate didn't do it intentionally. I will watch my words in the future, and will absolutely not spout rubbish again. Huang Yueli looked at him with a vague smile and nodded as she said, you're an intelligent person. Earlier when you encircled the Earth Devil, someone made a mistake and you dared to remind them in front of me. You're not bad. Huh? Wang Yusin thought that he would be punished by Huang Yueli, so he didn't expect to be praised instead? His tanned face flushed a shade of pink. Team leader, you've overpraised me. This subordinate's reaction is just a little faster than other people. Fast reaction is a major advantage. Do your job well. And, remember what you said. Don't ever say things that you shouldn't be saying again in the future. Huang Yueli was rather appreciative of this smart young lad. Those practitioners with the talent to command were actually much harder to find than people with outstanding cultivation innate talent. But she didn't forget to scold him for his wrongdoing as well. Seeing Wang Yusin returning in line after being educated, she left them towards the next possible location where the demon tribe might appear. With Xingyichuan and the others joining them, Team 3's battle power had evidently improved by a notch. Huang Yueli also discovered that those few people who were on good terms with Xingyichuan were at the 10th stage realm cultivation. Their ability was top-notch in Team 3. It was because of that Group 5's ability was much stronger than the other groups. Huang Yueli realized that as long as the 6 of them went through mutual coordination, they would be able to block off an Earth Devil's attack on their own. Although the process might easily come out with various dangerous situations, with Huang Yueli personally giving commands by the side, they could still successfully kill the Earth Devil to obtain the Devil Stone. In this way, Huang Yueli's team's rate of killing the demon tribe was even higher. Even if it was a 4 or 5 Earth Devil team, they would be able to annihilate all of them. Huang Yueli spent an entire day leading her team to sweep through the forest once. Those devils who hid in the forest had run into bad luck. Basically, none of them survived and ended up as Team 3's military merits. Huang Yueli was rather satisfied with this result. These human practitioners' comprehension is not so bad. But they lacked systematic training in the past, So that's why they can't display the full power of the basic formation, not to mention some special variations. When we return, I think it's better to make them train properly. Earlier, I thought of some formations that I have to teach them as well. Also, that Jing Yichuan and Wang Yusan's innate talents aren't too bad. They can be nurtured to become temporary commanders during the battle. In this way, I don't need to do everything myself. As Huang Yueli walked, she kept pondering over these. Seeing that it was close to evening time, spending the night in the forest was extremely dangerous. So she gathered the team and prepared to return to the United Army's campsite. As for Jing Yichuan, following Huang Yueli around for the day had left him gasping in surprise after surprise. Huang Yueli's commanding standard was something that he had witnessed beforehand. But very quickly, Jing Yichuan realized that Huang Yueli's battle power was ridiculously strong. Ordinary Earth Devil early phase was basically defenseless in front of Huang Yueli. She only used a few moves and killed the other party. Even if it was Earth Devil mid-phase, it was also a piece of cake for her. This discovery made Jing Yichuan break out in cold sweat. He acted so arrogantly in the past, assuming that Huang Yueli didn't say out her cultivation level because her ability was beneath his. In reality, she wasn't weaker than him at all. She just couldn't be bothered to compare with him. Truth be told, Huang Yueli was actually on par with those commanders in the army. Other than that, another matter made Jing Yichuan extremely shocked. That was, the spirit armaments that Team 3 practitioners were holding. When did your attack power become so strong? Jing Yichuan was dumbstruck as he looked at a teammate making his move. Wait, it's the long sword in your hands. Why is your sword so incredible? Where did you get it from? As long as it was a practitioner, no one would not be interested in a powerful spirit armament. Jing Yichuan looked at the rare sword in his teammate's hands and leaned closer. Let me take a look. You're really capable to get such good stuff. The teammate generously passed the long sword to him, allowing him to observe it in detail. This is indeed good stuff, but it's not because I am capable. Team leader gave it to me. Jing Yichuan was extremely astonished. What? Team leader gave such a good spirit armament to you? Why? Have you contributed some great merit? This teammate's ability was extremely ordinary, and he didn't have any special strong points. Jing Yichuan couldn't understand what great merit did he contribute to being awarded such an astonishingly strong spirit armament. This tier of spirit armament was something that even team leader level couldn't afford to obtain, not to mention ordinary soldiers like them. The teammate immediately shook his head and expressed, I didn't do anything. Didn't do anything? Why would team leader give you this sword then? Jing Yichuan obviously didn't believe in his words. The teammate pointed at the other people around them. What's so strange about that? I'm not the only one who received the spirit armament. Everyone in the team has it as well. Oh, right, except for you guys. Jing Yichuan's eyes opened wide. Everyone has it? How is that possible? He was well aware of the value of this kind of spirit armament. One sword would cost hundreds of thousands of crystal jades. Even for a Dream Profound Realm practitioner, they had to save for several years before they could afford this amount. Everyone was given a sword? There are close to 40 people in the team. Adding everything up, wouldn't it cost several million or even tens of millions of crystal jades? Even if his ability was much more outstanding than what I expected, surely he wouldn't have that much money, right? Jing Yichuan negated this possibility from the bottom of his heart. But when he looked around at where his teammate was pointing, his eyes grew wider and wider. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. How is it possible? Everyone's spirit armaments is actually that incredible. This scene left him in so much shock that it was no less surprising than the scene where he saw Huang Yueli killing the Earth Devil alone. His teammate walked up and patted his shoulder. Yes, isn't it surprising? When we gathered, we were also shocked. Team leader didn't say anything, took out so many spirit armaments, and distributed it to us. I've lived for more than 20 years, and had never felt such a good spirit armament at all. Moreover, these spirit armaments are very sturdy. His teammate went on and on about the advantages of these spirit armaments. He was happy for the entire day to gain such a spirit armament. But the happier he was, the more Xianxia's expression grew uglier. Recalling the scene this morning, Xianxia had deemed Huang Yueli to have done the dumbest thing to not collect any spirit armament from the supply station, and she would definitely drag the entire team down. So he managed to get a batch of standardized spirit armaments, and brought a few practitioners who were closer to him to leave on their own. In the end, they missed out on the chance to obtain such a powerful weapon. Seeing the weakest member in Team 3 holding such a powerful spirit armament, whereas he and his brothers holding the most ordinary weapon from the supply station, Xianxia was feeling extremely aggrieved. Unfortunately, there was nowhere he could go to shout out his grievance. Because the current result was all because of his actions. If he had stayed in the team obediently, wouldn't he have a share of this spirit armament? Huang Yueli had already seen Xianxia's vexed look. She laughed silently but didn't show much expression. This fellow dared to look down on her, their team leader. So he deserved to suffer a blow. After missing out on the chance to gain a freebie, the next time he wanted to get a spirit armament that she personally refined, he would have to pay a relatively higher price for it. Huang Yueli led Team 3's practitioners back to the campsite. At this moment, the stronghold's main forces had already ended the battle with the demon tribe's main forces. The campsite's vacant space was in a state of chaos. The humans and devils' corpses were mixed together. Some ancient god clan practitioners were not spared as well. When Huang Yueli led them back into the campsite, some soldiers immediately came forward to welcome them. Team Leader Li, you're finally back. Divine Lieutenant has given an order to ask you to go to his tent. Huang Yueli nodded her head and asked her subordinates to go back and rest. After that, she followed the soldier who led the way home. The Divine Lieutenant's tent was in the center of the campsite. At this moment, it was already full of people. There were a total of 8 commanders, and every single one of them was present. Other than this, some other teams' team leaders were standing underneath the tent. Xianxia was also among them. Seeing Huang Yueli walking in, Divine Lieutenant Li Yuquan's eyes lit up. Li Huang, I heard that the team that you are leading managed to ward off the demon tribe who had more numbers than your team and successfully secured the granary. Today, you've contributed big merit. Huang Yueli cupped her hands in greeting and replied humbly, Divine Lieutenant has overpraised me. It's just a part of this subordinate's job. Seeing her with such capability and yet not claiming credit for herself, Li Yuquan was deeply appreciative of her. So he complimented her. Huang Yueli modestly replied and turned back to a corner in the tent, next to Xianxia. Surveying the surroundings, everyone's expression in the tent was rather grave. Apparently, before she rushed over, some of them had already talked about the military information in the tent. The situation seemed a little unwise. Huang Yueli leaned closer to Xianxia and asked in a whispered tone, Yunqi, what's going on? Haven't we already warded off the demon tribe's attack? Why does Divine Lieutenant look so worried? Xianxia turned around and saw that no one was paying attention to the both of them, then whispered back, this is something that you're not aware of. This time, the one responsible for the attack on the campsite is actually a sky devil. Sky devil? Huang Yueli almost screamed out in surprise. Luckily, she managed to cover her mouth in time. The news that we eavesdropped previously, didn't they say that Sky Devil called Ruiz was cultivating in seclusion? Has he successfully advanced into Sky Devil end phase already? Xianxia shook her head. The Sky Devil leading the demon tribe today should be different from the one who we heard of. The Sky Devil today is only in the early phase. It's exactly so, which is why Divine Lieutenant could rely on his ingenious commands to lead the army through the danger and ward of the demon army. If the Sky Devil end phase were to come personally, do you think that we'd still be alive by now? Hearing that, Huang Yili nodded her head as she delved into her thoughts. This didn't sound wrong at all. If the Sky Devil end phase really came, then their entire campsite would be turned topsy-turvy. There wouldn't be many survivors by now. Huang Yili thought about it and said, in this case, our campsite had experienced a tough battle today. Xianxia nodded and replied, other than our two teams, the other teams had suffered heavy casualties. Huang Yuli's brows creased slightly. Before she could anything else, she heard Li Yuquan, who was seated in the most central position, coughing slightly. Everyone, all of you have experienced today's battle, so you should be aware of the current situation. Although the demon army had temporarily retreated, it wouldn't take a few days before they attack us again. Today our campsite has suffered serious casualties. If the enemy were to attack us once more, it would be hard for us to ward them off. My officers, do any of you have any suggestions? Li Yuquan looked at the few officers standing or sitting in front of the tent and asked for their opinions. Of course, the main targets of his query were those 8 commanders who were seated. But the 8 commanders all decided to keep their silence. The main tense atmosphere came to a standstill. Huang Yili might have come to this place for the first time and didn't know the actual situation of this stronghold. But seeing the current scenario, she guessed that their current predicament should be terrible. Li Yuquan took a deep breath upon seeing them like this. Officers, don't you have any suggestions? Commander Hu showed a hesitant look and he wanted to speak up but did not do so on second thought. Divine Lieutenant, this subordinate has some ideas, but I wonder if I'm thinking too much. No matter, just speak your mind. Even if you're wrong, it doesn't matter. Li Yuquan hurriedly said. Commander Hu thought over it slightly and said, today while we were battling the demon tribe, something made this subordinate feel very strange. What is it? All the practitioners' curiosity was piqued, and everyone turned to look at him. Commander Hu said, as everyone knows, when both armies fight, no matter if it's spirit armaments, spiritual medicine or any other resources, the consumption amount is very huge. So when we are in the middle of the battle, we must assure a steady supply of resources, in case of need. The demon tribe had been doing well in this all this while, but today, their commanding officer seemed to have forgotten about this. While we were nearing the last stage of the battle, many demon tribes' weapons were damaged and they had no way to replenish it. Hence, they could only fight with me empty-handed. Also, many devils suffered serious external injuries, but as long as their medics administered first aid to them, they would still be able to continue fighting. But today, none of the demon tribe's medic appeared. Hearing Commander Hu's description, everyone was stunned. Immediately after, they fell into deep thoughts. Now that I think of it, things really seemed like what Commander Hu said. No wonder when it was nearing the end, I discovered that the demon tribe's battle power dropped by a huge extent. In the end, their army basically fell apart. This is really strange. Aren't these the common knowledge and operational command? Hearing their discussions, Li Yuquan's expression revealed an enlightened look. In this case, could it mean that this Sky Devil early phase commander might have overbearing power, but in terms of large-scale battles, he lacked the experience and is a newbie? Everyone nodded their heads, consecutively, apparently agreeing with this conclusion. However, Commander Hu raised this doubt, shook his head and suggested an opposing view. This subordinate feels that things aren't this simple. Oh? Why do you say that? Li Yuquan asked. Commander Hu said, this subordinate feels that the opponent's commanding officer isn't a newbie. In the past, the demon tribe's commander had never thought about attacking our granary. This time, the demon tribe's commander actually considered this point. If it wasn't because Divine Lieutenant had a well-thought-out plan, and Team Leader Li was alert enough, our granary might have been lost. This isn't something that a newbie could think of. Hearing that, Li Yuquan couldn't help but frown. What Commander Hu said was indeed a doubtful point. This is rather surprising. On one hand, the demon tribe's commander thought so far ahead, but on the other hand, he was so haphazard. What is his antecedent? For a moment, Li Yuquan didn't know what step to take. Confirming the opponent's working style and ability was a crucial element to plan their next battle plans process. Now that the enemy's commanding standard was so errant, that made him unable to pick a suitable plan to take. What is this fellow trying to do? Li Yuquan thought for a moment but had no conclusion, so he could only ask his subordinates for their views. My officers, what do you think? He specially asked Commander Hu, Old Hu, what do you think? You can find these doubtful points, so it proves that you have good foresight. You have the innate talent to become a commander officer. Commander Hu hurriedly cupped his hands together. Divine Lieutenant, you're too kind. This subordinate isn't worthy of these kind words, moreover, this subordinate can't understand this as well. The few commanders started to discuss softly. But there wasn't any reliable conclusion in the end. They couldn't even grasp the demon tribe commanding officer's antecedent, so there was no way to come out with a follow-up plan. For a moment, all the officers in the main tent started to become anxious. Li Yuquan stood up and paced around with his hands behind his back, bearing a rather grave expression. Huang Yueli was originally obediently listening to them in the corner of the tent. But hearing Commander Hu's doubtful points, she seemed to have thought of something as her eyes suddenly widened. Wait, the team that the demon tribe was transporting, aren't those? Ugh. Ah. Huang Yueli was just thinking in her mind. Initially, she didn't say a single word. But when she thought of the crucial point, in the end, she didn't manage to hold it in and cried out. She hurriedly covered her mouth with her hands, but it was already too late. The tent was filled with a grave and moody atmosphere. No one dared to breathe loudly at all. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. So, Huang Yueli's scream might not be loud, but it was loud enough for everyone in the tent to hear her. Li Yuquan looked in the direction of the voice, and when he saw that Huang Yueli was the one who shouted, he was rather surprised. Li Yue Huang? Did you speak out earlier? Why, do you have some idea of the demon tribe's situation? Tell us about it? About this, Huang Yueli pondered over how to tell them about this. Li Yuquan thought that she wasn't very confident in her judgment and hurriedly encouraged her, don't worry and feel free to speak your mind. Although you've just arrived at our campsite, I can tell that you're an extremely observant person. When we're in the army, we should listen to everyone's views. So even if what you say is wrong, it doesn't matter. Just tell us what you have in mind, and we can think about it later. Commander Hu also persuaded her, that's right, just tell us about it. Yes, don't worry. Go ahead and speak your mind. The other commanders also joined in to encourage her. Actually, other than Commander Hu, the other commanders were all from the ancient god clans. They were rather disdainful of the human practitioners. If it was usual times, these people wouldn't be glad to listen to a small team leader, who had just arrived, speak. But now, everyone was in a stalemate. They didn't understand the demon tribe's situation, so there was a risk of making the wrong follow-up plan. If they suffered a defeat due to this, the person who came out with the idea would be held responsible. No one was willing to take on this responsibility, hence they didn't dare to share their views. Now, a silly human came along. So if they let him speak a few words, then it would be more convenient for the rest to tag along and share their ideas. If they made it, everyone would be a contributor. But what would happen if they were wrong? They would be able to push the responsibility to this lowly human scapegoat. The commanders present had their thoughts as they secretly calculated their schemes while looking at Huang Yueli, who was walking to the center of the tent. Huang Yueli was immersed in her thoughts and failed to notice their gazes. Divine Lieutenant, I think I know why the demon tribe was lacking in their resources, and the reason for them not being able to supply it at the later stage. Oh? Why? That's right, quickly tell us. Everyone urged. Huang Yueli smiled awkwardly and said, the main reason is that, cough cough. After this subordinate had defeated the demon tribe's team that came to attack the granary, we were too bored so, we thought of killing a few devils to earn military merits. Our team saw some devil soldiers transporting some resources in the forest and conveniently dealt with them. Huang Yueli was still organizing her thoughts when she said these words. Team 3's original mission was to guard the granary. So logically speaking, they should be keeping guard around the granary's surroundings. No matter if it was the demon tribe or any other humans who came to attack, they shouldn't have left that place at all. In the end, she secretly left to earn military merits. In reality, that was considered an unauthorized departure from her official duty. She had her judgment towards the battle situation and firmly believed that nothing would go wrong with her arrangement. But it would easily become a hot topic for gossip eventually. Luckily, after she finished her sentence, no one seemed to notice that she had deserted her post. Everyone's main focus was on. What? You killed those devils who were transporting the resources? Huang Yueli nodded and added, I didn't kill them alone. I killed them along with my soldiers in Team 3. You said that the demon tribe was lacking in the supply of resources because you killed some devil soldiers? However, before Huang Yueli had the chance to continue with her sentence, a commander crudely interrupted her. Stop joking, aren't you just a dream profound realm practitioner? Even though your ability isn't too bad, and you managed to sneak an attack to kill some devils, so what? The demon tribe's army who is in charge of transporting those resources consists of at least 200 to 300 members, isn't it? Huang Yueli turned around and realized that the person talking was a practitioner from the White Tiger clan. That person was called Jing Zhihai, and he was famous at this campsite. He was slightly over 40 years old and his cultivation had reached heart-profound realm mid-phase. He is just another top exponent, just beneath Divine Lieutenant Li Yuquan. His reputation within the army was very high, and the things he said would naturally earn the response and agreement from the others. That's right, what Commander Jing said is right. You're just a dream profound realm practitioner. How many devils can you kill? Ha 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 ha, this is simply amusing. This is the funniest joke I've heard in this entire day. A mere human practitioner, after he killed some devils, he thinks that he can stop the demon tribe from transporting their resources? You're thinking too highly of yourself. That's right, I'm going to die of laughter. Do the freshmen nowadays think they're so great nowadays? Forget about him, even if it's Commander Jing. He wouldn't dare to claim that he stopped the demon tribe's resources team alone. These devils split into smaller teams and scatters around the forest. To dig all of them out, it's even tougher than trying to ascend to heaven. Oh my, enough. Everyone, please stop laughing. A freshman doesn't know anything, so cracking a joke is as normal as it can be. In a second, the campsite broke out into laughter. A majority of the people didn't believe in what Huang Yueli said, and couldn't help but laugh. It was no wonder that they didn't believe in her, because it was only one aspect for them to slighted her ability with disdain. The other important aspect was that everyone knew that the devil's 5 senses were much stronger than humans, or even God clan practitioners. It was even more so for a place like a forest. So basically, the devils would be the ones who sneak attacks on humans first. From the others' perspectives, Huang Yueli managed to kill some devils and not sustain any injury was already very lucky. Who would believe that she could counterattack and even find all the devils who were within the transportation route? In the campsite, the commanders' and team leaders' laughter were becoming more and more unbridled. However, Huang Yueli spoke in an unhurried and composed expression. Of course, I can't kill so many devils alone. I've said this earlier, I killed them along with my soldiers in Team 3. Huang Yueli emphasized it once again. Putting it across in this way showed that she was intentionally trying to claim the credit for her subordinates. On the other hand, it was the truth. Even though Team 3 ordinary soldiers' ability was very far off from hers, the number of devils she killed alone was even more than the soldiers. But these human practitioners rendered a lot of help to her. After all, after giving them some simple pointers, the soldiers would be able to ward off 3 Earth Devils' attacks through the formation variations. This gave Huang Yueli ample time to eliminate the devils. Otherwise, if she was out there alone and met with a 5 Earth Devil team, she wouldn't dare to act recklessly as well. However, Huang Yueli's emphasis only brought along even more laughter. Alright, we know that you led your team along. That's so funny, so what if you bring an entire team alone? I remember that Team 3 is made up of 10th stage realm and below practitioners, isn't it? Even if everyone went, how many devils can they kill? You guys are really lucky to be able to find those devils in the forest. Forget about it, let's stop talking to this lad. After he stays in the campsite for a little longer, he will find out how comical the things he said today are. Because of Huang Yueli's words, the entire campsite's atmosphere had eased up by a fair bit. Especially those few God Clan commanders, they were originally trembling with fear in front of Li Yuquan, deeply worried that they would say the wrong things and become a scapegoat. But now with Huang Yueli's meddling, they felt that whatever they said would be correct. After all, they were going to be compared against this fool. Seeing that the commotion was almost dying off, Jing Zhihai stood up and coughed loudly. Enough, stop laughing. Divine Lieutenant has just said that he is a freshman, so it's normal to say the wrong things. Why must you laugh at him in this manner? Let's continue to discuss the next strategy. Huang Yueli originally just let the others laugh at her, and didn't even bat an eyelid at it. But when she heard what Jing Zhihai said, she couldn't help but took another look at him. If she hadn't heard it wrongly, the first to laugh was this White Tiger Clan's commander. Now, he stood out to speak for her. On the surface, he seemed righteous, but in reality, he was just putting up an act. This fellow seemed to be a scheming person. Huang Yueli noted down this person in her mind, lifted her head, and raised her voice to speak to Li Yuquan. Divine Lieutenant, I didn't exaggerate whatever I said. My Team 3 had annihilated the majority of those devils who were transporting the resources. Hearing that, the main tent's practitioners almost broke out into laughter again. But Li Yuquan's gaze landed on Huang Yueli's calm and stern face. He instantly felt that something was wrong. Huang Yueli's calm posture didn't seem like she was lying. Neither was she acting like what the others say, talking blindly. Li Yuquan raised his hand and gestured for everyone to keep silent with a cold expression. Stop laughing. Laughing in such an unbridled manner at your comrade, how presumptuous. He looked at Huang Yueli and asked, Li Huang, what's going on? Tell us clearly? Since you say that you've annihilated the Devil's Resources team, then can you tell everyone how many devils have you found exactly? Hearing that, Huang Yueli blinked as though she was thinking. The commander stared at her tightly. Although they didn't say anything, their expressions seemed to be conveying the same message, I'm waiting to see how many you can claim. After a while, Huang Yueli slowly said, it's just a rough estimate, around 230 devils. I can't remember the exact figures. But I remember the number of Earth Devils clearly, there are 21 of them. When she said that, the main tent went silent. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Huang Yueli. Their gazes seemed to be saying that she was insane. Shortly after, someone laughed dryly. Ha ha ha, 230? Why don't you say you've already swept out the entire demon tribe's campsite? This high-pitched sneer broke the tense silence, and the other practitioners, who were still in a daze, started to come back to their senses. Isn't that so? I assumed that you were just speaking out because you were ignorant. But from the looks of it, you're simply treating all of us like fools. More than 200 devils. If you were to say they are all devil soldiers, I'd believe you. But you claim that there are 21 earth devils? In one day, you killed 21 earth devils. If military merits were that easy to earn, I'd have become a divine lieutenant long ago. Originally, everyone felt that they shouldn't be laughing at Huang Yueli. But upon hearing her report the actual figures, everyone felt that they shouldn't be that sympathetic. This figure was a little too exaggerated. Doesn't that Li Yuehuang know how to come out with a lie properly? Someone immediately suggested to Li Yukuan. Divine Lieutenant, how can a practitioner who makes a false report about his battle achievement hold on to the position as our campsite's team leader? He's simply spoiling the ethos of the army. Jing Zhihai stared hard at Huang Yueli as though she had failed to live up to his expectations. Sigh. Li Yuehuang. This commander had already given you a chance to explain for yourself earlier. Why are you still so unrepentant? Although you're a freshman, doing things is simply going overboard. Huang Yueli's brows rose when she heard that. This fellow was really two-faced. But he refused to give up on any chance to trample on Huang Yueli, just to establish his magnanimous image. Seeing those commanders' furious looks, Li Yukuan also started to waver. Li Yuehuang, are you certain that you didn't remember wrongly? You must know that falsely reporting your battle achievements is a first-class felony. He was giving Huang Yueli one last chance to repent. Whoever knew that Huang Yueli totally didn't realize that she was standing on the verge of the cliff, and even nodded her head confidently. I'm certain that I didn't count wrongly. Li Yukuan's gaze turned cold and stern. Since you say that, you should know that we can't just take your words for it and just confirm your military merits. You've killed so many devils, so you should have their devil stones with you, right? Why don't you take out those devil cores from those devils that you killed, and we can count it together? Li Yukuan pointed out the crux. Whether Huang Yueli was telling the truth or a lie, it was very easy to judge. If one wanted to earn military merits, then they would definitely dig out the devil stones after they killed the devils. This was the best evidence to prove their actions. Right, Team Leader Li, show us the devil stones that you have obtained. That's right, show us the devil stones. 230 pieces of devil stones. Just counting it would take some time, right? It doesn't matter if we can't finish counting it. You just need to show us the 21 pieces of Earth Devil's devil stones, and that will do. As long as the Earth Devil's figures are correct, we'll just take it that you've killed the devil soldiers. All the practitioners stared and urged Huang Yueli to take out the devil stones. In reality, none of them believed that she had that many devil stones. Such enthusiastic urging was mainly because they wanted to see Huang Yueli become a laughingstock. Huang Yueli's expression was calm as she ignored their sneers. She nodded at Li Yukuan and said, Divine Lieutenant, what you say is right. Then I'll bring out the devil stones right now. At the same time, you can also help my Team 3 tally the military merits. I'll let them know when I return later. They'd be extremely happy. Originally, tallying military merits was supposed to be done with the bookkeeper on the next day. And they had to queue up according to military ranking. By the time it was Team 3's turn, no one knew when that would be. If they happened to meet with the demon tribe's attack on the next day again, and go into battle, it would be held back once again. Now, Huang Yueli could tally the military merits for her team on the spot. This was simply no different from cutting the queue. Her wrist flipped and retrieved a handful of devil stones from her realm ring. Everyone looked at her, so she only moved a little and everyone could see the things in her hands. Wow, devil stones. These are really devil stones. The quantity seems quite a lot. There should be around 30 to 40 pieces. At least 40 pieces. Moreover, there are 2 Earth Devil's devil stones in it. Everyone was so surprised that they couldn't help but shout out. But some of them were still suspicious of Huang Yueli and tried to dampen her enthusiasm. So what if there are just 40 and more devil stones? Didn't he say that there are more than 200 pieces? That's just 20%. What's this amount? What? However, before that person could finish his sentence, his words were stuffed at the back of his throat. After Huang Yueli placed those devil stones on the coffee table in front of Li Yuquan, her wrist flipped again and another handful of devil stones was taken out from her interspatial ring. This handful of devil stones had a similar quantity to the previous handful. But there were 4 Earth Devil stones instead of 2. Before they could come back to their senses, they saw Huang Yueli grabbing the 3rd handful of devil stones. After that, the 4th, and the 5th. It was until she took the 6th handful that Huang Yueli finally stopped. Here are the devil stones that our Team 3 collected from killing those devils. All of you can go ahead and count to see how many are there. After Huang Yueli finished saying that, she walked to the side and vacated the position in front of Li Yuquan. The practitioners present were stunned, as they stared fixedly at the devil stones on the coffee table. Those devil stones had piled up into a small hill. Li Yuquan swept a glance at the dumbstruck audience, sighed, and said, "Commanders, please come over. All of us will count the quantity of these devil stones. This is in case some people accuse this divine lieutenant of being unfair. This subordinate doesn't dare to. This subordinate doesn't dare to." The commanders hurriedly responded. But as they were simply too curious, they couldn't help but crowded around. 8 commanders walked up together and crowded around the small table. The team leaders on the exterior totally couldn't see the situation at all. All they could see was the commanders' hands moving. They should be counting the quantity. The team leaders looked at each other in dismay, and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. "How is it? How is it? Can you see the commanders counting the devil stones? I can't see at all. But that large pile of devil stones should be more than 200 pieces. I didn't expect Li Yuhuang to be so incredible. He did kill so many devils. Didn't you hear him say? He's not the only one who killed all of them. That was the fruit of labor from his Team 3. Team 3 soldiers' abilities are just that, they aren't any stronger than your team or mine, isn't it? Can you bring your team and get more than 200 devil stones a day? In the end, isn't it because their team leader is much more capable? What you say is logical. But I really didn't expect this. That Li Yuhuang looks very ordinary, and he doesn't seem to have much ability. Why is he so powerful? How would I know? I heard that Divine Lieutenant personally chose him to be a team leader." Just as the team leaders were whispering to one another, the 8 commanders and Li Yuquan had already finished tallying the devil stones. The commanders dispersed and walked back to their seats. Li Yuquan coughed slightly and personally announced the results. "Team Leader Li, the total amount of devil stones that you have obtained is 238 pieces. This figure was very close to the figure that Huang Yueli had initially reported." Those practitioners all gasped unanimously. After Li Yuquan and so many commanders tallying the figures together, no one had any further doubts. They could only admit that Huang Yueli was indeed an astonishingly capable genius. Li Yuquan asked again, "But the number of Earth Devil's devil stones that you brought out is slightly wrong." "Wrong?" Huang Yueli blinked and said in surprise, "That's impossible. I counted the Earth Devil's quantity personally. I couldn't have remembered wrongly." Hearing that, the other practitioners immediately pricked their ears, feeling that there should be some inside story. Could it be that although he brought out sufficient devil stones, those were just ordinary devil stones and the quantity of the earth devils wasn't as many as what he initially said? Then again, to be able to bring out more than 200 devil soldiers' devil stones was already an amazing achievement. However, it wasn't as shocking as bringing out 21 pieces of earth devil's devil stones. One had to know that killing an earth devil was extremely difficult. It was equivalent to 20 to 30 times more difficult than killing a devil soldier. Everyone stretched out their necks, wanting to take a look at the pile of devil stones on the coffee table. Unfortunately, Liukuan was standing right in front of it, totally blocking the devil stones behind him. So they couldn't see anything at all. Liukuan smiled and said, "Team Leader Li, don't be mistaken. I mean, the devil stones that you took out, there's a total of 22 pieces of earth devil stones. There's one extra, as compared to what you said earlier. Looks like your memory isn't good enough." "What? 22 pieces?" The practitioners in the main tent cried out in surprise. When Liukuan said the devil stone's quantity was incorrect, everyone's first reaction was that there was a shortage. No one expected the devil stones to increase instead. Huang Yueli had a shocked look on her face. "What? 22 pieces? How is that possible? I really did count, ah." She suddenly thought of something and her eyes widened. "Right, I remember now. Earlier when we were guarding the granary, I killed an earth devil and retrieved his devil stone. Earlier, the quantity that I tallied was after we were done protecting the granary, those resource transportation devils that we killed in the forest." "I see." Liukuan nodded. The other practitioners were shocked, but quickly understood what was going on. This time, in front of the truth, no one dared to say that Huang Yueli was boasting. But everyone still had plenty of doubts. Liukuan was no exception as well. He got someone to move a chair over and indicated for Huang Yueli to take a seat. Then he asked, "I didn't expect your team to kill so many devils under such a messy situation on the battlefield. But I don't quite understand. Are these devils really found by you guys in the southeastern part of the forest?" Huang Yueli nodded and explained, "Initially, I didn't think too much. I just feel that the main battlefield was very messy and there are a lot of human soldiers. Even if we were to join in the battle, we won't be able to earn many military merits. But it's different in the forest. Although the resource transportation devil soldiers are scattered, as long as we can find them, they will become out military merits." Although this sounded rather unorganized and undisciplined. But it was extremely sincere. Liukuan stared at her for a moment, but he wasn't angry. "I know. But the forest is dim and your senses aren't as good as the demon tribe. How could you possibly find so many devils? Moreover, you managed to kill them successfully?" Huang Yueli didn't hide the information and described the situation to them. "Finding these devils isn't difficult actually. I merely did some reverse thinking. If I'm a devil and need to transport resources in the forest, I also have to evade humans spying on us. So what should I do? Which route should I take? After I've thought through this, searching for the devils is much easier." Huang Yueli briefly concluded her experience. Army provisions will easily spill out, so the transportation route must be relatively flat. Only the place in the forest where the purple leaf camphor grows would have such a spacious path. Also, when transporting spirit armaments. As she spoke, the commanders and team leaders revealed an astonished expression. It seemed as though this was their first time hearing such logic. Moreover, Huang Yueli's deduction made all of them convinced. Some of them even felt that they were extremely stupid. Before someone pointed it out, they just couldn't understand certain matters. But once it has been pointed out, they felt that it was so simple that they couldn't believe why they hadn't thought of it in the first place. All the commanders and team leaders felt the same way at this very moment. Li Yuquan was totally engrossed, and the more he heard, the brighter his eyes were. He stared at Huang Yueli without blinking at all. His eyes were filled with joy. Those who could kill earth devils meant that Huang Yueli's innate talent in cultivation was not bad. Although it was very good, there was a limit to her contribution towards the allied armies. But now, Huang Yueli's analysis reflected the fact that she was extremely proficient in analysis and observation. This innate talent was much rarer and more valuable than those people with pure innate talent in cultivation. Those who had great foresight and could distinctly judge both parties' situation were not commonly seen, even in the entire Allied armies system. As long as they found someone like that, that person would receive the Allied army's focus training. Li Yuquan didn't expect this young human practitioner that he had inadvertently taken in to have such outstanding talent. The more he listened, the more delighted he was. When Huang Yueli finished talking, Li Yuquan nodded his head and said, "So it's like this. Your analysis is extremely accurate. But I have a few doubts. Have you ever been on the battlefield in the past? If not, how do you know so much?" The other commanders also had the same doubts, and all of them turned to look at Huang Yueli. Even veterans like them with so much experience didn't have that much knowledge, like Huang Yueli. She blinked and answered truthfully, "This is the first time I took part in the battle against the demon tribe. In reality, I've just ascended from the lower realm to God realm just a couple of months ago." "What? You're a lower realm ascender? How is that possible?" Huang Yueli's words were so shocking for everyone that it seemed as though they had been struck by lightning. A lower realm ascender. Although it wasn't clearly stated, in God realm, lower realm ascenders had always had the lowest status. No matter if it was in terms of innate talent, experience, or even cultivation methods, a majority of the lower realm ascenders just couldn't be compared with the local humans who were born in God realm. But there was no doubt about Huang Yueli's innate talent in the art of cultivation. Just based on the shocking amount of devil stones she took out, it was very obvious. Not to mention that she could accurately judge the movement of those devils on the battlefield. In this case, you found so many devil soldiers on the battlefield based on your instinct and analysis? Li Yuquan looked at Huang Yueli with an appreciative gaze. Huang Yueli nodded and replied, "I guess, you can put it in that way." The more Li Yuquan looked at Huang Yueli, the more satisfied he was. At the same time, he thought of another matter. Based on what I know, the small devil team would have at least one or more earth devil assigned as their team leader. Sometimes for even more important missions, they require a few earth devils to work on the assignment together. This time, haven't you met with the situation where there were a few earth devils in the team? Hearing that, the practitioners around started to whisper again. That's right, if they met with a few earth devils, based on Team 3's ability, they wouldn't be able to fight with the enemy, right? Could Li Yuehuan be able to fight against a few earth devils simultaneously? Based on his cultivation, can he really do it? Strange, it's too strange. Could he have some other tricks up his sleeve? Especially for the other team leaders like Huang Yueli, they were full of doubts. If they were in her shoes, even if they met with the demon tribe team transporting the resources in the forest, they wouldn't dare to attack. Instead, they would be running for their lives. Under everyone's attentive gaze, Huang Yueli slowly said, "Earlier I've already mentioned this. The Earth Devils are jointly killed by my entire team. Most ordinary devil teams have 3 to 4 Earth Devils. My soldiers were able to hold 3 of them back, and I will kill the remaining one alone." Impossible? Team Leader Li, isn't what you say a little too ridiculous? Huang Yueli had just finished talking when she heard the practitioners voicing their doubts. They already knew that she had the special ability to kill an Earth Devil. So it wasn't surprising at all. What made the others unable to accept was the other contents that she mentioned. Team Leader Li, just be frank if you don't wish to share the battle experience with the demon tribe. That's nothing outstanding anyway. Why must you lie? That's right. If you were to say that you killed 2 Earth Devils on your own, I can still believe that. But you said that your ordinary soldiers managed to hold off 3 Earth Devils? That's equivalent to an average of a dozen soldiers holding on to an Earth Devil. How is that even possible? The main tent officials didn't believe in this. They felt that Huang Yueli was concealing her true ability, and didn't want to let them find out about it. Huang Yueli was rather helpless upon hearing that. To be honest, based on her current ability, she indeed was able to kill 5 Earth Devils on her own. But that would require the coordination of mechanisms and arrays. Moreover, she had to grasp the opportune time and take a major risk. So, Team 3's coordination with her was indispensable. What she said was even more genuine than a real pearl. Alas, no one believed in her. Even Li Yuquan also showed a troubled expression. Alright, since you're not willing to tell us, then let's forget about it. A true genius would more or less have their secrets. Li Yuquan understood this mentality very well. Huang Yueli didn't know if she should laugh or cry upon hearing this. Divine Lieutenant, it's not because I'm unwilling to share. What I said earlier is true. Even you don't believe in me? Li Yuquan looked at her with a puzzled look. It's not that I don't believe in you, but, based on 40 to 50 10th stage realm or lower ordinary soldiers, it doesn't seem possible for them to fight against 3 Earth Devil, right? When he said that, Li Yuquan suddenly paused for a moment and continued, unless. His eyes widened and looked at Huang Yueli in disbelief. Unless, surely not right? You, don't tell me you know how to use the method of formation transformation? Hearing what Li Yuquan said, Huang Yueli was stunned. Why are you so shocked? The method of formation transformation, isn't that something that every soldier must grasp? Otherwise, why do they have drills on those formations every day in the campsite? After Huang Yueli said that, she turned and looked at her surroundings. In the end, she received a gaze as though they were looking at a monster. Huang Yueli blinked, realizing that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. Don't tell me that it shouldn't be like this? Li Yuquan had already started to understand what was going on and shook his head helplessly. He sighed and said, of course, it's not. Ordinary formation transformation would make the practitioners display power which far surpasses their cultivation and ability. This is something that everyone knows, but there are not many people who can do this. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few famous commanders in the allied armies. Following that, he gave Huang Yueli a simple explanation. After Huang Yueli had finally understood what was going on, she realized that she had just accomplished an astonishing feat. In God Realm, Array Masters was an extremely scarce and noble occupation. Only those with excessive soul trace than ordinary people were able to become Array Masters. As for the formations which were commanded by practitioners, it was the most esteemed and most difficult portion of array skills. Because based on the formation arranged by the array patterns and magical beast cores, the flow of energy within was stable. As long as it had been calculated beforehand, one would be able to control it with precision. But humans were different. There was no way to predict the amount of ability displayed by every single practitioner in the formations which were grouped based on humans, and the fluctuations that might be given out with each attack. As a commanding officer, one had to acutely detect the variations within and adjust them accordingly based on the actual situation. Moreover, during the battle, the opponent's situation was also ever-changing. So there was no way to predict it in advance. The commanding officer had to adapt based on the enemy's attack and make the necessary changes. That person would also need to understand each variation of the formation, as well as the practical and different uses of it. To the commanding officer's innate talent, the intensity of his soul trace or even mental power, the requirement was ridiculously high. Very few people were able to reach this standard, even among practitioners with outstanding innate talents. Generally speaking, after the practitioners had accumulated sufficient military merits, those who wanted to be promoted to a commander rank had to receive the systematic training. The most important content within was to learn the various uses of formations. This was the crucial difference between an ordinary practitioner and a commanding officer. Many of them were even able to kill the Earth Devil mid-phase or end-phase top expert on their own. But if they were asked to command a team to kill an Earth Devil early phase, they couldn't do it at all. Not to mention killing an opponent whom they had to kill via teamwork. Li Yuquan was a proficient formation transformation expert. It was this ability that allowed him to rise steadily to become a commanding officer in one of the most important strongholds in the front lines. It was also because of this that he could tell how high the difficulty was for Huang Yueli to command ordinary soldiers to kill the demon tribe. The fact that Huang Yueli had yet to go through the systematic training but had such a standard of commanding meant that she had relied on her ability to work things out. This meant that she would definitely become an extremely outstanding Allied Army's commanding officer in the future. Perhaps she would attain even greater achievement than Li Yuquan. Li Yuquan's burning gaze was fixed on Huang Yueli as he said, "Then tell me, how did you proceed with the formation transformations? How are you able to hold off those Earth Devils based on those ordinary soldiers? This isn't very difficult actually." Huang Yueli felt that there was nothing much to hide and just repeated those instructions that she had said in the forest. Moreover, she even carefully added in some explanations, because she was worried that the practitioners by the side couldn't understand what she was saying. When she spoke, all of the main tense practitioners, no matter if it was a team leader or a commander, pricked their ears and listened to her attentively. They were worried that they might miss out on a single word. Even for those who originally couldn't understand the importance of the formation transformation, after they saw Li Yuquan's reaction, they knew that what Huang Yueli was about to say was going to be extremely important content. However, after listening for a while, the majority of those practitioners were all in a daze. Although they tried their best to listen. What on earth is he talking about? They understand every single word on their own. But when it was put into a sentence, they couldn't understand it at all. As compared with those ordinary bewildered practitioners, Li Yuquan was indeed an expert. He nodded while listening to Huang Yueli's narration, and the admiration in his eyes was unconcealable. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to have such innate talent in formations. Adding on that your judgment of the battle situation is so strong. Lad, you have a limitless future ahead of you." Li Yuquan rarely praised his subordinates so outright. So, those practitioners in the tent all showed envy and jealousy upon hearing him praise her. Unfortunately, none of them could refute this at all. No one had any doubts over how capable Huang Yueli was right now. Li Yuquan praised Huang Yueli once again before allowing her to return to her original seat. He coughed slightly and said, "Now, does anyone have any doubts over Li Yuquan's explanation?" Everyone shook their heads, not daring to say a word. Those people who doubted Huang Yueli at first were given a slap on their faces by the truth. So who else would dare to spout nonsense again? Li Yuquan said, "Since that's so, my dear officers, we'd better discuss what strategy to take next." As per what team leader Li said, the demon tribe's commander had sent out a lot of devil soldiers who were responsible for transporting the resources. He managed to consider every aspect so clearly, so he's definitely not a newbie. His judgments made on the battlefield were extremely precise, but he probably didn't expect our army to have a person like team leader Li. This divine lieutenant's intention is, when facing such a powerful enemy, it's best that we focus on defense and not underestimate them. My dear officers, what do you think? Li Yuquan raised his suggestion, stopped, and looked at the other commanders for their views. The main tense practitioners then came back to their senses. The original plan to come to Li Yuquan's tent was to discuss the next battle strategy. In the end, Huang Yueli popped out in the middle of their discussion and displayed such astonishing ability. The main topic was already led astray and everyone's attention was focused on her instead. They almost forgot why they came for. Knowing that Li Yuquan had given his suggestion, everyone then realized what was going on. The few commanders thought over it for a few seconds, and when they spoke up again, all of them agreed with Li Yuquan's idea. What Divine Lieutenant said is right. This subordinate also doesn't agree to take the risk and attack. The demon tribe has 2 Sky Devil grade top experts, and one of them has such a high level of command. We might not be able to hold the fort even if we just focus on defense alone. Of course, we shouldn't take risks casually. This subordinate feels that the entire army should take turns in defending. As long as managed to defend our stronghold and persist for some time, the demon tribe would retreat once they can't break through. Originally those commanders didn't dare to speak recklessly and were planning to make Huang Yueli become the scapegoat. Whoever knew that Huang Yueli was so capable? Not only did they fail to make use of her, she even got into the limelight. Now, there wasn't anyone to become the scapegoat, and the crowd realized how powerful the demon tribe army was. Furthermore, Li Yuquan had raised his view. The commanders naturally chose to follow Li Yuquan's suggestion. In this way, if anything were to happen, they wouldn't be held responsible for it. Moreover, when most of them heard that there were 2 Sky Devil top exponents in the demon tribe, they were scared witless. They originally didn't want to leave the campsite to take the risk. All they wanted was to use the campsite's surrounding arrays to save themselves. It wasn't that Li Yuquan didn't know about their true intentions. But he didn't have any better choice, hence he could only make this decision. Alright, since no one has any objections, then from tomorrow onwards. Divine Lieutenant, please wait a moment. Li Yuquan was just prepared to shut the campsite tightly when a voice suddenly rang from the corner of the tent, interrupting him. Everyone was stunned. Right when they thought Li Yuquan had announced the conclusion and everyone could be dismissed, no one expected an opposing voice to ring out at this crucial moment. The commanders looked at one another and discovered that this voice was not from any of them. Divine Lieutenant, this subordinate feels that there's something wrong with sealing the campsite now. Li Yuquan looked at that person and asked in surprise, "You are Xianxia?" Everyone looked at Xianxia. To them, Xianxia and Huang Yueli were the new, unfamiliar faces. But as Xianxia was rather handsome when she dressed up as a man, she was rather captivating. Before today, the number of people who knew her was a lot more than those who knew who Huang Yueli was. Xianxia cupped her fists in greeting and said, "Yes, this subordinate is." Li Yuquan frowned slightly and asked, "Why do you feel that we shouldn't seal off the campsite urgently?" Xianxia explained, "This subordinate feels that although there are 2 Sky Devil top exponents, one of them is on the verge of advancing. So basically, he wouldn't personally appear to fight. Hence, our enemy is only 1 Sky Devil. Moreover, the demon tribe knows that they have 2 Sky Devils, so they will definitely assume that we will not dare to strike back. Now is the time when their defense is at its weakest. If we do it the other way around and give them a strong attack, the devil army might be caught off guard." Hearing that, Li Yuquan went into a daze. But he pondered over it for a moment and shook his head. "What you say is reasonable, but have you ever thought that even if their defenses are weak, they still have a Sky Devil top exponent? Even if we sneak an attack, it is practically impossible for us to win. Unless you have some other idea to deal with the Sky Devil. Even if it was a Sky Devil early phase devil, that was still equivalent to a human's Dao Profound Realm early phase practitioner. In this campsite, the person with the highest cultivation, which was Heart Profound Realm end phase, was Li Yuquan. The difference between Heart Profound Realm end phase and Dao Profound Realm early phase might only be a small realm, but the disparity in power was astonishing. Adding on that Liu Kuan wasn't a divine lieutenant based on battle power. His advantage was reflected in commanding. If it was based on battle power, he was relatively weak among the heart-profound realm end phase practitioners. So everyone felt that it was a whimsical idea for the human army to defeat the devil army. Xianxia was also stumped. She frowned and asked, This subordinate hasn't thought of an idea. But if we stay in, the devil army would not retreat on their own. Once the other Sky Devil advances into Sky Devil end phase, we will not be able to hold the fort here too. Hearing that, everyone in the main tent went silent. Xianxia's words were extremely reasonable, and some of them had thought of this as well. Even if they didn't think of it from the start, they started to understand after her explanation. Although there might be two Sky Devils eyeing the campsite, one of them was still in the middle of advancement after all. Hence, the campsite still wasn't in its most critical situation. The minute another Sky Devil came out of his closed-door cultivation and the two Sky Devils joined hands, eliminating the small stronghold was as easy as snapping their fingers. By then, no matter how they defend, it would be useless. So Xianxia's point of view was to attack the enemy while the other Sky Devil was still in closed-door cultivation. But facing this suggestion was a real problem. That was, they couldn't even eliminate one Sky Devil. If they attacked them first, there was a possibility that the result would end up in the entire army being annihilated. As the saying went, no matter what they did, they were in a tight corner. It seemed that no matter what choice they made, the result of the campsite would eventually end up in destruction. But humans would always have the mentality to save their skins. Although they knew that delaying would end up in the same result, most of them would still choose to drag until they couldn't drag on any longer. Team Leader Xia, I cannot agree with your viewpoint. The possibility of failure if we attacked automatically is even higher. By then, the campsite will immediately be lost. But if we take the defense strategy, we will be able to hold on to it for some time. That's right. Perhaps the Sky Devil mid-phase would fail during his advancement and go into chi deviation? Then the demon tribe will automatically retreat. We can continue to send someone to Blessed City to ask for reinforcement. Perhaps when the armies from the other strongholds see our letters asking for help, they would send reinforcements. Hearing the commanders rebuking her, Xianxia's expression slowly turned cold. She thought inwardly, these people are only thinking of how to survive longer, and don't even wish to take such a big risk. They're even hoping that they would get lucky and be saved. But even if that Sky Devil top exponent fails in his advancement, will the Devil army retreat? The greater possibility was that the entire demon tribe would be activated to capture even more humans to be refined into blood pills to nourish that Sky Devil, no? As for reinforcements, Liu Kuan had already sent out so many men to ask for reinforcements. But until now, none of the reinforcements appeared. It's so obvious that either those people had been killed or the other campsites had also met with a huge wave of attack from the demon tribe. None of them were able to care about them. Under this kind of situation, instead of carrying such an enthusiastic mentality of self-rescue, they're still having unrealistic illusions of being saved. Do these people not want to survive? Xianxia didn't bother to argue with these people, but looked at Liu Kuan enthusiastically. Divine Lieutenant, what do you think? Liu Kuan heard their voices and hesitated for a moment before he finally said, even if we want to attack them first, we can't act recklessly. We will need a detailed plan before we take action. In this period, we'd better continue with the strategy to defend our stronghold first. Fully activate all the defense arrays, and notify all teams that they are not allowed to step out of the campsite. Divine Lieutenant is wise. We will adhere to Divine Lieutenant's command. Hearing that, all the commanders heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly responded. Xianxia showed a disappointed look and backed down. After the meeting ended, all the officers retreated out of the main tent. Huang Yueli walked next to the silent Xia Yunqi and gently tugged her sleeve. Yunqi. Xia Yunqi turned and looked at her, showing a faint smile on her face. It's you. Yueli, you're in the limelight today. I didn't expect you to kill so many devils. TSK, those self-acclaimed God clan commanders were all shocked by you. Ha 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 ha. Huang Yueli's lips curled up slightly and smiled. Don't say these. I know that the rewards you reaped today aren't any lesser than mine. It's just that you don't like to be in the limelight. If she could find so many devil soldiers, it was even needless to say for Xia Yunqi, the chosen one. Moreover, Xia Yunqi's prediction could assist her in finding the most suitable targets. Sometimes, she might misjudge, making a critical error and meet with a team with many earth devils. But Xia Yunqi need not worry about this trouble at all. So the efficiency of Xia Yunqi earning military merits wasn't any lower than hers. As expected, Xia Yunqi smiled and did not refute what she said. I think it's time to shave off those God clan commanders' drive. They simply look down on us. Earlier when they mocked you, I almost blew up. Thank God you have a good temper and could explain to them properly. Huang Yueli shrugged and said, I'm usually not that good-tempered. But we're like an ant on the rope in comparison to those commanders. So we won't get any advantage if we fall out with them. Everyone's trapped in this godforsaken place, and we might not even be able to escape. So I don't want to cause internal strife. Hearing that, Xia Yunqi kept away her smile. What you said is right. We're in deep trouble. As compared to a life-threatening situation, there's no need to argue with those superficial fellows. Huang Yueli observed her expression and probed, Yunqi, I know you don't like to stand out in the limelight, but you stood out today suddenly. Have you sensed something? Li Yuquan and the others don't know Xia Yunqi's background, so they ignored her suggestion. But Huang Yueli was well aware that Xia Yunqi was the chosen one. A casual word from her would probably be the will of heaven, moreover such a serious suggestion? Xia Yunqi sighed slightly. You know me best. I didn't expect Divine Lieutenant Li, who holds commanding power, to be so timid. He doesn't even dare to take a little bit of risk. Huang Yueli turned around and surveyed their surroundings only to realize that there were a lot of people around. Huang Yueli hurriedly dragged Xia Yunqi to the corner. When she saw no one else was around, she asked, in this way, keeping guard at the campsite is very dangerous? Xia Yunqi nodded and replied, you understand the situation of the demon tribe. I have a very clear premonition that the longer we drag, the more disadvantageous the situation for us. Huang Yueli naturally didn't doubt her. After listening to what she said, she couldn't help but frown. She muttered to herself irresolutely, but what Divine Lieutenant said isn't without reason as well. If we want to deal with that sky devil, we definitely need to pay a heavy price for it. It will be very difficult for you to convince Divine Lieutenant. Xia Yunqi nodded slightly. My trigram also shows that my suggestion today will not pass through. I merely can't help myself from giving it a try. Xia Yunqi didn't dare be careless with the matters concerning the campsite's practitioners' future and lives. Nor would she speak without thinking. These few days while she was in Team 4, other than training the soldiers in her team, she purposely found some time to do some divinations. The trigram showed the current situation in the campsite as rickety. They might be annihilated completely at any moment. But, there are many variations for the future development, and there might be a chance that we will take a turn for the better. That was why I decided to suggest attacking first in the meeting. I hoped that it could change the fate of the campsite. After Xia Yunqi said that, she couldn't help but sigh again. Huang Yueli said, looks like your plan failed. Divine Lieutenant would persist in defense, so how do you think things will develop from now on? Although Li Yuquan said they were taking the temporary measure of defense in the meeting. But Huang Yueli knew clearly that they had just obtained a victory. If those commanders don't take the opportunity to strike the iron while it's hot, then after the campsite was sealed, it would be even more difficult to work up the courage to battle. The conclusion would be to drag on endlessly until the devils come knocking on their doors. Xianxia apparently thought so as well. Her lips pouted and said, "The situation is terrible. It wouldn't take long before another huge crisis will strike the entire campsite. If we can't survive that, everyone will be done for. If we manage to survive this, perhaps, we might get a chance to turn defeat into victory." A huge crisis? Don't tell me the demon tribe will make a breakthrough into our campsite? Huang Yueli asked as she frowned deeply. Xianxia nodded and replied, "That's possible. So, the two of us have to be very careful. Based on their experience and power, even if the campsite turned topsy-turvy, they knew that they could escape unscathed. But anything was possible on the battlefield. The moment they underestimated the enemy, even a Dao Profound Realm top exponent might die." Huang Yueli nodded her head earnestly. The two of them went on their ways. The next few days were very peaceful. The demon tribe seemed as though they had suffered a serious blow in the previous battle, so they hadn't appeared in the past few days. As for the practitioners in the campsite, they were originally very anxious and flustered that the demon tribe would attack them. But after a moment of peace, they started to relax. Some of them even felt that activating the defense arrays throughout the day was extremely safe. They need not be so focused when they were standing on guard duty. Huang Yueli and Xianxia saw this, but had no stand to say anything much. They could only intensity the drills of their teams. As the two of them earned a lot of military merits when they led their subordinates on the battlefield previously, the two teams' members were convinced by their team leaders. So when they trained, they were extremely serious and focused. Xianxia specially looked for Huang Yueli to gain some knowledge on formation transformation. She was very intelligent, and after Huang Yueli's explanation, she quickly grasped the main points. Time flew past swiftly, and in a blink of an eye, a week had passed. On a pitch-black night, Huang Yueli was already sleeping in her tent. Suddenly, shrieks of terror reverberated above the skies of the campsite. "Bad news, bad news. The demon tribe is attacking our campsite. Help, quickly help us. The demon tribe is here. Ah!" Miserable screams rang throughout. Huang Yueli sat up instantly and dashed out of the tent. When she just stepped out, she tripped over something and almost fell to the ground. Huang Yueli looked down and discovered that a human soldier's corpse was lying by her feet. Blood was still spurting out from his chest. Apparently, this soldier had just died. Huang Yueli frowned, but before she could respond, the sound of an airflow was suddenly heard from her back. She subconsciously turned and a ray of flame flashed past. Ah! Huang Yueli turned to the side and saw a devil soldier, covered in flames, crying miserably as he fell. The demon tribe actually managed to break into the campsite? Huang Yueli's heart jolted and hurriedly ran out. The campsite was already in a state of chaos. Borrowing the ray of the dim moonlight, Huang Yueli could barely see a large number of devil soldiers brandishing their broadswords in front of the campsite's entrance charging in. The Allied Army's soldiers were apparently caught off guard and did not manage to defend in time. So in a second, many of them were either seriously injured or dead. The human soldiers scurried around the campsite, and a number of them took out their weapons, wanting to fight back. But in this dark night, the devils with incredibly strong senses gained the upper hand. Ordinary soldiers couldn't even see the devils' figures, not to mention fighting back. The result was very limited. One by one, they fell. Huang Yueli ran swiftly in the campsite and saw blood on the ground as well as the fabric on the tents. The entire scene was no different from hell. While Huang Yueli was inspecting the campsite, several devils targeted her and suddenly sprang up from different corners to attack her. But Huang Yueli's soul trace was exceptionally powerful. Those silly devils ended up as her military merits. Yueli. This side. Xianxia's voice suddenly rang behind her. Following that, Huang Yueli was dragged to one side by Xianxia, behind a pile of haystacks. This was a blind spot and was rather well hidden, so it would be hard to spot them. Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Xianxia. Yunqi, you're here. It's great that you're fine. What's going on now? How did the demon tribe break into our campsite? Xianxia said, I've been having a bad premonition today, so even till late at night, I haven't gone to sleep. In the end, there was a commotion on the outside. It was said that those soldiers on guard duty were killed. I knew that things were not going well, so I was about to rush over to take a look. In the end, I saw the fire spreading in the campsite and a large number of devil soldiers charged into the campsite. They were starting to kill the humans. Huang Yueli frowned deeply for moments after listening to what she had said. Things aren't this simple. The demon tribe might have killed the soldiers on guard duty, but they shouldn't be able to break into the campsite so quickly. I've checked the surrounding defense mechanisms and arrays around the campsite myself. Even if the Sky Devil came personally, he would need to spend some effort before he can break in. Xianxia heard that and shook her head. I heard from the steward from the supply station that as the defense mechanism was activated throughout the entire day, the consumption of materials and magical beast cores were too high. We didn't get any replenishment from Blessed City, so we could only save up on the usage. Divine Lieutenant arranged for the sentry guards to patrol the outside, and when it was safer, they would turn off the mechanisms for a short while at suitable timings. Huang Yueli finally understood and said, looks like the demon tribe killed our sentry guards, and took the opportunity while the defense arrays were deactivated and charged in. Xianxia nodded and said, I'm guessing that's the case. Huang Yueli couldn't help but sneer. If my memory didn't fail me, it should be that White Tiger clan, Jing Zhihai's turn to patrol the campsite today, right? Doesn't he think that he is the #1 top expert beneath Divine Lieutenant? Doesn't he look down on the other commanders? In the end, the sentry guards he dispatched had issued and almost got everyone killed. Can he hold the responsibility for this? Xianxia also looked indignant. That's right, if we manage to defeat the enemy this time, we must give him a severe punishment. Huang Yueli sighed and said, saying these now is of no use. We'd better think of ways to chase these devils out first. Xianxia frowned. This might pose some difficulty. The campsite's defense is mainly due to the arrays and mechanisms. Now that the demon tribe had already destroyed our arrays, the devil army is gushing over right now. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and said, we can fix the damaged arrays. Luckily, I went around to study the campsite's arrays a few days ago. How about this, let's go over to the defense arrays and take a look first. Xianxia didn't object to it. The two young ladies looked around and dashed out from the haystacks when the devils were not paying attention. After going around a few tents, Huang Yueli suddenly stopped in her tracks. Xianxia was following right behind her and didn't expect her to suddenly stop. She almost bumped into her back. Yueli? What's the matter? Huang Yueli said, I saw someone familiar. Just nice, I was just thinking of gathering some soldiers, this is a good opportunity. On a vacant land between 3 tents, 6 to 7 soldiers held their swords to attack the devils. The leader of the group was Huang Yueli's Team 3 soldier, Wang Yusin. Xianxia propped her head out and took a look, crying out instantly in astonishment. This lad is your subordinate? I really can't tell from his looks that he's rather capable. When they ran over, they mostly saw the devils chasing and killing the humans. Only a small minority were fighting against the demon tribe. There were even lesser cases where the humans were having the advantage. But now, the teammates that Wang Yusin brought were fighting the devils. Moreover, they lined into their formation, surrounded the devils who were greater in numbers, made use of the variations of the formation to form an encirclement, and finally killed the enemy. Huang Yueli took a few looks at them and a smile broke out on her face. She nodded, he's indeed capable. In this period, she had been training her team members, getting them to be familiarized with various arrays. She also specially picked a few group leaders like Wang Yusen and Jing Yichuan. But she didn't expect Wang Yusen's power of comprehension to be this high. It was only a few days of training and he could also operate the formation to direct his groupmates to fight. Seeing Wang Yusen and the others killed the last devil, Huang Yueli immediately walked over and called out to them. Team leader. Seeing Huang Yueli appearing, the soldiers revealed a joyous look. Wang Yusen dashed over and reported, Team leader, we've been looking for you. The demon tribe suddenly broke into the campsite and we were separated from our team. Now, we don't know if they're dead or alive. Also, team leader, has the campsite been broken in? What should we do now? The human soldiers had uneasy and terrified expressions on their faces. Huang Yueli placated them and said, Don't be too anxious. I've already got a plan. Hearing that, the human soldiers were all relieved. In their hearts, their team leader was a person who could do everything and anything. Since Huang Yueli said she already got a plan, then there was nothing to worry about. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and said to Wang Yusen, I'm preparing to head to the exterior of the campsite to take a look at the severity of the damage on the defense arrays. How about this, being these soldiers, and try your best to gather Team 3 and Team 4's members. Look for me around the gate in the southeast direction 2 hours later. Wang Yusen showed a hesitant look upon hearing that. This? Team leader, you're going alone to restore the defense arrays? Will that be too dangerous? The demon tribe would have arranged for manpower near the surrounding of the arrays. If you go there alone, won't you be walking into their turf? Huang Yueli burst out laughing. Am I that weak? Moreover, I'm not going there alone. Isn't team leader Shi right here? Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. I'm worried about the few of you instead. You might know how to use the formation to curb the devils, but don't be greedy for merits and take unnecessary risks. Try to find everyone and come over earlier to gather. Yes. Team leader, don't worry. The soldiers agreed one after another and turned around to leave. Huang Yueli and Xianxia continued to walk towards the place where the defense arrays were. The two of them were very quick and it didn't take long before they were outside the campsite. Huang Yueli saw the defense arrays surrounding patterns from afar and was about to secretly run over. Just at this moment, Xianxia grabbed her from behind. Yueli, wait a minute. Huang Yueli was stunned and turned back to ask, Yunqi, what's the matter? Xianxia's expression instantly turned grave. I suddenly feel that the situation is very bad. We'd better first. Before she could finish her sentence, an overwhelming aura descended above the skies of the campsite from an unknown place. This was the might from a first-class top exponent. It felt as heavy as a few 100,000 tons, which were slowly descending from the sky. The tremendous pressure made the campsite's air congeal. Many ordinary soldiers couldn't take this pressure and instantly coughed up blood and fainted. Even Huang Yueli and Xianxia also felt suffocated and their heads started to throb. This is such a thick, demonic qi. Huang Yueli's complexion turned slightly pale. This kind of feeling as though all her energy had been sapped dry reminded her of something similar that had happened not too long ago. After the demonic qi had reached a certain intensity, it would cause a huge amount of damage to one's meridians and organs, even affecting the human senses. Looks like a top exponent from the demon tribe has arrived. Huang Yueli had a bad premonition. Could it be that? Before she could finish her sentence, a deafening voice rang from the skies. Who is the humans' commander? Quickly come out and die. This voice boomed like a bolt of thunder, and the lingering sound surged on unendingly, causing the humans to feel giddy. Huang Yueli suppressed the feeling of wanting to throw up and exchanged a glance with Xianxia. Xianxia mouthed the words, "We're done for. This person should be that Sky Devil commander." Huang Yueli also had the same thought in mind, and her heart thumped hard. It seemed that while they were shut inside the camp, the demon tribe decided to take the proactive strategy and attack. They had been sending spies around the campsite's surroundings to observe the situation. Once the devils found the loophole in their defense, they grabbed the opportunity and mobilized their forces. Even their commanding officer also came personally. They were set on eliminating all the human practitioners in the entire campsite tonight. The other party had made such detailed preparations and attacked them with their full forces. However, the humans were unprepared, so it would be a wonder if the devils don't succeed. Huang Yueli and Xianxia were feeling very grave, but they hid carefully. They don't dare to show themselves at all. A Sky Devil early phase was equivalent to a human's Dao Profound Realm early phase practitioner. That Sky Devil's cultivation was greater than them by 2 huge realms. It could be said that he was already a first-class top exponent in God Realm. This devil was someone that they couldn't afford to offend. Luckily, from the moment the Sky Devil appeared, his target had always been Liu Kuan. So he couldn't be bothered with 2 humans in the Dream Profound Realm practitioners like them at all. Lowly human, aren't you coming out to meet your doom? If you still don't come out, don't blame me for being unrestrained. The tall devil floated in midair and his body was shrouded with thick, demonic qi. It seemed as though he was enveloped in black smoke, and it was very hard to see his true countenance. Huang Yueli's soul trace was very powerful, and she spent a great deal of effort before she managed to see this practitioner. Xianxia once said that the demon tribe practitioners' looks and abilities were compatible. Those strong practitioners who could reach the Sky Devil grade had outstanding looks. From the looks of it now, this sentence was indeed true. This Sky Devil might be good-looking, but his good looks still lacking, if compared to her husband. Huang Yueli's gaze swept past his face. She instantly frowned and started to think. Liu Kuan still hadn't appeared until now. No one knew if he was injured or if he had gone into hiding. Now that the campsite was surrounded, it wasn't strange if the commander-in-chief had escaped. But if Liu Kuan didn't appear, no one knew what the demon tribe would do. Should Yunqi and I leave this place first and lay low for a while? Huang Yueli thought silently and turned to look at Xianxia. The latter seemed as though she had guessed Huang Yueli's thoughts, and shook her head silently. Huang Yueli's brows rose, and she was just about to ask. But just at this moment, a burst of profound energy exploded from the center of the campsite. This thunder-attributed profound energy shot up in the sky as a bolt of blinding lightning appeared instantly above the campsite. Following a loud explosion, many devils fell to the ground and turned into charred corpses. As for Huang Yueli, they found themselves loosening up. It was because the thunder-attributed profound energy contained purification function and dispelled a portion of the Sky Devil's demonic qi. It also lessened the pressure which the humans in the campsite had to tolerate. After the lightning dispersed, Liu Kuan appeared in the center of the campsite. The Sky Devil's gaze flickered and landed on him. "You're this campsite's commanding officer?" Before Liu Kuan could reply, he immediately snorted disdainfully. "Weak. You're simply too weak. Doesn't the God clans have anyone else? A weakling like you can also take up the position of Divine Lieutenant. No wonder all of you can only become the ingredients for the demon tribe's blood pills." Hearing that, all the practitioners in the campsite appeared indignant. However, none of them dared to voice out their complaints. Liu Kuan's face did not show any expression. He merely spoke in a calm and steady tone. "My rank of Divine Lieutenant in the Allied armies is originally very low. The Sky Devil took a brief look at him and laughed loudly. You might be a piece of trash, but you do understand yourself well. Since you're so tactful, I will give you another chance. Lead your soldiers here and quickly surrender to save my effort. I can let you die a quick death. When he said that, some of the Allied army soldiers couldn't take it and started to shout. Damn devil, even if we die, we will absolutely not surrender to you. That's right, we will not surrender. We still don't know who will be the ones to die. We will definitely chase you mutants out of God realm. The Allied army's practitioners might have their personal motives, but when it came to a life-threatening moment, the majority of them still exercised their pride as military officers. The more important thing was that everyone was well aware that the demon tribe was vicious and ruthless. Even if they surrendered, they still wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. In that case, rather than being labeled as someone who surrendered, they would rather take the chance and fight. At least, they would be labeled as a warrior after they died. Hearing the human soldiers' shouts, Liu Kuan's expression changed. Shut. Before he could finish his sentence, the Sky Devil had already waved his right hand. A black demonic chi resembling tiny needles flew out and pierced through the chests of those few soldiers who just spoke. Pfft. The few of them threw up a mouthful of blood and their faces instantly turned as black as coal, as they lay dead on the ground. Liu Kuan also made his move instantly to block off the Sky Devil's attack. But the disparity of cultivations between the two of them and adding on to the fact that the Sky Devil made a move first, the former wasn't able to save those soldiers' lives. Seeing the unresigned look in those soldiers' eyes, Liu Kuan's expression instantly turned cold. What's your name? You're asking this commander? The Sky Devil sneered, based on your cultivation, you have no right to know this commander's name. But this commander will make an exception and tell you. I am Rui Xian. And I'm from one of the 8 aristocratic families. It's your honor for a trash like you to die in my hands. Rui Xian? Huang Yueli mumbled this name softly, as she delved into her thoughts. Xianxia lowered her voice and said, the Rui family is a true blue powerful leader in the demon tribe and their statuses are on par with the god clans. No wonder he's still so young, but already in the Sky Devil stage. Huang Yueli suddenly understood and said, then the Sky Devil and Phase Devil that is in closed-door cultivation, the one called Rui Zhe, is also from the Rui family? I think most probably. Xianxia nodded. Just as they were conversing in a low voice, Sky Devil Rui Xian and Liu Kuan were also approaching each other in the center of the campsite. When they were only 20 meters away from each other, they stopped in their tracks. At the same time, their auras rose swiftly. The heaven and earth profound chi were drawn to them and appeared in the shape of a vortex, swiftly gathering towards the center of the campsite. Those Allied army soldiers and devils standing around were affected by it and all of them revealed pained expressions as they started to back off. Huang Yueli and Xianxia's cultivation was much higher than theirs. Although they didn't feel very comfortable, they were still able to endure it. Huang Yueli looked at Xianxia and said, it looks like the battle between the Sky Devil Rui Xian and our divine lieutenant is unavoidable. Xianxia spoke with a grave expression, divine lieutenant is the commander-in-chief here. Even if he knows that he will lose, there is no way for him to evade the battle. Things are going to be troublesome this time. Huang Yueli's brows were tightly knitted as she started to feel uneasy. The current situation was very obvious. The demon tribe mobilized their whole army and the Sky Devil commanding officer, Rui Xian, personally joined in the battle. As the commanding officer for this campsite, Liu Kuan was also the one with the highest cultivation. So his only choice was to meet with the enemy's challenge directly. But the disparity between their abilities was so obvious. There was no possibility that Liu Kuan would possibly win. Perhaps, after they fought for a few rounds, Liu Kuan might be killed. If he were to die, this campsite would completely lose its backbone. Those few commanders wouldn't be able to command these human soldiers at all. By then, the entire campsite would be turned into a mess, and all the soldiers would scatter everywhere. They wouldn't be able to combine their forces, and the result would end up being killed by the demon tribe. This stronghold would be wiped out. Looks like this is the catastrophe for our campsite. Xianxia's voice sounded a little errant. But just before Huang Yueli could ask, Li Yuquan and Rui Xian started to exchange blows. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and clashed against Rui Xian's surrounding demonic qi. A powerful explosion was caused by the impact, which made the ground shake continuously. The ground under the soldiers' feet started to shatter, forming crevices. Huang Yueli and Xianxia evaded the surrounding flying rocks and looked up into the sky. This was Huang Yueli's first time seeing a sky devil-grade devil making his move. Rui Xian's body was like a black hole, which continuously sucked in the surrounding energy. Strand after strand of black, demonic qi was pulled from the air, gathering in his palm. If it was said the demonic qi that ordinary devils used was similar to a kind of black smoke, then the demonic qi that Rui Xian gathered had already congealed into a black liquid substance, whereby it's impossible to see through it with the naked eye. Li Yuquan was from the Cloudy Qilin clan, so he was also a thunder attribute practitioner, like Li Moying. Huang Yueli wasn't very well versed in thunder attribute. But as she had seen Li Moying making his moves multiple times, she could tell something from it as well. Li Yuquan's cultivation was much higher than Li Moying's. Hence the heaven and earth thunder attributed profound qi that he gathered was actually very powerful. But unlike Li Moying, he couldn't release the might within totally. In fact, he could only display 70% of the power. Under the impending pressure of the demon tribe's top exponent, Li Yuquan's defeat was becoming very obvious. He went through perilous moments, and there were a few times when he almost died. If it wasn't because of the mid-grade holy armament armor that he was wearing, he would have died long ago. The more Huang Yueli and Xianxia looked, the graver their feelings were. It seemed that Li Yuquan losing this battle was unavoidable. The moment he fell, this campsite. Could it be that they could only choose to escape during this current chaotic moment? Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes and her thoughts swiftly raced. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she stretched out to grab Xianxia's wrist. Yunqi, come with me. Xianxia was stunned. Where are you going? It's very dangerous right now. If we don't hide well, we might be killed at any moment. When two first-class top exponents exchanged blows, if one was hit by the dispersed remnant energy, one would either be injured or die. I know it's very dangerous, but if we don't take action, this campsite will really be finished. Huang Yueli frowned. Xianxia stared at her and asked in surprise, why? You thought of a way to save all of us? Huang Yueli nodded slightly. It's just an idea. Earlier when we first came, we once saw the mechanisms around the campsite releasing a huge amount of energy to defeat the devil army who came to attack us. Do you still remember that? Xianxia nodded. Of course I do. This mechanism and the defense array work together. As long as there is sufficient energy, it would be able to deal a certain amount of damage to a sky devil-grade devil. Saying that, she suddenly understood what Huang Yueli meant. You are thinking of using this mechanism to attack that sky devil and help Divine Lieutenant? Yes. Huang Yueli nodded. Xianxia hurriedly said, You probably aren't aware that it is not possible. When that mechanism was set up, the direction had been fixed. So that means the direction of attack is aimed only at the exterior of the campsite. Huang Yueli smiled and said, That's not a problem, right? As long as we make the mechanism change its direction, wouldn't that do? Xianxia said in shock, You only checked the array once. Are you sure you can turn the mechanism around? The Allied Army's arrays and mechanisms are extremely complicated. Ordinary Sky Gem Grandmasters also find it hard to grasp. Huang Yueli replied, "Of course, I have some certainty. No matter what, we don't have any other way, so shouldn't we give it a try?" However, Xia Yunqi's worries were still not eradicated. She thought for a moment and said, "Even if you manage to turn the mechanism's direction, Divine Lieutenant is currently engaged in a battle with the Sky Devil and they keep moving around. How are you going to aim at them? A slight deviation might just kill Divine Lieutenant instead." Hearing that, Huang Yueli's brows also creased. Apparently, she was posed with a difficult question. "What you said is logical, but there's no point to say all these right now. Surely we can't stay here and be sitting ducks, right? Let's take a look first then decide." "All right then, let's hurry." The two of them came to an agreement and didn't dare to delay any time. They instantly got up from their hiding spot and continued to move towards the array. Their positions were relatively near to where Li Yuquan and Rui Xian were engaged in battle. They were merely 500 meters away from them. Under the impact, the heaven and earth profound qi from the ground, causing it to shake continuously. Many soldiers from both the humans and demon tribe fell to the ground beside them. Both of them used all their means and their best profound skill to safely avoid those shattered rocks. Finally, the two of them arrived at the high platform where the defensive array was. Sky Devil Rui Xian had already made preemptive measures and arranged a team of devil soldiers waiting near the array. But these devil soldiers were impacted by the remnant energies and were pretty disheveled. Seeing two human practitioners suddenly popping up, the devils instantly rushed upwards and swung their swords to slash them. "Damn human, what are you doing here? Stop talking rubbish, just slash them." Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi let out a sneer at the same time. They were people with swift reactions, and it only took them a turn to easily avoid the devil's attacks. However, they were not interested in fighting. The two of them quickly jumped into the air, stepped on the devil's head, and leaped onto the high platform. On the high platform, there was a circular stockade and the array was encircled within. Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi did a flip and jumped in with ease. Huang Yueli immediately ran towards the center of the array and shouted as she ran, "Yunqi, I'm leaving you to deal with those devils. I'm going to start restoring and adjusting the array now. Please hang on. I'm depending on you." Xia Yunqi had just landed on the ground and when she heard Huang Yueli saying such unreliable words, she almost flew into a rage. What? How do you expect me to ward off so many devils by myself? Those devils who were at the bottom of the platform protecting the array were an entire team of more than 30 people. There were even 3 earth devils in the team. Xia Yunqi's battle power might be good, but facing the encirclement of so many devils simultaneously. If she could choose, she would definitely make the wise decision to escape. Huang Yueli shouted back, "You can do it, I believe in you." Saying that, she bent down, took out a big pile of materials and magical beast cores, and started to restore the array. Slash. Xia Yunqi's face turned green, but at this moment, she had no other choice. The entire campsite's hope of survival was dependent on Huang Yueli right now. As long as she could quickly adjust the array and restore the mechanism to help Li Yuquan defeat Sky Devil Rui Xian, the allied army's campsite would be saved. Thinking of this, Xia Yunqi stopped grumbling and braced herself for it. Luckily, the exterior of the array was blocked by the tall fence. The only entrance had been blocked by Huang Yueli, so if the devils wanted to come in and capture them, the only way was to jump past the fencing. This gave Xia Yunqi some buffer. She stood below the fence and held her thin, long, flexible sword tightly. The moment the devils popped up from the fence, she would execute her best profound skill and attack them ruthlessly. She had to make sure she injured the devil who popped up in the shortest amount of time, making them fall off the high platform. Huang Yueli might put things across in a relaxed manner, but she wasn't feeling that assured at all. Initially, when she was restoring the array, she would be distracted to take a look at Xianxia's situation in dealing with the devils. But after some time, she realized that Xianxia's skills were even better than what she had imagined. Especially her speed, it was simply as swift as lightning. From the way she ran from end to end, stabbing every single devil, it only took her a few seconds to run back. This speed. It simply wasn't something that an Earth-attributed practitioner could attain. The devils fell to the ground consecutively as waves of miserable groans were heard from the bottom of the platform. Huang Yueli took a short look and was assured. Then she started to concentrate on the work on hand. Outside the campsite, those arrays and mechanisms which were set up were secrets of the allied armies. Other than the army's assigned array master and spiritual armament masters who held ranks, outsiders couldn't get a copy of the blueprint at all. It was Huang Yueli's first time coming into contact after arriving at this campsite. So there were many areas that she couldn't fully comprehend. But at this juncture, there wasn't much time for her to think over it in detail. Huang Yueli took out her array board, which she brought from Soaring Heaven's continent, and swiftly calculated and deduced in her mind. As the array was rather complex, the time she spent calculating was very long. Huang Yueli sat in the middle of the array with her eyes tightly shut. Beads of sweat were continuously dripping onto the ground. Huang Yueli, are you done yet? Xianxia's flabbergasted voice was heard coming from the other end of the high platform. She managed to use her speed to throw the majority of the devils down the platform. But the devils were muscular and burly, so falling from this height wouldn't make them die. In fact, they wouldn't even be injured. As long as they rest for a little while, they would be able to resume their activities. Hence, no matter how hard she tried to knock them down, it wouldn't take long before they climb up once again. In this way, Xianxia was so tired that her forehead was drenched with sweat. But the number of enemies did not decrease at all. The worst of all was that the 3 Earth Devils who were standing behind those ordinary devil soldiers couldn't be bothered to attack at all. After waiting for some time, they finally lost their patience and personally climbed the high platform themselves. Xianxia was strained from running around and she slowly started to collapse. Huang Yueli was originally fully concentrated on calculation and her soul trace had already entered a special state. Upon hearing Xianxia's cry, her body shook. Immediately following that, a few spiderweb-like cracks appeared from the middle of the array board that Huang Yueli was holding. In the end, it shattered completely. Huang Yueli was stunned and instantly stood up. I'm almost done. Persist a little longer. She raised her voice and shouted. Xianxia clenched her teeth and screamed, Persist? Why don't you come and try persisting for yourself? If this continues, the both of us will die here. Alright, don't be so hasty. I'm going to be done immediately. As Huang Yueli spoke, her fingers were swiftly moving as she restarted to draw the surrounding array patterns. Although she hadn't fully comprehended the mechanism, she had already grasped the core of it. She only needed to make some last-minute changes, and that wasn't something especially difficult to do. Her speed of drawing the array pattern was swift as her 10 slender fingers weaved gestures continuously, leaving remnant images. Just as Xianxia was on the verge of collapse, Huang Yueli finally placed the last piece of beast core in a suitable position. Phew, it's finally done. Huang Yueli heaved a long sigh of relief. When Xianxia heard that, she hurriedly said, Since it's done, come over here quickly and help. Huang Yueli moved instantly and dashed right next to Xianxia's side. Not long after, before she struck the devils, the earth suddenly emitted a vigorous tremor again. This tremor was much more serious than the previous few times. Huang Yueli and Xianxia couldn't even stand firm and fell to the ground on their butts. Those devils who were climbing the fence were shaken and crashed heavily on the ground. A black vortex appeared in Sky Devil Rui Xian's palm. It grew bigger and bigger and floated in midair. In comparison, Liu Kuan's current was evidently becoming dimmer. It was apparent that Liu Kuan's profound energy was almost exhausted, and he couldn't hold on to such a strong intensity battle any longer. The minute Liu Kuan's profound energy was depleted, he would no longer be able to use the power of the mid-grade holy armament that he was wearing. Then he would not be able to take on the blow from Rui Xian. Huang Yueli saw that and couldn't be bothered to think about anything else. She hastily ran back. No, it's too late. We must immediately activate the mechanism. Yunqi, persist just a little longer. All right. Xianxia grabbed her soft sword tightly, and the gaze in her clear eyes became profound and resolute. She knew clearly that this was the most crucial timing. The demon tribe seemed to have noticed this as well. After a short moment of silence, all of them scuttered up and attacked the high platform ferociously. Xianxia narrowed her eyes slightly as she chanted a mnemonic gesture. Immediately following that, 8 shadow clones instantly appeared. Every single shadow clone looked no different from her real self. Even the profound energy might that emanated from her was exactly the same. This scene stunned Huang Yueli so much that she almost destroyed the mechanism due to the distraction. 8 Xianxia simultaneously drew out their swords, and the glint from the blades made one's eyes go blurry. It weaved into a dense netting and successfully blocked all the devils outside. Huang Yueli couldn't help but sigh. She didn't expect Xianxia to have so many secrets, whose ability had simply surpassed Huang Yueli's imagination. But Huang Yueli knew that Xianxia's consumption of profound energy for such an esteemed profound skill was huge, and she probably wouldn't last for long. Hence, there wouldn't be a lot of time to spare. Huang Yueli hurriedly recollected her concentration and sped up her actions. In the center of the campsite, Liu Kuan and the Sky Devil's battle had entered the last stage. Liu Kuan's energy was depleted and sweat drenched his entire shirt. There were injuries of various sizes and blood kept spilling out from those wounds. Even the holy armament armor that he wore was so damaged that it would be difficult to guarantee his safety. Sky Devil Rui Xian was also slightly injured, but as compared with Liu Kuan, that injury was negligible. TSK, trash will be trash. Even if you wore such a high-tiered armor, you'd still die in my hands. I'm going to draw away your blood essence very soon. Although you might be a little trashy, you are a practitioner in the heart-profound realm end phase. After my brother takes in your blood essence, his advancement will definitely be much smoother. Rui Xian chuckled as he went closer. Liu Kuan shut his eyes hopelessly, as though he had already given up resisting. Now that things had come to this, he had already given his best effort. But there was no way to replenish the disparity in abilities at all. He could feel that his meridians had been invaded by large amounts of demonic qi, and his body senses were gradually turning numb. To a practitioner, this was a fatal effect. He could no longer persist on. He thought silently, it doesn't matter if I died. From the day I joined the Allied armies, I was already prepared to sacrifice myself on the front lines. But there are so many humans and God clan practitioners in the campsite. They are all so young, and for some of them, this is their first time battling with the demon tribe. They still hold so many beautiful wishes to accumulate sufficient military merits and become their family's pride. Alas, they are all going to die here as well. Rui Xian also sensed that victory was right before him, and he couldn't suppress the excited feeling in his heart. He didn't bother wasting any time and raised both hands to gather all the surrounding demonic qi. Forming a huge, black sword, he swung it down towards Liu Kuan's head. Liu Kuan remained immobile, as though he was disheartened. However, a loud boom exploded in the sky. Liu Kuan was sent flying by the tremendous impact caused by the explosion, spitting out blood in midair as he crashed heavily on the ground. His entire body was in extreme pain, but he was amazed to find out that he wasn't dead. What's going on? Could it be that the devil had a chance of heart and decided to let him off? Liukuan hurriedly opened his eyes, bore with the pain, and looked at the sky. He saw the huge sword which was gathered based on the black demonic chi dissipating after crashing with a ball of silver energy. Not only that, Sky Devil Rui Xian even suffered the backlash from his demonic chi. He was pushed back continuously for more than a dozen steps before he barely stopped and steadied his footing. He stared at the black demonic chi in disbelief, and he was filled with shock and fury. Rui Xian lifted his head and shouted angrily, "Who's that? How dare you sneak an attack on me? Quickly show yourself." However, no one in the entire campsite responded to him. Show yourself right now." Rui Xian shouted sternly and at the same time, using his ability to look in the direction where the ball of silver energy appeared. Liukuan also came back to his senses, and his heart pounded, as he thought inwardly. This mixture of heaven and earth, profound chi looked very familiar. It was shot from the southeast direction, could it be? How is that possible? Before Liukuan or Rui Xian could comprehend the situation, another ball of silver light suddenly lit up from the high platform on the southeast corner. This burst of energy was like an electric current, carrying an astonishing impact. It traveled at the speed of lightning and descended on Rui Xian's head. Rui Xian attempted to block it, but his reaction was a little too slow, hence he couldn't block it at all. The silver light and demonic chi clashed against each other once again. The demonic chi dissipated even faster, and Rui Xian fell to the ground. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. But after this time, Rui Xian managed to find the origin of that silver energy. Sky Devil Rui Xian was hopping mad after being injured seriously consecutively, and he was on the verge of blowing up. He forcibly executed a demon tribe's ultimate skill and suppressed the internal injury. After that, he stood upright and rushed ferociously towards the high platform in the southeast direction. Damn human scum, all you know is to hide in a corner and sneak an attack. I will tear you apart. I will throw you into the pill furnace and refine you into a blood devil pill. The blood devil pill was a kind of demonic sorcery that made the human tremble with fright. The blood pill was refined using a practitioner's blood essence, whereas the blood devil pill was refined by throwing a live human into the pill furnace. Using a deviant flame, they would slowly refine that live human being slowly into a puddle of blood, then concealed into a pill. Very few devils within the demon tribe were able to do this kind of sorcery. Rui Xian was apparently pushed to the verge of insanity by that person who attacked him. Seeing this, the campsite's humans were scared witless. Liukuan also kept chanting nonstop in his mind. Quickly activate the array, activate it once more, and injure this sky devil so badly that he loses his battle power. Just once more will do. But the person in the array didn't seem to sense everyone's anxiety, or perhaps that person had freaked out. Seeing Rui Xian about to jump in front of the high platform, the array still didn't light up. What's going on? Who's inside the array? Quickly activate the array. Liukuan couldn't help but scream as well. But the southeast corner remained silent. On the high platform, after 2 consecutive attacks, Huang Yueli suddenly frowned and stopped. Due to the 2 continuous explosion impacts, the devils on the fence had basically all fallen to the ground. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and sat limply on the ground. She originally thought that Huang Yueli was done restoring the array and this battle should have come to an end. Whoever knew that after 2 consecutive attacks, Huang Yueli stopped. Seeing the furious Sky Devil Rui Xian almost reaching them, Xianxia couldn't take it any longer. Yueli, why are you still in a daze? Quick! Activate the mechanism again? Otherwise, all our efforts will be wasted. Huang Yueli smiled bitterly. I also want to activate the mechanism, but I didn't bring enough magical beast cores. Activating a mechanism that could injure a Sky Devil grade top exponent severely required an astonishing amount of energy. Even if Huang Yueli carried a lot of crystal jades, she didn't expect herself to need so many magical beast cores all of a sudden. So she didn't gather it beforehand. Those left in her interspatial ring were obtained from Soaring Heaven's continent when she hunted and killed those 9th-tiered magical beasts. Lower realm magical beasts' abilities were far off from God realm spirit beasts, and the amount of energy contained in their magical beast cores was extremely pathetic. Although Huang Yueli had already taken out all her magical beast cores, these cores were completely depleted after just 2 attacks. The speed of consumption was so fast that Huang Yueli had not expected it at all. But she couldn't be bothered about the number of magical beast cores that she had to offer. Because the biggest problem on hand now was that the array couldn't be activated. Moreover, Sky Devil Rui Xian hadn't even been dealt with a fatal blow yet. On the contrary, he was thoroughly enraged and was about to rip them to pieces. Based on Huang Yueli and Xianxia's abilities, they wouldn't be able to fight against a Sky Devil. Huang Yueli was a little stunned. In a second, multiple ideas flashed past her mind, but none of it were realistic. So the best idea for them now was to slip away and escape for their lives. Xianxia couldn't help but glower at her upon hearing that. It's just 2 attacks and you don't have enough magical beast cores? Didn't you take out one whole pile just now? Why didn't you say so earlier? As Xianxia ridiculed her, the former grabbed a handful of magical beast cores and threw them towards Huang Yueli. Quick, quick, quick. These magical beast cores should be more than enough for you to use. Xianxia urged. Huang Yueli looked down and her eyes instantly lit up. Those magical beast cores that Xianxia gave were from God realm spirit beasts. Moreover, the grade of those was very high. Wow, you're really rich. These magical beast cores aren't cheap, eh? Huang Yueli might be saying that, but her hands were not staying still at all. She instantly placed those magical beast cores on their mechanism's core positions. Lowly human. It's time for you to die. You dare to injure me, I'll make sure your life is turned into a living hell. Sky Devil Rui Xian was just several hundred meters away from them. He lifted his hand, and a ray of demonic chi swiftly crashed onto the fence outside the high platform. Rui Xian didn't want to kill those 2 humans so easily. He wanted to crush them, then capture them and slowly torture them. Xianxia's breathing almost stopped as she looked at Huang Yueli arranging the magical beast cores with widened eyes. The speed of those slender fingers was so fast that it made her eyes blurry. Huang Yueli's forehead was filled with sweat. Under this kind of life-threatening situation, the speed of her movements was raised to the maximum. Finally, just as the high platform was completely swallowed by the demonic chi, she successfully activated the mechanism. Rumble. The humans in the campsite originally bore no hopes at all. Seeing the defensive array and mechanism on the high platform in the southeast direction enveloped in thick black smoke, it seemed as though everything was finished. The Allied armies were done for. But just at this moment, vigorous tremors could be felt under everyone's feet. Immediately following that, a ray of silver light shone from the high platform. This ray of silver light seemed like dawn breaking, as it tore the black demonic chi apart from the middle. Sky Devil Rui Xian's expression originally surfaced a delightful smile. But at this moment, his smile instantly congealed. What? How is this possible? His eyes widened in disbelief, not daring to believe that what he saw was true. By the time he came round to his senses and was preparing to escape, it was already too late. The distance between Ruixian and the high platform was less than 100 meters. After the mechanism was activated, powerful energy instantly blasted right in front of his chest. As he was very near, the damage dealt was much more serious than the previous 2 times. Ruixian's body flew out in an instant. He fell over a few hundred meters before landing heavily in front of the campsite's entrance. In an instant, the entire campsite went silent. No matter if it was the allied armies or the demon tribe, no one dared to make a sound. Everyone looked at the high platform in front, not daring to believe in their eyes. Even Li Yuquan also felt that he was in a dream. He naturally knew that the few rays of silver light were shot from the mechanism which was attached to the defensive array. But even though he knew this clearly, there were many parts that he could not comprehend. Wasn't that mechanism only facing the front of the campsite? How did it suddenly change direction? He had activated that mechanism multiple times in the past, but never had it ever displayed such power. If a mechanism can deal a sky devil with such heavy injury, then the campsite's defense wouldn't be so weak. What on earth is going on? Was there an incredible spiritual armament master who reformed the mechanism? But this isn't possible. Just as everyone was bewildered, a glimmer of light suddenly lit up on the high platform again. Sky Devil Ruixian had just managed to climb up from the ground, and he saw the changes on the high platform with his peripheral vision. The color on his face drained completely. Damn it! How many magical beast cores does this campsite have? That damn mechanism can still be activated? He had already suffered a serious internal injury, and if he took on one more blow, he might really die here. Thinking of this, Ruixian clenched his teeth and suddenly turned around. Then he immediately scuttered out of the campsite. Lord Ruixian. Seeing that, all the practitioners in the demon tribe were shocked and they shouted in alarm. Their commander-in-chief had already escaped, so the rest of the demon tribe were not interested in continuing to fight. So they hurriedly escaped out of the campsite. The human soldiers still hadn't come back to their senses, as they stood in a daze. Huang Yueli and Xianxia jumped down from the high platform and shouted, "Why are you all still in a daze? Hurry up and clean up those devils from the campsite." The human soldiers awoke from their stupor and raised their weapons, chasing after the devils. Wang Yusen had already gathered most of Team 3 and Team 4's practitioners and led them to wait near the defensive array. Huang Yueli and Xia Yun led their subordinates to earn their military merits. This battle lasted till morning. When the devil soldiers escaped, they were overly flustered and many of them were killed by those human soldiers. However, the Allied army's losses incurred were extremely serious. Not only were there a lot of people who died, but many resources and the campsite structure were also damaged by the devils. Huang Yueli's Team 3 members reaped the most rewards. A huge amount of devil stones were credited into their accounts. She was in a good mood because they defeated a strong enemy. But this mood only lasted before the moment she stepped into the campsite. Team Leader Li, you're finally back. Divine Lieutenant asks you to head towards the main tent immediately once you're back. The minute she appeared, 2 soldiers who were filled with anxiety rushed up to welcome her. Huang Yueli asked in astonishment, "Why? Did something happen?" Earlier when Divine Lieutenant fought against the Sky Devil, the demonic chi had affected his meridians and internal organs, causing it to be seriously damaged. He's about to die. What? Huang Yueli sucked in a breath of cold air and instantly ran towards the main tent. Among the 12 campsites on the front lines, Li Yuquan's stronghold was not the only campsite that was under siege by the demon tribe. In reality, the demon tribe went on an all-out attack this time. So all the frontline strongholds were more or less affected. At this very moment, another stronghold that was nearest to Li Yuquan was also attacked by the demon tribe. Divine Lieutenant. The demon tribe is increasing in numbers. We can't hold on any longer. A commander, whose face was covered in blood, knelt on the ground and spoke with a quivering voice. The bearded ice serpent clan's divine lieutenant revealed a malevolent expression. Who allowed you guys to step down? Even if we die, we must protect the campsite. All of you, go and replace those who fell. The commander gripped his long sword and trembled as he spoke. Divine Lieutenant, the majority of this subordinate's team had already sacrificed themselves. As for those remaining people, they are still holding on. But, it's just a matter of time that they fall too. The campsite, we really can't protect it any longer. The bearded Divine Lieutenant punched his fist hard on the wall, but as it tugged the injury on his chest, his brows creased together because of the pain. Damn it! Why did the demon tribe suddenly come out with so many top exponents? Moreover, it's a sudden attack. Now, we can't even send out any news for help. If they were to attack Blessed City, the consequences would be dire. All the practitioners kept silent. Everyone knew this logic, but now, there was really nothing they could do. Just then, a commotion broke out from the entrance of the campsite. A few soldiers rushed into the tent as they staggered. Divine Lieutenant. What's the matter? The bearded Divine Lieutenant jumped up in an instant, as though he was struck by lightning. Has the demon tribe already invaded into our campsite? Everyone had on a bleak and devastated expression on their faces. Even though they had already tried their best, but the campsite still couldn't be saved. The soldiers shook their heads furiously. No, it's not that, we are saved. What? The bearded Divine Lieutenant went into a blank, then instantly came to the front of those few people. What do you mean by we are saved? Quickly. Explain yourselves. The soldier panted and said, earlier, there were 2 young masters who led their subordinates to our campsite. Those people's abilities are very strong, and it didn't take them much effort to kill the demon tribe's commanding officer. The demon tribe has already retreated. What? How is that possible? The bearded Divine Lieutenant was amazed. Don't lie to this Divine Lieutenant. That's right, what exactly happened? Tell us clearly. The demon tribe had already invaded the campsite, so don't spread rumors to affect the morale of the army. If you tell a lie, that is considered as deceit about the military situation. The punishment is the death penalty. The main tent's few commanders all spoke out. None of them believed what these soldiers were saying. Because it sounded too ridiculous. If the demon tribe were so easy to deal with, they would have defeated the devil's invasion. How would they end up in this state? Moreover, those soldiers that they sent to ask for aid were killed before they could leave the campsite. Who else would come and save them? Even if anyone passed by, how could they possibly be the devil army's match? The bearded Divine Lieutenant calmed down a little and sat despondently on his seat. Then he waved his hand. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, there's no point for me to give you the death penalty. We can't protect the campsite, so if you wish to escape, go ahead and do so. It's already very loyal of you to persist until now. The bearded Divine Lieutenant was so disheartened that he had no intention to pursue the responsibility against these soldiers. But these soldiers weren't willing to leave. Instead, all of them had anxious looks on their faces. Divine Lieutenant, commanders, we're not lying about the military situation. It's true, someone really came to save us. Moreover, they managed to defeat the devil army. That's right, Divine Lieutenant, we will not dare to lie. The few soldiers kept blabbering on, but what they said was the same. Every single one of them insisted that the reinforcements had really arrived. After they said so much, the bearded Divine Lieutenant was also having doubts. Even though he knew that this could not possibly happen, in times of desperation, one would easily develop some hope. He thought to himself, could it be that we're not meant to die today? Someone really. Come, let's go take a look. The bearded divine lieutenant gave his command, and the commanders hurriedly followed behind him. Just as they were prepared to walk out of the tent, a group of people walked over. Seeing them, the soldiers who reported earlier immediately jumped up in excitement. Divine Lieutenant, it's them. It's them. Earlier, these two young masters and their subordinates saved all of us. The bearded divine lieutenant looked up and saw two handsome God clan practitioners walking in. These two people looked very young, as though they were in their 20s. But the aura they gave off seemed as though they had been holding an esteemed position for years. Under such pressurizing aura, everyone in the tent couldn't help but lower their heads. Even the bearded divine lieutenant was not spared. Both, young master, are you the ones who drove away from the devil army? I am this campsite's commanding officer, Meng Dajuan, and I'm from the Ice Serpent clan. I'd like to express my deepest gratitude on behalf of everyone from the campsite. Meng Dajuan's voice grew softer, and the sweat on his forehead started to drip. Even he couldn't understand why. He was the campsite's leader, and his rank was already at divine lieutenant. In ordinary practitioners' eyes, he would be considered a powerful person with noble status and a high-ranking officer. But not knowing why, in front of these two young God clan practitioners, he felt that he was much inferior to them. He was even stammering as he spoke. The two young men exchanged a glance, and one of them said, "Divine Lieutenant Meng, don't stand on ceremony. Since we've already met with the demon tribe, it's just part of our duty to kill them." The other party just downplayed their achievements, and that made Meng Dajuan even more shocked. Because that meant that defeating that devil army was not some difficult task to these two young masters. To a regular army, it was already very difficult to deal with the devil army. But in their eyes, it was merely something that they could easily handle. I wonder what are their backgrounds? Meng Dajuan thought silently, but he could not ascertain their identities. He probed carefully. No matter what, both of you are our campsite's saviors. I will do my best to show my gratitude. I wonder how do I address both young masters? The two of them were just about to speak when a commander, behind Meng Dajuan, suddenly made a startling sound. Ah! Isn't he? No, that's not right. How would that young master possibly come to this kind of place? Meng Dajuan abruptly turned around and asked, "You know these two young masters?" The commander who was asked felt that he had misspoke earlier. So he covered his mouth, attempting to pretend that he didn't say anything at all. But since Divine Lieutenant had already asked, he couldn't just keep quiet. This person carefully looked at the two expressionless men standing at the entrance, and spoke out cautiously, "This Divine Lieutenant, actually I only know one of them." If this subordinate didn't recognize wrongly, this person on the right is Voracious Wyvern clan leader's only son, young Master Junsihan. What? Junsihan? Young Master Jun's status is noble. Why would he suddenly appear at the front lines? Did you recognize the wrong person? When Junsihan's name was announced, it seemed as though a bolt of lightning had struck everyone's head. Among the ancient God clan families, each person's identity and status were different, and it was arguably heavily fortified by hierarchy. For someone like Junsihan, who was the clan leader's successor, and also a top peerless genius in God realm, he was extremely famous. He was someone that ordinary God clan disciples would not hope to become. Meng Dajuan looked at Junsihan in disbelief. "May I ask, are you really?" Junsihan nodded and cupped his fists in greeting. His attitude was relatively humble. "Divine Lieutenant Meng, commanders, I am indeed Junsihan. This person standing next to me is Cloudy Qilin clan's successor, Li Moying. We happened to pass by this place, so defeating the demon tribe was just along the way. You need not be overly concerned about this." Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at these two extremely outstanding young men. Josei Han's name was famous throughout the entire God realm. However, no one heard about Limoying at all. The reason was that he had just arrived in God realm over a year ago. To ensure his safety, Cloudy Qilin clan intentionally concealed his news, hence his identity had not been transmitted to a secluded place like this. But because of Josei Han's introduction and the both of them addressed each other like brothers, anyone could tell that Limoying's identity was not any lower than Josei Han's. These two God realm's noble top exponents actually appeared in this place at the same time. All the practitioners present exchanged glances as they felt both excited and terrified. Meng Dajuan hastily asked, "Young Master Jun, Young Master Li, many thanks for your help. Both of you, please come into the tent to have a seat." Limoying and Josei Han helped them so much, and they were both noble aristocrats, so Meng Dajuan naturally wanted to show his gratitude and to be on good terms with them. Whoever knew, Limoying instantly shook his head to reject his invitation. "Divine Lieutenant Meng, many thanks for your kind intentions, but we have something urgent to do. Hence, we can't stay here for long." Meng Dajuan was stunned. "What? You're leaving? What's the rush? I haven't even shown my gratitude towards both of you yet. No matter what urgent matter you have on hand, why don't you stay and have a meal first?" However, Josei Han also said, "Divine Lieutenant Meng, there's no need to go to so much hassle. We're leaving right now." The both of them rejected him so resolutely, and that was really out of everyone's expectations. No one knew what pressing matter these two noble young masters had on hand, that they couldn't even afford to take some time off to have a meal. Moreover, in a place like the front lines, the surroundings were full of the devil army who were eyeing them. So not one place was safe. What pressing matter could they possibly have at this kind of place? Could it be that the allied armies had given them a mission? But if it's true, why didn't the two of them say it outright? Could some secret be involved in this? Meng Dajuan's thoughts wandered, and he thought that he had already understood what was going on. Hence he said, "Since the both of you have something urgent, then I won't force you to stay. But I wonder what pressing matter do you have to handle? Is there anything that I can help you with? Please, just let me know if there is." Limoying instantly asked, "Great, there's one thing that I'd like to ask. In the past fortnight, did two young human men appear near the campsite?" "Young human men?" Meng Dajuan was stunned. Limoying added, "That's right. They look like they're in their 30s or so, and their cultivations are between dream profound realm early to mid-phase. One of them is tall and thin and looks very handsome. He's the kind that girls will fall in love instantly, while the other looks more ordinary, the kind with a common face where one wouldn't notice him in the crowd." Limoying was silently feeling gloomy as he asked. His Lear's disguise had always been focused on weakening her existence. Every time after her disguise, even those who had seen her previously wouldn't be able to recognize her at all, she was just too ordinary. Usually, it meant that her standard of disguise was very high. But when Limoying wanted to search for her, he realized that Huang Yueli's habit made one feel extremely gloomy. He wanted to describe her looks, but he didn't know where to start from. Luckily, Josei Han's fiancé loved to dress up. Even when she was in disguise, she wasn't willing to look ugly. This supplied them with a huge convenience when they were searching for these two ladies. After Meng Dajuan heard Limoying's description, he couldn't help but took another look at them. Looks very handsome, the kind that girls will fall in love instantly. Could they be talking about themselves? But Meng Dajuan naturally knew that Limoying wouldn't say that about himself. He racked through his memories and eventually shook his head. "No, I really haven't seen them. We had always been attacked by the devil army in the past month. Other than the campsite's soldiers, I haven't seen any other outsider humans. I'm certain I haven't seen the two men you mentioned." Hearing that, Li Moying and Jun Sihan exchanged a glance and saw the disappointment and worry in each other's eyes. Meng Dajuan naturally wouldn't lie to them. That meant that Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi really hadn't been here at all. Or perhaps, they did come here, but before they met Meng Dajuan, they were captured by the demon tribe. When the two of them thought of this, they frowned deeply, wanting to purge this thought out of their minds. Those two young lasses were troublemakers. Now that they were together, if they met with the devil army, surely they should have a way to free themselves, right? This point was something that Li Moying and Jun Sihan were very certain about. But after so many days had passed, even if they believed in the two ladies' capabilities, a bad premonition involuntarily arose in their minds. In the past few days, they had already visited 10 of the 12 campsites on the front lines. Meng Dajuan's stronghold was already the 11th. After searching so many campsites, they still weren't able to get any clues about Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi. This started to make the two composed men anxious. Jun Sihan thought about it and wasn't feeling convinced. So he said, "Divine Lieutenant Meng, is it convenient for us to check around your campsite? These two people who we are searching for are very proficient in disguise. Perhaps they might be hiding in some corner of the campsite." Meng Dajuan said in surprise, the campsite's soldiers need to do roll call every day. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any unknown people who smuggled in. But if the two of you are not assured, please feel free to go take a look. Jun Sihan didn't stand on ceremony, and after saying a word of thanks, he walked out with Li Moying. The two men went around the entire campsite and took a look at all the soldiers who were alive. But they didn't find any familiar figures. They even went through all the corpses, but none of them resembled those two young lasses. For a second, the two of them didn't know if they should be feeling disappointed or fortunate. At least the two of them are very smart. They aren't in this pile of unlucky soldiers. Jun Sihan's brows were tightly knitted as he said softly, seemingly seeking a feeling of psychological comfort. Li Moying sighed. Looks like they really haven't been here. Let's hurry and head to the next campsite. Jun Sihan said with a heavy heart, we've been searching from the most exterior campsite from the start. The more we advance, the nearer we are to the demon tribe's control area. That means, the two young lasses are in even more danger. I'm getting more and more worried. Li Moying shook his head slightly. It's the same for me, but saying all these are of no use. Let's hurry and grab hold of time tightly. I have a premonition that if we don't find them soon, there might be big trouble. The two of them didn't dare to waste any more time and headed back to the main tent to let Meng Dajuan know that they were leaving. Meng Dajuan was a little worried, so he asked, both young masters, where are you headed off to next? Li Moying casually replied, we're prepared to continue searching inwards, heading towards the next campsite in the north. Meng Dajuan couldn't help but frown upon hearing that. Then both of you must be very careful. You might not know, but the campsite in the north is in an even more precarious situation than us. 1 month ago, we received a letter from Divine Lieutenant Li for help, saying that their campsite had been surrounded by the demon tribe. Li Moying jolted. Then? What about now? How's their situation? Meng Dajuan shook his head and sighed while saying, I'm not sure about that. We were preparing to send someone to assist them, but we met with the demon tribe's sneak attack. Following that, we were also trapped in their encirclement and were almost annihilated by the devils. So we didn't have any ability to go rescue them at all. Li Moying and Jun Sihan's expressions turned grave. There was no sight of Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi in the previous 11 campsites. From another perspective, the possibility of them staying at the last campsite was extremely high. And that campsite had already been surrounded by the demon tribe since a month ago. They were totally cut off from the outside world. Wouldn't that mean that those two young lasses were also trapped inside? If that allied army's campsite was annihilated by the demon tribe, no one knew what danger would the two young ladies meet when they wander outside. Junzihan said, in this case, it is highly likely that campsite has already fallen into the demon tribe's clutches? Meng Dajuan saw their ghastly expressions and said in hindsight, this might not be true. The divine lieutenant responsible for the campsite on the north is Liu Kuan from the Cloudy Qilin clan. He is most adept in commanding and famous for his skills and arrays. Facing those devils' attacks, he will be able to persist for a long time. If the both of you head over, perhaps you might be able to turn things around. Liu Kuan? Jun Sehan repeated his name thoughtfully. Li Moying's gaze immediately landed on him. Why? Do you know him? Jun Sehan nodded and said, that's right, this person is a renowned commander. Although his ability is very ordinary, in terms of commanding the troops on the battlefield, he is very skillful. With him around, the possibility of the North campsite still holding fast is very high. Li Moying was slightly assured, but he said swiftly, let's go right now. All right. Divine Lieutenant Meng, goodbye. Jun Sehan responded positively, and the two of them hurriedly led their guards and left. Watching them hurrying off, Meng Dajuan sighed again. Young people nowadays are awesome. Even though they're still so young and hold such noble statuses, the way they speak in such a decisive manner was so graceful. Indeed, a large clan's successor. Cloudy Qilin clan and Voracious Wyvern clan need not worry for the next few thousand years. In comparison, We Ice Serpent clan might also be one of the 12 god clans, but... What? What did you say? Divine Lieutenant. How is he exactly? Huang Yueli sprinted all the way and immediately dashed into Liu Kuan's tent. At this moment, Liu Kuan's bed was already crowded with people. The campsite's commanders have all arrived. The army's medic sat beside his bed and took his pulse. After a long time later, they sighed and shook their heads. Their meaning was rather obvious, there was no hope. Everyone's heart thumped. The devil army might have temporarily retreated today, but that sky devil Rui Xian wasn't fatally injured. As long as he recuperated for some time, he would show up again. Whereas for them, the most powerful pillar who was capable of commanding strategies was about to die. At this juncture, if Liu Kuan were to die, how would the remaining people possibly be able to block off the demon tribe's next attack? Everyone, don't be so anxious. Perhaps there's hope for Divine Lieutenant? Just as everyone was at their wits' end, a voice suddenly rang from the door. Huang Yueli turned around and saw Xianxia hurriedly walking in. She didn't even have time to greet Huang Yueli and walked directly to Liu Kuan's bed. Let me take a look at Divine Lieutenant's condition. Xianxia immediately ordered. The medic was being questioned and wasn't very happy about it. But when he met with Xianxia's penetrative black eyes, he suddenly got cold feet and subconsciously obeyed her command, retreating to the side. Xianxia sat by the bed and grabbed Liu Kuan's wrist as she started to feel his pulse. All the commanders were initially shocked by her sudden action, hence they did not respond in time. It was only until now that everyone felt that something was amiss. Wait, what are you trying to do to Divine Lieutenant? Quickly move aside. The medic is doing the consultation for Divine Lieutenant and you suddenly popped in, to create a ruckus. What are you trying to do? If anything were to happen to Divine Lieutenant, are you able to take up this responsibility? A few urging voices rang, asking Xianxia to leave. Xianxia didn't bother about their hooting and remained unmoved. She even squinted her eyes slightly, not looking at those bystanders at all. Hey, Xianxia, did you hear what the various commanders said? White Tiger Clan's Jing Zhihai couldn't help but jump out, intending to pull her aside. But before he could touch Xianxia, his outstretched right hand suddenly felt a biting pain. A powerful burst of energy hit his arm, causing him to move to one side. Jing Zhihai staggered back several times and his expression instantly turned gloomy. He took a closer look and discovered that Huang Yueli was already standing beside Xianxia. Her arms were crossed as she looked coldly at the crowd in front of the bed. Team leader, she is doing a consultation for Divine Lieutenant right now. Which of you dares to go disrupt them? Are you intentionally hoping that Divine Lieutenant will not recover? Jing Zhihai stared at her fiercely and said furiously, I intentionally hope that Divine Lieutenant will not recover? How dare you even say that? I think you two are the ones with ill intentions, that's why you don't allow us to go near Divine Lieutenant. You even chased the medic to one side, are you hoping to do something secretly? Huang Yueli sneered when she heard that. Ignorant. Team leader Li is God Realm's famous spiritual alchemist. In terms of medical skills, ordinary medics cannot even be compared to his finger. You really have the cheek to say that. Jing Zhihai sneered, who would believe in the rubbish that you are spouting? Our campsite medic is a middle-rank spiritual alchemist recognized by the Spiritual Alchemist Guild who has many years of experience seeing patients. How is he not more capable than that young brat? Huang Yueli said disapprovingly, shouldn't we use the truth to tell if they can be compared or not? Anyway, the medic is helpless towards Divine Lieutenant's injury. So what does it matter if team leader Shi takes a look? What she said was so logical that Jing Zhihai couldn't rebuke her at all. In a second, the tent resumed back to its usual silence. Xianxia checked Li Yuquan's pulse and did not move. No matter how intense the argument between Huang Yueli and Jing Zhihai was, it seemed as though she did not hear anything at all. Everyone stared at her and waited to listen to the result that she found. However, after waiting for a long time, Xianxia didn't say a single word. Jing Zhihai couldn't wait any longer. Such a long time had passed, are you done? Why does feeling a pulse take so long? He couldn't help but urge. Huang Yueli's brows rose, and she was just about to stand out to defend her best friend. Just at this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, Divine Lieutenant's injury is indeed very serious. Sky Devil Rui Xian's demonic qi seemed to have a numbing effect. Not only did it invade Divine Lieutenant's meridians and internal organs, but it also caused severe damage to his brain. When the medic heard what she saw, he immediately stood out. That's the same conclusion that I derived when I was doing the consultation. Divine Lieutenant's injury is simply too serious, especially when the demonic qi had already entered his brain. This is simply, sigh. The medic gave a long sigh. All the practitioners felt exceptionally melancholic upon hearing that. Their conclusion was the same, so there shouldn't be any case of misdiagnosis. Even if it was some ordinary person without any medical skills, one would more or less know how serious the damage was when demonic qi had entered one's brain. There was a 90% chance that the practitioner would die while in a concussion. The remaining 10% might regain consciousness, but that person would either become insane or retarded. That was even worse than death. As for the possibility of a full recovery, if it was in a large city in God Realm where highly skilled imperial alchemists could administer treatment on time, he might have a slight chance of recovery. But now, they were at the front lines. Not to mention an imperial alchemist, there wasn't even any high-ranking spiritual alchemist around. It seemed that it would be difficult for Li Yuquan to escape from this calamity. When the commanders heard this bad news, everyone felt extremely sad and their expressions became extremely ghastly. As everyone's heads were lowered, no one noticed that Jing Zhihai might look sad, but an excited glint flashed past his eyes. He turned around and raised his voice to say, Comrades, Divine Lieutenant is so seriously injured, so he might not be able to live past these few days. I know everyone is very sad, but since things have already come to this, we cannot be sitting ducks. The campsite needs to operate smoothly. So I'm thinking, we should. Jing Zhihai hadn't even completed his sentence when someone suddenly interrupted him. Who said Divine Lieutenant wouldn't be able to live past these few days? An icy, cold voice rang from his back. Jing Zhihai was stunned and momentarily swallowed the remaining words. He hurriedly turned around, meeting with Xia Yunqi's cold gaze. She continued to say, I only said Divine Lieutenant's injury is very serious, but since when did I say there's no way to treat him? Hearing that, the commanders were stunned for a moment. But immediately following that, they became excited. What? Team Leader Li, you mean, could it be that you have a way to save Divine Lieutenant? Yes, is that true? You can't crack jokes about such things. We will take it for real. Our campsite relies entirely on Divine Lieutenant. If he falls, we don't know what to do. Everyone looked at Xia Yunqi with a hopeful gaze. Jing Zhihai was the only one whose facial muscles kept twitching. He originally wanted to take the chance while Li Yuquan was severely injured to take over the command for the campsite. Whoever knew that such a good opportunity had come, but right before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the stinky brat. But Jing Zhihai wasn't a fool. He spent a great deal of effort before he controlled his urge to curse at her. Jing Zhihai laughed coldly and looked at Xia Yunqi. Can you prove your words? Xianxia, since you say you can save Divine Lieutenant, then you must show that you have the ability to do it. Divine Lieutenant's life and death concern our entire campsite's future. If you are just boasting, you will get all of us killed. By then, how are you going to explain to everyone? Xia Yunqi seemed to have detected something when she heard that, and her gaze turned extremely profound. Commander Jing, don't worry. I will be able to help Divine Lieutenant regain his consciousness today. Oh? Really? Hearing Xia Yunqi's words, Jing Zhihai's heart thumped. But the other commanders were extremely excited, so he had to force himself to smile. Team leader Shi has already said this, so I have nothing else to say. Medic, please assist Team Leader Shi to administer the treatment. I want to see what you are capable of. Xia Yunqi's lips curled up coldly. You want to stay here and watch? Unfortunately, I never allow anyone to stay and watch while I'm administering treatment. Commanders, please wait outside the tent. What? Jing Zhihai didn't expect Xia Yunqi to not be intimidated by his cynicism. On the contrary, he was going to be swept out of the door by her. He professed that after Divine Lieutenant was severely injured, the next highest status in the campsite authoritarian would be him. But someone wrote him off like this. Thinking of this, he was outraged. Brat, do you know who you are talking to? Xia Yunqi said calmly, then do you know who you are talking to? Divine Lieutenant's condition will deteriorate as time passes by, and the success rate of recovery will become lower. If you don't go out, and if I can't cure him, then who should we blame, you or me? You. Jing Zhihai was rebuked so badly that he couldn't say a word at all. The other commanders hurriedly persuaded Commander Jing, forget about it. I heard that all divine doctors have some strange kind of habit. We'd better just wait outside. Anyway, even if we stay here and watch, we aren't of any help too. That's right, let's go out and wait. Jing Zhihai couldn't accept that he couldn't win over a young man's truth, and was still saying stubbornly, I'm doing this for Divine Lieutenant's safety. That Xi Yunqi had just come to our campsite recently and he had never said that he had medical skills. How can all of you trust him? Anyway, he's still inside the campsite and can't escape. If he can't cure Divine Lieutenant, it wouldn't be too late for us to catch him by then, right? As the commanders persuaded him, they started to drag him out. Finally, they managed to drag Jing Zhihai out of the tent. Xia Yunqi didn't ask Huang Yueli to leave. But Huang Yueli conscientiously left along with the few commanders and walked out of the tent. She didn't have the slightest doubt that Xia Yunqi would be able to cure Li Yuquan. Xia Yunqi's alchemy level was exceptionally high. Besides that, she was the chosen one. Huang Yueli remembered that she had once said that the Chosen One's greatest innate talent wasn't just in prediction. They also had an ability, and that was healing. She could use those common methods of pills and acupuncture to cure a patient. But if she met with even more tedious illnesses, when ordinary doctors were helpless, she could use her witchcraft to save the patient. According to what Xianxia said, the magic in her was a special purification attribute, profound energy, which was used to treat various poisons or injuries caused by demonic qi. To ordinary people, it seemed like a miracle. After Jing Zhihai left the main tent, he stood rooted at the entrance, with an extremely ghastly expression on his face. The other commanders kept persuading him, but there wasn't any effect at all. The crowd stood at the entrance of the tent for more than 6 hours. In the end, many of them became impatient and paced up and down. However, they were afraid of making any urging sounds, in case it affects Xianxia from the treatment. Jing Zhihai lost his cool, walked towards the door, and shouted, "Xianxia, do you have any medical skills at all? It's already been such a long time and there's still no news at all. Earlier, you were just boasting, right? Now that you know that you can't cure Divine Lieutenant, you don't dare to come out?" He had just finished his statement when the main tent's door curtain was lifted. Xianxia walked out and stared coldly at everyone who had crowded outside the door. "How is it? How is Divine Lieutenant?" Everyone swarmed up. Xianxia said, "Divine Lieutenant has regained his consciousness, and he's not in any critical danger. But as he suffered a serious injury, he must not be tired out in the next few weeks, and must recuperate properly." Hearing that, all the practitioners revealed a joyful expression. "Really? Divine Lieutenant, he's really awake? Heavens, that's great, that's really great. Thank God for the blessing. Our campsite is saved." The few commanders fought to go into the tent. Xianxia didn't stop them and automatically moved to one side to let them enter. Seeing Li Yuquan's bedside full of people, Huang Yueli stopped in her tracks, not rushing to head in. Since Xianxia said he was not in critical danger, then things would definitely be as what she had said. Huang Yueli felt that she need not be so anxious. She thought over for a moment, walked to Xianxia, and asked softly, "Divine Lieutenant, is he really all right now? He took in a lot of demonic qi. I'm a little worried that there might still have some residual effects left within his body." Xianxia took a careful look at the surroundings, and after she ascertained that no one was looking at them, she sighed softly. "I won't tell you lies. Actually, Divine Lieutenant's situation is still very critical. Even though I have already cleared a lot of demonic qi from his meridians and internal organs, the demonic qi that had invaded his brain is very hard to remove. I tried my very best, but could only clear out 50% of it." 50%, Huang Yueli muttered, "Then what will happen to Divine Lieutenant?" Xianxia said, "Divine Lieutenant would be awake for a short amount of time every day. But most of the time, he would be in a concussion. I will come and administer treatment for him daily, to slowly purge out the remaining demonic qi in his brain. But this process is very arduous, and it might take up to 6 months or more to remove it completely." Huang Yueli frowned when she heard that. According to Xianxia's diagnosis, Li Yuquan was basically unable to command the campsite's soldiers and engage in war. In this way, even though he was still awake, the campsite's predicament was still the same. The highest battle power was no longer available, and at the same time, the campsite had lost someone who understood and had the best control and commanding. Although this might not represent that they have no way of freeing themselves from this trouble. But Huang Yueli recalled that when she was in the tent, she had once seen Jing Zhihai's overly excited expression. Something was indeed amiss. The two were feeling sullen when Commander Hu suddenly turned his head and called them in. "Li Yuehuang, Xianxia, why are you still in a daze? Didn't you hear? Divine Lieutenant is asking you two to come over." Huang Yueli and Xianxia exchanged a glance, responded positively, and quickly walked to Li Yuquan's bed. Li Yuquan might have awoken, but his complexion was still terrible. His original fair complexion looked like it was masked with a layer of black-grayish death aura. He tried to widen his eyes, but his gaze was a little dull. Apparently, he could not see everything clearly in front of him. Li Yue Huang Shi Yun Xia. Li Yuquan's voice was so hoarse that almost no one could hear what he was saying clearly. Hearing their names, Huang Yueli and Xianxia hurriedly walked closer. Divine Lieutenant, is there anything you want? Feel free to instruct us. Li Yuquan's right hand convulsed and he tried to lift it. But due to the lack of energy, it drooped down instead. He said softly, I'm so badly injured right now, so I'm unable to direct the army personally. For the campsite, for everyone's safety, I must assign someone to represent me. Hearing that, Jing Zhihai's eyes immediately lit up. Ever since today's battle and after Li Yuquan was seriously injured, Jing Zhihai had already started to covet the Divine Lieutenant's position. As one of the talented practitioners in the White Tiger clan, his experience was much higher than the other commanders. He knew clearly that Li Yuquan was badly injured and the campsite's situation seemed extremely critical. But from another perspective, this was not just another difficulty and obstacle. On the contrary, this might be a heaven-sent opportunity. On the demon tribe's end, their commanding officer, Sky Devil Rueishuan, had also suffered serious injuries during the battle earlier. Although it might seem that his injury wasn't as serious as Li Yuquan's, the demon tribe's medical skills weren't as advanced as the humans. So he would probably not be able to fight with anyone for at least a month. The demon tribe's army was also annihilated by a large half by those human practitioners who followed up a victory with hot pursuit. Under these circumstances, the demon tribe's situation was even more perilous than the humans. Jing Zhihai felt that if he could become the campsite's commanding officer at this point in time, there was a huge success rate to defeat the demon tribe. But then, those people who weren't aware of the situation would feel that the merit belonged to him alone. Jing Zhihai indulged in his wishful thinking and hoped that Li Yuquan would remain unconscious forever. That was why when Xianxia stood out and said that she could cure Li Yuquan, he was angered by it. He simply didn't want to talk about it again. He was on the verge of having his way, but that chance was taken away right before his eyes. Luckily, Heavens was on his side. Even though Xianxia saved Li Yuquan, the latter wasn't able to continue commanding the army for battle, and he had to assign a representative. As long as he could become the representative, it was still the same. Jing Zhihai was extremely confident that as the campsite commander with the most military merits and highest cultivation, it was logical for him to be the stand-in for Divine Lieutenant. I assign. Jing Zhihai puffed up his chest subconsciously and prepared to hear his name. Team 3's team leader. Li Yue Huang, and Team 4's team leader. Xianxia. They are promoted to the rank of commanding officer with immediate effect. Hearing that, Jing Zhihai was rather unhappy and frowned. Originally, 2 commanders had passed away during this war, and it was indeed necessary to assign 2 new commanders. But these 2 fellows, Li Yue Huang and Xianxia, were someone that he hated the most. It wasn't the first time they disrupted his plans. They even gave him a good slap on his face. Unfortunately, Li Yuquan promoted these 2 fellows, and Jing Zhihai felt so awful that it seemed as though he had swallowed a fly. But if he knew what decision Li Yuquan was going to make next, he would absolutely not be as upset as this now. At the same time, Li Yue Huang, Commander Li, will represent me to direct the campsite, the entire army, will all the commanders, follow her orders, unite together and battle seriously. Because of the demonic qi, Li Yuquan was still feeling dizzy. Hence he spoke intermittently, spending a long time completing one sentence. But before he could finish what he had to say, Jing Zhihai couldn't wait and jumped up to shout, "Divine Lieutenant! Are you muddled? Or have you been brainwashed by them? How can you assign these lowly humans to be the campsite's commanding officers?" Cough cough, cough cough cough. Hearing that, Liu Kuan subconsciously wanted to rebuke. But he was originally very weak, and now that someone angered him, he couldn't catch his breath. He coughed times continuously, totally unable to say a single word. Xianxia quickly ran to Liu Kuan, took out a pill to stuff into his mouth, and pressed on the acupoint on his arm. At the same time, she looked at Jing Zhihai with a condemned gaze. Jing Zhihai felt that he didn't do anything wrong and simply stared right back at her. "What are you staring at? You little brat, what spell did you cast on Divine Lieutenant? Why did he make such an irrational decision? Are you treating the military army as your plaything? This is that brat Li's first time on the battlefield. How would he possibly know how to command the army? Moreover, he's just a human. It's already good enough that a human can become a commander. What right can you become a divine lieutenant to command the entire campsite's soldiers?" He sneered at Huang Yueli with a ferocious glower. Hearing that, the other commanders also showed an ugly look and started to voice their objections. "That's right. Divine Lieutenant, what Commander Jing said is reasonable. Please reconsider your decision. Divine Lieutenant, a human taking up the responsibility to command a campsite, this is unheard of in the entire God realm." "That's right. Humans' willpower and intensity of their soul trace cannot be compared with the demon tribe. So he can't possibly take up the duties of a commanding officer." In a moment, most of the commanders took the same stand. Before Huang Yueli and Xianxia were promoted, in the campsite of 8 commanders, Commander Hu was the only human. The others were all from the God clans. God clan had practically taken up all the important positions in the allied army, and this seemed to be an unspoken agreed regulation. Now, a human suddenly popped up. Not only was he going to be a commander, but he would also rise above them to become the entire campsite's commanding officer. How would the God clan commanders possibly be convinced by this? Liu Kuan had already stopped coughing by then, and he was just about to speak. Huang Yueli stepped forward and blocked him behind her, facing the God clan commanders in a threatening posture. "All of you say I don't have the rights to take on the responsibility of commanding the campsite. On what basis? Just because I'm a human? There are many human divine lieutenants in the allied army as well, isn't it? For example, Liu Shiha. Are you saying that he doesn't have the right to command the campsite as well?" God clan commanders originally bore a righteous look on their faces. But upon hearing Huang Yueli mentioning Liu Shiha's name, they instantly shut their mouths, because they couldn't think of anything to rebuke her. Liu Shiha was a renowned heaven-grade genius in God realm, and moreover, he was the only heaven-grade genius among humans. Hence, his reputation in God realm was even more popular than Jing Shaoyuan and the others. Especially for those human practitioners, Liu Shiha was his idol and role model. His prestige was so incredibly stunning. Of course, when ordinary God clan practitioners heard this name, they couldn't help but be convinced. No one dared to say the words lowly humans or similar disrespectful words before him. After all, above bloodlines, one's ability could convince everyone even more. In front of Liu Shiha's powerful ability, many God clan practitioners don't even dare to let out a fart in front of them, not to mention challenge him directly. When Huang Yueli mentioned Liu Shiha, the God clan commanders could no longer use bloodline to suppress her. Surely they couldn't say that Liu Shiha wasn't qualified enough to become the campsite's commanding officer, right? If news of this leaked out, they would become all of the human practitioners' public enemy, pulverized to death by Liu Shiha's admirers alive. Jing Zhihai silently cursed his comrades for being so useless. He stood up and said, "All right, what you said is not wrong. As long as a human has sufficient ability, he can take up the position of commanding officer. But that is based on one's ability. Your ability is so low within our campsite, so what right do you have to be Divine Lieutenant's representative? Huang Yueli said indifferently, this is reasonable as well. In God realm, no matter what we do, it's always the fairest to use the ability to talk. Jing Zhihai assumed that she went soft when she said that, and couldn't help but snort coldly. It's good that you know that. Since that's so, you'd better automatically let this position out. The commanding officer has to be taken up by someone more capable and abled. Huang Yueli's brows lifted and asked, you say, someone more capable and abled, are you referring to yourself? Her question was so direct, but Jing Zhihai didn't feel awkward or embarrassed at all. He puffed his chest and said loudly, everyone knows who has the strongest ability in campsite. Even Divine Lieutenant also knows it. Saying that, he turned to Li Yuquan once again. Divine Lieutenant, Li Yuehuang has admitted that he isn't capable enough to take up the responsibility as the commanding officer. Will you please assign someone else who is more suitable? Li Yuquan had already calmed down by now. His senses seemed to be much better after taking the pill that Xianxia gave. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Jing Zhihai. You. Jing Zhihai jumped for joy silently, and a smile spread over his face. Divine Lieutenant, have you decided to appoint me as the campsite's commanding officer? You, get out, right now. Li Yuehuang is the new commanding officer. Everyone was stunned when they heard what Li Yuquan said. No one expected Li Yuquan to be so firm in making Huang Yueli the commanding officer. Jing Zhihai's expression was extremely ghastly. He acted so pleasedly earlier because he assumed that Li Yuquan was just muddled because of his injury. After reconsidering the entire situation, the latter would stand on his side. No one expected Li Yuquan to repeat the same decision, giving Jing Zhihai a tight slap on his face. Why did it turn out like this? What's so good about that human brat? The more Jing Zhihai thought, the more indignant he became, and he couldn't even care about anything else. He shot up like an arrow next to Li Yuquan's bed and shouted in an extremely unresigned manner, Divine Lieutenant, you must think through this clearly. I'm the only one who understands the campsite situation the most, and I'm the only one who can suppress the entire army. Moreover, I've already thought of a plan. There's an 80% chance that we can eliminate the devil army and turn defeat into victory. Divine Lieutenant, if you don't assign me to be the commanding officer, you will be harming the entire campsite's soldiers. Jing Zhihai's words caused an outcry among the other commanders. From their point of view, this battle was already lost, especially after Li Yuquan was seriously injured. It was practically impossible to break out of this current situation. If they could protect this stronghold for a couple of days more, that would be their good luck. So no one expect Jing Zhihai to say that he could annihilate the devil army to turn things around. This was simply fascinating. Jing Zhihai was rather unwilling to say these. He was deeply afraid that the other commanders would fight with him for the position of commanding officer, hence he had been hiding this fact. Moreover, if he didn't mention this beforehand, it would give the others an impression that he turned the tide while he took up this temporary position. Then they would adore him like a herp. Now, the effect was almost as what he had expected. But to convince Li Yuquan, he couldn't care about anything else. Hearing Jing Zhihai's words, Li Yuquan's murky gaze seemed to light up a little. In reality, Jing Zhihai, trying so hard to obtain the commanding officer's position, was sufficient for Li Yuquan to guess his thinking. But even though Li Yuquan knew this, he didn't have a change of heart in his decision to make Huang Yueli assume the position of commanding officer. Jing Zhihai might be able to see through the current situation showed that his foresight was even higher than the other commanders. But occasionally seeing through the situation was easy. Obtaining victory was much more difficult. Jing Zhihai's level of command was something that Li Yuquan couldn't trust. In comparison, Huang Yueli had just arrived at the campsite for a short time but could already grasp the complex topography. Not only was she able to make use of the army's method of formation transformations to kill the demon tribe, but she also created several exclusive tactics. This kind of practitioner was a true blue genius commanding officer. Huang Yueli's instinct, reaction, foresight were not something that Jing Zhihai could compare with. As an experienced veteran commanding officer, Li Yuquan believed that his ability in telling one's capability was extremely accurate. But under Jing Zhihai's hopeful gaze, Li Yuquan shook his head tediously and repeated, "The campsite's commanding officer is Li Huang. Don't argue any longer." Jing Zhihai was slapped on his face twice. His face was so red as though it was about to bleed. His aura could not be suppressed at all. Seeing Jing Zhihai on the verge of flaring up, the other commanders could no longer stand on the sidelines. They stepped forward and tried to persuade him. "Commander Jing, since Divine Lieutenant has already said so, don't go against him any longer." That's right, that's right. After all, this is Divine Lieutenant's order. The campsite's commanding officer is just a name. The one who can truly control the army is the real commanding officer. Those few commanders who were on better terms with Jing Zhihai came closer to him as they persuaded softly. Hearing that, Jing Zhihai's expression turned slightly better. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't understand what these people were saying. But facing so many commanders and team leaders, he had been slapped on the face so many times. So, he couldn't swallow this at all. Jing Zhihai breathed deeply several times and finally calmed himself down. His rationality came back to him, and he naturally didn't dare to threaten Li Yuquan. Jing Zhihai stepped back and turned towards Huang Yueli, staring at her gloomily. "Li Huang, as one of the veterans at this campsite, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. Whether you take it or not, it's up to you. You should wear a hat that fits your head, so do the things based on how much ability you have. If you aren't capable enough, even if you climb up to a high position, no one would adhere to your instructions. Instead, you will become a laughingstock. Tell me, do you agree with this?" His glare was ferocious, and the way he looked at Huang Yueli was full of threat. Jing Zhihai was a heart-profound realm mid-phase practitioner. In terms of ability, he was much higher than Huang Yueli by an entire big realm. So Jing Zhihai was confident that Huang Yueli would be defenseless against the profound energy might that he released. He assumed that she would act like a fool, or even kneel on the ground to beg for mercy. However, reality had surpassed his expectations. Huang Yueli stood upright, firmly in front of him. Not only did she not waver, her lips even curled into a sneer, as though she was mocking him. Jing Zhihai's anger flared up again. "Li Huang, speak up. What do you mean by this? You're a human practitioner in Dream Profound Realm. Do you think you can sit firmly in the role of the commanding officer? If you have the ability, use it to speak. If you are powerful enough, there is no harm in listening to you. If your ability isn't enough, then it's better for you to give it up earlier. Don't drag all of us down." Under his Huang Yueli menacing gaze, Huang Yueli thought for a moment, then finally opened her mouth. "You want me to use my ability to speak? That's also all right. Let's have a battle then." Huang Yueli finally relented to have a challenge with Jing Zhihai openly, not because she was afraid of him. If this thing was only related to her, she couldn't be bothered to reason with a person like Jing Zhihai at all. But if she assumed the role of the campsite's commanding officer, then there would be many things that she could not accomplish on her own. Her commands would require Jing Zhihai and the others to execute. If she didn't show her skills to them and establish her prestige, then it might end up like what Jing Zhihai said. She wouldn't be able to stay firm in her position as commanding officer. Moreover, her prestige must be built up entirely based on herself, and not just a few mere words from Liu Kuan. It was exactly because of this, Liu Kuan might be able to say something. But he chose to remain silent to let Huang Yueli settle these problems on her own. Hearing Huang Yueli saying that, Jing Zhihai instantly became excited. Great, you said this yourself. Then we don't continue with the gibberish. Let's have a battle right now. The person who wins shall become the campsite's commanding officer. The one who loses must kneel and kowtow to the winner 10 times. The location will be in the middle of the campsite, where everyone can see. Huang Yueli nodded and said, sure. Her response immediately met with Jing Zhihai's uncontrolled burst of laughter. I think you must be crazy. You're just a practitioner in Dream Profound Realm and you're thinking of battling with me. You will lose for sure. Enough, quickly step out and let this commander give you a good round of punching, then quickly kowtow 10 times. Stop wasting time. Later on, this commander still needs to go check on the number of injured soldiers. Jing Zhihai looked down on Huang Yueli thoroughly. He felt that he would win for sure and had already treated himself as this campsite's commanding officer. Jing Zhihai ran out of the main tent, stood on the vacant land in the center of the campsite, and issued a challenge to Huang Yueli. Li Yuehuang, come out here quickly. We agreed to have a competition to ascertain who should take over the command. Don't tell me you're having regrets already? He purposely shouted even louder than usual. His original deep voice was broadcasted through the wind and profound energy, and instantly floated into each soldier's ears. Hearing this, which soldier would not feel shocked? All the non-injured practitioners ran outwards and crowded around the vacant land in the center of the campsite. At the same time, everyone was discussing in whispers. What's happening? What on earth is going on? Commander Jing and Team Leader Li, why are they going to fight? I heard that Divine Lieutenant is seriously injured and he assigned Team Leader Li to take command of the campsite. Commander Jing is not convinced, so he raised a challenge to him. Team Leader Li has already accepted it. That's not right. Team Leader Li's experience is so shallow. How can he take command of the campsite? Who says Team Leader can't command? Didn't you see his Team 3, how many military merits had they gained? Those in Team 3s are so proud that they are about to float to the sky. If I could choose, I also want to be commanded by Team Leader Li. Moreover, he was the one who fixed the defensive array and mechanism today. He's our savior. What you say is correct as well. But Team Leader Li is only in Dream Profound Realm, isn't it? How can he possibly be Commander Jing's opponent? He will definitely lose. Not only will he lose, but he might also even die. Why would he do this? He might as well give up the authority. Why would he choose to give up his life? Ever since Huang Yueli led Team 3 to earn a huge amount of military merit, the other practitioners were full of praise for her. In this period, many of them took the initiative to ask for a transfer to Team 3. So, the ordinary soldiers had no comment over Huang Yueli taking control of the campsite. In fact, quite a lot of people were on her side. But towards Shi and Jing Zhihai's battle, everyone agreed in unison that the latter would obtain victory. Dream Profound Realm Mid-Phase versus Heart Profound Realm Mid-Phase. Anyone with brains knew who would be the victor. A lot of people felt that Huang Yueli was insane. Some of them felt that she must have earned too many military merits, so her ego became inflated. So that was why she was schemed by Jing Zhihai, provoked by him, and agreed to the wager. While everyone was still discussing this, Huang Yueli had already walked out of the main tent. She stood firmly in the center of the campsite and her posture was calm and unhurried. She took a look at Jing Zhihai and said unhurriedly, Commander Jing, I am a person of my words so I naturally won't regret this. But the method for our battle. It must be decided by me. Jing Zhihai sneered disdainfully, we'll let you decide on it then. Your cultivation is just that bit, so it's up to you how you want to do it. Just don't even think about winning this, Commander. Jing Zhihai assumed that his ability is much higher than Huang Yueli's, so he slighted her with disdain. What he was most worried about was that Huang Yueli would cling to the words that this was Li Yuquan's order and refuse to compete to see who would obtain the authority to command. Now that Huang Yueli had agreed with the competition, he felt that all the obstacles had been thoroughly eradicated. The control of the campsite would land in his pocket. Huang Yueli nodded her head. All right then. Let's do this. The two of us will pick 10 people from our subordinates to form a small team. Then we will command them to work together to fight. The two of us cannot fight and can only command them from the side. Whoever's team wins would mean that the person who commands wins. What do you think of this? Huang Yueli calmly stated her request. Upon hearing that, Jing Zhihai's expression changed. What did you say? You're intentionally fooling me, right? This is a wager between us. You aren't going to battle, but trying to find someone to fight on your behalf? Do you think I'm a fool? I think it's obvious that you're afraid. Then you should have said so earlier and directly admit your loss. Why bother to go through all these tricks? Jing Zhihai couldn't help but sneer as he looked at Huang Yueli with disdain. Huang Yueli's expression was still very calm. Tricks? I think the one who's afraid is you. We are wagering on the command of the campsite, so the thing that we should compete about naturally is our standard of command. Jing Zhihai's expression turned malevolent. Standard of commanding? Who wants to compete with you over the standard of commanding? In the army, we speak with ability. Whoever rules with a harder fist will become the boss. Commander Jing, you're a commander, but how come you speak like a thug? The standard of commanding isn't important? Then if your ability is so strong, why didn't I see you running out to fight the Sky Devil Rui Xian when he attacked earlier? There are so many devil soldiers, how many can you kill on your own? Jing Zhihai's face turned red and for a moment, he couldn't say a word at all. You know nothing. I don't need you to lecture me. Hearing him put it in such a horrible manner, Huang Yueli's expression sunk. As the campsite's commanding officer, things don't work just because you are hot-headed. It's a battle of teamwork. Allowing the entire campsite to display the greatest battle power is a commanding officer's greatest use. If we must compete, it must be based on our standard of command. Speaking to this, her brows raised slightly. Why? Could it be the person who doesn't dare to compete is you, commanding Jing? You also know that in terms of command, you will lose to me. You don't have the ability to command the entire campsite's soldiers, that's why you're making vexatious claims? Jing Zhihai jumped when she pointed out what he had on his mind. Simply a load of bullshit. This commander would be afraid of a freshman like you? Who would ever believe in this gibberish? Jing Zhihai was exasperated. Because what Huang Yueli said was exactly poking at his Achilles heel. He was indeed afraid. In terms of standard of commanding, he originally wasn't confident. He had no talent in the aspect of arrays at all and didn't spend much effort on this. During normal times, he might be the commander. But his soldiers would all fight on their own. Not once had he ever commanded his army to coordinate or use any formation transformation to kill the stronger enemy. Facing a team leader like Huang Yueli, who had been praised by Li Yuquan for having outstanding innate talent, he was not confident at all. Huang Yueli looked at him with a half-smile. Since you're not afraid, then why don't you dare to compete with me? Didn't you say I can decide on the content of the competition? Jing Zhihai was still thinking of ways to renege on it when the surrounding soldiers had gotten impatient from their endless wrangling. That's right. Earlier you agreed to let team leader Li set the content for the competition, why are you going back on your words right now? Could it be that it's exactly like what team leader Li said? Commander Jing feels that he will definitely lose, that's why he refuses to agree to it? This is obvious, isn't it? In terms of standard of command, I feel that Team Leader Li will not lose to Divine Lieutenant. Commander Jing is obviously not his match. Commander Jing is in trouble this time. He has been schemed by Team Leader Li. We thought Team Leader Li is too rash earlier, but I didn't expect him to dig a pit long ago. It shouldn't be put in this way, right? Team Leader Li's request is reasonable. On the battlefield, our lives and military merit would depend on the standard of command. If he can't even command 10 people properly, who would dare to hand out lives in the commanding officer's hands? Everyone was in discussions, and practically all of them had deemed that Jing Zhihai wouldn't dare to accept the challenge. Jing Zhihai heard that and his face turned from green to red, and finally white. Now, he was stuck in between a rock and a hard place. It was impossible to admit his defeat because he was the one who suggested this challenge. Now, if he didn't fight and back down, it would be extremely embarrassing. But if he agreed to it, there was a 90% and above chance that he would lose. Everyone knew about the story whereby Huang Yueli's ordinary team defeated 3 Earth Devils. Unless an idea popped up in Jing Zhihai's mind. He thought about it and suddenly coughed loudly. Then he said loudly, "All right, since you are sending out a 10-man team to fight, then, we will have a battle. I hope that if you lose, you will not regret and hand over the authority to command according to the agreement." Originally, everyone assumed that Jing Zhihai would not dare to fight. In the end, it merely took a few seconds when the situation had completely reversed. Jing Zhihai actually agreed to this battle's content. Not only so, he even said it so confidently, as though success was already within his reach. What was wrong with him? Could it be that Jing Zhihai is also a command expert, but he usually hides his talent and didn't show it? Amid everyone's puzzled gazes, Jing Zhihai added, "But I have a condition. These 10 practitioners who take part in the competition must be from the soldiers that we have trained personally. You can't choose anyone from the other teams." Hearing this additional condition, the ordinary soldiers didn't show any reaction and felt that it was rather reasonable. But Huang Yueli instantly understood what Jing Zhihai had on his mind. Soldiers that we have trained personally. Before today, their ranks were a commander and a team leader, respectively. The number of people that they had trained was a world of difference. One had to understand that the commander had a total of 10 small teams under him. To pull out a 10-person team, Huang Yueli had to choose them from her 50-people team. There was only one person in Dream Profound Realm, was Jing Yichuan. There were simply no others that she could choose from. But Jing Zhihai was different. He could choose from 500 people. Not to mention that all those practitioners who were various small teams' team leaders were at least in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase cultivation. If he were to choose this kind of practitioner to compete against Huang Yueli, the disparity in abilities was so huge that it was practically impossible to use formation transformation to make up for it. Jing Zhihai saw Huang Yueli's thoughtful look, and he secretly felt delighted. He urged, "How? Team Leader Li, what are your views? You raised the competition content yourself. Don't tell me that you're starting to regret it now?" Jing Zhihai felt that Huang Yueli would definitely not agree to it and was starting to become delighted. He thought inwardly, "I knew it. This lowly human thinks he's a little smart and wants to battle against me? He's simply daydreaming. All right, we'll do as you say." Huang Yueli's icy cold voice rang, and Jing Zhihai's complacent smile froze. "What? Say that again?" He thought that he heard her wrongly. Huang Yueli swept him a glance. "Now that the competition's content and condition have been confirmed, let's stop wasting time and start immediately. I'll give you a quarter of an hour to select your team. After the time is up, we will still gather here and invite all the soldiers from the campsite to be our witness." "Good, that's wonderful. The campsite hasn't had such exciting things happening for a long time. A quarter of an hour, there's still 15 minutes. I must quickly go back and tell my brothers to come here and watch this together. This is going to be so interesting. Commander Jing is so confident, I wonder which of them will win. The campsite instantly broke into a clamor. The soldiers were extremely excited. Even after they had a tough battle, to be able to see such an exciting fight was simply giving the dull army life a sparkle. Now that things had been put across, Jing Zhihai couldn't possibly say no. Of course, he had no intention to reject it anyway. Although Huang Yueli's confident look made him feel a little apprehensive, Jing Zhihai felt that he would emerge as the victor in the end. Following in the next 15 minutes, Huang Yueli and Jing Zhihai both went to select the candidates among their subordinates. The number of soldiers crowding around the center of the campsite was increasing. Practically, the entire army had come to watch this battle to see who would win the control of the campsite. Even the seriously injured Li Yuquan was pushed out by Xia Yunqi personally to watch this competition. A quarter of an hour passed by in a blink of an eye. Huang Yueli and Jing Zhihai led their team and appeared on two ends of the competition grounds. The spectators took a clear look at the candidates and were stunned. By now, those ignorant practitioners suddenly understood what was going on. They finally could comprehend why Jing Zhihai raised that kind of condition earlier. Jing Zhihai's team was full of Dream Profound Realm mid-phase practitioners, and there was even one who was in Dream Profound Realm end-phase. Moreover, these people were all holding the ranks of team leaders. Not one of them was an ordinary soldier. Whereas Huang Yueli's team looked a little shabby. The 10 soldiers she led were truly soldiers. Only one was in Dream Profound Realm early phase. The remaining 6 were in 10th stage realm and the last 3 were only in 9th stage realm. Of course, Huang Yueli's subordinates were originally an ordinary team standard. It was not appropriate to say that they were very weak. But as compared to Jing Zhihai's specially curated team, it was a world of difference. What the hell? Commander Jing is too shameless. What kind of competition is this? This is more like bullying, no? That's right. They agreed to compete based on the standard of command, but with such great disparity, how are we able to tell the standard of command? No wonder Commander Jing raised that strange condition earlier. Team leader Li is simply too innocent. He actually didn't tell that it was a trap. This time round, he's finished. No one expected that Jing Zhihai, as a commander and also a Heart Profound Realm mid-phase God Clan top exponent, would actually resort to such despicable means to gain victory. Other than 2 commanders who were on good terms with Jing Zhihai, the others despised Jing Zhihai for resorting to such means. Everyone's gaze landed on Li Yuquan, who was seated on the side, hoping that he quickly would voice out to stop this. But Li Yuquan had his eyes shut as he leaned against the chair. No one knew if he was asleep or if he just purely didn't want to care. Other than him, the others naturally had no right to say anything. This competition officially started under everyone's complicated gazes and comments. Among Huang Yueli's 10 soldiers, Jing Yichuan was the lead and was the one with the highest cultivation in Team 3. However, she was not just merely choosing the one with the strongest ability. She considered various aspects of the coordination among the soldiers. Both parties gathered on the vacant land in the center of the campsite, each occupying half of the space. They were a few hundred meters apart and looked at one another from afar. Li Yuquan opened his eyes and said lethargically, "Then let's begin." Hearing that, Huang Yueli's Team 3 immediately formed into their most proficient aerial bird formation. But Jing Zhihai's side was a little slower in reaction. The team members looked at Jing Zhihai simultaneously, as though they had not discussed this before the competition and did not know how to coordinate. They were still waiting for Jing Zhihai's order. Jing Zhihai suppressed himself and clenched his teeth as he said, form into swimming fish formation first. This should be the aerial bird's nemesis. After that, work it out on your own. Anyway, your ability is much stronger than them and you should be able to beat 10 on your own. Forget about whatever formation they have, just directly punch them and that will do. His team's practitioners had never coordinated together before this. Now that they were suddenly gathered into one team, they originally felt rather uncomfortable. Jing Zhihai didn't give any clear instructions, and that made them feel even more disoriented. But it was too late to say anything now. Huang Yueli's team had already formed into the aerial bird formation and were moving towards them. Moreover, they immediately attacked the moment they were in front. Jing Zhihai's team had just formed into the swimming fish formation and were hesitating on what to do next when they were attacked by the other party. They were caught off guard and hurriedly raised their weapons to counterattack. Huang Yueli's team was not highly skilled, and they didn't dare to fight face-to-face with them. When Jing Zhihai's practitioners counterattacked, they immediately retreated. This reaction made Jing Zhihai feel a burst of excitement. TSK, you really can't make it when your ability is too low. Your attack looks very aggressive, but wasn't that because we weren't prepared? Seems that when we are at close quarters, all they know is to escape. The two teams crossed hands several rounds after that. One could tell that Jing Zhihai's small team was evidently much stronger and Huang Yueli's team didn't dare to fight with the other team directly. Several times they were about to have a direct confrontation, Jing Yichuan would lead them to retreat. After a few rounds, the bystanders silently shook their heads. Sigh, it looks like team leader Li's team is going to lose. As expected, if the disparity in ability is too huge, no matter how high one's standard of command is, it is impossible to gain victory. Team leader Li's loss is really wronged. Look at the team that he is leading, there's actually a carefully calibrated operational strategy to it. Facing so many outstanding opponents' attacks, they were able to persist for such a long time. This is already very good. If it wasn't because of Commander Jing's schemes, perhaps team leader Li might have won long ago. Sigh, it's such a pity. Such a pity. From the outsider's view, Huang Yueli's team had been on the defense and didn't seem to be able to fight back at all. If this went on, the result would definitely end up in a loss. It was just a matter of time. But their defense was so strong and could persist for so long, this was already a commendable performance. Jing Zhihai heard the bystanders' discussions and his face darkened and instantly grew anxious. He walked to the competition grounds and raised his voice, shouting, "Hey? What are you guys doing? They're just some 10th stage realm and 9th stage realm trash, and you still can't defeat them after such a long time? Quickly deal with them. Don't embarrass this commander." According to the military competition regulations, they could not kill or cripple the opponent, otherwise, they would be punished. The standard for judgment of win or loss would generally be until one side had fainted or was unable to get up. Jing Zhihai's meaning was for his subordinates to swiftly defeat them. Otherwise, under such great disparity of abilities, the longer they drag on, the more embarrassed he would be. Hearing Jing Zhihai's urging, the practitioners couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's not that we don't know to settle this battle quickly, but these subordinates under Li Yuehuang are too sly. Those who aren't on this battlefield, crossing hands with them, can't understand the pain that we are experiencing right now. On the surface, it seemed that Jing Zhihai's small team was indeed holding the advantage. The other party had been suppressed so much that they couldn't fight back at all. But in reality, Huang Yueli's team wasn't like what the others had imagined, with no chance of striking back. Sometimes, they obviously had a good chance to attack, but they chose to retreat instead. Jing Zhihai's team members originally thought that they were timid or were inexperienced and were silently feeling happy. But as time went by, they realized that things were amiss. Jing Zhihai's team members realized that they had been trapped. No matter where they attack, they would be blocked immediately without any trace. Moreover, the distance between their team of 10 members was slowly growing nearer. Sometimes when they attacked, they might accidentally hit the person next to them. This situation was becoming more and more frequent, and their attacks were getting worse. Everyone had an ill premonition. But this feeling could not be conveyed in mere words. It was hard for outsiders to tell at all. Jing Zhihai obviously couldn't tell and was urging with all his might. Quickly dash up and knock them unconscious in one move. Those trashy people aren't even at Dream Profound Realm, and they can't put up a fight at all. What are you guys dawdling so much for? Damn it, are you listening to this, Commander? Quickly knock them unconscious. Whoever drags their feet, don't blame this Commander for meeting you with military punishment. Jing Zhihai's team members on the battlefield wanted to weep, but had no tears. Heavens knew how much pressure they were under. They wanted to quickly knock the opponent unconscious, but they really couldn't do it. By now, the situation was totally out of their control. Unknowingly, Jing Zhihai's team members were becoming slower and slower, and the strength of their attacks was becoming weaker and weaker. Those practitioners who were spectating slowly discovered that things were amiss. Some practitioners with better foresight started to frown. Just at this moment, on the end of the battlefield came Huang Yueli's cold voice. Encirclement complete. Next step, transform into goshawk formation and immediately start to counterattack. Encirclement complete? Start to counterattack? What are these commands? The practitioners present heard this and were all dazed and astounded, totally unable to recollect their senses. Other than making some slight arrangements before the competition, Huang Yueli had kept silent after it started. She stood silently by the side. Even if her team members were attacked by the other party and were in a precarious situation, she didn't make a sound and remained unmoved from the start. Other than both parties' weapons clashing sounds, the entire competition ground only emitted Jing Zhihai's hooting. Now, Huang Yueli suddenly spoke up. Moreover, she said such shocking content. No one understood why she would give such an order. However, everyone was only dazed for a short moment. It was because whatever happened next made their jaws drop to the ground so much that they started to doubt their lives. They heard Huang Yueli's team members shouting in unison, "Yes." However, the formation changed swiftly, and just as the bystanders' eyes turned blurry, they struck. The sword tips were pointing straight at Jing Zhihai's team. Jing Zhihai's team members hastily tried to block, but they had just blocked off a move and the next move immediately came. The speed was so fast that they couldn't respond in time. On the other end, the distance between them was too near and they were restrained by their team members' movements, making them passive. It was right until now that the bystanders discovered in astonishment. Not knowing when it happened, Huang Yueli's team members had already formed an encirclement and surrounded those 10 people in the center. Furthermore, Jing Zhihai's movements were being constricted. Practically in an instant, their positions had completely become reversed. Moreover, Huang Yueli's small team either did not attack, but when they did, every single move was fatal. They had wonderful coordination and it was simply as consistent as one person making the same move over and over again. They filled in the inadequacy of their team members. Such penetrative attacks made Jing Zhihai's team unable to block them off. Not too long later, they were stabbed and were slightly injured. Due to the Allied Army's regulations, Huang Yueli's subordinates didn't dare to strike too hard. So no one was seriously injured. But anyone with eyes could tell that if this was on the battlefield, Jing Zhihai's subordinated would either end up dead or injured, completely losing their combat power. Jing Zhihai's team members on the battlefield understood this clearly and were already prepared to surrender. But the moment they were about to put down their weapons, they heard Jing Zhihai's howl from the side of the battlefield. "Damn it, you worthless trash. You guys can't even defeat such weak opponents? What use do I have for you then? Quick, continue to attack and show me your abilities. Whoever dares to surrender, don't blame this commander for being ruthless. Hearing his threats, Jing Zhihai's soldiers could only brace themselves and continue to fight. But even though they tried everything they could, there was no possibility of turning defeat into victory. Huang Yueli's team members no longer need any commands, and just did according to what they usually trained to trap the opponent in the formation. Jing Zhihai's team was similar to fishes in a barrel, with no way to escape. Instead, they were being attacked to such a sorry state, consecutively being stabbed. Although these injuries weren't deep, accumulating so many injuries would result in one becoming anemic. Shortly after, a practitioner started to sway and suddenly fell to the ground. Heavens! Someone fainted. Why hasn't the competition ended yet? In this manner, someone will become seriously injured. That's right. Commander Jing's team is now short of one person, so it should be counted as their loss? The bystanders could tell the result of the competition very clearly, and it should have been stopped long ago. But Jing Zhihai refused to admit defeat. Instead, he shouted even furiously, "Damn it! You practitioners are all in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase or higher. Trash, all of you are trash." Seeing the number of injured soldiers on the competition grounds increasing, everyone thought of walking up to persuade him. But Jing Zhihai's malevolent look scared everyone off. As time dragged on, even Huang Yueli was somewhat worried. The campsite was still surrounded by the demon tribe and was in urgent need of people. Those practitioners under Jing Zhihai had decent cultivations, so she didn't want to injure them badly. But now, Jing Zhihai refused to admit defeat and the competition couldn't stop. The result was already very clear, and if this continued, it might result in someone getting seriously injured or dead. Enough. Jing Zhihai, you've already lost this competition. Admit it when you've lost. You want to wager, but don't wish to concede defeat. What right do you have to become the campsite's commanding officer? Seeing another practitioner falling to the ground, Huang Yueli couldn't take it any longer. She stood up and barked at him loudly, "You ignored your subordinate's life and death and made them bleed over such a petty feud. What right do you have to be their officer?" Saying that, Huang Yueli turned around and said to Jing Yichuan and the others, "That's enough, you can stop now." As soon as she said that, Team 4's members immediately responded, and without any hesitation, they kept their weapons and simultaneously retreated swiftly. The process of their retreat was very neat and orderly. They lined up behind Huang Yueli. Jing Zhihai's subordinates stood dazed on the ground, and some of them even sat despondently on the ground. Jing Zhihai was extremely furious and ran up to yank those members. "What on earth are you guys doing? Li Yuehuang's men have all retreated. Don't you guys know how to follow up with your victory with hot pursuit? All of you are just standing there in a daze. What do I still need you guys for?" When he said that, all the bystanders clamored. Even after things have turned out like this, Jing Zhihai refuses to admit defeat? He even thought that Huang Yueli and the others had automatically retreated because they had been defeated? And he had the cheek to tell his men to follow up with your victory with hot pursuit. How did he even come out with this conclusion? He's completely shameless. All the practitioners participating in the competition were so embarrassed that they were burning in shame. With such a commander, with no lower limit, being his subordinates, they were also making a spectacle of themselves. At this moment, they truly envied Huang Yueli's subordinates. Being able to follow a commanding officer like Huang Yueli would not only allow them to win, they would also be able to earn large amounts of military merits. Moreover, she was rational and knew how to take care of her subordinates. She was a world of difference from Jing Zhihai. Jing Zhihai still hadn't stopped hooting, but no one was obeying his instructions any longer. This batch of soldiers that he picked were so badly injured because of his conviction. In the end, not only did they get a word of consolation, they even earned a scolding. Everyone was deeply disappointed, so they were not willing to abide by his orders. Some of them even pretended to faint. Huang Yueli ignored Jing Zhihai and walked straight to Li Yuquan. Divine Lieutenant, the outcome of the competition is obvious. I should be able to take up the responsibility of our campsite's commanding officer, right? Li Yuquan's lips curled into a smile. Very good, you are not bad. Li Yuquan originally valued Huang Yueli greatly. But her performance today had yet surpassed his predictions again. Under such a major disparity in both teams' abilities, she was able to win so smoothly. Furthermore, none of her soldiers were injured at all. This was a stunning innate talent. Even Li Yuquan himself found it hard to reach this standard. Li Yuquan instantly got his men to bring the allied army's tiger token and handed it over to Huang Yueli. After that competition earlier, the entire campsite's practitioners had practically swamped to the vacant land in the center of the campsite. At this moment, they saw Huang Yueli receiving the tiger token and everyone cheered in unison. Long live Commander Li! Commander Li is so awesome. There's hope for all of us. To the ordinary soldiers, being able to stay alive on the battlefield and earn military merits was their greatest wish. It didn't matter to them if their commanding officer was from the God clan or one of the humans. The most important thing was that person needed to have sufficient standard and ability. Now, after Huang Yueli and Jing Zhihai's battle, it had clearly reflected her astonishing commanding innate talent. Ordinary soldiers would naturally stand on her side. Even those people, who originally felt that the time she spent in the army was too short and were doubtful of her, had all recognized her ability. Amid their cheers and applause, Huang Yueli lifted her hand and expressed for them to quieten down. All the practitioners instantly shut their mouths. In a blink of an eye, the entire campsite was completely silent. Huang Yueli said, "Since I've assumed the responsibility of the campsite's commanding officer, there's something that I hope all of you can remember. What I hate most is those who go against the military regulations. If I were to discover anyone who does that, I will definitely punish that person severely. Second point is on the battlefield, all the teams must obey my instructions and arrangements. No matter how unreasonable you think it is, you must accept it fully and execute it strictly. If anyone is found not listening to my instructions, you will be executed without any mercy. Do you understand me?" The soldiers immediately responded without any hesitation, "We understand. We will obey Commander Li's orders." Huang Yueli continued, "Now, will all the commanders stay behind and discuss the next step to take in the main tent? As for the rest of you, you are free to return to your tents." The soldiers were convinced by Huang Yueli, so when they heard her order, they left in an orderly manner. The campsite's center gradually became emptied of people. Li Yuquan nodded his head satisfactorily. "All right. I'll hand over things to you now." Huang Yueli spoke solemnly, "Divine Lieutenant, please be assured and focus on your recovery. I will defeat the demon tribe." Li Yuquan was carried over to the other tent to rest. The 8 commanders returned to the main tent once again to discuss the strategy. Among these 8 people, other than Huang Yueli and Xianxia, their previous superior, commander who was the only human among them. The remaining were Jing Zhihai and the others, a total of 5 God clan commanders. The moment they walked in, commander who cupped his fists in greeting at Huang Yueli and Xianxia and said, "Wow, I didn't expect this. I originally thought that you two were fleeing from calamity and would drag our campsite down. In the end, both of you are rare geniuses. It's only been a few days, and the 2 of you have been promoted to become commanders. Commander Li has even become our campsite's commanding officer." Huang Yueli replied politely, "I originally only wanted to return to Blessed City as soon as possible, but didn't imagine that so many things had happened in between. Will Commander Hu please try your best to coordinate with me to defeat the demon tribe? This will be beneficial to all of us." Anyway, I won't be staying for long in the army. Huang Yueli put things across frankly because she deeply sensed the tense situation of fighting for power from Jing Zhihai in the allied armies. Naturally, she could understand the reason for it. Every single person in the allied armies basically went through life and death situations to earn sufficient military merits and risked their lives to exchange for honor and benefits. So naturally, none of them were willing to abandon it so easily. But Huang Yueli wasn't interested in these personally. From the start to the end, her only aim was to reunite with her husband as soon as possible. Hence, she simply blurted out her plan of won't be staying for long in the army, in the hope to lessen the obstruction that she would meet during her time as the commanding officer. However, Commander Hu had an astonished expression on his face. "Commander Li, why is that so? Your commanding talent is something that the entire allied armies lack the most. If you stay in the army, you will rise through the ranks very quickly. Moreover, with you around, we will be able to save many God Realm practitioners' lives." Huang Yueli didn't expect him to say that and couldn't help but took another look at Commander Hu. Commander Hu looked really sincere. In truth, when he saw Huang Yueli ascending the ranks, Commander Hu felt happier than upset. After all, from his perspective, Huang Yueli was a human practitioner. Human practitioners taking on a high-ranking post in the allied armies was very rare. Other than the famous Eve-grade genius human Liu Shihe, who had become a divine lieutenant very long ago, the other humans who wanted to become a divine lieutenant would need to gain many years of experience. Moreover, no human took up an even higher rank than divine lieutenant. Whereas based on Huang Yueli's commanding talent, her future would definitely be higher than Liu Shihe's. This kind of person is the entire human race's pride. Why would Commander Hu even go against her? Huang Yueli thought about it and understood what he was thinking of. But she knew her own identity and understood that Commander Hu had indeed misunderstood. Of course, Huang Yueli wouldn't be so silly as to expose herself. Since Commander Hu was willing to coordinate with her, no matter what his reason was, there was no need to bother about it. The main tent space wasn't very large and everyone heard the conversation between Huang Yueli and Commander Hu. The other commanders looked at them in unison. The other two exchanged a glance and walked up, cupping their fists at Huang Yueli. "Commander Li, your commanding standard has really convinced us. If there's time in the future, please teach us." Huang Yueli hurriedly replied, "The two of you have overpraised me. If you're interested in the variation of formation transformation, I will find time to write down my notes about what I know for you to refer to." The other party was so courteous mainly because they had acknowledged her ability. Talking about learning formation transformation was secondary. The real meaning was to express that they were willing to listen to her commands. Huang Yueli took a look at these two God clan commanders and felt rather satisfied with them. To be able to understand their inadequacy and submit to a younger human commander's order, these two people were rather open-minded. This kind of person would have an even greater future ahead of them. After exchanging conventional greetings, Huang Yueli looked at the remaining three people. Jing Zhihai was the leader among the three God clan practitioners. He had been leaning against a corner in the tent, keeping silent all this while. Even his gaze was dark and gloomy, hard to fathom what was on his mind. Detecting Huang Yueli's gaze, Jing Zhihai snorted and spoke in an eccentric tone, "Commander Xiao, Commander Yang, you two are our God clan traitors." Commander Xiao and Commander Yang's faces froze upon hearing that. But they recovered shortly after. In the army, whoever has the ability will be the officer. There's nothing to do with being a traitor or not. If we don't follow the military regulation, then wouldn't we be violating it? The two of them expressed their standpoint and there was an obvious exhortation in their words. Alas, Jing Zhihai refused to comply and said coldly, "Since Divine Lieutenant insists on assigning this human as the commanding officer, I can do nothing about it." But things won't end like this so easily. Li Yuehuang, if you make any mistakes in your commands, and cause the campsite to suffer losses, I won't let you off so easily. It was already at this point, but Jing Zhihai still refused to admit that he wasn't as skillful. In fact, he was even emphasizing that the higher-up insisted on assigning Huang Yueli to take up this post. Huang Yueli knew clearly that a nuisance like Jing Zhihai would not be subdued by her so easily. If it was usual times where there would be a few months to train the troops, she could slowly think of a way to teach him a lesson. But now, the situation was pressing, so they had to immediately come out with a decision, and be ready to fight the demon tribe at any one point. Under this situation, she didn't have any time to deal with Jing Zhihai. So the most she could do was to issue him with the non-important tasks. Huang Yueli said indifferently, I will naturally give my best to help the troops break through smoothly. But everyone had better remember what I said. I am not a merciful person. If anyone who violates the military regulations were to fall into my hands, no matter if you're a commander or an ordinary soldier, I will treat that person equally without any discrimination. These words were obviously warning the three commanders, Jing Zhihai, and his gang. In a second, their expressions turned ghastly. Jing Zhihai instantly snorted loudly, showing an extremely disdainful expression. But he didn't jump out to retort her. Instead, he led them to their seats and sat down. Huang Yueli frowned slightly. But thinking that there wasn't much time left, she could only endure with it for now. All right, commanders, please have a seat. I have something very important to announce. Xianxia and the others sat down as they looked at Huang Yueli gravely. Huang Yueli slowly said, I've decided, tomorrow at dawn, we will lead the troops to sneak an attack on the demon tribe's base. What? Commander Li, what did you say? I must have heard you wrongly. You said tomorrow at dawn, we're going to, do what? Are you sure? How? I also heard you wrongly. The few commanders were extremely stunned. Only Xianxia revealed a thoughtful look and didn't say a word. Huang Yueli lifted her hand, expressing for them to quieten down. Then she said, you didn't hear me wrongly. I indeed intend to launch a sneak attack on the demon tribe's campsite tomorrow, at dawn. Will commanders please go back and prepare immediately? Tomorrow at dawn, other than Divine Lieutenant's personal guard regiment, all the others must gather at the entrance of the campsite. This command was totally out of everyone's expectations. All the commanders were dumbstruck, looking at her as though they had been struck by lightning. Even those commanders who were convinced by her commanding talent could not accept this order. Commander Hu instantly raised his doubts. Commander Li, what do you mean? We have just been attacked by the devil army and almost lost our campsite. Although we had chased them off, the entire campsite is full of injured soldiers. Even Divine Lieutenant is seriously injured. Even if we fully concentrate on defense, we might not be able to hold the fort. Now, you're asking us to mobilize the entire troops, to sneak an attack on the demon tribe? Isn't this equivalent to suicide? Commander whose viewpoint gained the approval of the other commanders, other than Xianxia. That's right, isn't this a little too risky? There's too much to think about. The entire campsite's strength is only at 60%. Why are we still going to sneak an attack? To commit suicide? Commander Li, the demon tribe's ability is very strong. Please don't underestimate the enemy. Although Huang Yueli was seated on the commanding officer's position right now, she was very young and also lacked experience. Her cultivation wasn't very high, so when they heard her raising this surprising suggestion, the commanders subconsciously objected. Jing Zhihai sneered, this is the commanding genius that Divine Lieutenant has assigned? We'll just sneak an attack just because you said so? I think you still don't quite understand our campsite's situation. Huang Yueli swept a cold glance across them upon hearing that. When the commanders met her gaze, anxiety suddenly hit them. It was strange that her cultivation was so much lower than all the commanders, but her aura was much higher than all of them. Could this mean that her soul trace was especially powerful? Huang Yueli saw them keeping silent and said subtly, "Of course, we are not going to commit suicide. We are not the only ones with heavy losses during the war between us and the demon tribe. They are not any better off than us. Moreover, Divine Lieutenant might be seriously injured, but Sky Devil Rui Xian was also injured by the mechanism. If we gather all our forces and attack them right now, we might even be able to kill Rui Xian. Besides, all of you also feel that tonight's sneak attack by the demon tribe is whimsical. Then the devil army would not even expect this. Sneaking an attack throughout the night would be highly successful." Huang Yueli gave a brief analysis of the current situation. In reality, if they were to think from another perspective, the so-called checkmate could become a golden opportunity. Jing Zhihai had already thought of this, hence he fought to earn the chance to be the commanding officer. But Jing Zhihai didn't expect Huang Yueli to be so decisive. She didn't even want to wait for a single day longer, and wanted to attack the demon tribe's base tonight. According to Jing Zhihai's plan, he intended to let the campsite's soldiers rest for 2 days, before sending a scout to gain intelligence on the demon tribe's base. After ascertaining Sky Devil Rui Xian's injury, then he would ask those commanders over to discuss a strategy in detail, then proceed to sneak an attack. Moreover, he wouldn't bring a lot of men along. He only intended to get a small team of at most 500 people. They were equivalent to the suicide squad, while the majority of the troops remained in the campsite. In this way, even if the sneak attack failed, the entire campsite's losses wouldn't be too serious. Now, hearing Huang Yueli's plan made Jing Zhihai tremble from head to toe. Huang Yueli was so bold to this extent, totally not giving herself any backup plan and staking everyone into one throw. Such a resolute command would either mean that she was extremely confident about her judgment or she was purely blindly commanding. In Jing Zhihai's mind, Huang Yueli was absolutely the latter. His lips curled into a cold smile. He didn't expect this Li Yue Huang to give him a handle to grab so quickly. He instantly said loudly, "Commander Li, your analysis is indeed not wrong. But aren't you a little too rash to abruptly mobilize the troops like this? Perhaps you're still a freshman in the allied armies, so you don't know that the most basic thing in combat is preparation." Now, the campsite soldiers had just escaped near death, and most of them are still very weak. However, you don't even let them recuperate for a couple of days. So how do you expect them to have the energy to fight? You didn't even send any scouts out. How do you know what the demon tribe's situation is right now? You just run over knocking on their doors to commit suicide? Also, if the sneak attack fails, wouldn't all of us die there? I can't let my subordinates go dig their graves for nothing. Why not we do this? Commander Li can bring your own troops to sneak an attack on the demon tribe? Anyway, sneaking an attack is to catch the enemy off guard. The more people you bring, the worse the effect. We will guard the rear for you. In that way, if any accident were to happen, we will still be able to assist you, am I right? Jing Zhihai let out a delighted smile as he spoke, apparently assuming that his suggestion was excellent. Huang Yueli's expression instantly darkened. This fellow. Never mind if he doesn't listen to my command. He intentionally said such thing to waver the other commander's determination. Jing Zhihai's plan was very sneaky. He asked Huang Yueli to lead a few teams to sneak an attack, so the possibility of failure was very high. As for himself, he would lead his men to guard the campsite, giving it a glorified name as guarding the rear. In this way, if Huang Yueli's sneak attack was successful, he would earn credit for protecting the campsite. But if it ended up in failure? He, Jing Zhihai, would be seen as having good foresight. He would say that he saw a loophole in Huang Yueli's plan and saved the life force of the campsite. Moreover, he even gave a specious argument, in an attempt to waver the others. The other commanders actually felt that he made sense and voiced out to support him. Commanderly, I feel that. Commander Jing's plan seems a little more secure. That's right. We are mainly responsible for protecting the campsite, and not killing the Sky Devil. So I think it's better not to take such a huge risk. Now the demon tribe might be weak, then our pressure would become smaller, right? Perhaps our reinforcements would arrive in another 2 days, and we can easily be saved. It indeed doesn't seem too suitable to go on the initiative to strike them now. People were naturally afraid to die, so hearing the idea to take the initiative and sneak an attack on the demon tribe's campsite made the commanders slightly frightened. Originally, they were more inclined to guard their base tightly. But as it was Huang Yueli's command, they couldn't go against her so directly. Now, Jing Zhihai voiced out so clearly and logically, so the others seemed as though they found a way to get off the platform, and hurriedly echoed in agreement. Huang Yueli's lips curled as she swept a glance at them. What Commander Jing said seems logical. Jing Zhihai heard her reply and suddenly felt delighted. Then, Commander Li is preparing to accept my suggestion? If Huang Yueli was really that dumb, he would be extremely happy. When Huang Yueli led her men and died in the demon tribe's base, he would be able to take over the control of this campsite logically. However, before Jing Zhihai could laugh out, Huang Yueli shook her head and said slowly, it seems logical, but it's actually a load of bullshit. Jing Zhihai's expression suddenly changed. What? Huang Yueli's gaze turned cold and she replied without holding back, the demon tribe might be weak and the Sky Devil might be seriously injured. But they are not so weak that a team of 300 to 500 people could easily handle. Even if all the soldiers were mobilized, it might not guarantee that we will attain success, what more for a small team? Wouldn't that really be committing suicide? What is your real intention? Moreover, allow the campsite's soldiers to rest for a couple of days? That's right, resting for 2 days would indeed recuperate their strength. But the Allied Army soldiers aren't the only ones regaining their strength. The Devil soldiers will also regain theirs. As for sending out scouts, we have the demon tribe base's topography since a long time ago, so why do the unnecessary? Moreover, if the scouts are discovered by the demon tribe, they will prepare to defend themselves. Then how are we going to sneak an attack on them? But, Jing Zhihai couldn't rebuke her at all and his face turned from green to white. After a while later, he thought of something and retorted, anyway, you're too rash, you're simply a risk-taker. You say sneak an attack and we'll just do it? There isn't even a plan. Is there anyone who even commands the troops like you in such a way? He couldn't win Huang Yueli in facts, so he started to make frivolous claims. But he understood the other commander's mentality very well. He grabbed hold of the fact that they didn't dare to take any risks and made Huang Yueli out to be a rash person without proper planning. As expected, the other commanders started to be stirred up and were hesitant in making a decision. Huang Yueli sneered when she saw this. I don't know how to command the troops? I'm rash, and I'm a risk-taker? Perhaps what you say is true. But I remember that we were attacked today because everyone here insisted on taking up the defensive tactic. You thought that it was a foolproof plan. She looked at Xianxia and said, a few days ago, Commander Shi had already reminded everyone that the demon tribe was very weak then, and it was better to attack than defend. But no one believed in him. In the end, the result is something that all of you had seen. We've already committed a mistake. Don't tell me you guys want to commit the same mistake again? I know everyone has trained for many years to attain your current cultivation and rank. So naturally, you will cherish your lives. But if we don't take any risks, we will all be sitting ducks. Have you ever considered that if Sky Devil Rui Xian recovers and if our reinforcements have not arrived, what would be the final result? Aren't all of you afraid to die? By then, the only route awaiting us will be death. When Huang Yueli was done speaking, the main tent was silent. Several commanders were deeply moved and delved into their thoughts. The memories that happened a few days ago in this tent were still fresh. When the campsite was almost conquered by the demon tribe today, everyone had once thought that if they listened to Xianxia's suggestion to attack rather than defend, would things had turned out differently? Back then, there were a lot of people who regretted the previous decision. But after the demon tribe had been warded off, some people cast these feelings of regret right behind them. Now, hearing Huang Yueli's words, they awoke once again and felt extremely ashamed. Huang Yueli paused for a moment and continued to say, "As the commanding officer for this campsite, I request that you must obey the military order. No matter if you acknowledge me from the bottom of your heart or not, tonight at 3 in the morning, all the troops must gather at the campsite's entrance. Anyone who defies the order shall be executed without any pardon." Huang Yueli gave her last warning and dismissed the commanders to deploy their forces. Only Xianxia remained seated, not moving. Seeing that everyone had left, Huang Yueli stood up from the host seat and walked over, asking, "Yunqi, what views do you have towards my order earlier?" Xianxia shook her head. "I have no views. If I don't agree to it, I would have spoken up at the meeting earlier." Huang Yueli frowned slightly and asked, "But you don't look so well. Could it be that you have some kind of bad premonition again?" Xianxia shook her head, then nodded. In the end, she shook her head. "Sigh, that's not right. I don't know how to put it across. Previously, the trigram's prediction was terrible. But Divine Lieutenant managed to escape death, whereas you have succeeded to become the campsite's commanding officer. That's how things will take a turn for the better. Logically speaking, things should be smooth sailing from now. But I feel that we will meet with other trouble." Huang Yueli blinked. "The trouble you mean? Are you referring to Jing Zhihai?" Xianxia said, "I can't predict exactly who it is related to. But according to the current situation, he is naturally the most troublesome character. You have to keep a tight watch over him. Otherwise, he will probably create trouble sooner or later." Huang Yueli sighed helplessly. "I know that too, but we don't have enough time. Tomorrow morning, we will go out to battle. I hope he will know his own place and lie down. After tomorrow, I have plenty of ways to deal with him." Xianxia thought for a moment and sighed as she said, "All right then. It seems that we can only do it this way." Although she said that, Xianxia's heart was still full of an ominous feeling. Very soon, it was already 3 in the morning. Huang Yueli stood at the campsite's entrance, looking deeply at those allied army soldiers dressed in armor. Perhaps her warning in the afternoon was effective, or perhaps the battle between her and Jing Zhihai reflected her capability. Anyway, all of the soldiers had arrived on time, and there was no situation where anyone disobeyed the military order. Even Jing Zhihai also led his team of over 500 men early in the morning, lined up orderly as they waited at the campsite's entrance. This was something out of Huang Yueli's expectations. She did a roll call and gave a satisfied nod. Huang Yueli stood on the high platform and said loudly, "Brothers, we have an important mission to accomplish today." Hearing Huang Yueli's voice, all the practitioners lifted their heads to look in her direction. In order to keep it a secret, Huang Yueli specially instructed that before they moved out, no one was allowed to tell the motive for gathering so early in the day. Hence, ordinary soldiers were still kept in the dark, unaware of what they were going to do. Huang Yueli continued, "Our aim today is to sneak an attack on the demon tribe's campsite, and kill Sky Devil Rui Xian. We will eliminate the devil army." "What? We're going to sneak an attack on the demon tribe's campsite? Really? This is too dangerous." Huang Yueli's words were like bolts of lightning raining down on them. It was only now that the soldiers found out about the truth, and all of them were extremely stunned. No one expected that the strict instructions they received to gather at this time and even to put on their hidden equipment for night travel were to take on such a risky mission. In a second, all the soldiers started to comment on this. Although the various team leaders tried their best to suppress them, the effect was not very good. Huang Yueli coughed loudly, "Keep quiet, all of you." The voices were reduced slightly. Huang Yueli continued to say, "Today, our campsite might have suffered major losses. But the demon tribe's losses are even greater than ours. We must grab hold of this chance and completely annihilate them." She paused for a moment and continued to say, "We are all courageous soldiers in the allied armies. So why have we come to this place? It's to protect our homeland, to hone ourselves on the battlefield and complete our breakthrough, and to earn more military merits to get a higher rank. As long as we gain success for today's battle, then all of you will be able to get these." Huang Yueli's voice wasn't very loud, but it caused ripples to stir in the practitioners' hearts. "That's right. I joined the army and even became a frontline soldier, not so that I can escape like a beaten dog. I brought my hopes and dreams to this place. But after such a long time on the battlefield, living from hand to mouth every day, and even being trapped by the demon tribe this time, it had slowly vanquished my determination." Huang Yueli continued to say, "Now, everyone's chance is here. Sky Devil Rui Xian had been seriously injured by Divine Lieutenant, and this is a golden opportunity for us. I'm sure all of you know how high the rewards are for killing Sky Devil. It is sufficient for everyone on the campsite to be promoted to one rank higher." The soldiers below started to clamor once again. Moreover, this time, they hadn't lost their head out of fear, but were discussing excitedly. The way Huang Yueli spoke had a way to stimulate the crowd and invoke their inner determination. It also allowed them to see their future and hopes. Huang Yueli cleverly stopped at the right moment. "I won't say too much. Today's operation is indeed a little risky. But to gain victory on the battlefield, it is necessary to take some risks. As long as everyone follows my instructions, executes them, and fights bravely, I promise you that you will gain enough military merits to satisfy you. All right. Now, everyone, prepare to move out." With one command, the gathered soldiers started to move. Before they gathered, Huang Yueli had already told the various commanders their detailed instructions and arrangements. 8 commanders will each lead a big troop of soldiers that was composed of 10 small teams. Various small teams' numbers were slightly different due to the casualties. But the rough estimate of a big troop's total number of people was around 500. Huang Yueli didn't bring her big troop with her. Instead, she brought her previous Team 3's 50 people. As for Xianxia, she also chose to bring her Team 4's members. The total number they brought along was around 100 people and was this operation's main force. They had to infiltrate the demon tribe's campsite, find the tent of middle troops, and killed the heavily injured Rui Xian. As for Command Hu, Commander Shao, and Command Tang, they will each lead 3 big troops, adding on to Huang Yueli and Xianxia's remaining troops, making it a total of more than 2,400 people. They were responsible for cleaning up the demon tribe campsite's ordinary devil soldiers. As for the remaining troops under Jing Zhihai and the other 2 commanders, who were on good terms with him, Huang Yueli simply could not trust them at all. To prevent any mishap from happening, Huang Yueli dismissed their troops of over 1,500 people to the exterior of the demon tribe's campsite. They would be responsible for security in the forest's surroundings and swamps, killing all those devils who attempted to escape. Because there were too many soldiers taking part in this operation, to reduce the possibility of being discovered, Huang Yueli arranged different routes for all the 8 commanders. So after leaving the campsite, various troops gradually went on their separate ways to their routes. When they entered the demon tribe's control R, only Xianxu's team and Huang Yueli were together. Yunqi, do you remember all the things that we need to take note of when we reach the demon tribe's campsite? Huang Yueli whispered as she walked forward. Xia Yunqi's lips curled slightly. Don't worry and leave it to me. What do you have to worry about? Huang Yueli sighed. I know you're the most reliable. But somehow, I just can't stop worrying. Xia Yunqi actually felt the same, but since things were already at this stage, she didn't want to add to Huang Yueli's psychological burden. Don't worry so much. Our plan is so detailed. Even if there's an accident, we've already thought about a way to deal with it. There won't be any problem. All right. Huang Yueli nodded hard. The team that they led had already coordinated with them multiple times, considered to be highly trained. Everyone moved forward swiftly and noiselessly in the dark forest. After slightly more than 2 hours later, they reached the outside of the demon tribe's campsite and hid in the surrounding forest to observe the situation. Huang Yueli took out a hand-drawn map and looked at it with the help of the dim moonlight. She pointed to a part of the map and said, "This map is drawn personally by Divine Lieutenant." The surroundings of the demon tribe's campsite also have a similar defensive array to ours. But their arrays and mechanism skills are much more primitive and would be damaged very easily. Later on, we will enter from this place. I will be responsible for destroying the array here. She paused shortly and said, but once the defensive array loses its effectiveness, a commotion will surely break out in the demon tribe's campsite. We can't stay here for too long. By then, just leave me there and lead the men to charge into the main tent directly. Get the soldiers to line up into their formation and surround the main tent first. Xia Yunqi nodded, understood. Huang Yueli didn't heave a sigh of relief upon hearing her assurance. Instead, she frowned and her finger moved slightly on the map, as though she was carefully deliberating over something. Next is the most crucial step, and also the things that I worry about most. Huang Yueli said in a low voice. By then, Sky Devil Rui Xian would definitely be awoken by such a huge commotion, and he will definitely attack you guys immediately. He is a Sky Devil after all. So if he strikes, all of you will die. So, you must be fast enough to initiate an attack on him before he manages to respond. Huang Yueli took out the small mechanism that she was toying in her hand and said, "This spring mechanism that I distributed is called the torrential rain shower needles. It might look like a small tube, but once triggered, it will instantly shoot out thousands of silver needles. Moreover, I've smeared your exclusive poison on those silver needles." Xia Yunqi laughed. "Don't worry, my poison is really lethal. As long as it can poke through his skin, even if he is a Sky Devil early phase practitioner in his peak condition, it will only take mere seconds for him to die. Moreover, Rui Xian has sustained serious injuries. There won't be any problems. What I'm worried about is that the attack power of the spring mechanism isn't enough, and it can't break through his defense. By then, we'd really be in trouble." Huang Yueli turned the spring mechanism in her hand. "This indeed is a problem. I haven't tested it on a Sky Devil Realm strong practitioner yet. So I can only tell you that according to the content in the illustration book, this thing can injure a Sky Devil early phase devil. Even if one spring mechanism's power isn't enough, we have more than 100 people holding the same spring mechanism. So accumulating the might from everyone, it should be sufficient. Anyway, as long as we manage to land a small injury, your poison will take effect." "Yes. That's right. I will try and move at my fastest speed." Xia Yunqi spoke with assurance. Huang Yueli was finally relieved. The most important element of the success of this attack was speed. As long as their speed was fast enough, they will be able to catch the opponent off guard with a surprise attack. Then they will be able to kill the Sky Devil. After Huang Yueli destroyed the defensive array, she would need some time to resolve the backlash caused by the array, so she wouldn't be able to chase up to them immediately. Hence, she could only place her hopes on Xia Yunqi. Luckily, they had been fighting hand in hand for some time and Xianxia had already proven that she was a powerful and reliable teammate. The two of them discussed in muted tones for a while more to verify all the details of the operation. Huang Yueli lifted her head and took a look at the sky. Then she raised her right hand and said softly, "Action." Following her command, the strike team comprising 100 people swiftly moved towards the demon tribe's campsite. They quickly arrived at the position that Huang Yueli had indicated on the map. Huang Yueli made a timeout gesture, expressing for them to wait below for a while. After that, she turned and jumped onto the high platform where the defensive array was. Huang Yueli's movements were extremely outstanding. She landed on the ground silently and cut the throat of a devil soldier from behind in one move. But while she was approaching the second devil soldier, the other party happened to turn around and saw her. Then he couldn't help but cry out. "There's..." Huang Yueli hurriedly settled him, stopping him from finishing his sentence. However, that devil soldier did make a sound after all, and that attracted two other devils' attention on the high platform. "What's going on? I think I heard someone shouting." "I think I heard it too." The two devil soldiers exchanged a glance and looked in Huang Yueli's direction. Huang Yueli didn't expect her luck to be so bad. She had just made a move and almost committed a mistake. But she reacted swiftly and decisively. She threw the knockout drug that Xianxia gave at those two devil soldiers. While they were feeling dizzy, Huang Yueli raised her sword and killed them. She surveyed the surroundings to verify that she had already settled all the devil soldiers on the high platform. Then she swiftly started to destroy the demon tribe's defensive array. The demon tribe's array wasn't complicated, but in order not to attract the devil soldiers' attention, Huang Yueli didn't dare to light up the surroundings. She could only use a small flame to slowly check on the array's situation. After a quarter of an hour had passed, she finally found the array eye and incisively took out the magical beast core. Just as she was taking action, a silver light suddenly flashed past the entire campsite's exterior. The defensive array's pattern lit up in an instant. After a moment of silence, the demon tribe's campsite broke out in a clamor. "What's going on? What just happened? It seems like something has gone wrong with the defensive array?" "What? What's wrong with the defensive array? It was fine earlier, what happened to it? Could it be that the allied armies had sent someone to create trouble? Quickly head over to the defensive array and take a look." Amid the clamor, Xianxia was already prepared. She led the 100 strike team soldiers dressed in night travel garments and charged into the campsite. Before they entered the campsite, they had already mapped out the routes. Moreover, it was just like what Huang Yueli had predicted from the start. After experiencing a terrible defeat in the day, the demon tribe's soldiers' morale was extremely low and many of them were tired out. Many devil soldiers were sleeping like a log and couldn't wake up in time. Xianxia and her team's luck wasn't too bad. They charged to the main tent and didn't meet with any Earth Devil grade top exponent. They only encountered a few scattered devil soldiers and easily settled those enemies. By the time they hurried to the outside of the main tent, they heard the sky devil Ruixian roaring loudly from the inside. "What's going on? Why is the outside so noisy? Men, come in here right now." Ruixian's voice sounded furious and impatient, but there was a tinge of lethargy in his tone. It was obvious that he also sustained a serious injury during the battle today. Xianxia acted immediately and gestured for her subordinates to spread out according to Huang Yueli's pre-planned formation to encircle the main tent. Immediately following that, she lifted the curtain. "Who is that?" Whoosh 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 whoosh. In response to Ruixian were thousands of silver needles flying in midair towards him. The strike team members had executed Huang Yueli's mission, and all of them activated the spring mechanism in the first instance. Bunches of silver needles flew towards Ruixian. As the silver needles were too closely gathered, under the dim moonlight, it looked like a load of smooth silver silk. Sky Devil Ruixian was caught off guard and was hit directly. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Xianxia heard the crashing sound and dashed in to check. She discovered that Ruixian was pierced all over by the silver needles. He looked even more terrifying than a hedgehog. That's great. Ruixian's done for. Let's prepare to retreat. However, before Xianxia could finish her sentence, the tall frame that lay on the ground suddenly moved. Immediately following that, she saw Ruixian climbing up from the ground. At the campsite. Liu Kuan was seated at the campsite's entrance. His brows were tightly knitted as he looked in the direction where Huang Yueli and the others left in. Huang Yueli chose to leave very early in the morning to launch a surprise attack on the demon tribe's campsite. Liu Kuan personally wasn't in favor of this decision. As the commanding officer, Liu Kuan had always been famous for having conservative strategies. It was exactly why he rejected Xianxia's suggestion a few days ago and chose to focus on defense instead. Now, Huang Yueli had just taken charge of the campsite and made such an aggressive choice. Liu Kuan almost jumped out to object. But Huang Yueli had been suppressing the news of this. It was only right after they were going to depart did she send someone to inform Liu Kuan about this, requesting his help to protect the campsite. She didn't even give him any chance to stop them. Liu Kuan felt flustered just thinking of the campsite's main forces being mobilized towards the demon tribe's campsite. Young people are just too rash, too impulsive. I didn't expect a genius like Liu Huang to be so impulsive. He totally didn't consider the consequences, sigh. At least we should discuss this, no? Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. I only hope that they can complete the mission smoothly and return in one piece. And I hope that while the main forces are not at the campsite, we won't meet with any enemy attacks. Liu Kuan muttered to himself. However, before he had finished his sentence, clopping sounds from horse hooves were heard coming from the outside of the campsite. Moreover, it was obvious that those people who came were extremely swift. It only took mere seconds for them to reach the campsite entrance from far. Liu Kuan's expression changed. Dawn had just broken and the sky was still hazy from the morning sun rays. Huang Yueli and the others had merely just left 2 hours ago. By now, they should already have reached the demon tribe's campsite. If they were a little slower, they might not have started fighting yet. So, these clopping sounds were definitely not signs of Huang Yueli and the others returning. Other than them, who else could come to our campsite at this timing? Could it be that the demon tribe had already predicted that we will launch a surprise attack on them today? So they pretended to fall for the trick and lay an ambush near our campsite instead, hoping to invade us while our forces are not around? If it's true, then all of us will really be done for. Liu Kuan hurriedly ordered his personal guard regiment to prepare for battle. But the people coming were simply too fast. Before the personal guard regiment could leave, the riders had already reached their campsite entrance. At the campsite, every single practitioner perked up their senses as they waited for the opponent's attack. However, those people stopped once they reached the campsite's entrance. Not long after, someone got off his mount and walked to the exterior of the defensive array. He raised his voice and shouted, "Is there anyone here? We just came from the southern campsite. Can you deactivate the defensive array and let us in?" Liu Kuan was stunned upon hearing that voice. What's going on? From the tone, it does sound like our native from Cloudy Qilin clan. Are they really not from the demon tribe? Men, go take a look and interrogate them thoroughly. His personal guards complied with his order, and after a brief conversation with the people at the entrance, they hastily ran back in alarm to convey the message. Div. Divine Lieutenant, the person who came. Is a VIP. Li Yuquan frowned slightly. VIP? What VIP? Surely they can't be the reinforcement soldiers from Blessed City, right? The personal guard shook his head urgently. No, they're not from Blessed City. They're. Who are they? Quickly make yourself clear. Li Yuquan was so anxious that he impatiently urged for a reply. The personal guard had calmed down a little and hurriedly said, Divine Lieutenant, the person who came says they were from Blessed City. Moreover, there are 2 leaders. One of them is Voracious Wyvern Clan's young lord, Jun, while the other is from Cloudy Qilin clan. He said to be the young lord from Cloudy Qilin clan. Speaking until this point, the personal guard was full of doubt. Voracious Wyvern Clan's young lord, Jun, was a peerless genius in God Realm and had a well-known reputation. But who was Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord? There seemed to be no news of this person at all. However, Li Yuquan shook when he heard that. Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord? Isn't he the legendary God-grade genius? Could it be him? Ordinary God clan practitioners might not know who Li Moying was. But as a member of the Cloudy Qilin clan, Li Yuquan held a respectable status in the clan. A God-grade genius appeared in their clan and had even become the clan leader's successor. Even for someone like him who was on the front lines, he had heard of this news. But something's not quite right. Shouldn't young lord be in the clan under closed-door cultivation right now? Why would he appear at this place? Moreover, it's such a sensitive period for him to appear right here. Is this some plot by the demon tribe? If it was any other clan's geniuses, they might possibly enlist in the army to train themselves. But Li Moying was different. He had just arrived in God Realm over a year ago and hadn't even mastered various manuscripts in the clan yet. Moreover, Cloudy Qilin clan was going to use him as their secret weapon, so they didn't want too many people to know who he was. At the same time, it was also to ensure his safety. Hence, before the next God Realm tournament, it was not possible for him to leave the Amethyst Paramount Palace. No way, I have to check it out for myself. Li Yuquan made up his mind and ordered, Men, push me over to the campsite entrance. I must interrogate them personally. The personal guards entered a state of flurry. Divine Lieutenant, you can't do that. If it is the demon tribe's plot, it's too dangerous for you to head over like this. You're currently injured and can't do what you always do. Li Yuquan persisted, push me over. The personal guards couldn't talk him out of it, hence they could only push him over to the entrance. Even with the defensive array in between, they could see the situation outside clearly. So Li Yuquan merely took a look outside and his eyes widened in terror. Jun came from one of God Realm's great families, so everyone knew who he was. It was only natural for Li Yuquan to see this genius's true countenance. As for Li Moying, his portrait was no secret among the important members of the clan. Li Yuquan instantly recognized both of them. Moreover, he intentionally used his soul trace to check. But however he checked, it sensed that these 2 men were genuine God clan practitioners and not devils in disguise. The 2 of you, Li Yuquan couldn't even speak properly. Li Moying and Jun had been waiting at the entrance for some time. Seeing that no one opened the door for them, they were slowly losing their patience. Li Moying took out his identity token and flashed it in front of Li Yuquan. I'm Li Moying from the Cloudy Qilin clan, and this is my identity token as proof. This person next to me is Voracious Wyvern clan's Jun. Ancient God clan disciples' identity tokens contained a trace of the sect's special bloodline aura. So when Li Moying flashed his identity token, Li Yuquan acutely sensed that familiar bloodline aura. This time, all the doubts he had vanished in thin air. You're indeed our young lord. Then this person here is really young Master Jun? Why have the 2 of you come to our campsite? Quick! Quickly deactivate the defensive array and invite both young masters and their guards in. The soldiers hurriedly ran over to deactivate the array. Li Moying and Jun Sihan directly walked in and cupped their hands in greeting Li Yukuan. You must be this campsite's divine lieutenant? Li Yukuan's gaze landed on Li Moying's handsome, ageless face, and he was extremely excited. This person was their legendary god-grade genius. To the Cloudy Qilin clan, the clan having a god-grade genius was something that everyone in the clan was extremely proud of. Having such a young lord would ensure the entire clan's status to rise steadily in the future. Moreover, after meeting him personally, Li Yukuan was instantly stunned by Li Moying's demeanor. He was indeed a god-grade genius. No matter if it was in terms of innate talent, ability, looks, or temperament, no ordinary person could match up to him. He had even surpassed the famous young master Jun from Voracious Wyvern clan. Li Yukuan finally appeased his excited emotions and hurriedly apologized. Young lord, young master Jun, I'm so sorry. The two of you have come from afar and I should personally come out to welcome you. But it was unfortunate that I was injured yesterday. The campsite's main forces are also not around, so we had to be a little more cautious. If I've offended you, please accept my apologies. Li Yukuan's attitude was extremely deferential and there was nothing to pick on. Although the army always talked with ranks and military merits, esteemed disciples from the god clans like Li Moying and Jun Sihan would enjoy special privileges wherever they went. Moreover, Li Yukuan was from the Cloudy Qilin clan. So to him, Li Moying was the successor of their superior clan leader. With this kind of status, no matter what rank Li Yukuan held, it would not change anything. Hence when Li Yukuan met Li Moying, he consciously felt humble. Li Moying was well aware of what Li Yukuan was thinking, so he didn't reject his goodwill. He casually waved his hand and said, Divine Lieutenant Li need not be so ceremonious. Young Master Jun and I are merely looking for someone on the front lines, so we happened to pass by this place. Looking for someone? Li Yukuan didn't expect to hear this kind of answer and went into a blank. Li Moying nodded. That's right, we are looking for two young men. One of them is slightly thin and looks very ordinary, while the other looks very handsome, someone that girls will like. Their cultivations are both in dream profound realm and also skilled in spiritual armament refining or spiritual alchemy. I wonder if Divine Lieutenant Li has ever met them. The moment Li Yukuan heard his opening, his expression revealed an astonished look. After he heard the entire sentence, his eyeballs nearly popped out. He couldn't help but say, Young lord, the people you are referring to, could they be Li Yuehuang and Xianxia? When he said that, the people who became stunned were Li Moying and Jun Sihan. Li Yuehuang? Xianxia? The two of them exchanged a glance, and their hearts jolted. Isn't this their names in reverse? Looks like these two bold women are really at this place. Li Moying and Jun Sihan came around it and instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, just as they were running through all the campsites on the front lines, they finally found those two troublesome young lasses' whereabouts. God knew how anxious and worried the two of them had been in the past month. Even those guards behind them also revealed joyful expressions. Their young lords had been jittery and they were also jumpy. Sometimes, they were glad that Li Moying and Jun Sihan paired up to look for their wives. If it hadn't been for this, if their young lord were to travel alone, he might have already broken down in the middle of the journey. Now there was finally accurate news. Now that they knew that those two ladies were at the campsite, they could finally rest assured. Li Yukuan was still in a daze. He didn't know why his sentence actually made the bunch of people show such a strange expression. Moreover, he couldn't understand what Li Moying just said too. What? What's called, spelled in reverse? Who are the bold women? We don't have any women at our campsite. Li Moying and Jun Sihan sighed in unison. Jun Sihan said, Speaking of this, Moying and I have troubled Divine Lieutenant Li. my wife, and Moying's wife, came from Flame Square City to Blessed City. They were attacked by the demon tribe on their way here and fell into the demon tribe's control area. The two of us quickly rushed over to look for them for more than a month. Li Yukuan seemed to have thought of something, but he was still bewildered. Young Master Jun, you mean? No, gulp, no, that's impossible, isn't it? Li Moying said helplessly, it's exactly like what you think. Li Yuehuang and Xianxia are our wives' pseudonyms. They should have done this out of consideration for their safety. So they used a pseudonym and disguised themselves. After they escaped from the demon tribe's control zone, they came to this campsite. Li Yukuan recalled the moment when Li Yuehuang and Xiaoyunqi came to seek shelter with them. They indeed mentioned that they were attacked by the demon tribe during teleportation. They also mentioned that they were heading to Blessed City to look for someone. In the end, as the devil army had encircled the campsite, the two of them could only stay behind. Every single detail seemed to merge perfectly right now. In this case, could it be that these two young men with excellent innate talent were really women? Moreover, they were married to these two peerless geniuses in God realm? Li Yukuan felt that his brain was about to explode and that he would not dare to believe in his instinct ever again. In what way did these two young men resemble women? I used my soul trace to check on them and didn't find any flaws. My cultivation is much higher than these two young lasses. Theoretically speaking, my soul trace should be much stronger than theirs as well. Moreover, when they killed the demon tribe, they were merciless and decisive. Even I am ashamed that I can't do it as well as them. But now, they're telling me that these two are women? Moreover, they're likely to be younger than Li Moying and Jun Sihan. Are they at least 20 years old? Li Yukuan stood rooted to the ground. For a second, he couldn't say anything at all and looked straight with his jaw hanging down. Li Moying waited for a while, but he started to become impatient. He hadn't met his Lier for more than a year. He couldn't help but urge, Divine Lieutenant Li, where are the two of them now? I'd like to trouble you to immediately send someone to lead us to look for them. Hearing that, Li Yukuan shivered and suddenly came to his senses. At the same time, sweat started to profuse from his back in huge amounts, soaking up his shirt. This. Young lord, this subordinate has committed a crime. This subordinate has done wrong to you. Li Yukuan didn't care if he was feeling frail or not, as he pushed away his chair and knelt in front of Li Moying. Li Moying and Jun Sihan were stunned by his reaction. At the same time, a bad premonition arose in their hearts. Li Moying grabbed Li Yukuan's shoulder and helped him up. Divine Lieutenant Li, you're my senior, so there's no need to do this. What has happened to my Lier? What on earth happened? You, quickly tell us clearly. That's right, tell us quickly. What danger has my little she met with? Jun Sihan also became anxious. Li Yukuan didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly briefed them about the demon tribe attack last night, the current day's commanding officer competition, and also the troops being mobilized. Young Lord, young Master Jun, it's all my fault. If I had known that young Miss Huang and young Miss Xiao's identity, I will absolutely not dare to let them take the risk to lead the troops into battle. Sigh, it's all this subordinate's fault for being so senseless. Li Yukuan was both reproachful and also afraid. Li Moying and Jun Sihan were both successors from a large clan, and the candidate for their wives had to go through thousands of selections. No matter if it was in terms of looks, innate talent, or personality, that person was the best among the best. From this, it could be seen just how high Huang Yueli and Xiaoyunqi were. Even if he was to disregard these, just based on Huang Yueli and Xiaoyunqi's past performance in the army, even a fool knew that the two of them were first-class peerless geniuses. Moreover, from the anxious expressions of Li Moying and Jun Sihan, he knew that these two young ladies should be extremely pampered by their husbands at home. If Li Yukuan knew about their identities beforehand, he would absolutely treat them like a bodhisattva. If they were to get into an accident, suffered a slight abrasion, or even drop a few strands of hair, it would be difficult for him to escape punishment. Thinking of this, Liu Kuan felt extremely terrified. However, after hearing what he said, Li Moying and Jun Sihan frowned. But they didn't say anything to rebuke Liu Kuan. Li Moying helplessly said, "All right, I understand it now. Divine Lieutenant Li, you need not blame yourself. If Lier insisted on bringing the troops out, it'd be difficult for you to stop her. Not to mention Liu Kuan, if Huang Yueli was bent on doing something, even Li Moying would find it difficult to persuade her out of it." Jun Sihan also said, "My little she must have also did some divination since she is willing to go into battle, and feels that there wouldn't be any problem. Moreover, she always had her own thoughts, and I can't do anything about her as well. Once her temper acts up, even I will get beaten up." Jun Sihan's problems weren't any lesser than Li Moying's. A voracious Wyvern clan's young clan leader would suffer from domestic violence by his wife. He was penned up with bitter tears. Li Moying heard that and looked at him in shock. Liu Kuan felt that his brain was not working properly, so he said, really? Is it like that?" Li Moying nodded slightly, "That's right, so don't beat yourself up over this. But we must immediately set off to the demon tribe's campsite. Those two women are too bold. What if they met with danger?" A worried expression also appeared on Jun Sihan's face. "What you say is right. These two lasses' abilities are indeed not bad, but they have never gone on the battlefield before today. So they don't know how savage the demon tribe can be. Even if Sky Devil Rui Xian was seriously injured, the demon tribe has many devious schemes up their sleeves. God knows what might happen. Alright, let's stop wasting time and set off immediately." "Alright, let's go right now." Li Moying and Jun Sihan turned their heads, nodded at Liu Kuan, and immediately walked away. Liu Kuan still hadn't recovered from his shock. By the time he came to his senses, they were already a distance away. He hurriedly shouted, "Young Lord, young Master Jun, please wait a moment, both of you. You're just bringing these few people to the demon tribe's campsite? That's too dangerous." It was beyond Liu Kuan's expectations that these two young talented geniuses were even bolder than their wives. Each person only led a dozen over guards, and they were storming towards the demon tribe's campsite? This was akin to digging their own graves. Li Moying's footsteps didn't halt, but he casually explained, "We've got enough people. Divine Lieutenant Li, don't worry and recover well. Just wait for us to bring them back." Liu Kuan wanted to say something else, but Li Moying and Jun Sihan had already sped off like a gust of wind, leaving the campsite swiftly. Sigh. Liu Kuan let out a long sigh again as he slumped onto the chair. If it wasn't for his personal guards who were still stunned, he would think that this was a dream on this lonesome dark night. Liu Kuan thought inwardly, Li Moying and Jun Sihan actually appeared in such a dangerous place like the front lines? Moreover, they just brought so few people along? How did they even break into this place? Moreover, they come and go as they pleased. They didn't even think twice about their identities. If they got into an accident at the demon tribe's campsite, I will not be able to take on this responsibility. How am I going to explain to clan leader? However, Li Moying and Jun Sihan couldn't sense his feelings at all. All they had on their minds were their wives. Towards their wives' bold actions, they had the same thinking in mind. When I catch them, I'll give her a good spanking, then kiss her until she faints. Let's see if she will dare to do such things in the future again. It seems that I've been too lenient recently. She's climbing all over the house." The more Li Moying thought, the angrier he was. He couldn't help but stare hard at Jun Sihan. "Brother Jun, didn't you tell me previously that sister-in-law is the chosen one, and she's mature and calm? How can you deceive me?" Jun Sihan looked very disgruntled as well. Since when did I say that my wife is mature and calm? Must the chosen one be mature and calm? Don't you even have a son already? Sister-in-law is already a mother. Must a mother be mature and calm? I'm going to see if your bold little wife will become mature after she gives birth to kids. Lemoyne gagged upon hearing his words. His leer, he could imagine that even after she gave birth, she wouldn't be any better. In fact, she might even lead the child astray. Jun Sehan suddenly thought of something. You have the cheek to blame me? How about you? Didn't you say sister-in-law is graceful and gentle? Does a gentle lady talk about fighting every day? Since when did I say she was gentle? Didn't you say she loves to wear flowing dresses and is very beautiful? That's when she doesn't talk or move. Damn. You lied to me, you con man. You're the con man. The two men couldn't help cursing at each other as they wanted to cry but had no tears. The two of them assumed that the other party's wife would be a little more reliable, hence they were assured with the two ladies leading a vagrant life outside for such a long time. From the looks of it now, they seemed to be extremely wrong. Their only wish was that they could reach the demon tribe's campsite in time and capture those two young lasses. They prayed silently in their minds, please, don't let anything happen to them. Demon tribe's campsite. Xianxia looked at Sky Devil Rui Xian, who slowly got up, and felt her entire body's blood congeal in an instant. Earlier, she witnessed so many torrential rain shower needles piercing accurately onto Rui Xian. Moreover, Rui Xian fell to the ground instantly, so he should be injured. But why did this happen? Why did Sky Devil Rui Xian not die on the spot? Instead, he even got up? Just as she was feeling puzzled, Rui Xian shook his body vigorously. In an instant, multiple silver needles fell off his body. It was only then that Xianxia realized that there might be a lot of silver needles on Rui Xian, but none of it poked through his skin. In fact, it didn't even leave a single red mark on him at all. Xianxia's mind raced swiftly and instantly understood what happened. A Sky Devil's defense was simply too powerful. Moreover, he should be wearing a treasure armament-grade armor. Of course, the spring mechanism that Huang Yueli gave them had very strong attack power. But the shooting distance still made a huge difference. If the strike team's soldiers' distance between them and Sky Devil Rui Xian was reduced by half, the attack power would be doubled. In this way, Rui Xian would not be able to take on such a powerful attack, and would at least leave a wound. As long as his wound was bleeding, he would definitely die. This might be the logic, but not even Xianxia herself dared to get even closer to him. He was a Sky Devil. They were already risking their lives attacking from such a far distance away. This attack's failure meant that Huang Yueli's entire plan would flop. The crucial thing now was to retreat immediately, and save whoever could be saved. By now, Sky Devil Rui Xian had already got up. Moreover, he also realized that he had just been attacked, so he instantly flew into a rage. Damn it, who is that? Which scum dare to attack this seat? Simply looking to die. Damn human, how dare you attack me? You're dead. Sky Devil Rui Xian roared and ran out of the tent. Retreat, Xianxia instantly made a decision. Wait. There's still a chance. However, a figure scuttered over from her back and a familiar voice rang beside her ears. Take this. Wait for my hint, and when you find the flaw, attack him with full power. Huang Yueli passed a reinforced version of the torrential rain shower needle spring mechanism and stuffed it into Xianxia's hands. At the same time, her petite body sprang up and scuttered into Rui Xian's tent. Yueli. You, what are you trying to do? It's too dangerous, come back. Xianxia was scared stiff and hurriedly stretched her hand to hold Huang Yueli. But Huang Yueli's speed was simply too fast, and Xianxia just missed her. Xianxia couldn't care about escaping for her life and instantly chased after her to run into the main tent's door. She saw Huangyueli dashing right in without any hesitation and crashed right into Sky Devil Ruixian, who raced madly out of the entrance. Xianxia's breathing was so rapid that it almost stopped. Huangyueli's body swayed slightly and made a turn around Ruixian's body. As for Ruixian, he was so angry that he completely didn't discover that someone was in front of him earlier. Xianxia went into a blank and her gaze suddenly landed on Huangyueli's right hand's finger. She was wearing a blood-red ring on her finger, the Sky Devil blood ring. She had almost forgotten that Huangyueli had such a valuable treasure on her, which could make her invisible in front of a Sky Devil. No wonder she was so bold as to dash right into the tent. However, before Xianxia could heave a sigh of relief, she saw Sky Devil Ruixian running towards her. It was because he didn't see Huangyueli, who was invisible, but saw Xianxia, who followed in. Xianxia hurriedly moved aside and put up a defensive stance. It was too late for her to escape right now, so she could only forcibly take on Ruixian's attack. But based on her ability, even if she had the high-tiered treasure armament armor that Jun Sihan gave, she might not be able to survive. Things were really terrible now. However, just as Xianxia was feeling desperate, she caught sight of Huangyueli from her peripheral vision. The latter suddenly jumped high up in the air behind Ruixian and she held a dagger with a piercing cold glint in her hand, aiming right at Ruixian's head. Huangyueli struck like lightning and she was also wearing the Sky Devil blood ring. So Ruixian only managed to react when the dagger's blade was just 2 inches away from his head. Now, he couldn't be bothered to capture Xianxia. He hastily shifted his head to avoid the attack, and unleashed a burst of demonic qi towards his head. Huangyueli was struck by that burst of demonic qi and fell to the side. The dagger in her hand shifted and missed Ruixian. However, her sudden attack had totally enraged Ruixian. He roared madly and turned around, pouncing toward Huangyueli's direction. Huangyueli quickly worked up her body movement profound skills and escaped with all her might. She practically used up all the energy that she could muster. She was well aware that based on her cultivation, no matter how outstanding her body movements were, her speed could not match a Sky Devil. Moreover, now that the two of them were in such a small tent running about, there was no way she could escape at all. But she had to persist. As long as she could hold on for some time, there might be a turn for the better. Because her trusted teammate was at the other end of the main tent. Xianxia didn't let Huangyueli down as well. Her reaction was also very swift and her eyesight was extremely precise. Seeing the Sky Devil Ruixian leaving her to chase after Huangyueli, she instantly changed directions and ran towards Ruixian instead. This time, she totally didn't bother about the demonic qi around Ruixian invading her body, and just dashed forward. Just as they were under 3 meters apart, Xianxia's right hand lifted and activated the reinforced spring mechanism that Huangyueli gave. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The torrential rain shower needles flew out, giving off a sharp ear-piercing cracking sound in the air. This sound was even louder than those 100 spring mechanisms activated simultaneously. It meant that the reinforced spring mechanism's speed was simply unimaginable. Sky Devil Ruixian suddenly became aware. He turned around, intending to use his demonic qi to sweep away the silver needles. However, the speed of the silver needles was simply too fast. Moreover, Xianxia's distance was simply too near. Before Sky Devil Ruixian could strike, the silver needles had already pierced right into his back. Blood started to flow from the positions where he was stabbed. He's injured. He's really injured. Huangyueli's eyes lit up and swiftly retreated from the back. She managed to escape in time, but Xianxia wasn't that lucky. To display the full power of the torrential rain shower needles, Xianxia tried her best to go as near to Ruixian as possible. After she succeeded, she didn't have time to escape and was struck by the demonic chi that he hurled out. Xianxia's body fell towards the main tent's entrance. Rui Xian's anger spiraled after he was injured and ran in huge strides towards the door, wanting to tear apart Xianxia who injured him. Huang Yueli hurriedly chased after them to save her. But before she could make a move, Rui Xian's body suddenly swaggered and the expression on his face instantly froze. Immediately after that, he fell onto the ground with a loud plop. Yunqi. How are you? Where are you hurt? Can you still move? Xianxia opened her eyes and coughed. Cough. I'm alright, but the demonic chi has entered my body and I feel a little stiff. Luckily, I brought some pills along. She took out a medicinal bottle from her sleeve, poured out a few pills, and stuffed it all into her mouth. After a short moment later, her complexion turned slightly better. Xianxia climbed up from the ground. It's okay, don't worry. I'm fine. We'd better quickly leave this place first. Sky Devil Rui Xian is the commanding officer here, so I believe someone will be here to look for him very soon. Huang Yueli nodded and said, okay. Earlier the strike that Xianxia took on looked really serious. Huang Yueli believed that if she was the one who took it on, she would definitely be seriously injured. She didn't expect Xianxia to seem perfectly fine. Their cultivations were almost on par, so Huang Yueli guessed that she must be wearing very high-tiered armor on her. But this was Xianxia's privacy, and Huang Yueli didn't probe too much. She was glad that Xianxia was fine. The two of them looked at Sky Devil Rui Xian. The demon tribe's figures were tall and huge. Rui Xian plopped to the ground like a small hill. But he was facing down, so it wasn't easy to judge if he was really dead or not. The two of them stood by the side and observed for a little while, then Huang Yueli said, we can't afford to think too much now because there's no time to waste. I'll go retrieve the Devil Stone now and quickly leave after that. Xianxia nodded, be careful. Although my poison should have taken effect, he's a Sky Devil after all. It's still better to take caution. Huang Yueli carefully walked nearer and held Rui Xian's shoulder to turn him around. Rui Xian's eyes were wide open as he stared straight ahead, as though he couldn't rest in peace. Apparently, he couldn't believe that he would die in the hands of two weak, dream-profound realm practitioners. Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards. Rest in peace. Sacrificing just you to let so many of us earn the military merit, you should feel glorious. Xianxia heard her illogical theory and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Enough, if you continue to talk, beware that Rui Xian would be so angry that he comes back to life. Quickly dig out his devil stone and let's leave. I sensed some devils running over. Hearing that, Huang Yueli shrugged her shoulders and the dagger in her hand slashed down towards the position between Rui Xian's eyebrows. A light blue translucent devil stone landed in Huang Yueli's palm. This devil stone is actually translucent. It looks just like a crystal. Huang Yueli couldn't help but gasp in admiration. The devil stones that she saw in the past were basically dim and rough. If it wasn't because of the faint demonic chi contained inside, it would be no different from the roadside rocks. Xianxia explained, so, this is a Sky Devil Stone. Different colors of the demon tribe's devil stones represent different attributes. Light blue means Rui Xian is a water-attributed devil. Moreover, the higher grade the devil, the lighter and clearer the color of the devil stone. I heard that if they reach the rank of a devil overlord, their devil stone will practically be transparent. I see. This is my first time seeing a Sky Devil's devil stone. This time, we've also achieved killing a Sky Devil. Huang Yueli let out a sky smile. The two ladies smiled at each other, led their strike team members, and secretly made a detour to leave. Killing Sky Devil Rui Xian was the most dangerous and difficult part of their plan tonight. Now that they had successfully killed Rui Xian, the things that followed would be much easier to handle. They would leave the demon tribe's campsite first and set off the signal bomb in the nearby forest. Commander Hu, Command Xiao, and Command Yang led more than 2,000 soldiers and were waiting nearby when they saw the rays from the signal bomb. They instantly understood that the strike team had succeeded in their plan. The untouchable Sky Devil had already died in Huang Yueli and the others' hands. Heavens, surely it can't be true, right? Commander Li and the others, have they really succeeded? I simply can't believe it. There's not even one heart-profound realm practitioner in that small team of theirs, yet they can kill the Sky Devil? Even if the Sky Devil was seriously injured, it is also very hard to believe. Moreover, their speed is really fast. We've just finished setting up the ambush and the signal appeared. The three commanders looked at each other in dismay, each of them hearing an extremely stunned expression. This matter was simply unheard of. When they set off in the wee hours this morning, even they didn't believe that Huang Yueli's plan would succeed. They were merely strictly following orders, and there was no way to oppose them under her strict command. But deep in their hearts, the three of them thought that Huang Yueli's plan was simply too crazy and risky. But from the looks of it now, how on earth did he do it? That's too terrifying. The scarier thing, as compared to Sky Devil Rui Xian, was Huang Yueli, who could formulate a plan to defeat the stronger party. Commander Hu shook his head vigorously, casting the distracting thoughts out of his mind. All right, let's discuss these things after we gain victory. Now that Commander Li had already killed the Sky Devil, we must grab on to this golden opportunity. Right, we must fight to earn enough military merits for our subordinates. Let's go. The three commanders exchanged a glance and swiftly ordered their soldiers to charge toward the agreed location. When Huang Yueli entered the campsite, she had already damaged one of the defensive arrays. After she set off the signal bomb, she and Xianxia coordinated to damage the remaining few arrays. One array after another occurred. Even a fool would come to understand that this was the work of the allied armies. The demon tribe's commanders, who came to their senses, immediately rushed to the main tent, hoping to report to Sky Devil Rui Xian. But in front of them was Rui Xian's cold and stiff corpse. His dead body was facing upwards, and the devil stone inside his forehead had already been dug out. Damn it! It's really those lowly, despicable humans. They actually intruded into our campsite. Even Lord Rui Xian was killed by them. How can this be possible? Their campsite's divine lieutenant is also seriously injured, so there shouldn't be anyone who is a threat to Lord Rui Xian, isn't it? When did they even come in? Why didn't we catch a glimpse of them at all? Rui Xian's death gave all the devils a tremendous shock. Many of them were impacted badly. They couldn't believe that a powerful and noble Sky Devil had actually died so quietly. They thought silently, since when did such a powerful expert appear in the allied armies? With this top exponent around, how are ordinary devils like us going to find a way to survive? Just as the demon tribe's commanders were feeling terrified, a devil soldier rushed in stumbling while shouting, "Commanders, bad news. The allied army soldiers are charging into our campsite. Those lowly humans are indeed here. They're simply looking to die." One of the devil commanders asked fiercely, "How many people do they have? Which direction did they attack from?" Reporting to commander, "They brought too many people. Everywhere is full of them. There are at least a few thousand of them. Moreover, the campsites surrounding arrays have all been damaged and they're attacking from different directions. They're everywhere. I really don't know the exact numbers. Damn it." Hearing this reply, the devil commander's expressions turned extremely ghastly. What on earth is going on? That Li Yuquan's guts had always been smaller than an ant's. Moreover, he's injured today, so logically speaking, he wouldn't dare to come out. When had he ever dared to sneak an attack on our campsite? I think it must be some top exponent from the allied armies. Even Lord Rui Xian is also killed by him. How can this be possible? Let's stop talking about this first. Let's quickly go out and teach those allied army scums who dare to barge into our campsite a lesson. Then we'll turn all of them into blood pills. That's right, the allied army soldiers' abilities were originally weaker than ours. So what if they have a top exponent? We will win for sure. The devil commanders rushed out, hoping to kill all the allied army soldiers at one go. However, when they reached the campsite, they realized that the allied army's strategy was different from the past. In the past, when both armies met, the devil army's attack power was so strong that the allied army's formation would disperse very quickly. Leaving out the formation coordination, based on one's battle power, the demon tribe would outshine the humans. So both parties would enter a tussle. But today, no matter how the devil commanders ordered their devil soldiers to attack, the allied army's formation simply was not messed up. Commanders, we can't do it. We can't stop them. The allied army's attack is just too powerful. Their formation transformation is too fast. We are being fooled around by them. A lot of Earth Devil's mid-phase top experts have been encircled and killed by them. The demon tribe originally wasn't prepared and hastily got into battle. But the allied armies came prepared and were well trained. Under the allied army's attack, the devil army fell back with heavy casualties. Finally, the demon tribe could not hold on and began to retreat towards the rear. Under the allied army's unrelenting pursuit, the majority of the devils were killed. The remaining devil soldiers followed their commanders closely and retreated to a corner of the campsite. With the surrounding mechanism's aid, they fought back with the determination to fight to their deaths. Seeing the demon tribe feeling in defeat, Commander Hu and the other commanders were in high spirits as they laughed heartily. Awesome! This is so awesome! I have never felt this good since I joined the allied armies. Isn't that so? Last night, when they sneaked an attack on our campsite, that sky devil Rui Xian was so aggressive and insufferably arrogant. What about now? He's dead, and we've easily taken over his main camp. Commander Shao was also beaming with smiles. Commander Yang also laughed as he said, "This is all thanks to Commander Li. His planning and strategy are so divine. If it wasn't for him, we'd have missed this golden opportunity." That's right. Commander Hu and Commander Shao echoed in agreement. Their gazes turned towards Huang Yueli, who was seated by the side. At this moment in the minds of all the soldiers in the allied armies, Huang Yueli was already an existence equivalent to God. After today's battle, not only could they successfully escape from the demon tribe's encirclement, but they were also able to eradicate one of the demon tribe's campsites. This was huge merit. They even killed the Sky Devil in this battle. Each of them would be able to earn a huge load of military merits. Furthermore, they would also obtain the allied army's special reward. No wonder everyone was so excited. Huang Yueli wasn't as excited as the rest of them. After the demon tribe had been forced into a corner, she had been sitting on a haystack with Xianxia, discussing their next course of action. Earlier, after they set up the signal bomb, they weren't lazing around. Instead, they were mutually coordinating realistically to damage all the mechanisms and arrays. Following this, the strike team smoothly merged with major forces. Huang Yueli directed Commander Hu and the others to lead their troops on different routes to attack the demon tribe's campsite. The demon tribe's practitioners were outstanding in personal battle power. So even if their Sky Devil commanding officer was dead, it wouldn't affect them much. Huang Yueli cautiously planned the attack sequence, and with the aid of the formation's power, they finally managed to break through the demon tribe's defense. It seemed that victory was within grasp right now. There was only a small portion of the demon tribe left who were stubbornly fighting back. but they wouldn't be able to cause any major waves at all. The battle seems as though it's about to end. Xianxia looked at the situation around them and eyed thoughtfully. The battlefield situation is going so smoothly, so all we need is to wait to accumulate our military merits. But I don't know why, somehow I feel a little uneasy. Uneasy? Yunqi, have you got some predictions again? Now that victory is within our grasp, is it possible for any unforeseen circumstances to appear? Huang Yueli jolted as she looked anxiously at her good friend next to her. Xianxia said, somehow, I sense that some unforeseen circumstances will crop up. Moreover, the prediction I sensed this time is extremely clear. It seems to be coming from the southeast direction. Southeast direction? There shouldn't be any demon tribe campsite in the southeast, right? How could it possibly? Just then, Huang Yueli suddenly thought of something and her eyes instantly widened like full moons. Surely not? The southeast direction is. Just as the allied armies were about to celebrate their victory, the Devil Army delved into the most difficult situation that they had ever been in. The majority of their devil soldiers were killed and the remaining commanders who were still alive led the scattered survivors and escaped to a corner. Using the topography and surrounding mechanisms, they proceeded to defend themselves. Alas, facing the allied armies who were under Huang Yueli's command, their attacks were structured. Hence, it was only a matter of time before all of them were captured by the allied armies. The situation was becoming more and more critical. The devil commanders gathered and had a short discussion. However, they weren't able to come out with any solution. In the end, someone mentioned, should we send someone over to ask Lord Ruizhe for help? Hearing that, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right. The place where Lord Ruizhe went into closed-door cultivation is nearby. Although we can't interrupt him from his closed door, once our campsite is defeated, no one will be able to provide him with enough blood pills. It will also cause his advancement to fail. So if we go and seek help, surely he wouldn't ignore us, right? Moreover, Lord Ruizhe is Lord Ruizhe's biological brother. He died in the allied army's hands, so Lord Ruizhe will definitely seek vengeance for him. You're right. Even if Lord Ruizhe's advancement is interrupted and he will fly into a rage, but we still have to give it a try. We can't just stay here and be sitting ducks, right? The few devils couldn't think of any other ideas and could only treat Psi Devil Ruizhe as their last straw. After someone suggested that, the others practically echoed in agreement. After the plan had been confirmed, the next step was how to materialize the plan. We're now surrounded by the allied armies, so it's even more difficult than soaring to heaven if we want to break out of their encirclement. How are we going to pass the news of Lord Ruizhe's death to Lord Ruizhe? Isn't that so? Even if we personally head over to try and break out, we might not be able to do so. Just as the devils were worrying with frowns over their faces, a short devil commander sneered. Everyone is discussing our next course of action. Forget it if you can't think of any idea, what are you sneering at? Someone questioned him. That person looked at the other commanders in disdain. You've all been encircled and death is near at hand. But you're only starting to think of a strategy now. What have you guys been doing all this while? By the time you think of an idea and seek help, we'd all be dead. You, what do you mean? The demon tribe cared most about their reputation, and if it was usual times, they would attack that person who dared to mock them. However, they could only tolerate it for now. The short devil sneered, when I discovered that Lord Ruizhe had been killed by the allied armies, I've already sent someone over to the cave in the southeast where Lord Ruizhe is in closed-door cultivation. If their operation is a success, they should already have reached the cave by now. Lord Ruizhe should be here shortly. What? That's great. Buddy, luckily you have great foresight. Everyone persist on. Hold on a little longer. As long as Lord Ruizhe arrives, those damn allied army soldiers will all be turned into blood pills. By then, we can exact our revenge. Hearing that, the devils instantly became excited. Earlier when they assumed that they were doomed, many devils lost their will to fight. Now that they found out that the reinforcements were about to appear, they instantly perked up and started to fight back with all their might. On the allied army's end, Commander Hu and the others immediately detected the demon tribe's resistance suddenly becoming intense. For a moment in time, all of them were puzzled. What's going on? Why did these devils suddenly start to resist again? Haven't they already given up earlier? Who knows? Probably trying to put up the last fight? Commander Xiao shrugged. Commander Yang also didn't think much of it. Even if they eat all the pills that can arouse their potential, none of them will be able to escape today. Under the haystack, Huang Yueli looked at Xianxia in shock. Southeast direction, isn't that the cave where Sky Devil Ruizhe is hiding in closed-door cultivation? Li Yuquan had specially sent out scouts to check on the closed-door cultivation location where Sky Devil Ruizhe was. Because of this, they lost hundreds of veteran investigation officers. But after the investigation, the conclusion that they derived made them heave a sigh of relief. For him to not be affected and quietly advance while he was behind closed-door cultivation, the location that Sky Devil Ruizhe chose was rather far from the demon tribe's campsite. It was close to 300 miles away. Moreover, Sky Devil Ruizhe had intentionally added invisibility and soundproof arrays, just afraid of being interrupted by other people. So he totally couldn't be bothered to take part in the demon tribe and allied army's battlefield situation. The demon tribe's commanding officer would send the blood pills that they had refined once every 1 or 2 months. They did not dare to interrupt Ruizhe, so after delivering the items, they would quietly leave. It was exactly because of this reason that Sky Devil Ruizhe didn't appear even after the huge commotion caused by the demon tribe's campsite surprise attack. Hearing what Huang Yueli said, Xianxia nodded solemnly. I'm worried about Sky Devil Ruizhe. Today before we set off, I specially did a prediction and the trigram showed that we will be facing unforeseen circumstances, and the crisis that we will be facing will come from the southeast direction. Back then, I still couldn't totally comprehend it. But after we set off, I remembered that the location is where Sky Devil Ruizhe went into closed-door cultivation. Huang Yueli frowned slightly and pondered as she said, logically speaking, Ruizhe wouldn't get news of this so soon. He would need to wait for a few months until he doesn't get any supply of blood pills before he sends someone over to check on this. Xianxia said, that's only based on logic. Usually, when the demon tribe suffers a defeat, Ruizhe wouldn't come out of his closed door, just because of this. After all, suddenly stopping his closed door would result in serious damage to his meridians, or even cause a drop in his cultivation. But today is different. The entire demon tribe campsite is wiped out by us. The more important thing is. She paused and said gravely, the more important thing is we killed Sky Devil Ruizhe. I heard that he is Ruizhe's biological younger brother. The demon tribe might usually treat kinship very lightly. But for the tribe's honor, and since he's Ruizhe's brother, he would surely exact revenge for him, right? Huang Yueli's expression also turned grave upon hearing that. Actually, before we set off today, I've also been considering this problem. For safety's sake, I sent Jing Zhihai and the others to the external part of the forest to lay an ambush. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but immediately revealed an enlightened look. No wonder. I was just thinking, why did you send Jing Zhihai and their teams to such a far location? Wouldn't it be better to make them guard the campsite instead? So, you came up with a second plan to guard against the demon tribe from running over to Sky Devil Ruizhe to seek reinforcement. You're so far-sighted. Huang Yueli hurriedly shook her hands. Well, I'm not that far-sighted. It's because you kept saying that there would be an unforeseen circumstance in today's battle, so I did something extra and made a little preparation in advance. Xianxia let out a smile. Since you're prepared, then I must have been thinking too much. It's not every day that my trigram works every time. If we're prepared in advance, then we should be able to avoid some accidents. The two of them were talking when they suddenly saw Commander Hu walking toward them. Reporting to Commander Li, the demon tribe suddenly started to fight back aggressively and our troop in front was caught off guard. A number of our soldiers have unfortunately sacrificed. Huang Yueli and Xianxia exchanged a glance. Xianxia smiled and said, "A trapped beast suddenly becoming aggressive means that they assume that they have hopes to be rescued. Looks like our prediction is correct. They indeed are thinking of looking for Ruizhe for reinforcements." Huang Yueli's lips curled up as well. Unfortunately, they have to wait until their next lives to be rescued. She instructed Commander Hu. "No issue. These devils are just making a last struggle. Tell the soldiers not to butt heads with them. Just surround them and slowly diminish their strength, and that will do." Demon Tribe's campsite in the southeast. On the necessary path leading to Sky Devil Ruizhe's closed-door cultivation cave. Jing Zhihai and his close-ties comrades, Commander Hua and Command Jian, had been lying in ambush for close to 4 hours in the forest. On the dark, windy night, the temperature was extremely frigid. Lying in wait without moving in a concealed place like this made the three commanders slowly lose their patience. That Li Yuehuang is simply too much. Commander Jing is obviously our campsite's strongest exponent, but not only did he not let you take charge of the main forces, he even dismissed us to this desolated place. This is simply too much. Commander Hua grumbled indignantly. Jing Zhihai sneered, "Who wants to take charge of the main forces? I'd rather wait here quietly." Li Yuehuang has overestimated himself into thinking that he could challenge a Sky Devil. Even if Sky Devil Rui Xian is seriously injured, he isn't someone that a dream-profound realm person like him could provoke. Just wait and see. Commander Hu and the others are dead meat. Commander Jian nodded and a smile spread over his face. Old Hua, they might be glamorous to be part of the main forces now. But if they are defeated by the demon tribe, they might even die. By then, our military strength is still intact. So when we return to the campsite, they will have to rely on us. Hearing that, Commander Hua finally came around it and expressed an enlightened look. What you guys said is right. There wouldn't be many who can survive past today. By then, we will become the campsite's only hope. The image of their infinite future appeared in their minds, and the three of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jing Zhihai said, "The two of you better tolerate it for a little while more. It's just a little boring and nothing else. Moreover, I believe it wouldn't take long before we receive news of Li Yuehuang's crushing defeat." He had just finished his sentence when he saw a black steed swiftly running towards them. The rider on the horse panted heavily as though he was about to fall off his mount. Jing Zhihai showed a smug smile. "See? Hasn't the news arrived? It seems like Li Yuehuang and the others can't hold on any longer and have sent his men here to ask for reinforcements." Commander Hua and Commander Jian also started laughing. "That would be great. I didn't expect us to catch a handle on Li Yuehuang so soon. Who asked him to be so arrogant? Didn't he look down on us? Doesn't he have to beg us right now? Commander Jing, don't let them off so easily. It's not so easy to ask us for reinforcements." Jing Zhihai's lips curled into a sneer as he said disdainfully, "Relax, am I so stupid? Li Yuehuang finally remembered us now? Too bad, it's too late. What do their life and death have to do with us? Why should we send our reinforcements to help them?" "That's right, you're absolutely correct. The person who is hungry for merits and insists on heading to the demon tribe's campsite is not us. Even if all of them died, no one can blame us for it. Commander Hua and Command Jian echoed in agreement. Jing Jihai smiled, but we come from the same campsite after all. If we really watch them die, it will go against our conscience. As long as Li Huang shows a good attitude, begs us properly, and also gives us sufficient benefits, we can save their lives. But if that guy surnamed Li doesn't know what's good for him, then he really can't blame us, can he? That's right, that's right. Commander Jing, you're so magnanimous. Li Huang is probably regretting his actions right now, ahahaha. While the three of them were laughing heartily, the black-robed rider had already dashed towards the front where they were stationed at. As Jing Jihai and the others' troops were hiding behind the trees as per Huang Yueli's request, it was also hard to see in the night. The black rider dashed to their position, only to discover that human soldiers were all around him. As for the Allied army soldiers, they also suddenly realized that a foreigner had appeared among them. Bad news, bad news. Commanders, a devil had smuggled into our group. Quickly capture him. Don't let him run away. The black-robed devil hurriedly turned around, wanting to escape. But the human soldiers swarmed around him and blocked off his retreat. Although he was an Earth Devil early phase, there were too many human soldiers around him. Moreover, there were plenty of Dream Profound Realm and Heart Profound Realm top exponents. He tried every single way, but wasn't able to escape. In the end, he was captured by the Allied army soldiers. When Jing Jihai heard his team leader's report, he was instantly stunned. What's going on? Did you see clearly? That black-robed rider is a devil? There were plenty of us who saw, and we've confirmed that person is indeed a devil. Team 17's team leader has already captured him, and they are currently transporting him over. The three of them didn't dare to believe that such a ridiculous thing had happened. Impossible? What is the demon tribe trying to do, running over to our site? Could it be that they discovered that there are human soldiers ambushed here, so they want to annihilate us at one go? What kind of joke is that? If they want to deal with us, why would they only send one person here? Why is this? Could that person be a deserter, and had strayed away from his team? The three of them couldn't understand what was going on. In the end, Jing Jihai instructed, "Men, bring that devil over to this commander. I have to interrogate him personally." Saying that, he turned and looked at Commander Hua and Commander Jian. No matter what's going on, we have to personally ask to clear things up. Not too long later, the black-robed devil, who was trussed up, was escorted to the three commanders. Their eyes widened in shock, as they looked at the devil standing in front of them. If it was said that they were still suspicious of this person's identity earlier, they could not fail to recognize that this indeed was a genuine devil. Jing Jihai instantly felt that something was amiss. His brows rose, and he asked, "Who are you? Did you come from the Northern Demon Tribe campsite? Why have you escaped to this place in the middle of the night?" The black-robed devil's eyeballs rolled, as though he wanted to fabricate a lie. Jing Jihai snorted coldly when he saw his movements. His aura instantly spiked out. He was also a top talented practitioner in the White Tiger clan, and his cultivation was already in Heart Profound Realm mid-phase. His profound energy's might was much stronger than most same-leveled practitioners. The black-robed devil instantly revealed a pained expression. His mind seemed as though it was about to explode, suffering from immeasurable pain. He couldn't take it and panted heavily as he curled up on the ground. A while later, Jing Jihai retracted his might and looked at the devil, who was lying on the ground. "This commander will ask you once again. Who are you? Where did you come from? What is your objective?" The black-robed devil had suffered enough earlier and instantly abandoned the thought of fighting back. He kneeled on the ground and hurriedly explained the situation. This lord, I indeed came from the northern campsite. My objective in coming here is actually, is to ask Lord Ruize, who is in closed-door cultivation, for help. Ask Sky Devil Ruize for help. The three commanders instantly showed a dumbstruck expression. They had considered that the devil's sudden appearance might be to ask for reinforcements, but after careful consideration, they felt that it wasn't quite possible. If the demon tribe asked for reinforcements, wouldn't it mean that the troops that Li Yuehuang led had obtained a crushing victory? How could such a thing have happened? Jing Zhihai's expression went grim and he asked in a stern voice, "Stop hemming and hawing. Explain clearly to this commander. Otherwise, endless torture shall await you." The black-robed devil didn't dare to tarry and hurriedly reported, "Well, yesterday night while we were all in dreamland, the campsite suddenly started to break out in a commotion. Someone said that our campsite's defensive arrays had been damaged and they suspected that the allied armies had secretly infiltrated in. In the end, it didn't take long for a few commanders to discover that our campsite's commanding officer, Sky Devil Lord Rui Xian, he died in front of the main tent. Sky Devil Rui Xian, he's really dead. How is this possible? How can this be possible? Could it be that Li Yuehuang and the others had done it? That's too terrifying, this is too terrifying." Jing Zhihai and the other two commanders were stunned by what they heard and were dumbstruck. As Huang Yueli had always been guarding against them, Jing Zhihai and the two were not very clear about the plan for the main forces to attack the demon tribe's campsite. They only had a rough outline. But anyone with brains could guess that the most crucial step for Huang Yueli's surprise attack to succeed was to kill Sky Devil Rui Xian. Jing Zhihai and the others had long determined that this step was not possible. A Sky Devil's ability was not something that Huang Yueli and the others could challenge. He was equivalent to a God Clan's Dao Profound Realm strong exponent. But now, this black-robed devil insisted that Sky Devil Rui Xian was already dead. No matter how he died, he definitely died in Li Yuehuang's hands. Li Yuehuang did something that they thought was unattainable once again. This news was so shocking that Jing Zhihai and the others couldn't say a single word. The black-robed devil reported the demon tribe campsite situation with fear and trepidation. After Lord Rui Xian's corpse was found, our campsite became extremely disoriented. But immediately following that, various mechanisms in the campsite were damaged one after another, and the Allied army soldiers attacked us from all directions. They started to surround us and killed our soldiers. I finally found a hiding place, but in the end, I was discovered by my commander. He instructed me to rush to the southeast location where Lord Rui Xian was in closed-door cultivation to ask him for help. Right before we left, there were 7 to 8 of us. But while trying to break out from the siege, my comrades have all died and I'm the only one who arrived at this place. Hearing the black-robed devil's narration, the trio's hearts were no less stunned. Instead, it grew more and more. Li Yuehuang really did it. Not only did he kill the unmatchable Sky Devil Rui Xian, he even led the troops to attack the demon tribe's campsite. From the black-robed devil's tone, the demon tribe's campsite was in imminent danger. The devil commanders knew they had no way to reverse the situation, hence they sent their subordinates out to seek reinforcements. One had to know that the demon tribe was unlike humans. Many strong practitioners from the demon tribe had irascible tempers. Interrupting Sky Devil Ruize from his closed-door cultivation might cause the deaths of their tribesmen from the former's wrath. If it wasn't because they had no other alternative, the demon tribe practitioners would never undertake such a resort. Li Yuehuang, he's actually this incredible. Jing Zhihai clenched his fists hard. Commander Hua and Commander Jian also started to feel flustered. We're finished. Li Yuehuang has established great merit, so his reputation will surely rise when he returns to the campsite. Even Lord Diaboli General in Blessed City will give him a great commendation. Perhaps, he might be promoted to a real divine lieutenant immediately. If he were to rise in power, how are we people going to continue in this line? He will be sure to pick on us, to seek revenge. Jing Zhihai was already distraught, and now hearing what they said, he felt even more apprehensive. Enough, stop talking about it. Now that things have come to this, what else can we do to him? They intentionally suppressed their tones while talking. The black-robed devil couldn't hear their conversation clearly but could feel the anger dissipating from them. He instantly became terrified and kept kowtowing furiously. Lords, please spare me. I've already told you everything. Commander Hua heard his voice and sneered. A devil landing in the allied army's hands, hoping to survive? The only thing I can do is to let you have a quick death. Men. He was just about to ask his men to drag the devil out to be executed. Suddenly, Jing Zhihai stretched out his hand to stop him. Wait, I say. Old Hua, why are you so inhumane? Commander Hua jolted. Old Jing, what's the matter with you? Why did you say that? Although they were struggling for power with Huang Yueli, they were still genuine ancient god clan practitioners after all. They had no lesser hatred towards the demon tribe. Hence, when they saw the devils, they would not be merciless and would try ways or means to kill the other party. To them, this was an instinct. Commander Hua didn't expect Jing Zhihai to stop him from killing the devil. Jing Zhihai showed him a gaze that said, keep calm, don't be impatient, and continued to say, Old Hua, we, the allied armies, are different from the demon tribe. If they coordinated with us to explain the battlefield situation, yet we still kill him, wouldn't we be as violent as the demon tribe? This will not do. Saying that, he waved his hand at the soldiers by the side. Since this fellow has already explained himself, let's just let him go. We ought to bestow kindness instead of only prestige to our enemies. Commander Hua and Commander Jian looked at each other in dismay, not expecting Jing Zhihai to say such things. However, the three of them were good friends after all. Since Jing Zhihai had expressed his attitude and firmly gave the order, the two of them could not embarrass him in front of the other ordinary soldiers. So they could only hold themselves back. The soldiers were also extremely surprised by Jing Zhihai's decision. But they responded with a yes, sir, and brought the black-robed devil out. After all the soldiers had left, Commander Hua immediately spoke out in anticipation. I saw, old Jing, even if you want to go against Li Yue Huang, you need not resort to this. The demon tribe is extremely sinister. You might have spared his life, but once he leaves this place alive, he will still go look for Sky Devil Ruizhe for help. Commander Jian also persuaded, that's right, what old Hua said is right. If Sky Devil Ruizhe really comes out of his closed door, the ones who will run into bad luck are not just Li Yue Huang, but everyone on the campsite will die with him. By then, we will all be finished. Don't let your contention overtake your emotions and come out with a decision that you will regret later on. Although the two of them also wanted to see Huang Yueli stumble, they weren't capable of doing something like letting the demon tribe go. Seeing Jing Zhihai about to commit a major mistake, the two of them started to persuade him. Jing Zhihai frowned and hurriedly explained, the two of you, who do you think I, Jing Zhihai, am? I might hate that Li Yue Huang, but I wouldn't possibly do something to betray the allied armies, just to go against him. Commander Hua heaved a sigh of relief and said, then I'm relieved. Looks like old Jing, you are also sometimes negligent. The demon tribe is cunning and deceitful, we can't let them off. Quickly instruct them to stop that devil and kill him on the spot. We should still be able to make it in time. Saying that, he was about to shout, men. Wait, wait. Whoever knew, Jing Zhihai stood out to stop him again. Commander Hua didn't expect him to continue stopping him right now, and couldn't help but flared up. Old Jing, what do you mean by this? Didn't we already agree on this earlier? If you still don't pass down your instructions, later when the soldiers really let him go, it'd be too late. Jing Zhihai stared at him and said, I say, you two are so impatient. Can you finish listening to what I've got to say first? Commander Hua and Commander Jian were stunned. Alright, then just say it. What's your point in doing this? Jing Zhihai's lips curled into a smile, and said complacently, you think I'm really going to let that devil go? I'm just using him to lead the way for us. Lead the way? What do you mean? Commander Jian asked with a lost look. Jing Zhihai said, Li Yuehuang killed Sky Devil Rui Xian and had already snatched the biggest merit. If we return now, we will definitely be beneath him. If we want to reverse things around and stop him, there's only one way. When he spoke about this, Jing Zhihai intentionally paused for a moment to create a climax. As expected, Commander Hua and Commander Jian were drawn to this topic and hurriedly leaned closer to ask, what idea? What idea? We're already at this step, what other ideas do you have to reverse the situation? Jing Zhihai suppressed his tone and slowly said, this idea is, to create a bigger merit than what Li Yuehuang had done. An even bigger merit? What merit? What bigger merit could there be to kill a Sky Devil and eradicate an entire campsite? Commander Hua and Commander Jian asked urgently in unison. Jing Zhihai said mysteriously, is there even a need to ask? That's, to kill Sky Devil Ruizhe. Hearing this reply, Commander Hua and Commander Jian went into a blank. Apparently, they couldn't respond to what they had just heard. When they finally returned to their senses, they instantly let out a cry of surprise. What? What did you say? Old Jing, why, have you gone mad? Jing Zhihai sneered and said, look at the both of you, why are you such a disappointment? I merely said that we should go kill Sky Devil Ruizhe and you're trembling in fear. Just this, how do you even find the cheek to compete with Li Yuehuang? Commander Hua's face flushed white and hurriedly persuaded, old Jing, you, don't ever be impulsive. You are thinking of dealing with Sky Devil Ruizhe? Li Yuehuang might have killed his brother Rui Xian, but he is merely in Sky Devil early phase. Moreover, he was even injured by Divine Lieutenant before this. Otherwise, that Li Yuehuang wouldn't hold such capability at all. Commander Jian also said, Ruizhe's strength is much higher than Rui Xian's, by many times. He is in Sky Devil mid-phase and moreover, he's currently in mid-phase peak state. As long as he conquers the current bottleneck, he will advance into Sky Devil end phase. Just based on a few heart-profound realm practitioners like us, that's no different from committing suicide. Jing Zhihai heard them trying to dissuade him, but he didn't think much of it. I say, the two of you really don't have any ambition at all. That's right, we are indeed only in the heart-profound realm. But did you even think about this? Li Yuehuang and his good friend's cultivations are only dream-profound realm mid-phase. If they can kill a Sky Devil early phase, then why can't we kill a Sky Devil mid-phase? Commander Hua's forehead was tightly creased, this is different. Sky Devil Rui Xian was severely injured. Rui Xian is injured, but Ruizhe is not any better. Isn't he currently in his process of closed-door cultivation to break through his realm? If those practitioners in closed-door cultivation who are on the verge of a breakthrough were to be interrupted, it would result in their meridians being damaged at the very least. For severe consequences, they might even go into qi deviation. For the extremely serious ones, it would lead to a drop in their cultivation realm. If he was alarmed by us and his realm drops, wouldn't his cultivation into Sky Devil early phase? Li Yuehuang and the others managed to kill Sky Devil early phase based on their dream profound realm mid-phase cultivation. Whereas for the three of us, we are much higher than Li Yuehuang by a whole big realm. How can you still say that we are dreaming to kill a Sky Devil early phase? Hearing that, Commander Hua and Commander Jian went silent simultaneously. Jing Zhihai's speech was plausible. It sounded logical, but somehow still made one feel uneasy. Somehow, they just can't tell what exactly was amiss. But the things he said had the power to instigate them. Even though they knew that something was wrong, they couldn't help but find a reason to wish that what they said was the genuine truth. Jing Zhihai saw that they were wavering and hurriedly took a step forward to entice them further. Think about it. If we were to return to the campsite like this, what kind of taunting would we suffer when we face Li Huang? Even if he doesn't say anything, can you handle the ordinary soldier's mocking gazes? I know I can't. He paused for a moment and said, but what if we were to kill Sky Devil Ruizhe, or at least seriously injure him? Then our standing will be completely different. Killing a Sky Devil mid-phase devil, do you know how much military merits will we get? We will be promoted directly to a 3-star divine lieutenant, at the very least. Jing Zhihai really knew how to grab a person's weak point. The things he said would tempt any high-ranking military officer in the allied armies. On the battlefield against the demon tribe, there were less than 10 Sky Devils that would be killed each year. That was exactly why Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi killing Sky Devil Rui Xian would make anyone jealous over the great military merit that they had attained. Whereas among the 10 Sky Devils, the majority of them were in Sky Devil early phase. It was very rare to kill one in Sky Devil mid-phase. Sometimes, it might even take several years to get a chance to kill one. If they were to take the opportunity to kill the weakened Sky Devil Ruizhe while he was trying to break through, then this feat would definitely instantly spread throughout the entire God realm. They would become heroes that everyone in the allied armies admired. But Commander Hua might be tempted, but he maintained a trace of rationality. He said hesitantly, what you say might be reasonable, but there is a very important crucial problem. If we want to kill Sky Devil Ruizhe, it has to be on the pretext that he interrupted his closed door and dropped a realm. But how can you guarantee that he will surely fall by a realm? Perhaps when he comes out of his closed door and in the end his meridians are just a little injured, we will be finished by then. Commander Jian also nodded upon hearing that. That's right, we won't be able to escape by then. Jing Zhihai smiled mysteriously. I have a way to solve this. You even have a way to solve this? The two commanders' eyes widened in shock. Jing Zhihai said, of course, I had once read an ancient record relating to some insider details about closed-door cultivation. The severity of their injuries for those practitioners who break out of their closed-door cultivation and fail in their advancement would mainly depend on the impact that they suffered from the outside world. If a soft approach was taken by knocking or using other sounds to wake the practitioner behind closed door, that person would generally not suffer serious injury. At most, a few of their meridians would be damaged. Resting for a few days would do. But if his closed door fails, because of severe commotion, there is a certain probability of him entering the Qi deviation. But if Ruizhe were to go into Qi deviation, it would be even dangerous for us because he would disregard everything and attack everything that appears in his surroundings. The last kind is if they suffer an attack from an external force during their closed door or even injure their meridians. That is the most serious type of situation. Even if the practitioner behind closed doors doesn't die immediately, he would be severely impacted and might even drop a realm. Hearing Jing Zhihai's words, Commander Hua and Commander Jian's eyes widened like full moons. This was the first time they heard this kind of theory. All they knew usually was that practitioners could not be interrupted during their closed-door cultivations. Whereas for them, when they went into closed-door cultivation, they would choose to return to their clan's headquarters, because no one would disturb them there. So they didn't know much about the situation where someone failed in their closed-door cultivation. They subconsciously felt that there was a bit of reason in Jing Zhihai's idea. Old Jing, how confident are you about those things that you've just said? Jing Zhihai proclaimed, I am very certain about this. As long as we can find a chance to attack Sky Devil Ruizhe, who is in closed-door cultivation, he will definitely drop by a realm. Commander Hua thought about it but still felt a little worried. But Ruizhe isn't a fool. He will guard against other people from attacking him as well. So, as a Sky Devil, he should have set up various arrays around the cave when he is in closed-door cultivation. There will also be various guards protecting him, no? Jing Jihai nodded and said, so, there's a godsend opportunity right now. You mean, Commander Hua seemed to have caught the gist of it. Jing Jihai said, wasn't that black-robed devil on his way to seek Sky Devil Ruizhe for help? We will disguise as his comrades and go with him. We need to bring a few more pieces of Earth Devil's devil stones, and we will be able to disguise ourselves as a devil for a short time. By then, we will be able to enter Ruizhe's closed-door location, and we will. He blinked and a cold glint flashed past his eyes. Use all our might to attack Sky Devil Ruizhe's Dantian and try to make him drop by a realm. This will be the time when he is the weakest. The serious his injury at this time, the greater the impact of the effect on his strength. After that, we will take the opportunity before he regains consciousness, do our best to attack him, and try to kill him at one go. Commander Hua and Commander Jing's hearts jumped. They were stunned by his bold and meticulous planning. But they were more or less still very doubtful. If we go according to this plan, if we want to deceive Ruizhe's guards, we will not be able to bring the others alone. That would be only the three of us. Jing Jihai didn't feel that this was a problem. We are going to deal with a Sky Devil grade strong practitioner. If we bring practitioners whose cultivations are much lower than ours, even if they go, they wouldn't be of much help. There's no difference if we bring them along or not. Seeing the two of them still hesitating, he couldn't help but continue to urge. Have you decided yet? This is such a good opportunity. We might not be able to come across another chance again. I'm just waiting for a reply from you, go or not. Commander Hua and Commander Jian exchange a glance. In the end, they clenched their teeth hard. Go. Forget it, let's bet on this. Great. That's wonderful. Let's hurry over while it's still dark. If dawn breaks, our disguise will easily be discovered by the demon tribe. Jing Jihai said and led the way in front. HMPF, this time, I must establish greater merit that will stun the entire god realm. I must trample that brat surnamedly hard. Jing Jihai's eyes were glowing with coldness. The three of them finished their preparations and changed into loose capes to cover their faces. At the same time, they took more than 3 pieces of Earth Devil's devil stones with them. The black-robed devil originally was a weakling who bullied those who were weaker than himself. Under Jing Jihai and the others' coercion, he didn't hesitate to betray the demon tribe's top exponent to save himself. Jing Jihai, his 2 friends, and the black-robed devil set off in the night and ran towards the cave where Sky Devil Ruizhe was in closed-door cultivation. The distance from the cave was not very far from the location where Jing Jihai and the others were hiding in ambush. It only took less than an hour before the devil, leading the way, slowed down. We're here. It's just around here. 3 lords, let's get off the horse and walk over, said the black-robed devil. Jing Jihai frowned, we're here? Why can't I see any cave? The black-robed devil responded, Lord Ruizhe is cautious by nature, so he has set up an invisibility array at the cave entrance, which is very hard to tell. I recognize the way, because I was brought here once, by Lord Ruizhe. Commander Hua and Commander Jian were on the black-robed devil's left and right sides while the devil was in between them. They followed him and proceeded to walk forward. They were doing this because they were afraid that the black-robed devil would regret his actions en route to the cave and expose their identities. They could only do this. If the devil said something that he should not be saying, they would immediately end his life. Luckily, the black-robed devil behaved and quickly led them to a vacant space that was filled with vines. He stood firmly on the vacant land and raised his voice to shout, This subordinate is sent over by Lord Ruizhe from the northern campsite. I must report extremely important military information. Please open the door for me. Shortly after, a few thick vines suddenly shrank towards both sides, revealing a huge cave entrance in the middle. Jing Zhihai and the others then realized that this cave was concealed by the array. No wonder Li Yuquan sent his scouts several times to check, but wasn't able to find the exact location of Ruizei's closed-door cultivation. Two tall devil guards walked out of the cave. They were both Earth Devil, mid-phase grade. These two people apparently recognized the black-robed devil and greeted him in a familiar sense. Then they asked, "Why have you suddenly come? Isn't there still another half a month before the designated blood pill delivery date?" Under the three-god clan top exponents' coercive gazes, the black-robed didn't dare to talk nonsense. He could only give a simple reply like what Jing Zhihai had instructed from the start. "The northern campsite is in trouble. Lord Rui Xian wants me to hurry over to report to Lord Ruizei." Ruizei's guards instantly frowned upon hearing that and looked extremely displeased. What trouble? It's the most crucial moment for Lord Ruizei right now. He had already given instructions that no matter what happens, no one is allowed to disturb him from cultivating. You'd better go back. Lord Ruizei will not see you. The black-robed man said anxiously, but, brothers, if Lord Ruizei doesn't help, Lord Rui Xian will likely die. Lord Rui Xian had already been injured by the allied armies, Divine Lieutenant, and our campsite is under siege. The moment the campsite is breached, Lord Rui Xian will surely be a goner for sure. What? How can this be? Lord Rui Xian is also at the strength of a sky devil. Who has such great ability to force him to this step? The black-robed devil emphasized, everything that this subordinate said is true. If anything happened to Lord Rui Xian, you won't be able to explain to Lord Ruizei as well, right? Hearing that, the guards looked as though they were in a dilemma. Ruizei had strictly told them not to interrupt him. If they allow the black-robed devil to enter, they would get into deep trouble if Ruizei were to blame them. But Rui Xian was Lord Ruizei's biological younger brother, after all. If the former was killed by the allied armies and Lord Ruizei found out about this afterward, he might vent his anger on them for not informing him about this. Anyway, no matter what they did, they would be punished terribly. Seeing those guards in a dilemma, Jing Zhihai suddenly spoke. "Two sirs, I have a suggestion. You see. Who are you?" The two guards' cold gaze landed on Jing Zhihai. The black-robed devil hurriedly explained, "This is my comrade from the army." "Oh? Really?" The guard said suspiciously, "I didn't see you bring anyone else over in the past." The black-robed devil explained, "Today our campsite had been surrounded by the allied armies, and I can't escape by myself. Previously I had a few comrades who broke through the siege with me, but in the end, only the four of us are left." The guard nodded upon hearing that and looked at Jing Zhihai. "What did you want to say earlier?" Jing Zhihai felt extremely unhappy that two devils were looking disdainfully at him. But they were now at the demon tribe's turf, so no matter how unhappy he was, he could only bear with it. "Two sirs, this subordinate knows that you're afraid that after you woke Lord Ruizei up, Lord Ruizei will vent his anger on you. This subordinate doesn't like to implicate the both of you. Why not, let us go in ourselves, to wake Lord Ruizei instead. In this way, if our lord were to fly into a rage from being woken up, it wouldn't implicate the both of you." He lowered his head and earnestly offered his suggestion. "How will that do? Lord Ruizei had already instructed us long ago that we can't let any outsiders in." The two guards' first reaction was to oppose firmly. However, Jing Zhihai was already prepared and tried to persuade them further. "This is just a stopgap measure. If Lord Ruizei were to find out that Lord Rui Xian is in critical danger when he awakes, he would definitely be in a hurry to save him and not blame the person who informs him about this. But he had just awoken from his closed door and his consciousness might still be unclear. So there is a possibility that he might kill someone to vent his anger. If we implicate both of you because of this, we will feel very apologetic over this. If you let us go wake Lord Ruizei up, he might lose his rationality momentarily and kill us. It has nothing to do with both of you. When he wakes up and saves Lord Ruixian, he wouldn't blame the both of you. Perhaps, he might even reward you. Jing Zhihai had a glib tongue and the devils were enthralled by him. After hearing his analysis, the two guards were instantly enticed. We don't need to take any risks and can establish merit, this is rather simple. There's no reason for us to oppose this. But one of the guards was still worried. Although Jing Zhihai spoke with reason, somehow he felt that something was wrong somewhere. He thought about it and asked, "That's not right. If the few of you report on this, wouldn't you die instead? Why are you so kind-hearted?" A majority of the demon tribe was relatively selfish. They wouldn't be so foolish as to do such a selfless thing. Jing Zhihai looked sincere and said, "This subordinate had once been saved by Lord Ruizhuan, so my life belongs to him. Now that Lord Ruixian is in peril, as long as we can find someone to save him in time, even if you want me to die right now, I am willing to do so." His acting skills were so genuine. The demon tribe rarely saw such a good actor and was instantly deceived by him. Even those cold-blooded guards were slightly touched by his act. I can understand your feelings. It's no problem to let you in. But Lord Ruizei's temper has always been bad. If you want to save yourselves, you must remember to speak softly when you wake him. Spend a little more time and don't rush things. Not only did the guards agree, they even specially offered some suggestions. The objective was easily achieved. Jing Zhihai went wild with joy inside, but his expression remained extremely calm. Many thanks to both for the reminder. After the mission is accomplished, we will definitely thank you properly. Enough, stop wasting time on nonsense. Quickly head inside her. Remember, if you provoke Lord Ruizei, we will not step out to save you. Take care of yourselves. The two guards hurriedly dissociate themselves. Jing Zhihai might be thanking them on the surface, but he kept sneering in his heart. These two guards were afraid of being implicated, so they would definitely stay far, far away from this place immediately. This suited Jing Zhihai and the others' intention totally. Later when Sky Devil Ruizei's injured and dropped a realm, besieging him would take some time. If a large number of Earth Devil guards came over to save him, they wouldn't be able to handle all of them at all. Things were great now. Even if the guards heard the commotion, they would assume that Ruizei flew into a rage as he was awoken, and was torturing them to vent his anger. After the two guards left, Jing Zhihai and his group coerced the black-robed devil to lead the way. "Move, quickly. Bring us over to where Ruizei is right now. Even the guards are gone now, so no one can save you. You can forget about playing any tricks. As long as you show signs of slipping up, we will immediately kill you." The black-robed devil said with fear and trepidation, yes, I don't dare to play any tricks. I'll lead the way right now." The topography of the cave that Sky Devil Ruizei chose had multiple forks and corners, like a maze. When those two guards left, they had already deactivated the majority of the mechanisms and traps in the maze. But if there wasn't someone who knew the route well to lead them, it would still be easy to get lost. Commander Hua was the timidest person in the group. Seeing them walking deeper and deeper within, the complicated paths made him worried. Old Jian, isn't this route a little complicated? How are we going to leave after we complete this mission?" Hearing him ask such a dispiriting question, Jing Zhihai snorted in displeasure. "As long as we can kill Ruizei, what's there to worry about leaving this place? We can just grab one of the guards and force him to tell us the way out. There aren't many in the demon tribe who are loyal. After their lord is dead, they will surely be worried about saving their own skins and will tell us everything. Commander Jian also said, "There's no point in thinking too much about this. You'd better prepare yourself. Later, we must spare no effort and use our strongest killer move to kill him at one go." Commander Hua immediately nodded to express his understanding when he heard that. Just as the three of them were whispering in muted tones, the black-robed guard suddenly stopped. "We're here. Lord Ruizei's closed-door cultivation location is right up ahead." Hearing that, the three of them jolted, hurriedly kept their mouths shut, and looked straight ahead. At the end of the maze was a plot of vacant land surrounded by various crystal ores. In the center of the vacant land was a complex but magnificent crystal stage, where a tall devil was seated on it. This devil's features were attractive with a muscular figure. The devil mark on his face nicely reflected a dangerous yet mysterious temperament. Just based on looks alone, could differentiate him from ordinary devils. Moreover, dense Sky Devil Ruizei's demonic chi was slowly expanding around him. It felt as though he was enveloped in smoke, his appearance partially hidden. "Sirs, that is Lord Ruizei. There's no mechanism here so the three of you can just go over," said the black-robed devil respectfully. Jing Zhihai had a suspicious nature and didn't quite believe his words. "Really? There's no mechanism? Then you walk forward first." The black-robed devil was helpless, so he could only walk lightly ahead. When he was just 10 meters away from Sky Devil Ruizei, Jing Zhihai stopped him. "Stop. You can come back now. Looks like there really isn't any danger, so we will go over ourselves. I'm warning you. When we take action, you'd best treat yourself as a dead person. If you dare to wreak havoc, we'll definitely crush you." The black-robed devil looked terrified. "I will absolutely not dare to wreak havoc. I've already betrayed the demon tribe by leading you here. Only by following you three sirs will I be able to survive. It's good that you know." Jing Zhihai nodded satisfactorily. He knew that the black-robed devil was speaking the truth. He had already brought 3 allied armies' commanders to Sky Devil Ruizei's cave. If the demon tribe were to discover the black-robed devil's crime, they would surely turn him into a blood devil pill alive. There was no way that he wouldn't be afraid of such a consequence. So Jing Zhihai felt that he had the upper hand. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect the black-robed devil's lips to curve into a merciless sneer at the moment they turned around. He thought inwardly, "Lowly humans who overestimate yourselves. I wonder who will be the one to be crushed." Jing Zhihai and the two didn't see what was happening behind them, and neither could they be bothered to pay any attention to an ordinary devil who led the way. All their attention was focused on Sky Devil Ruizei, who was in front of them. It had been a relatively long time since they entered the cave until now. But Sky Devil Ruizei didn't move at all, like a sculpture. It seemed as though he totally didn't detect their arrival. This meant that Ruizei was fully immersed in his advancing process, and was not affected by the outer world. This state was the optimal state for cultivating. One's speed of cultivation would also be raised several times under this state. But at the same time, it was also the most dangerous state. As they were defenseless against the outer world, it would be a direct hit if anyone were to launch a surprise attack at them right now. Jing Zhihai and the two commanders interacted with their gazes and walked forward. Everyone was feeling extremely anxious. Although the three of them were considered to be veterans, it was still their first time facing a Sky Devil grade strong exponent after all. They might have mentally prepared themselves over and over again, but cold sweat involuntarily filled their foreheads. Even their hands and feet were icy cold. The three of them walked lightly and quietly, carefully approaching Ruizei. At the same time, they went around his back. When they were just 5 meters away from Ruizei, the three of them stopped in their tracks. Their hearts were pounding wildly. This is the make or break moment. Our future honor and achievements are all dependent on this instant. Jing Zhihai lifted his right hand and made a gesture. Take action. The three of them drew out their weapons, and their aura instantly spiked to the max. They executed their most powerful profound skill, hurling it at Ruizei's back consecutively. The three of them had been storing their power, so their speed was astonishingly swift. In a blink of an eye, their profound energy had already reached Sky Devil Ruizei's back and was about to injure him seriously. However, Ruizei's body shook vigorously at this instant. But it was already too late for Ruizei to respond. Although he managed to evade the fatal stab to his heart from the back, he was still struck by the three commanders. 3 bursts of profound energy penetrated his body. Sky Devil Ruizei let out a dull moan. He instantly stood up from the crystal stage, turned around, and looked fiercely at the 3 God Clan commanders who sneaked an attack from his back. When Jing Zhihai and the others made their moves, they realized that something was amiss. They hadn't even struck Ruizei, but he already started to move. Oh no! We're done for. Quick, let's escape. None of them expected Ruizei's senses to be so acute. Even though he was cultivating behind closed doors, he was still able to sense danger from the outer world and awaken instantly to react. At this moment, the courage that the 3 of them had accumulated instantly dispersed with the wind. Fear and terror welled up in their hearts. The trio's first reaction was to quickly escape. They had to give their best shot to escape as far as possible. But as a Sky Devil mid-phase strong exponent, Ruizei's speed was beyond their imagination. To deal Ruizei with a fatal strike, they were just too near to him. Even though they tried their greatest effort and ran with all their lives, it was useless. Ruizei merely took a light step forward and chased up to the slowest Commander Jian. Ruizei grabbed Commander Jian's neck and lifted him in the air. Commander Jian was instantly suffocated. His face turned red, and he struggled hard, waving his limbs around. However, no matter how hard he tried, Ruizei's fingers were as hard as steel. He couldn't struggle free at all. At the moment when he was about to suffocate, Ruizei suddenly swung his hand and cast him to one side. Commander Jian crashed heavily on the wall of the cave and all he heard were clattering sounds. His entire body was in pain and he could distinctively sense that all the bones in his body had broken into pieces. Drag him out and send him over to my pill room. Sky Devil Ruizei's magnetic voice seemed as though it was emitted from hell. I haven't seen a heart-profound realm mid-phase medicinal ingredient for a long time. Furthermore, he's still alive. Heaven is aiding me. I can refine him into a blood devil pill to replenish the demonic chi that I've lost today. Hearing that, Commander Jian rolled his eyes and fainted from shock. Refined into a blood devil pill. That meant a practitioner would be thrown into a pill furnace alive, then using the Sky Devil conflagration fire to turn him into a pool of blood, and refined into a pill. It was said that the practitioner in the pill furnace had to be tortured for a total of 7 days before he would be thoroughly dead. In this process, the Sky Devil conflagration fire was not only burning the practitioner's mortal body, but also his primordial spirit. The pain of one's primordial spirit was even more intense by 100 times. It was torture that was beyond one's imagination. Commander Jian regretted his actions at this moment. If he knew that this would be the result, he would never agree to take part in this insane plan, no matter how Jing Zhihai enticed him. Alas, it was all too late for regrets now. Jing Zhihai and Commander Hua's speeds were slightly faster, so they weren't the first to be caught. However, hearing Sky Devil Ruizei's cold-blooded speech, they couldn't help but shiver with fright. Terrifying, this is just too terrifying. It was said that the demon tribe was vicious and merciless with cruel methods. They had also seen it on the battlefield, but not once had they felt it so distinctly right now. Moreover, they were fully aware of how strong a Sky Devil mid-phase practitioner had. Even Jing Zhihai was regretting his decision. It was all because of the news that Huan Yueli and the others had killed Sky Devil Ruixian. Jealousy and resentment clouded their minds, giving them a disillusion that that's all a Sky Devil is capable of. Since Huang Yueli and the others could do it, as the next top expert after Divine Lieutenant, he would naturally be able to do it as well. However, when they truly faced Sky Devil Ruizhe, he finally understood just how foolish and ignorant his thinking had been before. But now that it came to this, it was already too late for regrets. He was only feeling grateful that he wasn't the one who ran the slowest. Now he could only escape at the greatest speed that he could muster. Command Hua was also a heart-profound realm top exponent in speed. So he ran right next to Jing Zhihai. The two of them raced wildly towards the cave's entrance, but it didn't take long for them to realize that they were lost. When they entered the cave, the paths within were like a maze. They did try to remember some routes, but at this moment when they were running for their lives in a fluster, they had already forgotten about it. The two of them came to a fork, but none of them could recall where they should go. Just as they were hesitating on which way to take, Sky Devil Ruizhe's footsteps rang behind their backs. "Two God Clan trash, are you still intending to run? Since you dared to interrupt my closed-door cultivation, did you think that you could escape? What a joke. Since you came to me, that means you want to be turned into the ingredients for this seat's blood devil pill. I won't stand on ceremony then." The footsteps were getting closer and closer, so they could only randomly pick one route to escape. However, just as Commander Hua took a step out, he felt a huge impact on the side of his body. Someone kicked his waist hard, causing him to lose his balance instantly and fall. Commander Hua's eyes widened in disbelief, as he looked at Jing Zhihai, who scuttered far away by leveraging on him. "The person who kicked me earlier was Jing Zhihai." Jing Zhihai pushed Commander Hua in the direction where Sky Devil Ruizhe was chasing in, whereas he escaped desperately. It was obvious that he was making the latter his buffer. Commander Hua tried his best to climb up, but Ruizhe was already right behind him. Bam! Commander Hu fell heavily to the ground. His vision blacked out and he fainted. Jing Zhihai heard the commotion behind and couldn't help but curse Commander Hua silently for being a piece of trash. He's a heart-profound realm mid-phase practitioner but is seriously injured by Sky Devil Ruizhe without any chance to fight back. If he isn't a piece of trash, who else is? Commander Hua didn't even manage to help me gain any time for me to escape. Jing Zhihai could only dash forward with all his life. He even ate the pills to arouse his potential and forcibly raised his cultivation by a small realm. His cultivation might drop a realm after the medicinal effect vanishes, but it was better than being dead. However, Jing Zhihai might have thought of all these, but he missed out on an important point. He chose the wrong route. Seeing that path leading to a dead end with no way to escape, Jing Zhihai's eyes finally surfaced with a desperate expression. Sky Devil Ruizhe's footsteps were getting nearer. Escape? You're still trying to escape? Simply overestimating yourself. Sky Devil Ruizhe's handsome but wicked face appeared in the shadows. Jing Zhihai knew that there was no way out, so he clenched his teeth and suddenly leaped into the air. His long sword was sharply drawn out, aiming at Sky Devil Ruizhe. He had already taken the potential arousal pill and his cultivation was forcibly raised to heart-profound realm end phase. Sky Devil Ruizhe might seem peerlessly powerful, but Jing Zhihai believed that Ruizhe's closed-door cultivation had been interrupted. So he wouldn't seem totally unharmed like nothing had happened. Since there was no way out, he might be able to turn things around if he staked everything into this. Unfortunately, the truth had proven that everything Jing Zhihai did was fruitless. Sky Devil Ruizhe turned and evaded the strike that he had put all his effort into. At the same time, a burst of demonic chi violently shot out from his body and hit Jing Zhihai, causing him to throw up blood and fly out. After Sky Devil Ruizhe had dealt with all three God Clan commanders, he shouted furiously, "Men! Men! Who are the guards on duty today? Get the hell out for this seat right away. Men. Where are all of you? Are you all dead? Originally when Jing Zhihai and the others had entered the place where Ruizhe was in closed-door cultivation, the few guards all hid far away. They had set their minds to not appear so easily before Ruizhe's anger subsided. So when Ruizhe called out for them initially, they were still hoping that they would get lucky and hid in the corner. It was until Ruizhe called out several times and his tone sounded even more furious than before, that they were finally scared witless. Then they hurriedly ran out of their hiding spot to look for him. The moment they saw Ruizhe, they instantly knelt on the ground. Lord Ruizhe, this subordinate is here to receive your orders. Ruizhe's handsome face surfaced a sinister sneer. You guys are so bold. How dare you let God clan practitioners into this seat's closed-door cultivation location? Seems that I've been too lenient towards the few of you usually. Ruizhe's icy cold tone sounded very calm, but those guards who knew him very well knew that this tone clearly showed the fury in his heart. The guards trembled in fear and prostrated on the ground. How dare you neglect your duties? Just wait to go into infinite hell. Ruizhe declared coldly. The guards were so scared out of their spirits. Infinite hell was a famous prison in the demon tribe. It was said that if one was locked in there, they would suffer various tortures which made their life a living hell. Never did they imagine that doing a clever trivial matter like this would land them in such hot soup. The guards hurriedly kowtowed and explained while doing so. Lord Ruizhe, please have mercy on us and grant us instant death. Please don't send us to infinite hell. We did this because of Lord Ruizhe, that's why we let them in. Will you please take into account our loyalty towards you? Ruizhe? When Ruizhe heard Ruizhe's name, he was a little surprised. The guards heard his surprised tone and hurriedly explained, why. Yes. Earlier those few people, actually, they've come from the northern campsite. They claimed that the northern campsite was under siege by the allied armies and Lord Ruizhe was badly injured, hence they were sent over to ask for reinforcements. This subordinate didn't dare to disturb Milord but was worried that Lord Ruizhe would really be in trouble. So I lost my mind, and let them in. The guards hurriedly explained. Since death was near at hand, they could only try their best to emphasize their loyalty and get a chance to get Ruizhe to spare their lives. Sky Devil Ruizhe heard their report and couldn't help but frown. Ruizhe had been seriously injured by the Allies' armies? You simply just believe whatever someone said? You let 3 God clan practitioners in just because of a baseless lie. You dumb fools. WH. What? God clan practitioners? The guards' mouths fell agape in disbelief. It was until now did they find out that there were actually 3 God clan practitioners among those 4 who entered earlier. No wonder Lord Ruizhe was so angry. What other motive could those 3 God clan practitioners have in smuggling in? It was definitely to assassinate Lord Ruizhe. Luckily, those 3 men didn't get their way. The guards were silently feeling glad, but feeling exceptionally frightened. They had committed such a major mistake, almost causing Sky Devil Ruizhe to be assassinated. This crime was so serious that it practically wasn't unavoidable to be thrown into the infinite hell. Thinking of this, the guards furiously kowtowed and pleaded for mercy. Continuous bangs were heard on the limestone floor. Lord Ruizhe, please spare our lives. This subordinate really didn't know. If this subordinate were to know that they were God clan spies, we wouldn't dare to let them in even if you kill us. Seeing Ruizhe still bearing a cold look, someone had a change of thoughts and began to shout, Lord Ruizhe, this subordinate didn't do it intentionally. It's because of Lord Ruizhe's guard who came along with those God clan practitioners. He's the one in the black robe. He's the one who always delivers those blood pills that Lord Ruixian gathered. Hearing that, the other guards also came to their senses and pushed the blame onto the black-robed devil. That's right, it's all because of him. He was the one who led them here. We've seen him a lot of times, so that's why we believe what he said was true. But we didn't expect him to betray my lord. They looked at the black-robed devil from afar and berated him while pointing fingers. The black-robed devil was filled with incessant grievances. He originally intended to slip away, while Lord Ruize was furious. Whoever knew that those guards came so quickly, and he couldn't escape in time at all. Now he was exposed for his betrayal of the demon tribe. He would probably not be any better than Jing Zhihai and the others. Ruize's icy cold gaze fell on him. You're the one who betrayed this seat. The black-robed devil trembled and plopped to the ground on his knees. Lord Ruize, this subordinate was being coerced by them. Moreover, the demon tribe's campsite has indeed been attacked by the allied armies. Lord Ruixian, he had been killed by the allied armies. What? What did you say? Ruixian is already dead? How can that be? Ruize was shocked and couldn't focus on holding someone accountable at this moment. He couldn't help but press on this matter. Sweat broke out on the black-robed devil's forehead, and he prostrated on the ground while speaking. Yes, it's true. This subordinate saw it with my own eyes. Lord Ruixian's devil stone had been dug out by someone. Damn humans. Damn allied armies. Ruize couldn't control the anger in him and his right hand struck out. A gust of demonic chi swept past the cave walls and gave off a few loud rumbles. Multiple shattered stones started to fall from the walls, causing the ground to shake vigorously as dust and ash filled the air. The devils, who were present, went pale with fright. How dare they kill this seat's younger brother? I'll make your entire campsite pay with your lives. Sky Devil Ruize clenched his teeth as he hissed. Before he could complete his sentence, he jumped up and sped towards the entrance of the cave. Lord Ruize! Lord Ruize! The guards shouted in a fluster as they hastily chased after him. Demon Tribe Campsite. Huang Yueli and the others were ignorant of what had just happened in the cave. The campsite's battle was coming to an end. The Demon Tribe practitioners might have fought to their last breath, but under Huang Yueli's orderly commands, their battle power was slowly extinguished and the number of Demon Tribe being killed were increasing. As for the allied armies, their casualties were being kept to the lowest figure. Lastly, the Demon Tribe was only left with a few hundred people. Huang Yueli called Commander Hu and said, "All right, it's going to be dawn now. Let's stop wasting time and prepare to launch an all-out attack. Let's claim this last bit of military merits and we can go back." "Yes, we'll follow your orders," Commander Hu answered with vigor. This battle allowed all the participating soldiers to fight to their heart's content. All the excitement had swept away their tiredness from the war. Commander Hu and the others quickly gathered their soldiers and commanded them to make their last attacks. There were not many left in the Demon Tribe, and most of them had already lost their morale. It didn't take long for them to be crushed thoroughly. A few devil commanders had decent abilities and wanted to break out of the siege, but were ultimately stopped. Commander Hu detained them and walked to Huang Yueli to ask for further instructions. "Commander Li, do you think we should kill these devils, or?" Huang Yueli swept them a glance and said, "It's not too bad to bring a few live souls back. I heard that the military merits for capturing devils alive are much higher than handing in the devil stones." Xianxia said, "I'm afraid that something might happen on our way back. It's better to kill them now." The few devil commanders were tightly bound, and when they heard the allied army's commanders discussing their fate, they felt extremely aggrieved. "Didn't you say you've already sent someone to ask Lord Ruize for help?" Why is there no news at all? That's right. If Lord Ruizhe still doesn't appear, we will all be killed. That short devil, who suggested asking for reinforcements initially, felt extremely unhappy. What use is there to blame me? Logically speaking, if Lord Ruizhe finds out that his brother was killed, he would definitely come over. I'm just worried that an accident might have happened. The allied armies are very sly. They might have arranged an ambush along the way. Hearing that, the remaining devils gave up their last hopes. Sky Devil Ruizhe was their only hope. Now that Ruizhe still hadn't arrived in time, all of them were bound to be killed. Huang Yueli's side had also come to a decision. She raised her hand and ordered, "All right, I think it's better to be on the conservative side. Let's deal with these devils, dig out their devil stones, and we'll be on our way back." Before she could finish her sentence, the surrounding air suddenly radiated a suffocating cold aura. Demonic Qi. Extremely dense demonic Qi. Huang Yueli trembled and looked up. Damn God Clan allied armies, how dare you kill my younger brother? You're digging your own grave. This seat must refine all of you into blood pills. None of you can escape. Sky Devil Ruizhe's hell came from afar, thundering in everyone's ears. All the soldiers from the allied armies were overwhelmed with horror. Sky Devil Ruizhe. Why did Sky Devil Ruizhe suddenly appear here? Isn't he in closed-door cultivation in the cave that is hundreds of miles away? Heavens! His aura is so powerful and the demonic Qi is so dense. Oh no, we're done for. Sky Devil Ruizhe's figure appeared in the skies above the campsite. In an instant, the entire allied army soldiers began to fluster. Sky Devil Midphase Ruizhe was a famous high-ranking military officer in the demon tribe, and he had killed countless allied army soldiers. Rui Xian, who had just made his name recently, could not be compared with him. The majority of soldiers immediately shuddered just from hearing his name. The devils who were originally devastated instantly grew agitated when they saw Ruizhe appearing. Lord Ruizhe is here. He's finally here. We're finally saved. That's great. Quick, quick, quick. Lord Ruizhe, kill all of these damn humans and God Clan practitioners and refine them into blood pills. When Huang Yueli and Xianxia saw Ruizhe's appearance, they weren't as horrified as the others. But their expressions instantly turned ugly. The unforeseen situation that Xianxia predicted coming from the southeast direction had really come true. Moreover, this was the worst-case scenario that they could think of. Sky Devil Ruizhe broke out of his closed-door cultivation and personally came to the demon tribe campsite to fight. Ruizhe's ability alone was sufficient to kill all of them here. Huang Yueli professed that she had already considered the problem concerning Ruizhe and even made ample arrangements. But now, Sky Devil Ruizhe's appearance meant that something had happened at Jing Zhihai's side. Damn it! That fellow surnamed Jing comes from an ancient god clan, but he revealed the military news to the demon tribe? He really is a sinner who deserves to die. Huang Yueli was so angry that her face turned white. Xianxia hurriedly persuaded her, "Don't be agitated, we're in big trouble now. Let's think of a way to help everyone escape first. If we can avert the calamity this time, we will definitely make Jing Zhihai pay the price for today." Huang Yueli had already calmed down and nodded, "You're right. But the problem is, how are we going to escape with so many thousands of troops around?" Xianxia also thought of this point and her expression turned grave. If it was only the two of them, based on their abilities, it wouldn't be a big problem for them to escape from a Sky Devil mid-phase strong exponent. But now, the allied armies had more than 2,000 soldiers gathered at this place. They were all within Sky Devil Ruizhe's attack boundary. If the two of them were just ordinary soldiers, they could just leave everything behind and escape. But unfortunately, they were the allied army's commanders. Huang Yueli was even the soldier's commanding officer who represented the divine lieutenant. Under these circumstances, they couldn't possibly leave the soldiers in the lurch and secretly escape on their own. At this moment, Commander Hu and the others also ran over in a fluster and asked Huang Yueli for help. "Commander Li, what should we do now? Sky Devil Ruize is here. How are we going to escape?" Huang Yueli went silent for a short moment and said, "How about this? I will tangle with Sky Devil Ruize and delay him for some time. The rest of you will lead your teams and retreat in different directions. Sky Devil Ruize is alone. No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly chase after all of you in so many different directions, so the majority of you should be able to escape smoothly. Moreover, I should be able to gain a little more time for all of you. Commander Li." Hearing Huang Yueli's words, all the commanders and team leaders cried out in shock. No one thought that Huang Yueli actually decided to stay back. Generally, under this situation, a portion of the troops would stay behind to stay back to delay the pursuers and cover their escape. But they would absolutely not make the army's commanding officer stay until the end. The current situation was different from yesterday when Li Yuquan stepped forward to fight Sky Devil Rui Xian. That time, they were at their campsite and everyone had no path of retreat. Hence, they could only send their strongest battle force to fight barely. Otherwise, it would only result in death. But now, they weren't in a situation where everyone had to die. As long as they could escape to their campsite in a timely fashion and activate the defensive array, they would still gain a chance to escape from Ruize. Commander Hu instantly stepped forward to persuade her, "Commander Li, you're our entire campsite's commanding officer. During our route of retreat, we still need you to make the arrangements for the troops. You mustn't face the danger yourself." He clenched his teeth and said, "Let me be the one to cover your escape. Commander Li, bring everyone and try your best to escape. It would be our greatest victory for more people to escape back. At least, we've already wrecked this demon tribe's campsite. So we will still earn huge merits when we return." It wasn't that Commander Hu had no hesitations, but he didn't think twice and decided to stand forward to cover his comrades. Huang Yueli was instantly touched by him. "Commander Hu, what are you doing? A devil in the Sky Devil rank is different from ordinary devils. He is extremely cunning and you can't deal with him at all." As the only human commander among the 8 commanders, he had already stayed low-keyed at the campsite, unlike Jing Zhihai who would fight over everything to be in the limelight. However, it was this low-key commander who was the first to stand out to sacrifice himself in this moment of crisis. Commander Hu said, "I'll lead my soldiers to try our best to drag more time. It should be doable. Commander Li, there's no time to hesitate. Prepare yourselves, quickly gather the soldiers and prepare to retreat. If you don't give a clear command, the morale of our men will break down very soon." Just like what Commander Hu said, from the moment Sky Devil Ruize appeared, the terror in the human soldiers kept increasing. If this carried on, it would cause a riot very soon. Sky Devil Ruize stopped above the campsite's skies for a moment. But when he saw no reaction from the allied armies, he instantly lost his patience. "Who killed my younger brother? Get out here right now. This seat will kill you first to appease his soul." Commander Hu wanted to go out when he heard that voice. Huang Yueli pulled him back and shouted simultaneously, "Yunqi, I'll lead everyone here to you. Send all of them back safely." Saying that, an afterimage of her figure swayed and she scuttered out of the crowd. "Yueli. Wait a little while." Xianxia wanted to hold on to her, but she was too slow. Sky Devil Ruize's demonic qi turned denser than before. The original black color in his eyes was starting to be filled with a blood-red tint. "Where are you? You dare to kill my younger brother, but don't dare to show yourself? Then don't blame me for killing all of you." He lifted his hand and a powerful burst of aura was unleashed. Wait. Huang Yueli walked right up to Sky Devil Ruizhe in a few quick steps and lifted her chin slightly. Then she shouted, I'm the one who killed your younger brother. Ruizhe's vision landed on Huang Yueli, and his pupils abruptly constricted. Damn human, how dare you try to fool me? Ruizhe's eyes were flourishing in rage. Intense demonic qi, which carried powerful might, swept towards Huang Yueli. Her brows creased slightly, but she barely managed to suppress the discomfort in her chest. When did I fool you? Weren't you the one asking for the person who killed your younger brother to meet you? Do you guys think this seed is a fool? You're only a dream profound realm mid-phase practitioner. My younger brother is a sky devil. Just based on your cultivation, even if there are 1,000 of you, you won't be able to kill Rui Xian. You claim that you killed him, who are you trying to cheat? Ruizhe's expression grew gloomier and couldn't help but howl in rage. Who killed Rui Xian? Scram out here right now. He injected demonic power into his voice. In a second, all the practitioners present went giddy from the vibrations of his voice. Huang Yueli's face was even paler than before. But she stood firmly on the spot and shouted, Don't bother, Rui Xian is indeed killed by me. My ability might be inadequate, but I have a very powerful mechanism with me. It can kill a Sky Devil grade top exponent. Ruizhe started to have doubts when he heard her speaking so firmly. A mechanism that can kill a Sky Devil? Huang Yueli nodded and said, That's right. I don't know if you've seen Rui Xian's corpse. The fatal injury that caused his death is a large number of silver needles piercing through his skin in the chest area. The poison seeped in through those wounds, causing him to die from the poison. When Ruizhe heard his younger brother's death, he immediately dashed to the place where both armies were fighting. Hence, he didn't have any time to check on Rui Xian's corpse. But his guard had already caught up to him. Moreover, he had already checked Rui Xian's corpse. Ruizhe looked at his personal guard, and when he saw that person nodding his head, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Could it be that you really killed my younger brother? No, I still don't believe it. Rui Xian is not a piece of trash, he's a Sky Devil. How could he possibly die in a trash's hand like you? That's just too aggrieving. Huang Yueli shrugged and said indifferently, I don't know if he felt aggrieved when he died. But his devil stone is with me. What did you say? Ruizhe couldn't help but raise his voice. Huang Yueli slowly took out the translucent devil stone from her realm ring, which she had dug out from Rui Xian's forehead earlier. Ruizhe's aura instantly surged when he saw that devil stone. He went into a state of frenzy immediately. You actually dug away Rui Xian's devil stone. Simply looking for death. He could no longer control his anger. With a wave of his right hand, several bursts of demonic qi burst out from his body and charged aggressively right at Huang Yueli. To the demon tribe, the greatest insult was the humans and god clan practitioners digging out their devil stones to accumulate their military merit. Seeing his talented younger brother being treated in the same way as an ordinary devil, Ruizhe instantly lost his rationality. Huang Yueli took such a huge risk to show Rui Xian's devil stone, just to wait for this moment. Just as Ruizhe pounced at her, a red glow suddenly shone from Huang Yueli's back. A huge phoenix appeared right behind her. Its magnificent feathers were shining brilliantly and radiating rainbow colors as its wings flapped slowly. The moment the phoenix appeared, it sprayed a mouthful of raging flames at Ruizhe. This was the genuine true phoenix fire. As Ruizhe was immersed in his fury, he didn't notice anything else. Hence, he was caught off guard and was hit by the flame directly. Ah! It's so painful. Damn it! He cried miserably and covered his eyes with his hands. My eyes, my eyes. Little Wang Kai was an extremely shrewd fellow and would especially pick the most ruthless method. So he directly aimed and sprayed at the Sky Devil's eyes. Sky Devil Ruizei was caught off guard and instantly lost his vision. Amid the pain and darkness, it made Ruizei's inner fury rise to the maximum. So he struck recklessly without any restraint. His rampant demonic chi was released in the air, and the sky turned into a state of darkness. With Little Phoenix's help, Huang Yueli battled with Sky Devil Ruizei. Actually, she knew that Little Phoenix had basically not fully matured. So its true Phoenix fire could only cause a top exponent like Ruizei to lose his vision for a short time. He would recover his sight in around 1 hour. Moreover, even if Ruizei lost his vision and affected his attacks, his defensive power did not decrease at all. If she wanted to make use of this slight advantage to kill him, it was practically impossible. But if it was used to escape, this would be the best opportunity. Standing on the ground, not too far away, Commander Hu and the others were stunned by the Phoenix's sudden appearance. Their mouths were agape and tongue-tied as they looked at the Phoenix's magnificent feathers. None of them could speak a complete sentence properly. Tioch. This is. Xianxia was the only one who remained composed. She said loudly, "All right, stop looking. Everyone, prepare to retreat." Just at this moment, Commander Hu managed to complete his sentence. "This is a phoenix. This is an ancient spiritual beast, the phoenix." Xianxia's lips twitched. "I know this is a phoenix. But even if all 12 ancient spiritual beasts appeared right now, it isn't as important as everyone's lives. Now, immediately gather your teams and retreat. Don't was the lifeline that Commander Li risked his life to give us." Actually, it was also Xianxia's first time seeing Huang Yueli's phoenix. But she wasn't as ignorant as those ordinary God clan practitioners. She had seen her husband's divine dragon several times, and even rode on it. So she wasn't as astounded as the others. She remembered the parting instruction that Huang Yueli said before she left, to command the army to retreat. Hearing Xianxia's words, the 3 commanders abruptly awoke from their slumber. They didn't waste any time and started to command their soldiers to retreat immediately. As Huang Yueli disrupted Ruizei's attacks, she used her peripheral vision to observe the allied army soldiers' movements. Seeing the thousands of men moving along with Xianxia and the rest, moreover retreating in an orderly manner, she heaved a slight sigh of relief. As the campsite's commanding officer, it was part of her responsibility to ensure the troops under her were safe. She could finally put down the heavy stone in her heart. She only wished that Xianxia and the others could retreat faster. In this way, she only needed to delay a little more time and she would be able to think of a way to escape as well. According to Huang Yueli's plans, she originally intended to drag for 1 hour. When Sky Devil Ruizei's temporary loss of vision was almost up, she would quickly sit on the phoenix and make her escape. Whoever knew that she had just tangled with Ruizei for less than a quarter of an hour and she could see a cold glint flashing beneath Ruizei's eyes. Huang Yueli's heart trembled as she silently knew things were going to be terrible. Could it be that Ruizei actually managed to recover his vision within such a short time? Truth had proven that whatever a person feared the most, it would definitely come. In the next moment, Ruizei's vision became clear again. His expression turned exceptionally sinister and terrifying. His eyes seemed as though it was going to spill blood as he stared fiercely at Huang Yueli. "This seat has misjudged you. So, you're from an ancient god clan. You're a god clan genius who even contracted the ancient spiritual beast, Phoenix. No wonder you can sneak an attack and kill my younger brother. But no matter how capable you are, you're just in dream profound realm. This is the end for you. Wait to die." Ruizei's right hand turned and a huge cutlass appeared in his palm. The original blade, which should be shimmering in silver, was totally black now. It was congealed with solidified demonic qi. Ruizei lifted his cutlass high up and struck it towards Huang Yueli's head. Hiss! Hiss! Little Wang Kai screeched anxiously as it tried to dash over, to save its master. However, the speed of a Sky Devil mid-phase practitioner was not something that an immature phoenix could contest against. Before little Phoenix managed to come near, the blade was already at the top of Huang Yueli's skull. Leer! Just as Huang Yueli was at all loss on what to do, a familiar male voice suddenly exploded in her ears. Even under such a pressing moment, Huang Yueli was distracted for a second upon hearing the voice. This voice, why does it sound so familiar? I heard it so many times in my dreams. Could it be that I'm already dead? That's why this hallucination appeared? Did I just hear the voice that I wanted to hear the most? But at the next moment, she felt a tremendous tug which pulled her back abruptly. Multiple electric currents descended from the sky right in front of her eyes. It accurately landed on Sky Devil Ruizei's cutlass that was about to strike her. And it crashed fiercely against his demonic qi. Rumble, rumble. Deafening explosive sounds rang throughout the skies. The entire demon tribe's campsite swayed vigorously, almost blown off by the impact. In a second, numerous tents flew into the sky as gravel and dirt swirled into the air. Huang Yueli felt her world turning, and by the time she finally managed to regain a little consciousness, she realized that her waist was held on tightly by a powerful arm. Whereas for her, she leaned against a man's body. The aura that the man dissipated was so familiar to her. It was so familiar that she didn't dare to believe it. Huang Yueli abruptly lifted her head and looked at the handsome, godly countenance above her. Moing! Moing, is it really you? Are you real? I'm not dreaming, am I? For a moment, she forgot that she was in an extremely critical battle and could not help but scream out loud. Li Moying's arm on her waist instantly grew tighter, as though it was about to break her slender waist into half. He breathed heavily and looked at the small face in disguise, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Let me deal with this devil first. I'll settle the debt with you later. Li Moying would usually be very gentle with her, rarely treating her in such a fierce manner. Moreover, this was the first time they met after being separated for close to 2 years. After being scolded by Li Moying, Huang Yueli was a little stumped as she blinked blankly in disbelief. But she quickly recalled their current predicament. Moying, this devil's cultivation is Sky Devil mid-phase. He's very strong, and you're not his match. Let's not take the risk. Why don't we retreat first? Huang Yueli saw Li Moying's murderous look and hurriedly reminded him about it. Although she didn't know how high her husband's current cultivation was, only 2 years had passed. It was apparently not possible for Li Moying to advance into the Dao Profound realm. Since that was the case, dealing with Sky Devil Ruizei was practically not possible. Huang Yueli was deeply worried that he was anxious to stand up for her and would insist on butting heads, so she quickly reported Ruizei's cultivation first. She had just reunited with Li Moying. So she didn't hope to see Li Moying injured just because of her. Li Moying blinked and shot her a light glance. No matter, I have a helper. What? Huang Yueli's eyes opened wide as she couldn't comprehend his meaning. Just as they were talking, a bright light abruptly appeared behind Sky Devil Ruizei's back. A gust of powerful water-attributed energy spiraled towards Ruizei. All the drinking water in the campsite instantly raised to the sky to become a water blade, stabbing at Ruizei's back. Ruizei's expression abruptly changed. He turned around and wanted to block the attack. But Li Moying also made his move at this very moment. Multiple electric currents descended from the sky, forming a dense net to envelop Ruizei inside. Ruizei was attacked from the back and he was strained. So naturally, he couldn't ward off all the attacks and was struck by several bursts of profound energies. PFTT. Blood spilled out of his mouth and he was thrown out. He only barely managed to stop after he flew very far away. As for his face, it had turned as white as a sheet of paper. You, the two of you, good, very good. Ruizhe swept a deadly glance at Li Moying and Huang Yueli, as well as Jun Sihan, who was standing by the side. I will remember all of you. I will definitely exact revenge on you for killing my brother. Just wait and see. The day that I break through to Sky Devil End Phase will be your death anniversaries. Ruizhe knew that he wouldn't be able to win today. Hence, he left a ruthless warning and abruptly mustered his strength to make his escape. Li Moying and Jun Sihan's thoughts were not on earning military merits, so they had no intention to chase after him at all. Huang Yueli saw Ruizhe leaving and finally heaved a sigh of relief. She had met with several crises this evening after continuously battling. Only now could she finally relax. But before she had time to do so, she sensed a cold, gloomy gaze falling on her face. Huang Yueli trembled and hurriedly lifted her head to meet Li Moying's handsome face that was frowning tightly. She silently shuddered and tried her best to squeeze out a smile. She said coquettishly, "My darling husband, I miss you so much." "Did you miss me?" Li Moying stared at her and his thin lip lifted slightly. "Of course I." Huang Yueli silently felt delighted, feeling that her charm was simply irresistible. She could even make an excellent man like Li Moying listen to her. Although she ventured into danger, almost died, and was even caught red-handed by Li Moying, she only needed to use her honey trap to make this man give in to her. Ha ha ha. Alas, before she could finish laughing, she heard Li Moying's icy cold voice. "Want to spank you?" Ha, ouch. You really hit me." Huang Yueli's face flushed red in a second. Because just as Li Moying said that, he really proceeded to slap Huang Yueli's buttocks at the same time. "Stop trying to act cute. How can you even think of using the honey trap to bewitch me with that ugly face?" Li Moying said irritably. Huang Yueli was speechless. She had totally forgotten that she was still wearing the disguise. Speaking of this disguised look was not only plain, the most crucial thing was it was a man's look. She would really have a nightmare if Li Moying was bewitched by this face. Seeing Huang Yueli pausing for a moment, Li Moying's agitated and anxious feelings calmed down a little. But he was still holding tightly to this young lady, unwilling to loosen his grip. Only when he sensed that young lady's temperature and the light scent did it pacify his uneasy heart. "I'm sorry, brother Li. I'm going to interrupt you and your wife for a bit." Jun Sihan walked over and said to the both of them. Huang Yueli then recalled that someone else was right next to them. Moreover, she was acting so intimately with her husband. Her little face flushed red again, but luckily it was concealed by her disguise. Even if she felt embarrassed, she wouldn't be able to see it too clearly. Huang Yueli subconsciously pushed Li Moying's chest, wanting to push him away. But Li Moying wasn't willing to let her go at all. He held her tight in his embrace and even shot a warning look at her, telling her to be obedient. Huang Yueli was helpless, because she knew it was her fault at first. Hence, she could only listen to him obediently. Li Moying nodded his head at Jun Sihan and made introductions. "Brother Jun, this is my wife, Sacred Phoenix Race's God-grade genius, Huang Yueli. Lear, this is my good friend, Voracious Wyvern Clan's young lord, Jun Sihan. Brother Jun has helped me several times, and he is my best friend in God Realm." Huang Yueli propped her head out of Li Moying's arms, sizing Jun Sihan curiously. This man looked older than Li Moying by 3 to 5 years old, and his countenance was also handsome. He looked outstanding and had a superior aura attached to him. But it was no wonder because he was the young lord of the Voracious Wyvern clan, also one of the 12 ancient god clans. No wonder he could become good friends with Li Moying. Huang Yueli had a rather good impression of him. She hurriedly nodded her head and greeted him like how Li Moying did. "Brother Jun, how do you do?" Jun Sihan's lips curled into a smile. "Sister-in-law, you're too courteous. I have something to ask you. I heard from Divine Lieutenant Li that my wife should have come along with you to fight. But why didn't I see her? Where is she right now?" Huang Yueli was puzzled as she looked at him blankly. "What? Brother Jun's wife?" Jun Sihan saw her puzzlement and explained further. "Her name is Xianxia. She should be together with you. But little she likes to disguise herself as a man. So I don't know if you've seen her true countenance." It was only now that Huang Yueli understood what was going on. She suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but scream out in surprise. "Ah, you're Yunqi's scum of a husband." Jun Sihan's original flawless smile instantly collapsed. Scum of a husband? Huang Yueli realized that she had misspoken and hurriedly covered her mouth. Then she smiled awkwardly and said, "Cough cough, Brother Jun, you heard wrongly." But Jun Sihan's hearing was very good. So there was no way that he would believe what she just said. He instantly asked, "What scum of a husband? What did little she tell you exactly?" Huang Yueli was helpless as she could only tell Jun Sihan the contents that Xianxia had complained about. Jun Sihan's face sank as he heard the story. "That naughty young lass actually cooked up a story about me to others. Did she really think that I can't do anything to her? If she makes me angry, I'll tie her to the bed when we go back. Then I'll let her know how incredible her husband is. I'll see if she dares to spout rubbish again." Huang Yueli sneaked a peek at Jun Sihan's expression after she was done and said uneasily, "Brother Jun, are you angry? Actually, I can tell that Yunqi still loves you very much. But I don't know what misunderstanding the two of you have. I don't believe that you will be together with another woman." Initially, she was very puzzled because no matter in terms of ability, looks, status, or personality, Xianxia was first class. Which man would have an affair with such a perfect wife around him unless he was blind? No ordinary woman could be compared to this first-class beauty, wasn't it? Take herself, for example. She had never been worried that Li Moying would have a change of heart. Xianxia was also very beautiful like she was, so she shouldn't have anything to worry about. But since Xianxia had already said that, as her friend, Huang Yueli could only follow along. Yet today, when she saw Jun Sihan who came along with Li Moying, she totally leaned toward Jun Sihan's side. After all, if he could become Li Moying's best friend, there should be nothing wrong with his personality. She just couldn't understand what had happened between this couple. But this wasn't something that an outsider could dabble in. Jun Sihan spoke with a ghastly expression. "Many thanks, sister-in-law, for understanding. I'm definitely not the kind of man who fools around. Can I trouble you to tell me where little she is right now?" Huang Yueli hurriedly said, "We met with Sky Devil Rui's, and I stayed back to cover their escape. So I asked Yunqi to be responsible for leading the troops to retreat. I believe they should be on their way back. Just follow along the way to return to the campsite and you'll definitely be able to find her." Jun Sihan nodded and said, "Many thanks, sister-in-law." Following that, he didn't say anything else and turned around to leave quickly. Huang Yueli looked at his departing figure and sighed. He's indeed Voracious Wyvern Clan's young lord. His temperament is indeed outstanding. Moreover, he's so polite, ouch. Huang Yueli was in the middle of her sentence when she suddenly felt pain in her waist. She lowered her head and took a look, only to realize that Li Moying had just pinched her hard. Her brows creased and she said, What are you doing? You're hurting me." Li Moying's brows rose as he looked at her and said in a chilly tone, "Why? You saw someone's handsome husband and have already gotten sick of me?" Huang Yueli was stumped for a moment, then she burst out laughing. "What are you talking about? I only feel that he looks very compatible with Sister Yunqi. Saying that, she leaned towards Li Moying and blinked. Why? Are you jealous? Jealous? Li Moying snorted. He pinched Huang Yueli's chin and turned her head in the other direction. This face of yours is too ugly. Don't come so close to me. Huang Yueli was despised so clearly by her husband, and she felt extremely melancholic. But before she could say anything else, she suddenly felt her body growing light. Li Moying had carried her into a princess hug. Huang Yueli almost fell and quickly wrapped her hands around his neck. What do you want to do? Li Moying put on a straight face. Bring you back to the campsite and find a place to teach you a lesson. Li Moying might bear an abstinence expression and his tone might be cold. But not knowing why, Huang Yueli seemed to hear an ambiguous tone in his words. She pouted and put on a tsundere look. But actually, she was feeling extremely delighted. She thought, I knew it. My husband just can't do anything to me. I can just smuggle past the dangerous fact that I challenged the Sky Devil on my own. It's so easy. Alas, Huang Yueli had painted too far-fetched hopes for herself. Li Moying carried her and swiftly ran back to the campsite. When they came near the campsite, Huang Yueli initially wanted Li Moying to let her down because they were both in man's dressing. If Li Yuquan were to see them in an embrace together, he might faint from shock. Divine Lieutenant was a seriously injured person. So Huang Yueli felt that they couldn't scare him like this. But Li Moying used brute force to restrain all her struggles. He ignored her objections and directly carried her to the campsite. Li Yuquan was sitting in the center of the vacant space and saw them immediately. Huang Yueli laughed dryly, that. Div. Divine Lieutenant. She just started to explain when she heard Li Yuquan heaving a long sigh of relief. You're finally back. I'm relieved that young lord and your lady are safe. Huang Yueli was dumbstruck. What? Divine Lieutenant addressed you as young lord? Li Moying nodded at Li Yuquan and carried Huang Yueli right in. He slowly said, I'm Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord, whereas Li Yuquan is also from the Cloudy Qilin clan. There shouldn't be anything wrong with addressing me as young lord, is there? Huh? Ray. Really? Huang Yueli's eyes widened. Li Moying looked at her full look and sniggered silently. Even with this ordinary-looking disguised face, his little fox was still very cute. But he wanted to teach this young lass a lesson, so he would absolutely not praise her for being cute today. Which tent are you staying in? Li Moying asked. Huang Yueli paused for a moment and replied, Oh, it's that one in the southwest corner. She pointed at a white little tent. Li Moying instantly carried her and walked over. He laid Huang Yueli on the bed, then turned around to pull the tent's hanging door. Only now did Huang Yueli manage to react. She shouted, when did you become Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord? We're both god-grade geniuses. Why am I in such a miserable state while you became the clan's young lord? Hearing that, Li Moying's expression turned gloomy. I was just about to ask you. Aren't you Sacred Phoenix Race's highly valued god-grade genius? I heard that Sacred Phoenix Race even sent out an elder to receive you. Why did you go missing, and even came to such a place? Do you know how long I have been looking for you? There were several times that I thought something had happened to you. The more Li Moying thought, the angrier he thought. He couldn't stop himself from pinching Huang Yueli's face hard. Why, can't you just wait for me to pick you up in Soul Connection Ocean? I'm really so angry. Huang Yueli was berated badly, and her expression looked extremely aggrieved. Why are you treating me so fiercely? Li Moying said angrily, this is considered fierce? Have you ever thought of how worried and scared I have been all this while? Huang Yueli knew she was in the wrong and hurriedly leaned over to kiss his perfectly chiseled cheek. I'm sorry, I know I'm in the wrong. Moreover, I didn't do it purposely. I thought my clan had sent someone to pick me up and he would be very reliable. Whoever knew that I would meet with a sinister, cunning old man? Huang Yueli said softly with a slight trace of coquetry. Li Moying heard her euphonious voice and his heart instantly softened up. But he didn't miss out on the doubtful point in Huang Yueli's words. Wait, what do you mean? What sinister, cunning old man? Huang Yueli sighed and said, he's Elder Huang Sanbai from the sacred phoenix race. Back then, he led a group of people to pick me up from the Soul Connection Ocean and said that the clan valued my innate talent a lot. They wanted to nurture me, and I didn't doubt him. Whoever knew? Huang Yueli spilled out everything about the happenings in Soul Connection Ocean, including the part where Huang Sanbai suddenly became hostile and wanted to kill her. Li Moying's expression turned pale, and he was horrified. Luckily, you're very alert and know how to defend against that old man. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Li Moying narrowed his eyes, and an austere look flashed past his eyes. I met that Huang Sanbai in Serene Rain Town, and I also asked him about your whereabouts. But not only did he not say a word about it, he even blamed the Cloudy Qilin clan. He said that Cloudy Qilin clan's clansmen sneaked an attack on you, causing you to go missing. Back then, I thought that he wouldn't possibly attempt to murder the clan's god-grade genius. Whoever knew that he had designs on the Sky Phoenix ring on you? No wonder, now that I think about it, he indeed seems very suspicious. It's all my fault for not being vigilant enough. I didn't discover his abnormality back then. Now that Li Moying recalled the scenario then, he felt extremely vexed. If only he had discovered that Huang Sanbai's words weren't quite right, he might not need to go on such a big detour and his leader wouldn't need to meet with so many dangerous situations. The two of them might have met up sooner. Li Moying's hands clenched into fists as he punched the edge of the bed. Huang Yueli saw his remorseful look and was heartbroken. She walked up and placed her fingers over his brows, smoothing the creased folds. Don't blame yourself. What you say is not wrong. Huang Sanbai is an esteemed elder in Sacred Phoenix race after all. Just look at the attitude of the other clansmen towards him, he should be highly respected in the clan. Who could imagine that he is actually a sanctimonious-looking hypocrite? Even I also didn't think that such a thing would have happened from the start, not to mention you who is from the Cloudy Qilin clan. This is very normal. She stretched out her head and rubbed it against Li Moying's chest. The most important thing is we finally met again, regardless of all that had happened. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, Li Moying's feelings slowly settled down. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Huang Yueli's head. His tenderness uncontrollably gushed out. That's right, Lear. Since the day I ascended, we've not met for close to 2 years. There's never a day that I haven't missed you in the past 2 years. Lear. Hearing the man's magnetic voice by her ear, Huang Yueli's heart pounded agitatedly as she hugged Li Moying's neck. Me too, me too. Moying, I miss you so much. I've been cultivating day and night every single day, just so that I can meet you sooner. The two of them looked deeply into each other's eyes. Slowly, they closed the distance between them. Huang Yueli sensed that Li Moying wanted to kiss her. She subconsciously shut her eyes, perked up her lips, and waited quietly. However, she waited for a long time, but the anticipated warmth did not appear. Puzzled, she opened her eyes and saw Li Moying staring at her with a complicated expression. Oh my! Huang Yueli instantly reacted and covered her face. I'll go and wash my face, I'll go right now. She jumped and screamed at the same time, running towards the corner of the tent to get a pail of water. Then she started to wash off the disguised pigments on her face. But she was feeling too anxious and wanted to wash off the pigments quickly so that she could conquer this man with her beauty. But the more anxious she was, the easier it was to make a mistake. So she washed her face for a long time, but somehow kept missing out on certain areas. There was always a bit of pigment left on her face. Huang Yueli grew even more flustered and she threw the towel into the wash basin while mumbling angrily, "It's so irritating. This godforsaken place, they don't even have a pail of clean water." Li Moying saw her childish look and found it amusing. So he walked towards her. He took the towel from Huang Yueli and twisted it dry. Then he lifted Huang Yueli's chin and used the towel to wipe the pigments on her face. The dark yellow color was wiped off slowly, revealing Huang Yueli's originally delicate, flawless fair complexion. That big, watery eyes, straight nose bridge, and alluring lips all carried the temptation to lead one to commit a crime. Li Moying threw the towel away and leaned closer to Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli obediently shut her eyes as her heart leaped for joy. She was no longer a stinky man in her husband's eyes. Thinking silently, "I knew it, I'm still a pretty girl in my husband's eyes, his one and only." Li Moying was slowly enchanted by her presence and stretched out his hand to carry her onto the bed. The temporary tent on the front line naturally had rudimentary furnishings, and the bed was also very hard, which was uncomfortable. But to the lovers who reunited after such a long time, they totally couldn't be bothered about these trivialities. The bedroom was engulfed in warmness. On the other end, after Jin Sihan bade Li Moying and Huang Yueli goodbye, he moved swiftly and soon chased up to the majority of the troops. Xianxia had now become this army's temporary commanding officer, as assigned by Huang Yueli before they parted. Her innate talent in formations was pretty high as well. Adding on to the ability to foresee the future, she was a natural leader in leading the army. "Everyone, make a right turn and go round the back of the forest. Advance in full motion." Xianxia rode the steed and gave an order. All the soldiers immediately obeyed her command. She silently thought, the feeling of bossing people around feels pretty great. No wonder that fellow Jin Sihan likes to order people around so much, humph. Just at this moment, she suddenly had a dangerous hunch. Xianxia instantly became alert. "What's going on? We have already left the demon tribe's campsite so far away, and even purposely went on a detour. Why would there still be danger? Could something have happened to Yueli?" Just as she was feeling puzzled, a tall figure suddenly appeared right in front of the troops. This person's aura was extremely strong, and they could tell that he was a top exponent who wasn't easy to deal with. The soldiers became anxious immediately. "Who's that? Report your name, otherwise we will take action. The Allied Army soldiers are currently executing a mission. Those who are not involved should quickly move aside." The soldiers were really afraid of fighting the demon tribe. So when they saw a powerful exponent appearing in front of them, they subconsciously drew out their long swords to prepare to fight. They heaved a sigh of relief when they took a clear look to find the man in front of them was not from the demon tribe. Commander Hu and the others saw the abnormality in front of them and quickly looked for Xianxia to report on this. "Commander Shi, a young god clan practitioner, is blocking our path in front." "What do you? God clan practitioner?" Xianxia frowned and walked to the front, thinking of checking out the situation for herself. However, she only took a look from afar and was instantly dumbstruck. That person who stood in front of the troops was actually Jin Sihan. Why did Jin Sihan suddenly appear at this place? Shouldn't he be in Voracious Wyvern clan, assuming his position of young lord and flirting around? Then shouldn't he be happily frolicking around with his new lover? Xianxia's first reaction was to run away. But she had just nudged when Jin Sihan heard her voice. He shouted sternly, "Xianxia, how dare you try to run away?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Xianxia subconsciously retorted. At the next moment, she realized that a grip tightened around her waist and she was lifted into the air. Following that, she crashed into a wall made of flesh. Jun Sihan simply carried her without any warning, with her head facing down. Xiaoyunqi's face turned bright red and she struggled agitatedly and swung her feet. Jun Sihan, you scum! Let me down, let me down. However, not only did Jun Sihan not let her off, a dangerous sneer was heard coming from his throat. Didn't you say that I was a scum? Didn't you say that I enamored with someone new and forsaken the old, abandoning my wife and tangled myself with another woman? Since I'm already that bad, then why should I let you down? When Xiaoyunqi heard this, her mind suddenly went blank. Something's not right. I painted this picture of Jun Sihan only after I reached Blessed City. And I only told Huang Yueli about this. How did Jun Sihan find out? An idea came to her mind and she suddenly understood what was going on. Huang Yueli, why, you actually betrayed your BFF. Xiaoyunqi was feeling angry, but it was too late to say anything else now. Jun Sihan carried her over his shoulder and directly took her away. When Commander Hu and the others saw this, all of them were overwhelmed with shock. No one expected a God Clan top exponent to suddenly pop out in front of him. Moreover, he even kidnapped their commanding officer without a word. Commander Hu came back to his senses and hurriedly commanded, "Quick! Quickly chase after him. Stop that man and save Commander Shi." The soldiers hurriedly chased after them in hot pursuit, but Jun Sihan's speed wasn't something that ordinary practitioners could compare with. He carried his wife on his shoulder and moved swiftly. In a blink of an eye, he was already gone. Commander Hu was both shocked and horrified, not knowing what he should do next. What is this? Where did that man come from and why did he capture Commander Shi? Commander Yang shook his head. No idea, but this man only captured Commander Shi and did not attack our troops. I think they should have a personal feud? Personal feud? Even if it's a personal feud, he can't just capture our commanding officer, right? We're the allied armies. As someone from one of the God clans, how can he do this? Commander Yang took a look at Commander Hu and shook his head helplessly. Even if he's wrong in doing this, what can we do, since we can't even chase up to him? Moreover, from his ability, even if we did manage to chase up to them, we aren't capable enough to get him back. Commander Shao also said, the only thing we can do now is to hurry back to the campsite and report this to Divine Lieutenant before we decide on the next course of action. Commander Hu heaved a sigh, we can only do this then. Jun Sihan didn't know that he had made Commander Hu and the others so worried. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The only thing on his mind was to teach that troublemaker young lass a good lesson. How dare she run away from home when they disagreed on something? Moreover, she even went on the battlefield, landing herself in such a dangerous situation. Only heaven knew that his life had been shortened by the scare. Xiaoyunqi knew that she was a goner and continued to struggle. Let me down, let me down. Jun Sihan, you scoundrel. Not only did you have an illicit lover, you even hit me. Jun Sihan's veins on his forehead twitched when he heard her accusation. I said 1,000 times that I didn't look for another woman. Moreover, what do you mean by having an illicit lover? Is that term even used to describe men? You didn't have an illicit lover, but you went to look for another woman. Xiaoyunqi recalled the scene that she last saw before she left, and her heart pounded hard with fury. Jun Sihan placed his hand on Xiaoyunqi's butt and threatened, if you dare spout rubbish again, I will teach you a lesson when we return to the campsite. Xiaoyunqi felt the warmth on her back and recalled the various immoral punishments that Jun Sihan often undertook on her. She involuntarily shuddered, not daring to say a word more. Jun Sihan heaved a sigh of relief and carefully adjusted the little lady in his arms into a slightly comfortable position. Then he ran all the way carrying her to the campsite swiftly. When they reached the campsite entrance, Xiaoyunqi said anxiously, wait, let's split up for a while. I am a man at the campsite. If other people were to see us, they will misunderstand. Misunderstand? What's there to misunderstand? You're originally mine. Jin Zihan said overbearingly. Xianxia was rendered speechless by what he said and went into a short blank. Then she said, "But I'm not a man." Before she could finish her sentence, she heard Li Yuquan's voice from a distance away. "Young Master Jun, you've returned too?" Jin Zihan carried Xianxia and gave a simple "aha" as a reply. Li Yuquan smiled and said, "I saw young lord returning very quickly, but you haven't come back. So I was worried that something might have happened. Now that you've come back, all is well." Jin Zihan nodded at him. "Many thanks to Divine Lieutenant for today. I will definitely show my gratitude in the future. Now, I'll make a move first." Saying that he carried Xianxia and left. "Woman, which tent is yours?" Xianxia was still immersed in shock. "Divine Lieutenant, what's the matter with him? Has he gone mad? Or am I dreaming?" Jin Zihan's brows creased. Grabbing Xianxia's jaw, he leaned close to her. "Quickly tell me which is your tent. If you don't speak, I don't mind showing affection in public." His scorching hot breath revolved around Xianxia's lips. Xianxia's eyes widened as she looked at him with an accusing look. "You're shameless." Jin Zihan grinned evilly. "Why don't you try and see if I'm really that shameless or not?" Xianxia chewed her lips. Eventually, she lost because she could not beat that man's thick skin. "My tent is that one over there." She pointed her finger at one of the tents. Jin Zihan couldn't wait to carry his wife in and lay her on the bed. Xianxia was originally still angry. But under Jin Zihan's overbearing oppression, she had no choice but to submit to him. Hence, when no one was around, her expression instantly changed. She asked, coldly, "Young Lord Jun, why didn't you stay put in your clan? Why did you come over here for? Aren't you enjoying the company of your new lover, lying with her on the same bed?" Jin Zihan was angry, but he couldn't help but burst out into laughter on hearing her say that. He walked swiftly to the side of the bed and watched Xianxia intently. "What did you say about me? Care to repeat that? Why are you leaning so closely for? You've already got a new lover. We talked about this in the past. The minute you have a change of heart, I will leave right away. So we're no longer husband and wife, Xianxia said angrily. Whoever knew that when Jin Zihan heard her saying they were no longer husband and wife, his anger instantly arose. He didn't care about anything else, pounced on her, and made her fall onto the bed. Xianxia instantly went silent. Her face was as red as a beetroot and she pushed Jin Zihan's shoulder. By the time Jin Zihan let her go, Xianxia was already panting heavily. She stared at him angrily but didn't dare to say a single word. She was scared that this man would punish her upon any disagreement. However, Jin Zihan's deep gaze stopped on her face. A moment later, his gaze gradually turned warm. He sighed softly, elbows placed on the sides of Xianxia's head, and he looked attentively into her eyes. "Little she, I'm saying this for the last time. Nothing happened between that woman and me. That day, I was drunk and she suddenly ran into my room. But luckily I woke up in time and chased her away. I only have you in my heart and will absolutely not do anything that will let you down." When Xianxia was threatened by his fierce look, she never took it lying down and would shout back at him. But once his tone turned so gentle, Xianxia instantly softened up and tears started to well up in her eyes. But you gave her a chance. You promised not to see her again." Jin Zihan hurriedly explained, "I didn't. I swear I didn't. I also don't know how she managed to come into our residence. Perhaps it was my mother." Xianxia pouted and said aggrievedly, "I know it was your mother again. I understood this long ago. You people from the voracious wyvern clan feel that I'm not worthy of you just because I am not born in one of the god clans. So that's why they keep obstructing us. If it wasn't for the fact that we already have a child in the lower realm, they would probably have forced me to leave. Even now, they keep trying to introduce women to you. Jun Sehan looked at her aggrieved look. The thought of giving her a lecture earlier was long gone. Now, only heartache filled his entire heart. Since the day he met this young lady, all he hoped for was to protect her properly and see her stay beside him blissfully. In the past, he indeed managed to do this. But not knowing from when it began, everything started to change. Moreover, as her husband, this was his fault. Jun Sehan took Xianxia into his arms, lowered his head, and sincerely planted his lips on her forehead. It's entirely my fault. Little she, it's all my fault. I promise that this time when we return, I will never let anyone make you feel aggrieved again. If the same thing as that day happens again, I will leave Voracious Wyvern Clan with you and Howard. Then we can go tour the world on our own. Xianxia looked so pitiful that she was about to cry. Upon hearing this, her eyes finally widened in astonishment. What? You're going to leave Voracious Wyvern Clan with us? But, you're the clan's young lord. If it was any other man who said this, there was a possibility of that person coaxing the young ladies with these honeyed words. But Xianxia knew that her husband was a man of his words. He would never say anything that he couldn't do, especially to her. Jun Sehan looked at her seriously and said, Little she, you rank number 1 in my heart. Even our Howard isn't as important as you. I only hope that you can trust me a little more. Xianxia's tears rolled down her face. She pounced into Jun Sehan's arms and hugged his neck, rubbing her tears on him. Boo-hoo-hoo, hubby, I miss you so much. I didn't want to leave you. Jun Sehan patted her back to comfort her. I know. I miss you too. But my dear little she, can you stop rubbing your snot on my neck? The two young couples were enjoying their intimate time. As for the 3 commanders, they led their troops of more than 2,000 men and spent a very long time reaching the campsite. It was almost dawn by the time they arrived. Li Yuquan was still seated in the center of the campsite. He persisted through the night with his frail and seriously injured body, just waiting for them to return. Upon seeing Commander Hu and the others, Li Yuquan heaved a sigh of relief. You're finally back. How did the attack on the demon tribe's campsite go? From your looks, you must have won decisively, right? The moment Commander Hu saw Li Yuquan, he hurriedly dashed over as though he saw his relative. He reported agitatedly, Divine Lieutenant, bad news. Command Li and Commander Shi are in trouble. Li Yuquan just said a word. But Commander Hu was overly anxious and failed to notice his gaze. He continued to speak. Commander Li led us to secretly invade the demon tribe's campsite. Initially, everything went smoothly. Commander Li and Commander Shi led a strike team of 100 people and successfully killed Sky Devil Rui Xian. At the same time, they also damaged the demon tribe's defensive arrays. We took the opportunity to lead the army in and attacked the demon tribe's campsite. Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi might have returned long ago, but they were both carried in by their husbands. Li Yuquan didn't dare ask much due to the 2 men's overpowering aura. So he let them return to their tents. But as this was the first time he heard about the battle situation in detail, his eyes lit up. What? Those 2 young loss, cough, they killed Rui Xian? Then the rest of you successfully conquered the demon tribe's campsite? Hearing that, Commander Hu's expression sank and he shook his head. We didn't. Just as we thought victory was in our grasp, an unforeseen situation suddenly happened. Unforeseen situation? What unforeseen situation? Li Yuquan asked with a frown. Earlier when he saw Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi return, the 2 of them looked rather relaxed and were even flirting with their husbands. So he subconsciously felt that the process of launching the surprise attack should have gone smoothly. But from Commander Hu's tone, it didn't seem so. Commander Hu narrated the entire process of the battle at the demon tribe's campsite. Just as we annihilated the entire demon tribe and were preparing to return, Sky Devil Ruize suddenly appeared at the campsite. Moreover, he kept asking who killed his younger brother. Li Yukuan was startled. What? Sky Devil Ruize? Why did Ruize suddenly appear? The location where he is in closed-door cultivation is very far away from the demon tribe campsite. Moreover, he should have expelled all outer world interference when he went into closed door. Could it be that the demon tribe purposely sent someone to ask him for help? Sai Huang, cough cough, is still inexperienced. He should have considered the demon tribe going to look for reinforcements at that moment. Li Yukuan said vexedly. Commander Hu hurriedly said, "That's not it, Divine Lieutenant." Back then, Commander Li also thought of this kind of situation. So before we started to fight, she assigned Commander Jing, Commander Jian, and Commander Hua to the only path that Sky Devil Ruize was in closed-door cultivation, so that they could stop all those people who were prepared to seek reinforcements. Hearing this, Li Yukuan's brows creased even more tightly than before. Since he's already prepared, why did Sky Devil Ruize still hear of the news? At this point, Commander Hu suddenly went silent. He hesitated for a moment, then said softly, This subordinate isn't very sure as well. In view of their relationship as colleagues, Commander Hu didn't judge based on any unconfirmed guesses. But Li Yukuan was a shrewd man, so he had more or less guessed that something fishy was going on. I think this matter should be related to Jing Zhihai. I should have known that Jing Zhihai is overly arrogant. He strives for power and thinks he is top-notch, so it's very hard for him to coordinate with other people. But I didn't expect him to treat the frontline battle as a game. By divulging our army's surprise attack plan, he wasn't getting Li Yuehuang in trouble only. The entire campsite's soldiers and their lives were also planted into danger. The moment Li Yukuan thought of this, he was so angry that he shook violently. Originally he had recovered quite a bit after taking Xia Yunqi's pill and recuperating for an entire day. At least, he was no longer gasping for breath or lying immovable. But after finding out about the thing that Jing Zhihai and the others did, he started to pant heavily, as though he was about to faint. Commander Hu was shocked by this scene and hurriedly ran over to support him. Divine Lieutenant, don't be angry, don't be so angry for now. We still haven't ascertained the truth of this matter yet. This subordinate had already sent someone to head to the location where Commander Jing and the others were in ambush. When they return, we will find out what exactly had happened. However, Li Yukuan's expression was still consumed with rage. Commander Hu thought and said, perhaps Commander Jing and the others didn't do any wrong, but were negligent. So they accidentally allowed the demon tribe's soldier to slip away and seek reinforcements. Isn't that the same? Li Yukuan angrily interrupted him. As a commander, he is leading an army of more than 1,000 people, yet he could still allow a devil to escape and seek reinforcements. Under military regulations, the penalty for neglecting one's responsibility is death. Hearing this, Commander Hu no longer dared to make a sound. Actually, he had secretly ascertained that Jing Zhihai and the others had already betrayed the allied armies. Otherwise, how would things be so coincidental? From the demon tribe's campsite to Sky Devil Ruize's closed-door cultivation cave, the journey would take at least 4 hours. So how could Ruize possibly come in time? This was simply illogical? Li Yukuan's personal guards fed him a pill, and after drinking several mouths of water, his emotions gradually started to calm down. Alright, continue with your story. How could you guys possibly deal with Sky Devil Ruize when he appeared at the demon tribe's campsite? I can tell that your troops don't have many casualties. So how did you manage to escape? Commander Hu recalled the most important thing for today, and he lifted his attention and continued with his story. Sky Devil Ruize was pressing hard on us, and we didn't have any other ideas. The only thing we could do was to choose to send a group of people to delay him to allow the majority of the troops to retreat timely. This subordinate wanted to lead the troops to stay, but Commander Lee insisted on holding Ruize back alone, to let all of us leave first. We were in a stalemate and Commander Lee just jumped out to fight with Ruize himself. Hearing that, Commander Hu suddenly stopped. Li Yukuan was totally absorbed in the story. When he realized that Commander Hu had stopped, he quickly urged, "What happened after that? How did Li Yuehuang hold Ruize off?" Commander Hu hesitated for a moment and said, "This." I'm not sure if this subordinate had seen it wrongly. After Commander Lee stepped forward bravely, Commander Shi took over the control of the army and asked all of us to retreat at our fastest speed. After we left for a short distance, this subordinate was just too worried and turned around to check on Commander Lee's situation. In the end, I discovered. He stopped again. Li Yukuan frowned. What did you discover? Why are you hemming and hawing? Commander Hu clenched his teeth and said, I discovered that Commander Lee summoned a phoenix to fight with Sky Devil Ruize. But this subordinate must have seen wrongly. Commander Lee is a human, so how could he possibly have a phoenix? But he indeed managed to hold Ruize back for a long time. Even until we escaped back to our campsite, we didn't see Ruize chasing after us. Saying that, Commander Hu suddenly plopped to the ground. His eyes were filled with tears and his voice started to choke. Div. Divine Lieutenant. Commander Lee He saved all of us and is our benefactor. Moreover, he didn't return to our troop. I'm afraid that he had sacrificed himself already. It wasn't only Commander Hu, even Commander Xiao and Commander Yang also looked touched. All of them felt extremely touched whenever they recalled the moment when Huang Yueli stepped forward bravely. Divine Lieutenant, Commander Lee died too aggrievedly. It's all thanks to Commander Lee for our victory today. But Li Yukuan's brows started to twitch. Hearing this now, the situation back then indeed seemed very critical. The thing that Huang Yueli did was indeed very touching. But that lass was apparently saved by her husband. She was not hurt at all. In fact, the two of them were enjoying themselves in their tents. Who knew what the young couple was doing right now? These fellows were wailing so loudly right now. They had better not disturb his young lord. Thinking of this, Li Yukuan coughed hard. Alright, don't be so sad for now. Finish updating on the battlefield situation first. Did everything go smoothly when you were retreating? Did you meet with any more demon tribes attacks? Li Yukuan continued to question them. Hearing this question, the three commanders stopped sobbing and went silent again. After a while, Commander Hu said, while we were retreating, under Commander Shi's orders, we made a bit of a detour. But we didn't meet any devil soldiers on the entire journey. But just as we were about to reach the campsite, another accident happened again. Another accident? Li Yukuan was stunned momentarily, then he felt a little amused when he thought of something. Commander Hu and the others were filled with grief. That's right. A mysterious god clan practitioner suddenly appeared halfway, and his power was extremely overbearing. He didn't say a word and abducted Commander Shi. We couldn't even chase up to him, much less fight with him. Commander Yang also said, we guessed that man might have a personal feud with Commander Shi. But even so, isn't he a little too arrogant and conceited? He abducted our officer when the allied armies and demon tribe were engaged in war. This is a serious violation of the military regulations. We must capture that fellow. That's right, we must investigate this matter to the end and save Commander Shi. Commander Xiao also echoed in agreement. Looking at their indignant expressions, Li Yuquan almost choked on his saliva. Cough cough, about this. He didn't know what to say at this moment, and suddenly, he heard a loud plop. Li Yuquan lowered his head and was shocked. Because the three commanders kneeled in front of him at the same time. The three of them looked somber and bitter. Divine Lieutenant, we are guilty. Please punish us severely. Li Yuquan hurriedly said, what are you guys doing? Quickly get up. You took part in the surprise attack and successfully destroyed the demon tribe's campsite. This is huge military merit. What wrong have you done? The three of them shook their heads vehemently. The merit of destroying the demon tribe's campsite is mainly because Commander Li and Commander Shi had killed Sky Devil Rueishuan. Otherwise, just based on the few of us, what military merit can we establish? Now, only a few of us lead the soldiers back alive. However, the two commanders who made the most military merits have gone missing. Actually, the three of them had already confirmed that Huang Yueli was dead. Xia Yunqi's life might still be alive, but from the man's terrifying aura who abducted her, they somehow felt that he would end up in a miserable state. Looking at the three commanders' self-abasement looks, Li Yuquan shook his head helplessly. All of you, stand up. The three of them remained unmoved. Li Yuquan could only tell them this. Get up. I'll tell you the truth. Li Yuehuang and Xianxia are fine. In fact, they came back much earlier than all of you, and they're already at the campsite. Huh? What? The three of them lifted their heads simultaneously with an extremely dazed expression. Apparently, they didn't expect to hear this result, even in their dreams. Divine Lieutenant, is what you said true? Surely you're not just comforting us, right? Li Yuquan said disapprovingly, why would I need to comfort you? Is there a need to lie to you on this kind of thing? Both Commander Li and Commander Shi were brought back by their husbands. They're both fine. But don't you ever go disturb them. What? What husband? The three commanders felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Li Yuehuang and Xianxia are both men. Men? How can a man have a husband? Could it be that they are interested in men? Moreover, they secretly eloped behind their partners' backs? No wonder. No wonder that man who abducted Xianxia had such a ghastly expression. He looked exactly like a jealous husband who caught his escaped wife. Back then, everyone still found it rather strange. But now, they finally comprehended the situation. But the moment they remembered that there were two gays at their campsite. The three commanders covered their asses at the same time and were secretly feeling glad that they looked very ordinary. Otherwise, they might not be able to preserve their moral integrity. Li Yuquan didn't notice their rich expressions and simply waved his hand, dismissing them to go rest. On the next day, the sky was bright and sunny when it was almost noon. Sunlight seeped past the fabric seams and shone into the tent. The handsome man's upper body was bare as he leaned against a small single bed. His lips tilted upward slightly as his gentle gaze landed on the young lady in his arms. It was obvious that Huang Yueli was tired out by him because she was still sleeping. He didn't know if Li Yuquan had specially given out orders. The surroundings of their tent were very quiet and no one came to interrupt them. Li Moying felt bad for his little fox and knew that she had experienced many dangers during this period. She had to face everything alone and her mental state was tightly wound. It was only until now that she could finally relax, so she slept very well. Hence, he awoke long ago, but he did not move. He did this to let Huang Yueli lean against his body to sleep comfortably. Not knowing how much time had passed, Huang Yueli's eyelashes fluttered slightly. After a while, she opened her eyes, but her gaze was still rather dazed. Apparently, she was not fully awake. Huang Yueli blinked and subconsciously rubbed her face on Li Moying as she mumbled softly. Oh, I dreamt of my husband again. This dream is so realistic, even his scent seems so real. Saying that, she leaned closer to Li Moying's neck and took a deep breath. Li Moying couldn't stop laughing and lowered his head to plant a kiss on her face. Lear, are you sleepwalking? What do you mean like, seems so real? I'm real, right? Oh? Even your smile resembles my husband. Huang Yueli's eyes opened wide in delight, as she lifted her hand to touch his perfected chiseled good-looking face. Li Moying's brows rose and thought, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. My Lear seems to have gone a little dull. Could it be that I did not nourish her enough? Thinking of this, he suddenly flipped over and locked the young lady in his arms on the bed. Then he planted his lips on that noisy little mouth. Huang Yueli instantly opened her eyes wide. Under such a clear assault, her foggy little brain immediately cleared up. Last night's scene started to flow into her mind. Oh my gosh. I had been saved by my husband last night. Moreover, the two of us returned to the campsite together. All this is true. Even this man who is hugging me is also real. Huang Yueli's heart was filled with joy. But she slowly felt that something was amiss. Li Moying's movements seemed to be more and more unruly. Huang Yueli's face flushed red in a second and she pushed Li Moying away. What are you doing? It's broad daylight now. Li Moying's body stood as still as a mountain. Huang Yueli had no choice but to twist his ear. She said angrily, that's enough from you. Quickly get up from bed. It's already very late. What will happen later if Divine Lieutenant sends someone to come look for us? She had just stopped when a soldier's cautious voice rang from outside the tent. Commander Li, may I ask, are you awake? Divine Lieutenant is asking all the commanders to the main tent for a discussion. Huang Yueli shot a glance at Li Moying, expressing for him to not make a sound, before she raised her voice to say, all right, please inform Divine Lieutenant that I will head over now. When the soldier left, she immediately shoved Li Moying again. Quickly get up. We have to go to the main tent. Li Moying stooped over her and stared at her face for a long time. Then he suddenly bit her nose. Ouch ouch. Huang Yueli hurriedly lifted her hands to cover her nose. Li Moying snorted disgruntledly, this goddamn place is so troublesome. Quickly come back to Cloudy Qilin clan with me. Huang Yueli looked at his black face, which she couldn't help but find it comical. Alright, you're really angry? We can't go over to Cloudy Qilin clan right now. At least we have to settle the matter for Divine Lieutenant first, isn't it? After all, I'm the current commanding officer of this campsite. Li Moying became unhappier and his face darkened when he heard her say that. His wife actually refused to return home with him. But at the same time, he felt rather proud. Because his Lear indeed had outstanding innate talent. Nothing could hide her brilliance. Even though she came to this campsite for less than a month, her ability was already recognized by everyone on the campsite. The only bad thing was, she was a little too bold. She actually fought a sky devil alone. Thinking of this, Li Moying began to be upset again. He grabbed Huang Yueli's shoulders and said in a deep voice, if you want to stay here and help Li Yukuan, that is doable. But from today onwards, you have to listen to me. Huang Yueli was stunned and looked at him in astonishment. Listen to you? Why? I'm the campsite's commanding officer, alright? It's because, you're too impulsive. I feel that you cannot manage things alone without your husband. Li Moying shot a glance at her through the corner of his eye. Huang Yueli immediately retorted in disagreement, what? You're being biased. When you weren't around, I did very well at the campsite. Stop looking down on me. Li Moying mocked her coldly. A Dream Profound Realm practitioner actually dared to challenge a Sky Devil mid-phase top practitioner? Yet, you dare to claim that you were doing well. Do you know that as the campsite's commanding officer, how valuable is your life? Do you think it makes sense for you to risk your life? Huang Yueli retorted, I just feel that I have little Phoenix with me. So I have a higher chance of escaping. Since that's so, why should I let the others take the risk of losing their lives just to cover me? Li Moying's expression fell when he heard her words. So, when you were risking your life, you totally forgot that you have a husband waiting for your return? Huang Yueli was at a loss for words. You probably don't know that if you were to get into an accident, I will also not live any longer, right? What rubbish are you talking about? Hearing that, Huang Yueli jumped up agitatedly to cover his mouth. I don't allow you to spout nonsense. Li Moying held her little hands tightly in his palm. Lear, I'm not joking. If you really got into an accident, I will definitely accompany you in death. If you still cherish this life that you saved with your own. You must remember that no matter what circumstance you are in, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Promise me this, alright? A bewitching glow shone like stars in Li Moying's peach blossom eyes. Huang Yueli blinked and felt that her soul was sucked into his eyes. Eventually, she nodded her head obediently and said, all right. Good. Since we've agreed on this, then you'd have to listen to me in the next few days. Li Moying let go of her and stood up. Huh? What? What have we agreed on? I didn't say I'm going to listen to you totally. You're playing tricks on me. Huang Yueli lifted the blanket and stood up, wanting to sort it out with Li Moying. Just as she planted her feet on the ground, she suddenly felt the temperature in the air rising. Li Moying's gaze that fell on her seemed to be burning up. Huang Yueli subconsciously lowered her head to discover that she wasn't wearing anything at all. In fact, various marks were left on her body from last night's activity. You shameless fellow. Get out right now. Using one hand, Huang Yueli grabbed her clothes and clutched them in front of her chest while the other hand was shoving Li Moying out of the tent. Li Moying didn't expect himself to be swept out of the door by his wife. He hadn't worn his clothes yet as well. Facing the surrounding Allied Army soldiers' strange gazes, he was rather calm. He raised his voice and shouted into the tent, darling, my clothes are still inside. If you don't pass it to me, I will have to run around in the nude. The last word had just ended when a man's robe was thrown out. Li Moying grabbed his clothes and shook his head helplessly. As he put it on, he sighed, why is my life so difficult? We're already married, but my wife refuses to let me look at her. I only took a look and was chased out by her. Is there any other man who has a more pitiful life than me? Shut up. Huang Yueli's resentful voice echoed out from the tent. After a long while later, Huang Yueli lifted the curtain door and walked out. Li Moying had already tidied up his clothes. When he heard a sound, he turned around and looked in the direction where Huang Yueli walked out from. Upon one look, he was stunned on the spot. Li Moying was originally anticipating that he would be able to see his little fox dressed up as a beautiful young lady, holding his arm sweetly and appearing in front of the others to show off their love. But in reality, why are you in disguise again? Li Moying frowned, as he didn't bother to hide the disdain in his eyes. Huang Yueli said unconcernedly, we're still at the campsite now. Look around you, there's not one woman in sight. If I were to put on woman's clothing, wouldn't it seem too strange? Anyway, I'm already used to this disguise, so I'll change it back once I reach Blessed City. Li Moying was extremely dissatisfied because bringing Huang Yueli with this face made him feel that he was in a relationship with a man. But even so, he gave in to her in the end. Are you already prepared? Then let's go. Li Moying said, holding her hand. All right, let's hurry. Divine Lieutenant should be very anxious from waiting. Huang Yueli looked at his natural reaction and beamed. No matter how much he disdained this face, this man was still unwilling to let go of her, even for a short while. While they were on their way to the main tent, they saw Xianxia and Jun Sihan from afar. Xianxia chose to continue dressing up as a man, just like Huang Yueli. They were holding hands as well and looked very loving. Huang Yueli blinked and exaggeratedly said, "Wow. Why haven't you dumped this scumbag husband who had an affair?" Huang Yueli asked intentionally. Hearing that, Jun Sihan swept a cold glance at Li Moying. His meaning was very obvious. "Control your woman." Xianxia seemed slightly embarrassed and turned to look at Jun Sihan first, before explaining to Huang Yueli that I had a little misunderstanding with Sihan previously. But we've already cleared it up. Huang Yueli said earnestly, "How can that be? You can't trust a man's words. How can you forgive him just because he casually coaxed you? You must make him kneel on the washing board or durians." Li Moying. Control your wife. Jun Sihan finally lost it. He tugged Xianxia into his arms and directly led her to the main tent, not allowing Huang Yueli to continue inciting disharmony between him and Xianxia. Huang Yueli looked at their backs and stuck out her tongue. "Eh? Why did they leave so suddenly? I just barely said a few words." Li Moying helplessly pinched her cheek. "Stop torturing them. Brother Jun and young Miss Xia went through a lot of events, even more than us. They have finally got a happy ending. If you make Brother Jun angry..." Huang Yueli raised her chin and said, "So what if I make him angry? Does he dare to beat me? I also have my husband to protect me." Huang Yueli naturally relied on her husband's protection, and that made Li Moying feel very satisfied. But he said, "Although I will protect you, Brother Jun will never let you meet sister-in-law again. Then you'll have one less friend." That's true." Thinking of this, Huang Yueli instantly gave up and stopped. "Alright, I won't speak badly of him anymore. You little troublemaker." Li Moying's words might sound very disdainful, but his tone was extremely coddling. He lowered his head, intending to kiss Huang Yueli, but met with that ordinary-looking man's face. Li Moying instantly paused and turned his head to the other side. He decided to pretend as if nothing had happened. However, Huang Yueli already knew what he was intending to do. Seeing his shrink back, she instantly said angrily, "You dare to scorn me, humph." She hugged Li Moying's neck and pulled him over. Then tipping her toes, she planted a kiss on his face. It was rather loud. Following her actions, a few gasps were heard coming from their side. Turning her head, she realized that Commander Hu and the others were just standing a short distance behind them. Their expressions seemed extremely strange. To be precise, it looked a little constipated. Huang Yueli realized that she had been caught red-handed for kissing Li Moying and instantly froze. Awkward. It's so awkward. But she was usually rather thick-skinned, so she calmed down rather quickly. Huang Yueli coughed softly and grabbed Li Moying's arm as she introduced him to them. "This is my husband." Huang Yueli was confident that after she made known Li Moying's status to them, those commanders' expressions would resume back to normal. Whoever knew that upon hearing what she said, they looked even more terrified. "Haha, so. You're Commander Li's husband. Congratulations on your reunion. If there's nothing else, I'll make a move first." The commanders left swiftly, and in a second, they were gone. Huang Yueli was instantly stoned. She turned back, took a look at Li Moying, and asked, curiously, "What's wrong with them? Why do they seem to have seen a ghost when they saw me? In the past, my relationship with others was pretty good." Li Moying saw her dazed look and burst out laughing. "Did you even consider the fact that you look like a man now? Would anyone not be horrified when they see you kissing another man?" Huang Yueli was stunned but abruptly understood the situation. The look on her face instantly turned colorful. This this bunch of fellows, isn't their imagination a little too rich? Moreover, even if I have a gay tendency, do they need to run away so quickly? I'm not even interested in them. They're so narcissistic. Li Moying looked at her angry face and his lips curled slightly. Ignore them. It's time for us to go to the main tent. It seems that we're the only ones who haven't arrived. He held Huang Yueli's hand once again and led her toward the main tent. Li Yuquan sat on the main seat with a slightly greenish expression. Apparently, his injury wouldn't be healed that easily. Other than him, Xianxia and Jun Sihan were seated together talking softly. Commander Hu, Commander Xiao, and Commander Yang were seated on the other end, looking at Xianxia and Jun Sihan weirdly. When Huang Yueli and Li Moying walked in, they turned to look at them as well. Huang Yueli saw their paranoid expressions and intentionally held Li Moying's arm intimately. She pulled him to pay their greetings to Li Yuquan. Divine Lieutenant, my husband and I have arrived. Seeing Huang Yueli greeting him, Li Yuquan was so shocked that he almost fell off his seat. He hastily lowered his head and said, Your lady, please don't do this. You're torturing this subordinate. I didn't know that you were young lord's wife previously. Otherwise, how would I even dare to assign you those dangerous missions? Hearing Li Yuquan's words, Commander Hu and the others' facial muscles started to twitch involuntarily. These days, even a man can get married officially to a dressed as your lady? Huang Yueli laughed and shook her head upon hearing that. Divine Lieutenant, my husband is my husband, but I'm indeed one of the commanders in this campsite, one of your subordinates. So paying my greetings to you is necessary. You need not act in this manner. Li Yuquan hurriedly said, It's originally our honor for young Lord and young Master Jun to come to our campsite. Hearing that, Commander Hu and the others finally felt that something was amiss. Li Yuquan might only be a divine lieutenant, but his position in the allied armies was still very high. Adding on that he was one of the core members of the Cloudy Qilin clan, he might look humble, but in reality, there was a hint of arrogance within him as well. This was the first time Commander Hu and the others saw Li Yuquan truly expressing his goodwill to someone. In fact, he seemed to be shaking in fear and trepidation. They looked at Li Moying in astonishment, then at Jun Sihan who was beside Xianxia, and asked cautiously, Divine Lieutenant, may I ask who these two young masters are? Li Yuquan then recalled that he hadn't introduced them. Hence, he nodded respectfully toward Li Moying and said, Oh, I almost forgot to do the introductions. Young Lord and young Master Jun, these three people are our army's commanders. Old Hu, Old Xiao, Old Yang, don't be rude. This young master here is my Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord, young Master Li Moying. As for young Master Jun Sihan, he is Voracious Wyvern clan's young lord. Li Yuquan's introduction left Commander Hu and the others in a daze. What? Cloudy Qilin clan and Voracious Wyvern clan's young lords? I'm not dreaming, am I? I think my ears are playing a trick on me. I must have heard him wrongly. The three of them muttered to themselves at the same time, making Li Yuquan feel extremely embarrassed. What dreaming, what heard wrongly? These two are Cloudy Qilin clan and Voracious Wyvern clan's young lords. Their wives landed in the demon tribe's control area because of the accident during teleportation. Later they came to our campsite and had been stuck here since. Both young lords have specially come to pick them up. Li Yuquan explained briefly and shot a warning look at the two commanders who were still in a daze. It was rare for young lord to come to his campsite personally, so Li Yuquan was hoping to perform well. In the end, these three dimwits caused him so much embarrassment. Why didn't he have any ingenious people around him? Seeing them still in their daydream, Li Yuquan coughed loudly. Aren't you guys going to pay your greetings to both young lords? The three of them seemed as though they had just awoke from their dreams and immediately half knelt on the ground to greet Li Moying and Jun Sihan. Greetings to both young masters. Li Moying and Jun Sihan had already received weird looks from these three fellows in the morning. But they had no intention to make things difficult for them, so the two of them expressed for them to stand up. Commander Hu and the others retreated to a corner in terror. They cautiously sized Li Moying and Jun Sihan up. In the entire God realm boundary, the ancient God clan's young lords were top figures. Usually, it was impossible for Grade 1 commanders, who were mid-level military officers like themselves, to meet these people. But this time, they met with two at the same time. This made Commander Hu and the others felt extremely terrified, yet also flattered. Moreover, when they saw these two from close up, they were indeed the noblest clan's successors. Both of them had extraordinary looks and elegant bearings. Although they seemed pretty young, the aura that they gave off and their ability was no less than Li Yuquan. This kind of innate talent was never heard of. Commander Hu and the others climbing to the rank of commanders were considered as a genius among the ordinary people in God realm. They were usually very strict with themselves, hoping to break through to an even higher realm. But after they met with the peerless geniuses like Li Moying and Jun Sihan, everyone suddenly felt as though they were being suppressed by a mountain. They felt that they were as minute as a grain of sand. But when they had just appeased their agitated feelings and started to listen to their conversation with Li Yuquan, they discovered that the two of them were very well spoken with a hint of elegance in their speech. They also had a strong presence as though they were in a superior position for a long time, yet not making one feel pressurized. This was something that a genuine noble could achieve. But the three commanders' visions landed on the people next to Li Moying and Jun Sihan. This time, their gazes turned complicated once again. Why are these two distinguished young masters gay? Moreover, they even married another man to be their wives. Although it was said that as long as a practitioner had enough power in God realm, no one would bother whatever weird fetishes they had. So being in a relationship between men was not a big deal here. But these two people were successors of a large clan. Surely their clan would object to it, wouldn't they? Moreover, they could forego the fact that Jun Sihan found Commander Shi. After all, he was a suave and handsome man. But why did young Lord Li have to find an ordinary-looking man like Commander Li? His taste was really heavy. Commander Hu started to let his imagination run wild when suddenly, he heard Li Yuquan's voice ringing from the front. Commander Hu, do you think this plan is doable? Can your troops coordinate with the operation? Commander Hu was still lost in his thoughts and went into a daze. WH. What? Li Yuquan spoke out in displeasure. What were you thinking about? We are in the middle of discussing such an important matter, but you were daydreaming? Tell me, what were you thinking about earlier? Commander Hu instantly turned tongue-tied. How can I tell Divine Lieutenant what I was thinking about earlier? However, Li Yuquan's penetrative gaze landed on him, as though he insisted that he had to say out what was on his mind. Commander Hu subconsciously looked at Huang Yueli. He saw her sitting next to Li Moying and smiling so sweetly until her beautiful white teeth were showing. Li Moying also sat up straight and leaned nearer to her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Upon seeing this, Commander Hu's brain suddenly malfunctioned and accidentally spilled out his inner thoughts. You guys, why do you like to marry a man as a wife? Is this a trend in God Realm's large clans? When he said that, Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi froze. No matter how thick-skinned their faces were, they were so stumped that they couldn't say a word. Li Yuquan's lips twitched. He tried to hold himself back until he lost it. What rubbish are you saying? What man is a wife? How can you even say this? Quickly apologize to both young masters and their wives. But Commander Hu quickly realized that he had said the wrong things after he misspoke, and felt extremely awkward. After being lectured by Li Yuquan, he turned toward Huang Yueli and said in embarrassment, Team. Team Leader Li. I'm not doing this intentionally. I don't mean to look down on gays. I'm just, cough cough, I just find it a little strange. Just treat that I've passed gas. Oh no, I mean, just treat me like gas and let me off. Hearing that, everyone in the main tent burst out laughing. Even Huang Yueli couldn't take it and laughed so much that she fell into Li Moying's lap. Commander Hu looked at Huang Yueli in complete puzzlement. What are all of you laughing at? He thought, is it really that funny? Huang Yueli looked at his honest look and couldn't bear to deceive him any longer. She explained kindly, Commander Hu, Commander Shi, and I are actually women. But it would be more convenient to do things at the campsite, so we dressed up as men. I'm so sorry to have made you misunderstand us for so long. Commander Hu and the others were stunned upon hearing that. They looked blankly at Huang Yueli, then at Xianxia with disbelief. No matter how they looked, these two looked exactly like men. Even their voices sounded like men. Of course, the most important thing was Huang Yueli and Xianxia's abilities were shockingly powerful. They had strong observation skills and commanding skills that surpassed ordinary people's standards. On the battlefield, their decisions were resolute, not weaker than anyone at all. When other men saw them, their legs would unconsciously soften. Which part do they resemble two young ladies? Huang Yueli saw Commander Hu's shocked look and couldn't help but laugh. She turned around and said to Li Moying, Hubby, he says you have a gay tendency. How can you make other people misunderstand in such a way? Shouldn't you self-reflect on your mistakes? Li Moying's eyebrows rose and lifted his hand to pinch her straight nose. The person who should self-reflect is you. I've already asked you to change back into female clothes. I don't want to. I'm the campsite's commanding officer. Only by wearing this will I be able to hold the field. Huang Yueli pouted. When Huang Yueli talked to Li Moying, she didn't disguise her voice and automatically changed back to her original voice. When Commander Hu heard her soft voice, he instantly softened up. Only now did he believe that this ordinary-looking thin man was really a woman. He thought, but if Li Huang is a woman, isn't she too pitiful? Her looks are so ordinary, so how is she going to get married in the future? Oh wait, she's already married. Moreover, she's married to the high and mighty Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord. Young Lord Li's taste is so heavy. Could it be that he likes Li Huang's voice? Commander Hu started to let his thoughts run wild again. When Li Yukuan saw that, he coughed loudly. Enough, now that you're already cleared up the misunderstanding, you're not allowed to spout nonsense again, or offend both young lords and their wives. Another thing to take note of is both young madams' identities are to be kept secret. Don't spread this to the ordinary soldiers. When the three commanders heard Li Yukuan's serious instruction, they instantly straightened their backs and responded in unison, Yes, sir. Li Yukuan nodded and turned to look at Li Moying and Jun Sihan. Young Lord, Young Master, Jun. The North Demon tribe has been destroyed and Ruai's left due to his injury. Our campsite's crisis of being surrounded has already been lifted. What are your plans next? Li Yukuan might be talking to Li Moying and Jun Sihan, but his gaze revolved around Huang Yueli and Xianxia. He silently felt that it was a pity. He had finally found two rare commanding talents in his troops. Their battle-innate talents were outstanding, and he thought that he could nurture them to become his successors. Whoever knew that the both of them were women? Moreover, their backings were so huge. They married such outstanding husbands. This time, he could forget about asking them to stay. He gauged that these two noble young masters had finally managed to save their wives, so they would be in a hurry to return to Blessed City. Li Moying was silent for a moment, then he said, We're here to save them and have no intention to dabble in the Allied Army's military affairs. My wife and young Miss Xia have yet to officially register with the Allied armies. So they're not considered official military officers and are not subjected to control. So, Brother June and I plan to leave with them today. Thank you, Divine Lieutenant, for taking care of them over the past few days. We owe you a favor. If you have any needs in the future, feel free to look for us. Hearing this, Liu Kuan's face apparently revealed a disappointed look. But he didn't say a word after hesitating for a moment. However, Huang Yueli saw his reaction. She thought for a moment and said, Divine Lieutenant, yesterday, did Commander Jing and the others return to the campsite? Speaking of this matter, Liu Kuan instantly grew furious. He slammed his palm on the coffee table, causing all the cups to shake. I was just about to talk about this. Jing Zhihai and the other two are simply too audacious. If it wasn't for young Lord and young Master June who arrived in time, I can't even imagine what would happen to all of you. Sigh, it's all my fault for not being able to see through them. Huang Yueli originally just asked, casually. She didn't imagine that Liu Kuan's reaction would be so agitated. She asked in puzzlement, Divine Lieutenant, what's going on? Xianxia was also attracted by this. Her eyes widened and looked at Liu Kuan. What did Jing Zhihai and the others do? Liu Kuan spoke through gritted teeth. Yesterday night after both young ladies returned, Old Hu and the others also arrived back shortly after. But there was no sight of Jing Zhihai and the others at all. This morning, as they still hadn't appeared, I asked Old Hu about the location where you assigned Jing Zhihai and asked him to lead some men over to search for them. About the matters following that, you'd better ask Old Hu yourself. I'm so angry. The more Liu Kuan spoke, the angrier he got. His chest instantly felt a dull pain and he almost couldn't breathe. Huang Yueli knew that he had not recovered from the injury caused by the battle between Liu Kuan and Sky Devil Rui Xian. Hence she didn't dare to continue asking him. Instead, she hastily shifted her glance to Commander Hu. Commander Hu immediately stood out in line. He cupped his fists in greeting and said, yes, then allowed this subordinate to explain. This subordinate headed towards the place where Jing Zhihai and the others were lying in an ambush this morning and discovered that the majority of the soldiers that they brought had remained in the same spot. But all of them looked ashen, and there were even serious injuries and deaths. After interrogation, I found out the truth. Turns out that what Commander Li thought was correct. Yesterday, after we invaded and destroyed the demon tribe's campsite, they indeed sent someone to seek help from Sky Devil Ruize. That devil had indeed been captured by Jing Zhihai, but... Commander Hu paused for a moment and Huang Yueli couldn't help but urge, but what? Jing Zhihai let the devil soldier go? Jun Sihan sat by the side, and he totally couldn't bear to continue listening. His brows were tightly knitted. Speaking of that, White Tiger clan is also one of the courageous clans among the ancient god clans. Why would their clan's disciples do such a thing? White Tiger clan had always been a competitive bunch and they were the jealous type. Take the number one genius, Jing Yuanshao, from the White Tiger clan as an example. It was exactly because Li Moying was a god-grade genius, that was why Jing Yuanshao issued a challenge to him, disregarding the current setting. This scenario was common within White Tiger clan. But White Tiger clan's loyalty towards the allied armies was something that everyone knew about. In history, there had never been any White Tiger clan clansman who betrayed the allied armies. If Jing Zhihai really did that, then that would become the biggest shame of the White Tiger clan. Commander Hu hastily shook his head and said, no, he didn't do that. But Commander Jing wasn't feeling happy about being sent to lay in ambush for the whole night, and they didn't manage to earn any military merits. So he went to assassinate Sky Devil Ruize. Assassinate Sky Devil Ruize. All of the practitioners cried out in shock. He's mad. Jing Zhihai must have gone mad, right? Why would he do such a thing? This result was totally out of everyone's expectations. No one had anticipated such an answer. Every single person in the allied armies had experienced how powerful a Sky Devil mid-phase practitioner was. Moreover, Jing Zhihai wasn't some heaven-grade genius who could battle someone of a higher realm than him. Suddenly having such a thought. There was no difference from digging his own grave. Commander Hu secretly sneaked a glance at Huang Yueli and said, "I heard about this from the soldiers under Commander Jing." He should have been agitated by the news of Commander Li and Commander Shi killing Sky Devil Rui Xian. He kept saying since these two Dream Profound Realms brats could kill a Sky Devil early phase practitioner, then if he and the other two commanders joined hands, they might be able to kill Sky Devil Ruizei. After all, Ruizei was still in closed-door cultivation. Huang Yueli was dumbstruck. She pointed a finger at herself and asked in disbelief, "So, I've become a scapegoat in this case?" Li Moying shook his head in amusement and pinched her little hand that was pointing at herself. He placed it next to his lip and touched it gently. Commander Hu saw that and felt like crying. These two are so immoral. Only God knew that Commander Hu wanted to establish himself in the army, so he still hadn't gotten married at this age. It was the same for the other two commanders. They were publicly showing off their love in front of those single dogs. Moreover, forget it if they were showing affection for each other. Why did Commander Li have to be in man's dressing? He was almost choking to death on this strong-flavored dog food one. Commander Hu, why aren't you continuing? What happened after that? Just as Commander Hu was feeling melancholic, he suddenly heard Xianxia's voice. He turned around to take a look and almost blinded his dog's eyes again. He saw Xianxia seated on her chair, grabbing some snacks, while asking curiously. That posture was no different from listening to a storyteller in a tea-house. As for the young lord of the voracious Wyvern clan, the famous peerless genius Jun Sihan in God Realm was currently holding a cup of hot tea and feeding her carefully as though he was afraid that she might choke. This dog food's taste was a little better, but a little too sickly sweet. Commander Hu? Commander Hu? Xianxia urged again. Commander Hu seemed as though he had just awoken from his dream and hurriedly lowered his head. He didn't dare to look around again. At the same time, he swiftly said, "Anyway, Jing Zhihai and the others had lost their rationality because of jealousy. So they intended to make use of the chance while the devil was asking for help. They disguised themselves as devil soldiers and entered Ruizei's closed-door cultivation cave to assassinate him. These are what his personal guards told me. Jing Zhihai only took Commander Jian and Command Hua along. So even his personal guards don't know what happened after they left. But after 2 hours later, those soldiers who remained at their original spot saw Sky Devil Rui Xian running past them swiftly in a flustered and exasperated manner. When he saw soldiers from the allied armies, he instantly attacked them. A lot of soldiers died on the spot. For those who were not dead, they escaped in different directions. Immediately after that, Ruizei headed to the campsite in the north. As for what happened after that, everyone should be well aware of it. Hearing Commander Hu's explanation, everyone went silent. In this case, Commander Jing and the others have most likely died in Ruizei's cave? A moment later, Huang Yueli opened her mouth and asked. Li Moying muttered irresolutely, based on Commander Hu's deduction, Jing Zhihai and the other two must have resorted to some method when they arrived at the cave to interrupt Sky Devil Ruizei's closed-door cultivation, but they weren't able to kill him in one go. After Ruizei regained consciousness, he was extremely furious. So there is a 99% chance that he killed them on the spot. He had just finished his sentence when Jun Sihan snorted immediately. Serves them right. They deserve to die. Even if they lose their lives, it's their just deserts. Even I know that I'm no match for Sky Devil Ruizei. They're simply letting their imagination run wild, thinking that they could kill Ruizei? Never mind if they wanted to die, they almost implicated my little Shi. When Xianxia heard his words, she went into a slight blank. Following that, her face turned as red as a beetroot. She pinched hard on her husband's arm. What nonsense are you talking about? At this moment, shouldn't he be saying, never mind if they wanted to die, they almost implicated the others in the allied armies? But when it came to Jin Se-han, why did it turn into implicate my little she? Did he treat those thousands of soldiers as nothing? What would others think? Even Huang Yueli couldn't stop herself from laughing. She shot a mischievous look at Xianxia. However, Jin Se-han wasn't feeling embarrassed at all. He continued calmly, I'm merely just stating the facts. Li Moying stood beside Huang Yueli and nodded in agreement. He couldn't be bothered by what nonsense those few commanders did. But since it almost caused his little fox's death, they deserved to die. Luckily, they have already died in Sky Devil Ruizei's hands. So he didn't need to take action himself. Xianxia said thoughtfully, in this case, the campsite's situation isn't as optimistic as what we think. Commander Hu and the others looked at her strangely. Commander Shi, why do you say that? Before Huang Yueli could say anything, Li Yukuan heaved a deep sigh. My lady, you can tell too? Xianxia nodded as a worried look surfaced. Demon tribe practitioners are vengeful by nature, even more so for Sky Devil grade top practitioners. I originally thought that Sky Devil Ruizei hurried over because he received news of Rui Xian's request for help. Then after he was defeated, he might be afraid of Moying and Brother Jin's ability. So he might not attack us. But I didn't expect. She frowned and said, I didn't expect it was Commander Jing and the others who provoked Sky Devil Ruizei first. Ruizei's advancement process had been interrupted, and when he hurried over to exact revenge, he was forced to retreat. This action, in the Devil's Heart, is considered a huge insult. So I believe that Ruizei would definitely come to our campsite to exact revenge. Hearing that, Huang Yueli's brows rose in astonishment. There's such a thing like this? Xianxia nodded and said, of course. For the time being, Ruizei would definitely take time to recuperate and try his best to break through to the Sky Devil end phase. The Demon Tribe's north campsite might be destroyed by us, but they still have several strongholds in the front line who can still supply blood pills to him. When Ruizei successfully advances into Sky Devil's end phase, he will definitely come to avenge himself. Hearing Xianxia's words, Commander Hu and the others went pale with fright. Surely not, right? Commander Shi, can you not scare us? If it's true, then we're done for. We already can't fight against Ruizei when he was in Sky Devil mid-phase grade. If he were to advance into Sky Devil end phase, then. The moment they thought about the bloody scene that might happen, those few commanders instantly turned pale with fright. The commanders don't dare to trust Xianxia's words, but Huang Yueli and Jin Se-han knew that Xianxia would never say things that she wasn't confident about. Since she had especially reminded Li Yukuan, then the odds of it happening represented that she had already seen the future direction. Huang Yueli shuddered at the thought of it. She had only arrived in God Realm for a relatively short time and she wasn't very clear about the demon tribe's nature. If it wasn't for Xianxia's reminder, she probably wouldn't have thought so far. Li Yukuan's expression was extremely grave. He slowly said, I've also thought about this problem, but I believe Ruizei's injury this time is rather serious. Moreover, his closed-door cultivation had been interrupted. So it should have affected his cultivation, to a certain extent. It wouldn't be so easy for him to advance into Sky Devil end phase. But if he really succeeds, we will seek help from the Divine General in Blessed City to send us reinforcements. Li Yukuan's battle experience was much richer than Huang Yueli and the others. If Xianxia could think of it, so would he. But saying this would only cause terror among the campsite's ordinary soldiers. So he just didn't expose the truth. Hearing Li Yuquan's words, Huang Yueli's brows creased together. Divine Lieutenant, what you say is not right. Even if the possibility of Ruizhe advancing into Sky Devil end phase is less than 10%, if he does manage to succeed in advancing, everyone on the campsite will be in jeopardy. How can you take this risk? As for seeking Divine General's help, distant water won't put out a fire close at hand. By the time the Dao Profound Realm top exponents come over from Blessed City, the entire campsite would have been destroyed by Ruizhe. Furthermore, there aren't many Dao Profound Realm practitioners in the army. Where are they going to mobilize these people from by then? Li Yuquan was stumped by Huang Yueli's questioning. Actually, I haven't sorted out my thoughts on how to make the arrangements yet. Huang Yueli waved her hand to interrupt him. Divine Lieutenant, it's actually very easy to settle this problem. Sky Devil Ruizhe is injured and he might even face the danger of his cultivation dropping by a realm. This is a golden opportunity. It's just nice that Moying and Brother Jun are here now, so we can kill Ruizhe. In this way, we will be able to put him down, once and for all. Will it be too much trouble for both young masters? Li Yuquan looked cautiously at Li Moying and Jun Sihan. There was endless anticipation in his eyes. He had naturally thought about asking Li Moying and Jun Sihan to lend a helping hand to kill Sky Devil Ruizhe. Li Yuquan kept pondering over it indecisively, but in the end, he didn't state his request. Speaking of this, Li Moying and Jun Sihan were originally not part of his campsite's soldiers. They had merely come to bring their wives home. Moreover, after the two of them arrived, they had already done them a huge favor to defeat Ruizhe once. It was already equivalent to saving thousands of lives in the army. How could he possibly have the cheek to continue asking them for help? Moreover, all Li Moying and Jun Sihan had on their minds was probably to bring their wives back home as soon as possible. They probably didn't want to continue staying at the campsite. As expected, when they heard what Huang Yueli said, Li Moying and Jun Sihan frowned simultaneously. Apparently, they weren't willing at all. Seeing that, Huang Yueli exchanged a glance with Xianxia. Following that, she placed her hand gently on Li Moying's shoulder and rubbed her face in front of him. Her large eyes were sparkling, and she lowered her tone. My darling hubby, Yunqi and I have been roaming in the demon tribe's control zone for a long time. It's all thanks to Divine Lieutenant for taking us in. Otherwise, we might still be lost out there now. Divine Lieutenant saved your wife, that means you are indebted to him. Can't you just help him? Li Moying put on a straight face and wanted to say, I refuse. He had been waiting anxiously to bring his wife home since a few months ago. But now, he had finally managed to find her. So there was no way that he was in the mood to dabble in any military affairs. But when he met Huang Yueli's watery big eyes, he couldn't say a word of rejection at all. On the other end, Jun Sihan looked helplessly at the young lady in his arms. Sigh, all you do is to create trouble for me. Xianxia pouted. Usually when you're alone, you can't kill a Sky Devil mid-phase on your own. Now that young Master Li is around, you can cooperate with him to kill Ruizhe. After that, you will be promoted to an 8-star Divine Lieutenant. I'm doing all this out of consideration for you. Instead of showing me gratitude, you're even acting so fiercely toward me. Jun Sihan knew that this was an excuse, but looking at her upset look, he couldn't help but show his wife-slave nature. I agree to it, all right? Don't be angry. The two men had no other choice but to agree. They didn't realize that the two young ladies were interacting with each other visually. Wow, Yunqi, you're really good at training your husband. Same for you. Li Yuquan heard Li Moying and Jun Sihan relenting and agreeing to stay behind to help them get rid of Ruizhe, the hidden threat. He was so elated that he started to tremble in agitation. That's great. It's simply too wonderful. With young Lord and young Master Jun's help, our campsite will be saved. Both young masters, I'm so grateful to you. Our entire campsite's thousands of soldiers are indebted to you for your benevolence. Li Moying and Jun Sihan exchanged glances and felt rather helpless. Divine Lieutenant Li, don't stand on ceremony. I'm just completing Lear's wishes only. My wife has received a lot of help from you. Returning the favor is a must. After they were done with the exchange of pleasantries, Huang Yueli clapped happily and said, all right, then we'll settle on this. Next, we have to discuss the action plan carefully. Sky Devil Ruizhe is a Sky Devil mid-phase top expert. Don't underestimate his abilities. Li Yuquan finally calmed down from his agitated emotions. Upon hearing Huang Yueli's words, his expression instantly turned solemn. Young Madam is right. Although young Lord and young Master Jun are very powerful, your cultivations are only in heart-profound realm. You are only able to fight a battle beyond your realm by relying on the cultivation methods, profound skills, and treasure armament that you have. In comparison, Sky Devil Ruizhe is a genuine Sky Devil grade practitioner. Moreover, he is very famous among the demon tribe, and his battle power has far surpassed same-level devils as well. Oh? Li Moying's brows rose in surprise. In this case, this Sky Devil Ruizhe is rather tough. They exchanged blows with Sky Devil Ruizhe yesterday. But at that time, Ruizhe had been blinded by Little Phoenix's true phoenix fire. He had just regained his vision, and his sight was still very blurry. Moreover, he was forcibly awoken by Jing Zhihai and the others while he was still in closed-door cultivation. Hence, he wasn't in peak form. Adding on to Li Moying and Jun Sihan's sudden appearance, Ruizhe was caught off guard. That was why he suffered a huge disadvantage. Actually, Li Moying had a feeling that if they had a direct battle, he and Jun Sihan might not be able to gain any advantage in front of Sky Devil Ruizhe. After all, a Sky Devil mid-phase was equivalent to a God Clan, Dao Profound Realm mid-phase strength. With an entire large realms difference, that was not child's play. Li Moying's cultivation was merely in the Heart Profound Realm early phase, whereas Jun Sihan was in the Heart Profound Realm mid-phase. Among the God Clan's younger generation, they were considered first-class top exponents. But they were still very young and the amount of time spent on cultivation was still too short. Li Yuquan showed a grave expression and said, Sky Devil Ruizhe had killed many people from the allied armies and isn't easy to deal with. Moreover, defeating and killing aren't the same concept. If both young masters want to defeat Ruizhe, it might not be too difficult. But if you want to kill a devil whose cultivation is much higher than yours by a whole big realm, that would be troublesome. Xianxia nodded in agreement and said, that's right. Sihan, Brother Li, you'd better be more cautious. Although they agreed to stay and help Li Yuquan, Xianxia and Huang Yueli would still place their husband's safety in the first place. Jun Sihan rubbed her head, gave her a faint smile, and looked at Li Yuquan. Divine Lieutenant Li, don't worry. Sky Devil Ruizhe might be powerful, but we're pretty confident to deal with him. When Li Yuquan heard his confident tone, not only did it not put him at ease, he became even more worried. These two peerless geniuses seemed to be overly confident about their own abilities. Being confident is a good thing, but how could killing a Sky Devil mid-phase devil be easy? Furthermore, it was a battle that surpassed their realms. This was no different from walking along the edge of a cliff. If they missed their footing, they would fall into the bottomless pit. Moreover, they were of noble status. Even if it was a little scratch, it would cause a huge disturbance in the entire God realm. At this moment, Li Yuquan suddenly regretted asking them for help. If these two really got into an accident because they tried to help him, the two ancient God clans' rage would tear him to pieces alive. Li Yuquan's face was filled with worries and he said softly, Young Lord, young Master Jun, are you really confident of defeating Ruizhe? It isn't easy to defeat him. Seeing Li Yuquan's expression, Huang Yueli also started to become anxious. Moing, are the both of you really confident? Li Moying's lips curled and he started to explain calmly. Lear, you've just arrived in God Realm, so you might not be aware that a devil's ability is mainly related to the blood vigor in their bodies. The more exuberant their blood vigor, the better their condition, and the stronger their battle power. This is also mainly why the demon tribe needs to consume a large number of blood pills when they are advancing. Ah, so they are using blood pills to replenish their blood vigor. Huang Yueli nodded in understanding. Li Moying laughed and continued to say, Sky Devil Ruize had been staying in closed-door cultivation and the blood pills that he previously consumed were all exhausted while he was replenishing the advancement process. The blood vigor in him was originally very frail, but in the end, he was interrupted during his advancement. The damages inside his body would definitely be extremely serious. At this moment, what he really needs is to consume a large number of blood pills to help him replenish his blood vigor. But the nearest north campsite had already been destroyed by us. Ruize would find it hard to obtain sufficient blood pills at such a short time, and he would be relatively weakened. Huang Yueli was enlightened. That's right, this is indeed a good opportunity. If we capture the right timing and sneak an attack on Ruize while he's weak, we will definitely be able to defeat him. But Huang Yueli paused and frowned as she asked, but according to what Divine Lieutenant said, defeating him is easy. But killing him might not be so easy, right? Hearing that, Jun Zihan couldn't help but laugh. Sister-in-law, you have been led astray by Divine Lieutenant Li. Killing a sky devil might be difficult for other people, but to us, it's not difficult at all. You must have forgotten that you and my little Shi had successfully killed Sky Devil Rui Xian. Oh. That's right, I almost forgot about it. Huang Yueli knocked her head in frustration. Even a Sky Devil can't fight against the poison that Yunqi created. Just a small drop of it into their blood, and it will instantly kill the other party. Li Moying saw her action and instantly frowned as he grabbed her wrist. You're already very dull, so stop knocking your head. Huang Yueli swept a glance at him but didn't argue back. Because she was carefully thinking of the next step of their plan. Adding on to all the information that everyone gave, Li Moying and Jun Zihan's possibility of killing Sky Devil Ruize was around 60% or so. After all, the disparity between both parties was so huge. No matter how heaven-defying their innate talent was, they would undertake a huge risk when they made a move. But with Li Moying and Jun Zihan's decisive personalities, as long as the success rate was above 50%, they would definitely make their moves. Of course, they weren't just going to battle alone. Shi and Xia Yunqi, as well as all the allied army soldiers, would expend all their resources to support them. Just as Huang Yueli was pondering over this, Li Yuquan opened his mouth and said again. Since young Lord and young Master Jun are so confident about killing Ruize, then this subordinate didn't say any disappointing words. But other than fighting Ruize openly, we still have some problems to settle. These matters might be unremarkable, but it's actually very hard to deal with. Huang Yueli asked, curiously, what's the problem? Divine Lieutenant, please voice out your concerns, and we can discuss it. Li Yuquan said, Sky Devil Ruize had been in closed-door cultivation in a cave in the southeast recently. Now that he is injured and gone, he has probably returned to the cave. He has set up a lot of arrays and mechanisms around the cave, not to mention entering the cave. Even finding it is not easy. Jing Zhihai and the others asked the devil for help before they could enter the cave. But we don't have such convenient conditions. If we want to find the cave, we will have to rely on ourselves to search for it. Moreover, Ruize had already suffered a disadvantage once, so he will be much more cautious now and would have activated all the mechanisms around the cave. Speaking till here, Li Yuquan seemed rather worried. I heard that the mechanisms around the cave were refined by several spiritual armament masters from the Sky Gem glass chamber, whom Ruize had abducted. It's much more powerful as compared to ordinary demon tribes' mechanisms. Several scouts that I sent out previously died because of those mechanisms. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Li Moying's lips. Divine Lieutenant Li, you're worried about the arrays and mechanisms around the cave? Li Yukuan nodded his head gravely. That's right, I'm most worried about this mechanism. Other than this, there's another troublesome matter to settle, which is the guards over at the cave. Based on what we found out, Sky Devil Ruize's personal guards had mostly been brought over to the cave to act as guards. They are there to protect him, and these devils are mostly in Earth Devil end phase. Li Yukuan paused for a moment and looked at Li Moying. For young Lord and young Master June, Earth Devil end phase abilities might be nothing. But you need to gather your strength to deal with Ruize. So let our campsite soldiers deal with these guards. Hearing that, Commander Hu and the others shivered. They instantly felt a heavy burden landing on their shoulders. Sky Devil Ruize's closed-door cultivation cave might not have as many devil soldiers keeping guard, but each guard was of Earth Devil grade and above. In terms of total ability, they might not be any worse off than the demon tribe's campsite. Commander Hu's forehead was covered in sweat. Divine Lieutenant, both young masters, rely on the number of people in our campsite to fight so many Earth Devils is probably not possible. Shall we spread the news and gather help from the surrounding campsites? Commander Hu's words had just ended when Huang Yueli laughed. Commander Hu, you're too anxious. Sky Devil Ruize is behind closed doors, cultivation, so the number of guards he brought along shouldn't be that much. Otherwise, if they start walking around, it would easily distract him. So the number of Earth Devils guarding him in the surroundings would definitely not be more than 100 of them. 100. Hearing Huang Yueli's deduction, the three commanders sucked in a breath of cold air. 100 Earth Devils, and the majority of them were in mid to end phase cultivations. What kind of concept was that? In their entire campsite, there were merely more than 10 Heart Profound Realm practitioners, which was approximately 10 Earth Devils. The disparity of the abilities between the enemy and them was around 10 times. Even if they added Huang Yueli and the others who could surpass realms and kill the Earth Devils, under such exaggerated disparity in their abilities, it was an utterly inadequate measure. The effect that they could work up was extremely limited. Commander Hu's face turned green. This subordinate feels that it's better to have taken some time before we make a decision. Commander Shao also said, we've been through 2 major battles yesterday and the day before. The campsite is riddled with casualties, and we're only left with 40% of our original strength. Under these circumstances, isn't it better to not take the risk to attack? That's right. Divine Lieutenant, both young masters, it's better to consider this carefully. Hearing the three commanders' worried tones, Huang Yueli couldn't help but shake her head. The few of you, aren't you a little too timid? I said earlier that the quantity will not exceed 100, but that's the worst-case scenario. In reality, I think the possibility of it being over 50 is not high. Hearing that, Commander Hu's expression didn't turn better. In fact, it started to turn pale. Commander Li, we also can't deal with 50 Earth Devils. Moreover, the cave has so many mechanisms and arrays. If we're not careful, all of us will die. Huang Yueli swept a disapproving look at him. It's exactly because of the mechanism that these 50 Earth Devils will be easier to deal with. Without the mechanisms, I wouldn't dare to go. Huh? What? The three commanders showed a dazed expression. Even Li Yukuan appeared rather astonished. Young madam, what do you mean? Can you explain further in detail? Huang Yueli smiled and said, Divine Lieutenant, have you forgotten? When the demon tribe attacked our campsite, I was the one who restored our defensive array and mechanisms. Li Yuquan was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly came to his senses. Right. I remember it now. Young madam, you're actually well versed in the art of arrays. You even know how to restore mechanisms. Are you one of the spiritual armament masters from the Sky Gem Glass Chamber? He asked cautiously, as an unconcealable trace of excitement sparkled in his eyes. When Li Yuquan was saved by Huang Yueli, he had once thought of this question. But later on, he was seriously injured and the campsite was riddled with various problems. So he totally forgot about this. Now thinking back, Huang Yueli could restore the surroundings' complicated arrays in such a short time meant that her level of mastery in arrays and mechanisms was definitely not low. Otherwise, even with the detailed blueprint, it wasn't that easy to finish restoring the mechanism. Huang Yueli nodded. That's right. Before I came to Blessed City, I've indeed been authenticated by the Sky Gem Glass Chamber. Saying that, she took out her spiritual armament master's badge from her interspatial ring and showed it to everyone. Astonished looks appeared on everyone's faces. Even Commander Hu and the others were so stunned that they stood rooted to the ground. Huang Yueli was really an accredited spiritual armament master. Spiritual armament masters was a rare occupation in God Realm. Moreover, spiritual armament master statuses were noble and they were focused on refining armaments. Very few of them could establish themselves on the battlefield. So, spiritual armament masters on the battlefield might be able to create a huge impact, but very few of them were willing to join the allied armies. Of course, spiritual armament masters didn't just stay out of this. In environments where their safety was assured, they were willing to install various mechanisms around the different major cities and campsites. But when the situation became pressed and there might be a chance that they would die during the demon tribe's attack, it was as difficult as climbing the stairs to heaven to find a spiritual armament master who was willing to aid in the battle. There were times when the spiritual armament masters were willing, but the allied army's headquarters weren't willing to approve it. After all, there were so few spiritual armament masters, and they were important people who had to be around when they built a new base. So if they had to risk their lives for a small battle and if they really died, it would be a major loss for the entire allied armies. On the contrary, array masters had it much easier because many array masters specialized in formations. So their survival rates on the battlefield were much higher. Most of them would change their occupations to the allied army's commanding officer, just like Li Yuquan. The campsite where Li Yuquan was holding the fort might be the most important stronghold on the front lines. But there were hundreds of cities like Blessed City in God Realm. So in comparison, the stronghold's importance wasn't that high. Based on Li Yuquan's status in the allied armies, it was already very difficult for him to request a spiritual armament master to join in their battle. What more to execute such a dangerous mission? Commander Hu looked at Huang Yueli in disbelief and asked in a quavering voice, Commander Li, you're really willing to take the risk and launch a surprise attack on Sky Devil Ruize with us? It hadn't been long since Huang Yueli joined the allied armies, so she totally couldn't understand why Commander Hu and the others were so shocked. She frowned slightly and shot a strange look at Commander Hu. That's right. Aren't I the one who came out with this suggestion? If I am not confident that I will be able to settle those exterior arrays, why would I even think of such a plan? Commander Hu was stunned. Oh, right. Recalling back in detail, the first to suggest Li Moying and Jun Sihan stay and help kill Ruize seemed to be Huang Yueli. He thought, but didn't they all say that all spiritual armament masters value their lives dearly? She's willing to take this risk? Moreover, she is of noble status. She is Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord's wife, and also a spiritual armament master. Just based on these points alone, even though she never heads to the front lines, no one would dare to belittle her with the same identity and status. Why is she willing to do such a dangerous thing? Thinking of this, Commander Hu was filled with admiration for Huang Yueli. When he recalled Huang Yueli choosing to face Sky Devil Ruizhe alone at the demon tribe's campsite last night, allowing ordinary soldiers like themselves to retreat first. The image of Huang Yueli instantly rose sky-high in his heart. Huang Yueli was puzzled at being stared at by Commander Hu, and her goosebumps started to rise involuntarily. On the other hand, Li Moying seemed to understand what Commander Hu was thinking about, but he didn't spill the beans. Instead, he touched Huang Yueli's hand and said in a deep voice, "My wife is not just a spiritual armament master. She is also well-versed in arrays. So destroying the concealment outside the cave shouldn't be a problem. But she can't work on two things at the same time, so she has to find someone reliable to command the army and ward off those Earth Devil guards." Saying that, his gaze subconsciously glanced past Commander Hu, Commander Xiao, and Commander Yang. Now that Jing Zhihai and the others had caused their own demise, then the post of commanding officer would be chosen from the three of them. "You three." Li Moying just opened his mouth and was interrupted by someone. "Brother Li, leave this mission to me. I am already very experienced in leading the army into battle. Moreover, I've cooperated with Sister Yueli previously. We have a great rapport." Xiaoyunqi beamed as she spoke, volunteering herself to take this mission. Jun Zihan's brows creased, apparently displeased. You'd better stay at the campsite. Moreover, I don't even know that you know how to command the troops." Xiaoyunqi glowered at him. "Stop looking down on others. My formation skills were taught by Sister Yueli." When Jun Zihan heard this, he was even more worried. "You've just started learning formation skills and you're thinking of leading the armies into battle? If it was against ordinary devil soldiers, that's okay. But this time our opponents are so many Earth Devils. Just based on the campsite's current manpower, blocking off so many Earth Devil top practitioners requires a high demand on the commanding officer's skills. There can't be any slip-ups." Jun Zihan was worried that Xiaoyunqi would put herself in danger and meet with perilous situations. So he wanted her to stay at the campsite. Ever since he found out that Xiaoyunqi had fallen into the demon tribe's control area in the middle of teleportation, Jun Zihan had been worried for the longest time yet. He had finally waited for his wife to return safely, so all he hoped for was that his wife would lie down and not scare him anymore. However, Xiaoyunqi seemed as though she couldn't understand his feelings at all. Xiaoyunqi instantly became upset upon hearing Jun Zihan deny her abilities. "So what if they're Earth Devils? I can command a small team to kill an ordinary Earth Devil now. I'm rather confident of commanding the campsite's 2,000 soldiers or more to ward off 10 Earth Devils." Jun Zihan wanted to say something else, but Xiaoyunqi stared hard at him. Her sparkly, big eyes revealed a strong hint of annoyance. "Trying saying that I can't do it again if you dare." Jun Zihan immediately went soft with cowardice. His high and mighty image had totally vanished. He lowered his voice and said, "Yunqi, it's not that I'm saying you can't manage. I'm just worried about you. You don't need to worry about me. I still want to earn military merits. I can settle such a small thing like this." But, seeing that the both of them were in a stalemate, Huang Yueli propped her chin and beamed as she said, "Yunqi, brother Jun, stop arguing. This matter. I feel that Yunqi will definitely be able to do it." "Really?" Jun Zihan frowned as he looked at her. Apparently, he didn't quite believe what she said. Huang Yueli replied, "Yunqi had very high innate talent in terms of formation skills. It's just that she hadn't had any chance to bring it out in the past. You probably hadn't seen her commanding her small team of 50 soldiers. They are made up of practitioners whose cultivations are Dream Profound Realm and below, but they can kill 3 Earth Devils simultaneously. Although I once told her about some techniques for formation transformation, I didn't tell her a lot because there was no time. Actually, I only touched on the most crucial points, and she managed to figure out the rest on her own." Jun Sihan was stunned as he said in astonishment, 3 Earth Devils? Commanding ordinary practitioners to fight was different from fighting themselves. Even for Jun Sihan himself, gathering so many able practitioners together to make them display a total power that far surpassed their own strength wasn't an easy task to do. Huang Yueli nodded and laughed, that's right. So don't worry. Moreover, have you forgotten that Sister Yunzi has her special ability? Even if an accident happens during our mission, she will definitely be able to return safely. Hearing that, Jun Sihan was at a loss for words. Xianxia snorted and continued, isn't that so? If I had to say something, attempting an assassination on Sky Devil Ruizhe is the most dangerous mission. In comparison, my ability to save myself is much stronger than yours. Jun Sihan was naturally well aware of his wife's ability. But he had a blind spot when the matter concerned his wife. So he had temporarily forgotten about Yunqi's powerful capability to foresee the future. Even without the use of a divination ritual, she had an acute instinct which could help her avoid calamity. All right then, but you must be extremely careful. Jun Sihan sighed and softened his tone. If there's danger, just ignore those allied army soldiers. Escape for your life first and don't ever learn from Moying's wife, do you understand? Cough 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 cough. A series of coughing rang throughout the main tent upon hearing Jun Sihan's words. Li Yukuan and the 3 commanders choked on their saliva. Although everyone was grateful to Jun Sihan for undertaking the task to uphold justice, and they could also understand his feelings toward his beloved wife. But, what kind of things was he even talking about? What was called if there's danger, just ignore those allied army soldiers and escape for your life first? What was he thinking, attempting to instigate the allied army's future commanding officer? Even Li Moying was stumped by Jun Sihan's shamelessness. What was called learning from my wife? My Lear is perfectly fine, all right. She knows how to protect the majority of the allied army soldiers during the most critical moment, and didn't think too much about sacrificing herself. What great moral character she has. She's especially incredible. At this moment, Li Moying had totally forgotten the things that he had warned his wife about last night. Xia Yunqi couldn't help but stare at her husband. That's enough from you. Of course, I will pay attention to my safety. But I will also try my best to ward off those devil soldiers. Jun Sihan was evidently not happy, but he didn't say anything more. Li Yukuan sighed and said, many thanks to young Miss Shi for sticking by us. Originally, I should been the one who should take charge of commanding, but after I was injured, my movements have been restricted. When it comes to the time of need, I've become a burden for the entire army. Xia Yunqi smiled and shook her head. Divine Lieutenant, don't worry about this. Just leave it to me. Nothing will happen. So, the preliminary deployment of members had been set. The next step was for Li Yukuan to lead everyone into the detailed planning stage. Sky Devil Ruizhe sustained a rather serious injury after crossing hands with young Lord and young Master Jun last night. Adding to that, his closed-door cultivation had been forcibly interrupted. He must have sustained internal injuries. We must quickly take action while he hasn't received sufficient blood pills to treat his injury. But now, the campsite's soldiers had continuously fought high-intensity battles for 2 consecutive days, and they're totally exhausted. If we force them to fight another battle today, they might collapse from overexertion, which will not allow them to display their corresponding battle power. Adding on that young Miss Xia will be taking charge of commanding, it's best to gel in with the troops first. So, we shall confirm that we will launch the attack 3 days later. Li Yukuan analyzed the situation and came to this conclusion. At the same time, he inquired about everyone's views. What does everyone think? All of them nodded in agreement. Factoring all aspects of the current situation, Li Yukuan's plan should be most reasonable. Li Yukuan continued to say, every single component of the plan is very crucial. Young Lord and young Master June will have to fight a battle that surpasses one huge realm, and it's extremely dangerous. Young Madam must decode many different mechanisms and erase both inside and outside of the cave to ensure that everyone can enter safely. Whereas young Xia's mission is to lead the army to ward off more than 10 Earth Devils' attacks so that they do not get a chance to disrupt both young masters. We can afford to make any mistakes. Hearing that, Huang Yueli and the others nodded gravely. They might seem very relaxed when they agreed to stay and distribute the tasks, but everyone knew deep in their hearts the severity of this mission. Li Moying and Jun Sihan had absolute confidence in their strength and had the drive to advance courageously. But they would never commit the mistake of underestimating their opponents and treat each of them seriously. It was exactly because of their prudence that they were able to shine in God Realm and stand in today's position. Whereas Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi might be ordinary ladies in front of their hubbies, but in reality, they were extremely resolute and daring top practitioners. They were most aware of the logic, sail a ship with care. Seeing the four of them agree on this, Li Yuquan was immediately assured. He turned and looked at Commander Hu and the other two. Since young Miss Xia is now your commanding officer, you must strictly adhere to all her commands.